In the evening, the sun sets. A young child, sitting on the steps of a wide courtyard, looked at the ground in a daze, looking old-fashioned, and did not look like a 4-year-old child. This son is named Kiki Chiba, the son of Konoha White Fang Kiki Shuo Shigeru, and has an older brother named Kiki Kakashi. Life is full of hope and then disappointment. Kinyi raised his head, exhaled a long breath, and sighed and said, revealing a trace of helplessness. Chiba was originally a bitter poor dick living in the 21st century, because he watched One Piece's anime and played the game of Naruto, but an accident occurred and crossed to the world of Naruto. At the beginning, he was also happy about this, and felt that becoming the son of Kimushuumao could change his life from now on, no longer be a poor dick, and it was definitely not a problem to become handsome and rich. However, the other traversers are either to the Uchiha clan or the Thousand Hands clan, and they also bring out the awesome System King, live off the existence of hanging, all kinds of hanging bombs, crushing the opponent without negotiation. Kinyi pondered left and right, constantly checked, and found that he was born in the Kimu family. There was no special blood succession boundary at all, there was no awesome system, only that talent that did not know whether it was good or bad. Perhaps, Chiba was the most failed traverser, and did not get the slightest benefit. Since the starting point can't be changed, then I have to cultivate harder, otherwise, I will die in this chaotic world and become cannon fodder, and I don't want to be the worst crosser in the mix. After Kinyi finished complaining, he still had to cultivate hard and did not dare to slack. Although the Kimu family does not have a strong bloodline, it also produces powerful ninjas, just like Kiki Shuumao, but he is respected as Konoha White Fang. Even if it is Konoha-sunin, he must be very polite to him and dare not provoke him. It can be imagined how strong Kimu Shuumao's strength is. I am afraid that it has reached the shadow level. In any case, as a traverser, Kinyi can't mix worse than his old son, which is really a loss. After sighing, 4-year-old Kinyi took advantage of the dark before it was dark to start a new round of cultivation. You know, now 6-year-old Kakashi, that is a genius, this age has graduated from the ninja school, successfully became a middle ninja, in Konoha village is a very famous little genius. As Kakashi's younger brother and a traverser, Chiba must not be weaker than Kakashi, and surpassing him is a must. According to Kimu Shuumao's meaning, I hope that Chiba will not practice ninjutsu before the age of 5, but spend more time and energy to stabilize the foundation of the body and improve the physique, which will be more beneficial to future development. After all, Kimu Shuumao is an experienced strong man. Although Kinyi is a little dissatisfied, he still listens to his Lao Zi's opinion and decides not to practice ninjutsu before the age of 5, but concentrates on cultivating physical arts and improving the strength of his physical body. After another round of cultivation, Kinyi's immature cheeks were already dissatisfied with sweat, and the whole person lay weakly on the ground, panting, exhausted, and it was difficult to even stand up. If there is a great system, Lao Tzu doesn't have to practice so hard, just open the plug-in directly. It's really a damn crossing, why don't you bring me some benefits? Kinyi still couldn't help but complain. Bite. The host's body strength meets the system binding requirements, and the One Piece system binds. An abrupt voice sounded in Kinyi's mind. What? Kinyi, who was still lying on the ground tired, immediately reacted instinctively and sat up directly. System binding completion 20%. System binding completion 50%. System binding completion degree 80%. System binding completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the One Piece system. A nice woman's voice sounded in Kinyi's mind. Emma, I thought I was an ordinary traverser. It turns out that the system has only appeared now. It's really good to eat late. Kinyi became excited, stood up directly from the ground, and danced and cheered. The data for the host is as follows: host name, Chiba Flagwood gender, male age, 4 years height, 120 body strength, 250, 100 for normal people. Ninjutsu, none chakra attributes, thunder, fire points, 0, for various skills and weapons. System Lord, since you are the One Piece system, are your attributes related to One Piece? From the initial excitement, Kinyi slowly calmed down. That's right, what the host redeems from the system mall in the future will be related to One Piece. The system responds to Chiba. Then we are meeting for the first time. Can you give me a great devil fruit ability? Kinyi asked earnestly. If you can get a burning fruit and obtain such an ability, then Kinyi can be cool. It is simply too good to crush the opponent. The host currently has 0 points and cannot buy burnt fruits. Then I am poor now, what good can I have? Kinyi pouted and spoke. If the host binding system is successful, you can get a lottery opportunity from the mall. Is there a lottery? The system prompts Chiba. Draw, be sure to draw a jackpot for me, Kinyi said impatiently. The One Piece system immediately switches to the interface of the mall and then conducts a lottery. Bite. The host's luck was so good that he drew the burnt fruit. The interface of the system mall is transformed, and the burnt fruit appears. My luck is really not ordinary. If there is still a lottery opportunity, maybe I can draw the shock fruit. Kinyi cheered with excitement, really unable to calm down. Bite. The host obtains the ability to burn fruits, and it is modified by the system. Even if the host falls into the water, it can still use the ability. and will not be afraid of sea loose stones. Kinyi was still worried about cultivating ninjutsu before, but now that he has the ability to burn fruits, he doesn't need to think about those things at all, and he can immediately cast powerful flames, which are comparable to fire. Let me try my ability to burn fruit. Chiba couldn't wait to try. I saw that his right hand was raised, and a flame burst out, floating on his palm, constantly beating, changing shapes. Immediately afterwards, Kinyi's body shook, and flames quickly burst out, surrounding his body, seemingly submerging him in it, reflecting him, and looking powerful. Although Kinyi is only 4 years old now, his strength is very good, and it is not a problem to endure in battle. Just as Chiba was trying to use the ability to burn fruits, the door of the courtyard was pushed open, and a figure appeared outside the door. The person standing outside the door was not tall, just a little taller than Kinyi, and his cheeks were equally immature, obviously a child. This person is Kakashi Kiki, that is, Chiba's older brother, who has not been a long time since he became a Naka shinobi, but he has become the youngest genius of Naka shinobu. When he pushed the door open, Kakashi happened to see Chiba using flames and couldn't help but be surprised. Kinyi, have you started practicing ninjutsu? Kakashi walked in and asked. For this younger brother, Kakashi is still very concerned and doting. After all, there is only such a younger brother. Yes, I think the time is right, and I started practicing ninjutsu. Kinyi dispersed the flames in his hand and spoke, with a bright smile on his face. It's not good for him to say directly, this is the ability obtained by opening and hanging, which will only become darker and darker, and it is difficult to explain. You haven't been practicing ninjutsu for a long time, and you have achieved such an effect, and the progress is very good. Kakashi patted Chiba's shoulder and said encouragingly, brother, don't underestimate me, maybe you are not my opponent. Chiba looked at Kakashi and said slowly, revealing a bright smile. Kinyi now has the ability to burn fruits, and his heart has not completely calmed down, and he wants to try it. What is the strength? Kakashi is now a Naka shinobi, just in time to check it out. Chiba, self-confidence is a good thing, but you are proud like this is not good. You are 2 years younger than me. Just after practicing ninjutsu, I feel that you can be my opponent. It is inevitable that you look down on me too much, but I graduated from the ninja school and became a middle ninja. Kakashi looked at Chiba and said seriously. No matter where he looked at it, Kakashi thought that Chiba was bragging, and that the latter wanted to defeat him, which was impossible, at least not now. Brother, how do you know if you haven't tried? Although you are a genius, I am also a genius. Kinyi was still firm in his thoughts and did not feel that there was anything in this. Since you think so, let's have a discussion between the two brothers. Kakashi took a few steps back and spoke. Hee, that's exactly what I meant. Kinyi was not afraid at all and became faintly excited. You have to be careful, I'm not polite. Kakashi withdrew a few meters back, ready for battle. I'm not polite, let the horse come, Kinyi said solemnly. With that, Chiba's right hand waved, and a stream of flames permeated out, like a tumbling wave, wrapping him in it and confronting Kakashi. Seeing Chiba displaying such a flame, easily controlled by Chiba and guarding around his body, Kakashi was surprised. He didn't expect Chiba's ninjutsu to be so weird and unexpected. Kinyi, such a fire ninjutsu is so weird. The flame is actually controlled by you. Did you create it yourself? Kakashi looked at the rising flames and asked. Yes, this is my tailor-made fire ninjutsu for myself. Kinyi nodded and said. You are only 4 years old, you can create your own ninjutsu, it is simply amazing. If the news gets out, it will definitely make waves. When Kakashi heard this, he was immediately surprised and couldn't believe it. Being able to create his own ninjutsu at the age of 4 is no longer as simple as a genius, it is simply a demon-like existence. Brother, do we still want to compete now? Kinyi said urgently. Then I'm going on. Kakashi snorted softly. In the next instant, he took action, not directly rushing towards Kinyi, but circling around the ladder, looking for flaws, and then attacking. After Kakashi circled around Chiba twice, he found that the flames floating around Chiba were some distance away from the ladder's body, and it was not a simple matter to easily break through into the flames. Brother, if you don't come, I'm going to go. Chiba spoke, without hesitation, and immediately rushed towards Kakashi. As he rushed over, the flames also turned up, looking strange and powerful. Chiba rushed over, and then blasted out with a punch, bringing up a stream of flames and forming a fire fist, like a fierce beast, rushing towards Kakashi. The power of this punch was already not weak for Kakashi, which surprised him, and he did not expect that Chiba, who was only 4 years old, would have such strong strength. Kakashi didn't make a hard move, quickly moving his body sideways, dodging the attack. Brother, you really surprised me, you have become so strong. After Kakashi dodged the attack, he did not forget to praise Chiba. That's natural, brother, you have to be careful, otherwise you will be easily defeated by me, and you will lose face, Kinyi said. As he spoke, he did not pause, had already turned around, and attacked again, very fast, and equally powerful. Since Chiba began to cultivate, he has focused on refining his physique and cultivating physical arts, making his speed fast, not weaker than Kakashi, and with the ability to burn fruits, the attacks complement each other. Fire Fist. After several consecutive attacks, Chiba successfully locked Kakashi, and without hesitation, burst out a stream of flames, forming a huge flame fist, whistling and bombarding Kakashi, like a charging behemoth, very powerful. Seeing the huge fire fist bombarding him, Kakashi opened his eyes wide, felt great pressure, and even had a sense of crisis. He quickly withdrew backwards, and at the same time ran the chakra, his hands quickly sealed, and slapped it to the ground, entering the chakra into the ground. Tudun Tuliu Wall. As this earth ninjutsu was unleashed, the ground in front of Kakashi immediately rolled up, forming a solid wall that blocked in front of him and resisted the bombardment of the fire fist. Rumble. The fire fist bombarded the earth and stone wall, directly crushing the earth and stone wall, or attacking Kakashi. Kakashi was really surprised at this moment. He did not expect that Chiba's attack was so powerful that it would defeat his defenses. Watching the fire fist continue to attack, Kakashi did not panic, did not seem to dodge at all, and allowed the fire fist to attack and drown him in it. Seeing the fire fist drowning Kakashi, Chiba raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression awe-inspiring, knowing that things were not so easy. Kakashi would not be defeated so easily. When the fire fist rushed over, it slammed into Kakashi, immediately devouring Kakashi's. It was in this context that Kakashi's body changed and turned into a piece of wood. Seeing this scene, Chiba reacted and knew that it was a stand-in technique, and Kakashi had cast it before and transferred to another place by himself. Knowing that Kakashi performed the avatar technique, Chiba couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Kakashi was indeed a genius. Even if he was only 6 years old, his combat experience was already good. However, Kakashi's desire to defeat the current Chiba is also not a simple matter. Although Chiba is only 4 years old, he has an adult soul, a sense of battle is not bad, and he also has the ability to burn fruits. A tree stump 5 meters away from Chiba suddenly changed, and Kakashi appeared there and rushed towards Chiba at a very fast speed. In Kakashi's hands, the thunder attribute chakra burst out, flashing with thunder and emitting the sound of zizi, which seemed to be very powerful. Kakashi rushed over, immediately bursting out the thunder and lightning in his hand, and attacked towards Chiba. Kinyi turned around, still exerting the ability to burn fruits. Blazing flames burst out, and with a wave of his hand, majestic flames burst out. Yan Shang Gang. Rumble. A stream of flames rushed out, forming a wall of fire in front of Chiba, blocking Kakashi. Kakashi was about to attack Chiba's side, but he didn't expect that this flame burst out, blocking his way, and couldn't attack the past at all. In desperation, Kakashi could only stop, take 2 steps back, and converge the thunder and lightning in his hand. Tudun Split Earth Turn Palm. Kakashi's hands quickly sealed the seal, very fast, almost in the blink of an eye. The seal was completed. He drained chakra into the ground and launched a powerful attack. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, and a powerful force attacked Kinyi on the other side of the wall of fire. Kinyi was on the side of the wall of fire, saw the ground collapse, and immediately withdrew backwards, widening the distance and dodging the attack. Soon, Chiba and Kakashi were 10 meters apart, and the wall of fire also converged and confronted. These two guys, one 6 years old and one 4 years old, look really funny, but the strength should not be underestimated. Kinyi, your strength has improved rapidly. Now even I can't defeat you. If Dad knows the news, he will definitely be very happy. Kakashi looked at Chiba and spoke, revealing a bright smile. He now finally believed that what Chiba said before was not false, but true, and if Kakashi underestimated the enemy, he would have been defeated by Chiba before. Brother, do we want to continue? My blood is boiling now. Kinyi spoke, eager to try it, and became very excited. This place is not suitable. If we continue to fight, our house is estimated to be demolished, and Dad will be crazy if he comes back and sees it. Kakashi spoke, not wanting to continue fighting. There's really no way. If I fight you again next time, you will definitely not be my opponent. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and spoke, looking confident. It seems that I also have to cultivate harder, otherwise, I will be surpassed by my dear brother, which is not possible. Kakashi came over and spoke. Brother, I want to become the strongest genius, and it is only a matter of time before I surpass you. Kinyi said confidently, appearing a little ashamed. If others see a 4-year-old child saying such arrogant words, they will definitely disdain it or even laugh at it. Brother, your strength is good now, and at the age of 4, you are still a genius. It's time to go to the ninja school, and strive to become a middle ninja like me as soon as possible. Kakashi thought of this and spoke. I think the same way, although there is nothing to learn in ninja school, but if you want to become a formal ninja, you must go to a ninja school, which is really troublesome rule. Chiba complained, not really wanting to go to the ninja school. After all, although he looks like a 4-year-old child, his soul is an adult, so he doesn't want to learn from a bunch of milky little farts, which is simply humiliating. Then there is no way, you just humiliate yourself and strive to graduate in the fastest way and with the best grades. Kakashi said encouragingly. The people of their Kimo family, but all of them are perverted geniuses, and they went to the ninja school just to go through the motions. After a day of cultivation and another battle with Kakashi, Chiba was already very tired, and after eating dinner, he took a shower directly and began to sleep. Now that there is still half a month before the start of the ninja school, Kinyi will not waste this time in vain. Naturally he must seize the time to cultivate, better master the ability to burn fruits, and improve his strength. Because of the ability to burn fruits, the courtyard of the residence is no longer suitable for Kinyi cultivation, and it is necessary to go to a vast place, otherwise it will cause great damage, and it is not a problem to destroy the house. Chiba left the house alone and followed the pedestrian street towards the woods on the outskirts of the village. For him, the vast area was the best place to cultivate. Yo, isn't this the little Kinyi of the Kimu family? Little Kinyi, where are you going? Little Kinyi, hasn't your father returned from his mission yet? Seeing Chiba walking on the street, many villagers opened their mouths to greet one after another. Because a strong man like Kiki Sakumo is respected as Konoha White Fang, the Kimu family is very famous and very popular with the village name. Hello uncles and aunts, I'm going to cultivate. My old man is still on a mission, and he hasn't come back yet, but it's fast. In the face of the greetings of many villagers, Chiba's attitude was very good, and they all responded one by one. Half an hour later, Chiba appeared on a spacious meadow, with lush woods not far away. Between heaven and earth, Kinyi looked very small and thin, but on his body, there were flames coming out, rushing directly towards the sky, making him instantly tall. Kinyi cultivated on the grass, constantly evolving different attacks to burn the fruit, and became proficient in various techniques. At the beginning, he was not in a hurry, and began to evolve various attack moves of the burning fruit. Yan Shangang, Yang Yan, Fire Fist, Musket, Yan Ring and Pillar of Fire were displayed one after another. Above the grass, the flames are constantly churning, roaring, and changing shapes. If there were onlookers here, they would be shocked to see this endless stream of flame attacks. And it would be even more shocking to learn that it was performed by a 4-year-old. Fire Fist. Kinyi took a deep breath, and then blasted out with his fist, bursting out powerful flames, forming a huge fire fist, and blasted towards the cliff not far away. Rumble. With the bombardment of the huge flame fist, the rock wall collapsed, and a large pit was smashed, and the earth and rock continued to fall and roar. This punch blasted out, but consuming most of Chiba's chakra, made him tired, panting, and sweat flowed out. Although Kinyi now controls the ability to burn fruits, the amount of chakra is not much, and it is difficult to support me to fight continuously. After all, it is still too small. Kinyi did not settle, lying directly on the sore and burned black ground, panting and resting. His face was covered with sweat, but he showed a satisfied smile. After most of the day of cultivation, I finally mastered several abilities of burning fruits, and with my current strength, I can at least compete with Zongnan. Chiba muttered, in a good mood. Suddenly becoming stronger, he is full of expectations for the future, and feels that he definitely has the strength to dominate in the future. Now is just the beginning, he will reach the peak of strength in the future, and even dominate this ninja world. This is his ambition. Help, you bad guys, let me go. Just as the time was approaching the evening, Chiba rested for more than an hour, his physical strength was almost restored, and he was about to go home, when he heard a voice calling for help, which came from the woods not far away. From this voice, it can be judged that the person who called for help is a woman. It is estimated that the age will not be very large, and the voice is still very immature. What happened? Did someone kidnap the girl in the village? After hearing the voice calling for help, Kinyi became curious. If this kind of thing really happens, Kinyi will naturally not stand idly by, but he has a warm blood and a very good heart. After groaning slightly, Kinyi did not hesitate, and immediately took action, rushing towards the woods where the voice of calling for help came. In less than 2 minutes, Chiba entered the lush woods. The trees in the woods were very thick and strong, and there were many grasses and vines, blocking the way, and it would be impossible to move quickly here and chase those who had taken the girls. Since he could cultivate, Kinyi had tempered his body and exercised his physical skills, so that he could still maintain high-speed movement in this environment. 1 minute after entering the woods, Kinyi determined the location of those people and chased them at full speed, constantly closing the distance between the two. Little girl, don't shout, this is some distance from Konoha village, even if you shout and break your throat, no one will come to save you. A rough voice came, with a smug sneer. Hee hee, our harvest this time is really good, catching such a water spirit girl, we must be able to buy a good price. It's a pity it's too small, otherwise, we have a few brothers, we can play by ourselves first, and then sell it. Mistress, can you be serious about this in your head? Kinyi kept chasing the past, hearing the conversation of these people, he could learn a lot of information, and at the same time anger churned in his heart. According to his judgment, these kidnappers of the little girl were human traffickers. There were 4 people in total. The speed of the rush was not fast, and it seemed that the strength was not very strong. The little girl who was abducted still kept calling for help, with a crying voice, probably the reason for the long cry. Her voice was already hoarse and she had no strength. When Kinyi heard this hoarse and weak cry for help, he felt a pity in his heart, and hated these 4 traffickers even more. Hey, the four people in front, you give me a stop. Kinyi increased his speed, like a bullet, and rushed over. After several times of acceleration, Kinyi finally caught up with the four human traffickers, less than 15 meters apart. Unexpectedly, they were chased up, and the four traffickers were inevitably a little nervous in their hearts. After all, this is the scope of Konoha village. If they alarm the powerful ninjas, they will be finished. When they heard the clanging sound, they almost instinctively turned their heads and glanced behind them, and found that it was a child, and they couldn't help but be surprised, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. They are human traffickers, and they originally wanted to go where to kidnap children and sell them, but now it is good, and someone actually took the initiative to deliver them to the door, and they were naturally happy to see it and completely relaxed. The four traffickers stopped, no longer hurrying, stopped one after another, turned around, and looked at the 1,000 leaves standing 10 meters away, on a tree trunk, revealing a playful expression. Hee hee, a little furry boy, it's a bit of guts to dare to stop us. A man with a long knife pinned to his waist, a rough beard, and a hideous face like a centipede scar, his gaze fell on Kinyi, and he said with disdain, "Where are we going to find the child who has been left alone, and you send it yourself, then don't blame us." A man with a relatively tall figure, a thin face, and a gloomy look said conspiratorially, "Don't you like heroes saving beauty? Then leave with us and let you have a companion with this little girl." The burly man holding the little girl in one hand said roughly, with a sneer. Seeing that these four human traffickers looked down on themselves so much, Kinyi was not angry and did not think so. Anyway, these four people will be dead people later. Well, if you have the patience to take me away, I'll leave with you. Kinyi showed a smile. Although his face was immature, his expression was calm, he looked very confident, and he did not panic at all. Yo, the person is not big, but the tone is not small. The man who had not spoken before said playfully, shaking the long knife in his hand that flashed with cold light. Don't waste time, let's go together, or you won't even have a chance. Kinyi said coldly, his eyes becoming cold. Little ghost, you forgot to take medicine, you are still dreaming, actually let us go together, I can clean you up alone. The emaciated man spoke, not even looking at Kinyi. Second brother, you don't have to make a move, just let me come. If such a little devil can't deal with it, then I don't have to mess around. The man with the long knife, the fourth of the four, spoke. Saying that, he walked forward, waved his long knife casually, and walked towards Kinyi, looking like he was sure of Kinyi. The little girl who was held by the burly man and restrained her body, after seeing Kinyi appear, immediately stopped shouting, looked at Kinyi with her eyes, and was no longer so afraid. In her heart, she really hoped that Kinyi could successfully rescue her and let her get rid of these traffickers and return to the village. Since you want this, then I'm not polite and wipe out this guy first, Kinyi said coldly. In the next moment, he exerted force under his feet, and the whole person was like a bullet, rushing to the old fourth who was holding a long knife at great speed, very fast, just blinking time, he came to the other party. Divine fire, no fire. A crisp cold voice came out of Kinyi's mouth, and his hands stretched out, slashing forward from behind, and flames burst out. As he swiped his hands, he dragged the flames, forming a flame spear, and attacked the traffickers who were holding long knives in front of him and were about to slash over. The trafficker who was called the fourth old man originally had full confidence that he could easily defeat Kinyi, but he did not expect that a few years old little ghost would be so strong and unexpected. Seeing two flame spears attacking, old fourth even felt uneasy, knew that something was wrong, and wanted to withdraw backwards. However, now he wanted to retreat and dodge the attack, but it was too late. Two flame spears attacked, and in the blink of an eye, they approached him, pierced his body, shook him out, and crashed into trees a few meters away. Rumble! The flame spear pierced the trafficker's body, and with his body, through the trees, it gradually dissipated. And this trafficker suffered such an attack, did not even have a chance to scream, directly killed, and fell to the ground. When the other three traffickers saw this situation, they couldn't help but open their eyes and show shocked expressions, which was difficult to accept. Fourth, the boss with a scar on his face rushed towards the fourth who fell to the ground, and seeing that the latter had lost his breath, he couldn't help but cry out sadly. They could be regarded as having seen Kinyi's strength, and knew that they had completely underestimated him before, and paid the price for this, allowing the fourth to die tragically. You killed old fourth, I must kill you and avenge old fourth. The thin second elder looked at Kinyi angrily, his eyes seemed to be about to breathe fire, and he roared. I said, if you go together, there will be a little chance, you have to look down on me, come one by one, now you know it's wrong. Kinyi stood a few meters away and said playfully, disagreeing. His height is only a little over a meter, compared to the three human traffickers, he is simply small, and it seems that he can't withstand a punch at all. However, if you are deceived by his appearance and underestimate him, it will be a heavy price. Can't underestimate this little ghost, let's go up together and solve him directly. The human trafficker boss came over and spoke, his gaze fell on Kinyi, flashing with cold light, with killing intent. The burly third put down the little girl who was restrained, and also walked over, removed a broad-mouthed axe on his back, and prepared for battle. If you have any strength, just show it, don't be polite, otherwise there will be no chance. Kinyi said coldly, still looking calm and calm, without the slightest nervousness. However, around his body, flames gradually emerged, surging slightly, like many elves dancing, and their posture looked strange, with an inexplicable deterrent. Seeing the flames that appeared on Kinyi's body, the three traffickers were awe-inspiring, a little jealous, did not expect that a small child actually had such a means. Let's get on. The boss drank up, took the lead, rushed out, swung his long knife, and slashed at Kinyi's face. The second and third elders also took action, attacking Kinyi from different directions, surrounding him, preventing him from dodging, intending to solve Kinyi at once. Seeing the three human traffickers attacking, Kinyi was not afraid at all, but still stood there, his eyes became cold. In the next instant, Kinyi's body shook, and the flames surrounding his body immediately erupted, like a violent ocean tide, sweeping towards the surroundings. Rumble! The blazing flames rushed towards the three traffickers around them like beasts, drowning them in it. These flames are manipulated by Chiba, like the tentacles of an octopus, and grab the three human traffickers so that they cannot approach them. The three human traffickers originally wanted to attack Kinyi, but now they couldn't even get close to his body, and they couldn't help but be shocked and inexplicable. You guys are too weak to see, don't waste my time, or I'll send you on your way. Kinyi restrained the three traffickers and said playfully. He really doesn't look like a child like this, like a killing god who came out of hell, and human life is nothing in his hands. Kinyi knows that living in this world, indecisive and too benevolent, is not a good thing at all, but will become a burden. He is more advocating decisiveness in killing, cold-blooded and ruthless. Kinyi's hands were raised, and his hands quickly waved, mobilizing the flames around his body, condensing into three flame spears, breaking through the air, and attacking the three human traffickers respectively. Don't, please spare our lives. When the traffickers saw such a situation, they immediately became terrified, did not have the arrogant appearance before, and immediately opened their mouths to beg for mercy, hoping to save their lives. When faced with death, they are really afraid, and they can give up everything without even their dignity. You don't have a chance. Kinyi said indifferently, not soft-hearted. The three flame spears still attacked, and they were very powerful. Three voices rang out, the bodies of the three traffickers were pierced, and blood splattered out. Kinyi converged the flames, and then the three people fell to the ground, coughing up blood in their mouths. It was no longer possible to stand up, they could only die slowly and wait for death to come. Kinyi glanced at the three people obliquely, without the slightest pity, his expression was still calm, and he walked towards the little girl who was tied. The little girl witnessed with her own eyes that Kinyi set out to kill 4 human traffickers, and it was easy, and that kind of look was very cold, which made her uneasy and panic. Seeing Kinyi walking towards her, the little girl was worried in her heart, her body trembled slightly, but there was nothing she could do. You don't have to be afraid of me, I'm here to save you, I won't hurt you. Seeing the fear in the little girl's eyes, Kinyi said calmly, and showed a warm smile. Seeing Kinyi's smile, the little girl felt very kind, and the fear in her heart dissipated, no longer afraid, and nodded gently. Chiba walked over, crouched beside the little girl, and untied the rope that bound her. My name is Kimu Chiba, what's your name? Kinyi asked while untying the rope. My name is Matere Red Bean, are you the genius of the Kimu family? After Matere Red Bean was freed, he sat down in front of Chiba and said softly. Hearing the little girl say the name, Kinyi was slightly stunned, and he didn't expect that the blushing loli in front of him turned out to be Mitarashi Red Beans, which really surprised him. He didn't expect that the first encounter with Matere Red Beans would happen, which may be an arrangement of fate. There are 2 geniuses in our Kiki family, one is my brother Kakashi, and the other is me Chiba. Chiba said proudly, showing a childlike smile, which made Matere Red Beans feel closer. Kinyi, thank you for saving me, you are really powerful, so strong at such a young age, easily solved those human traffickers. Honda thought of this matter and solemnly thanked Chiba. If Kinyi hadn't appeared in time, the Red Beans would have been in trouble, and I don't know where they would be trafficked. I'm a genius, naturally very strong, my brother has become a Zhongren, my strength is nothing, Kinyi said sarcastically. I will also work hard to cultivate in the future and strive to become a ninja. Honda spoke, his eyes were serious. How did you get caught by human traffickers? Their strength is at most to endure, and they don't dare to enter the village and kidnap children, right? Kinyi asked. I was going to play in the suburbs with my friends, but I was arrested later. Honda whispered, remembering the experience of this matter, there was some fear in his heart. In the future, you should pay more attention and learn to protect yourself. Kinyi spoke, I'll send you back. Honda nodded, let Kinyi take his little hand, walked out of the woods, and walked towards the village. The host kills the first kill, completes a Dark Line mission, earns 500 points, and has the skill Navy 6 shaving. As Chiba and Red Bean walked out of the woods, the voice of the system June sounded, reminding Chiba to collect the reward. The first time you kill someone, and this additional reward, the system is still very reasonable. Kinyi sighed in his heart. He could clearly sense that there seemed to be an inexplicable force entering his body, making his body stronger, and information about shaving appeared in his mind. As long as he has time and a little practice, he can master this skill and reach the level of proficiency. Shaving, stepping on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, 0.36 seconds, using the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move, invisible to the naked eye. After mastering such a skill, Kinyi has a greater chance of dodging in the face of some extremely fast attacks, and if he launches a sneak attack, the success rate will increase a lot. In general, it is very good that Chiba acquires such skills. By the time Chiba brought Ajaki back to the village, someone in the village already knew the news of Ajaki-do's disappearance, and sent a squad of ninjas to look everywhere for her whereabouts. However, when the ninja squad rushed out, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Kinyi holding the little hand of the red bean back. "Hongdu, it's good that you're okay, everyone is worried about you." Seeing the red bean appear, a middle ninja rushed over and spoke. "Thanks to Chiba for saving me, otherwise I would have been kidnapped by human traffickers." Hongdu turned his head to look at Kinyi beside him and spoke, his eyes changed, revealing admiration. "You are the Kim of family's Kinyi, only 4 years old, you can defeat human traffickers. It seems that the Kim of family has produced another genius." Nakanin looked at Kinyi and sighed. "That's natural, I'm a genius," Kinyi said proudly, not modest at all. "Since you came to find red beans, I will leave it to you," Chiba added. "Kinyi, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will ask you to cultivate and let you teach me ninjutsu." Red Bean walked to Naka Shinobu and said to Chiba with a smile. After this incident, Red Bean obviously has a good impression of Chiba and is grateful. "Okay." Kinyi did not refuse, nodded and agreed. No matter what, the other party is also a cute little loli, how can it make her sad? After Hongdu was escorted home, Chiba continued to walk towards the inside of the village. A moment later, he passed by the famous Ichiraku Ramen in Kanaha village and immediately heard the sound of his stomach growling. "It seems that this is asking me to go to Ichiraku Ramen for dinner." Kinyi touched his stomach and spoke. Without hesitation, he walked towards Ichiraku Ramen. After entering the noodle restaurant, the boss behind the counter almost did not notice Chiba. After all, he was still small. Chiba climbed a stool more than a meter high and appeared in front of the counter before appearing in front of the noodle shop owner. "Welcome, what do you want to eat?" "Looks ordinary, a little fat, and has a little fat on his face," Ichiraku said enthusiastically. Ichiraku has a good temper and will welcome any kind of guests, which is why Ichiraku Ramen has a good business. Next to Ichiraku, a little girl who looked about 3 years old was playing, with 2 small ponytails. Her face was red and fluttering, and she looked cute. Come to think of it, this is Ichiraku's daughter, Calamus. "Bring me a large bowl of char siu ramen, I'm going to add meat, thank you." Kinyi glanced at the menu and spoke. "Okay, you wait, say that, Ichiraku will make ramen." In less than 5 minutes, a bowl of hot Ichiraku ramen was ready, brought to Chiba, and burst into a burst of aroma. "I haven't eaten it yet, it smells so good, it must be delicious." Kinyi looked at the ramen that sold well, moved his index finger, and said. Saying that, Kinyi did not hesitate, ate happily, and enjoyed his dinner. I have to say that Ichiraku ramen is so delicious, Chiba couldn't help but praise it when he ate it in the first bite and gave Ichiraku a thumbs up. No wonder in the original book, Naruto always likes to eat Ichiraku ramen, and it is not unreasonable to eat several bowls until his stomach can't fit it. If it weren't for the fact that Chiba was only 4 years old, his stomach really couldn't hold too much, otherwise, he wouldn't have eaten only 1 bowl, at least 2 more bowls. In less than 10 minutes, Chiba drained a large bowl of ramen, straightened his stomach, and left the noodle restaurant. The next thing he did was and went straight home along the road, and the day was basically over. After returning home, Chiba talked to Kakashi about cultivation again. For this younger brother, Kakashi is beloved, and if Chiba needs help, he will not hesitate to help Chiba as much as he can and instruct him to practice ninjutsu. Although Chiba has the ability to burn fruits, he has not practiced ninjutsu, and he still has to ask Kakashi about ninjutsu. After all, the latter has some experience. This night, Chiba mainly asked Kakashi about the cultivation experience of the shadow doppelganger art and the avatar technique. Although this process is relatively boring, Kinyi does not complain at all, does not have the slightest impatience, and the perseverance shown is not comparable to that of children. Seeing Chiba so serious and without a word of complaint, even Kakashi would be surprised and proud of his younger brother. "Okay, it's not early, it's almost time to talk, you have time to practice later." Kakashi sat up from the carpet in the hall, stretched his muscles, and spoke. However, practicing ninjutsu is not an easy task, you have to be patient and not give up because you fail. "Brother, I know this kind of thing, why have you become so wordy, like an old woman?" Kinyi muttered. He was patient, but when he heard Kakashi nagging like this, he became impatient. "Okay, I'm not verbose." Kakashi waved his hand and left the hall. Chiba didn't linger either, went to wash the zao, and then went to sleep. The next morning, when the gentle sunlight fell into the room, Chiba got up and began to wash, ready for new cultivation. "Obviously I can eat by my face, but I have to work so hard." Alas, Kinyi looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but sigh. Although he is only 4 years old, has gray hair, and his cheeks are childish, it does not hinder his handsomeness. If his hair is shawl, he looks like a beautiful embryo. If you put it in modern society, with such a face, when you become an adult, I don't know how many girls to charm and how many women will be crazy for him. After sighing, Kinyi still put on a sportswear with a purple edge on a blue background. Chiba and Kakashi simply ate a little breakfast, then left the house and went to cultivate separately, and they had a tacit understanding with each other and did not ask too much. Kinyi came to the place where he practiced yesterday, preparing to practice the avatar technique and the shadow doppelganger technique. The avatar technique is easier to cultivate than the shadow doppelganger technique, so Kinyi intends to cultivate the avatar technique first. Chiba stood on the grass with a stake beside him, running chakra, and his hands were sealed according to the seal of the avatar. Avatar. As the seal was completed, Kinyi gently smacked up and clasped his hands together. It's just that the stake beside him has not changed at all, it is still a simple wooden stake. Failed on the first attempt, Kinyi was not annoyed, feeling that this was a normal thing. If you want to succeed in ninjutsu after only one attempt, those few things are impossible, even if they are peerless geniuses. Kinyi adjusted, continued to try, and then faced a series of failures. Avatar. Boom. After this scream, the stake beside Kinyi finally changed and became an identical stand-in to him, but his eyes were more dull, and he couldn't make any movements, just a pure stand-in. If the avatar is attacked, it will immediately collapse and return to the original stake. Phew, tried 30 times, finally succeeded. Kinyi reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke, with a satisfied smile on his face. After only 30 attempts, he was able to successfully create a substitute, which was very fast, and even Kakashi, who was a genius, might not be able to successfully cultivate the substitute technique in such a short time. After successfully creating a substitute, Kinyi was not in a hurry to cultivate the shadow doppelganger art, but sat down on the spot, ate some of the food he brought, replenished his physical strength, and restored the consumed chakra. After resting for an hour, Kinyi continued to cultivate and began to try the shadow doppelganger technique. The difficulty of cultivating the shadow doppelganger technique was much greater than that of the avatar technique, so he was ready to fail dozens more times. The art of shadow avatars is to allocate the chakra of the body to form a doppelganger that is no different from the Buddha figure, and the chakra is similar, which is used to help the Buddha figure fight, or instead of performing some more difficult and high-risk tasks. In the original work, Naruto, with his own unique advantages, has a large number of chakras, can cultivate the art of multiple shadow avatars, unfold the tactics of the human sea, and help himself cultivate at the same time. Although this technique is not an attack ninjutsu, it has a great effect in many places. As long as Kinyi can successfully cultivate the art of shadow avatars, he can be a little lazy in the future for the honing of combat skills, and he can create shadow avatars to complete. A new round of cultivation began. Kinyi stood on the grass, against the scorching sun, running the chakra in his body, and his hands constantly sealed according to the seal of the shadow avatar technique. In the following time, without suspense, Kinyi faced dozens of failures. After the failure, Kinyi did not hang his head and did not give up because of this, but thought silently and summarized the reasons for the previous failure. With each failure, Chiba is able to identify the shortcomings, understand the reasons for the failure, and make improvements. Boom! When he tried for the 50th time, Kinyi finally succeeded in performing the shadow doppelganger technique, but after the shadow doppelganger appeared, he lay down on his side weakly, without the slightest strength, let alone combat effectiveness. Obviously, although he can condense the shadow doppelganger, there is still a big gap to achieve a perfect state. Although this technique has not yet been perfected, it is also progress. Kinyi looked at the shadow doppelganger lying on the ground, and did not mean to be annoyed, but instead showed a confident smile. He took a short break, then did not hesitate, continued to cultivate the shadow doppelganger technique, and constantly perfected this technique. After trying another 10 times, Kinyi was finally able to successfully activate the shadow doppelganger technique, and his appearance was exactly the same as that of the Buddha figure, and even the momentum he exuded could not be distinguished. If you look at it this way alone, there is no difference between Kinyi and the shadow doppelganger. Haha, it only took 2 hours to successfully cultivate the shadow doppelganger technique, faster than Kakashi, definitely Konoha's first day. Kinyi said excitedly, feeling very happy. Having mastered the avatar technique and the shadow doppelganger technique, although Kinyi felt a little tired, he was not in a hurry to return home, but continued to hone his abilities while there was still a little time. It's time to exercise your ability to burn fruit. Kinyi stood up and slowly spoke. As he spoke, flames had spread out from his body, surrounded his body, and submerged him in it, looking strange, like countless flame spirits beating. Kinyi was not in a hurry to attack, but let his body slowly change, evolve into flames, and carry out elementalization. The burnt fruit is a natural devil fruit that allows users to elementalize. Moreover, once the user is elementalized, he is largely immune to physical damage, and there is no way to even harm him. Seeing his elementalized body and seeing himself and the flame fused together, Kinyi's mood became excited again, and it was difficult to calm down. As long as the body can be elementalized, Kinyi's combat power is not comparable to the other party, but it can also be immune to physical damage, so as to escape, and even consume the other party, which is a very heaven-defying ability. Of course, he will not become invincible because he can be immune to physical damage, and if the opponent's strength is really higher than him, he can find a way to restrain him. If you want to walk horizontally and dominate the life and death of others in this world of fire and shadow where the strong are like clouds, then you can only continue to become a peerless powerhouse, and all other means are floating clouds. I can elementalize such an ability, and I must not easily leak it, otherwise, Pifu is not guilty, maybe it will cause me a lot of trouble, and it is possible to be caught and sliced for research, Kinyi muttered. After all, being able to elementalize immunity to ordinary physical damage is an extremely heaven-defying means for others, and everyone wants to obtain it. And the Hokage world does not have natural fruits, which cannot meet the needs of others, and will naturally focus on Chiba. Kinyi has been cultivating on the grass, exercising the ability to burn fruits, and even developing different attack methods by himself. It wasn't until late afternoon that Kinyi stopped practicing and returned home. Before going home, he went to Ichiraku Ramen to eat a large bowl of ramen as he did yesterday, and then went home with a full stomach. Kinyi, you can be counted as coming back, Dad has returned from a mission. Chiba had just walked into the courtyard of his house when he heard Kakashi's happy voice. Dad is back. Kinyi was slightly stunned, and then reacted, and his mood was also very excited. Hurry up, Dad is waiting for you in the hall, he said to test your recent cultivation results. Kakashi walked over, directly took Chiba's hand, and walked towards the hall. When Chiba came to the hall, he saw a middle-aged man with light blonde hair, a forehead protector on his forehead, a light cyan ninja suit, a somewhat old face, and a kind look, sitting upright in the hall. This person is Kakashi and Chiba's father, known as Konoha White Fang Kikishuo. Seeing Kinyi appear, Kimisakumo's usually cold face showed a fatherly smile, and his expression was a little excited. Most of his time he spends his time walking around the ninja world, performing various extremely difficult tasks, and rarely has time to accompany his two sons. Especially after Chiba was born, his tasks became even busier, and being able to go home and be with his two children was a luxury. Dad, you really went out on a mission for a long time this time, and you actually came back in 2 months. Kinyi walked over and said complainingly. This is also a matter of no way, the task is not completed, it is inconvenient to go home. Shuumao spoke, not as serious as usual, completely relaxed and enjoying this short good time. After a while, you two have grown a lot taller. Zhou Yun looked at the two sons and sighed. It is rare for the three of them to get together once in a rare time, so naturally they should get along well, talk about family routines, and cultivation matters. Although Kimushuumao has the title of Konoha White Fang, in the eyes of others, it is like a god-killing existence, and he does not dare to approach. However, in front of Kakashi and Chiba, he is a loving father, and he is very talkative with Kakashi and Chiba, and there is no barrier. Dad, I plan to go to a ninja school to study, and then graduate early and become a ninja like my brother. Chiba spoke his mind. You're just over 4 years old, and you're going to go to school. Hearing Kinyi say this, Shuumao was a little surprised, and couldn't help but look at his son twice. Don't underestimate me, my strength is good now, even my brother can't beat me, Kinyi said proudly. Kakashi, is there really such a thing, even you can't defeat Chiba? Surprised in his heart, Sakumo turned to look at Kakashi and asked the latter. Kinyi's strength has indeed improved a lot, and he has already figured out a fire ninjutsu that is suitable for him, and if I don't work hard, it will be difficult to defeat him. Kakashi did not hide it and told the truth about the situation. Hearing this, Kimushuumao was shocked. He did not expect that Chiba's talent was so enchanting, no worse than Kakashi, or even more prominent. It is so rare for a child to figure out ninjutsu on his own as a child who is just 4 years old, and even if you look at the entire history of Konoha's development, no one can study ninjutsu that suits them at the age of 4. Very good, worthy of being my Ziyun son, he has such strength at a young age, and when you grow up in the future, we will be a master of 3 masters. Kimushuumao was in a good mood and laughed. Today, his 2 sons have shown this amazing talent and strength at a young age, and when they grow up, they will surely become the mainstay of the village, become respected ninjas, and make more contributions to the village. Hearing Kimushuumao say what happened in the future, Kinyi suddenly remembered something. That's when Kimushuumao was out on a mission. In order to rescue his partner in danger, he gave up completing the mission, causing the village to suffer losses. Because of this incident, Shuumao was condemned by the villagers, and even the partners who were rescued by him could not tolerate his behavior, criticized and condemned him, and finally caused Kimushuumao to think about it and committed suicide. If things go on like this, Kakashi and Chiba are not yet adults, Kikishuumao will commit suicide, and there will be no grandeur of Sanja at all. If this kind of thing really happens in the future, I must try my best to stop my father and not let him do stupid things. Kinyi muttered in his heart and made a decision. There are 10 days before the ninja school starts, but I will go out on a mission in a few days, and I can't personally send you to the ninja school. Kim Shuumao sighed and said, revealing a trace of helplessness. In his heart, he wanted to personally send Chiba to the ninja school on the first day, but with a task ahead, he would leave the village at that time, and he couldn't do this little thing well. Dad, you don't have to care about this little thing, I can go to the ninja school alone, my current strength is not weak, going to the ninja school is just a passing scene, and soon like my brother, I will graduate with excellent grades. Kinyi spoke, appearing very casual. After all, he has an adult soul, but he will not be like other children, even if he goes to school, he has to cry and ask his parents to accompany him. Dad, you can rest assured, I will accompany Chiba to the ninja school when the time comes. Kakashi spoke, although he was also a child, he was mature enough to be on his own. Brother, don't mix it up, don't you just go to school to register for school. I can do this kind of little thing, you don't have to worry about me. Kinyi waved his hand and said, asking Kakashi to take him to the ninja school to go through the admission procedures. Chiba always thought that such a picture would be very strange. After all, a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old child, what's going on, it's better to go yourself. Fortunately, the men of our Kimu family, no matter what, should be alone. Kikishuo Shigeru did not interfere with Chiba's decision. This night, Kimu Shuumao's father and son talked a lot, and it was not until late at night that they went to sleep separately. In the next 8 days, in addition to cultivating during the day, Chiba would also take some time to prepare admission materials for the start of school and discuss ninjutsu with Kiki Shuumao at night. Kikishuo Shigeru is known as the White Fang of Konoha. Not only is he strong, but he has a lot of combat experience, and it is definitely a very lucky thing to be able to get his guidance. For his son's requirements, seeing that his son is so studious, Kiki Shuumao naturally will not be stingy, and share many cultivation methods, as well as combat experience, with Chiba and Kakashi. With the guidance of Kimu Shuumao, although Chiba's combat effectiveness has not improved significantly, he has a lot of combat experience, and his mastery of combat skills is more flexible. In general, with Kinyi's current strength, even if he is against a senior Zongnin, he will not be easily defeated, and he can deal with the other party, and even has a certain chance to defeat the other party. 10 days passed, and finally the day of the opening of the ninja school came. In Konoha village, many children of the right age are looking forward to this day and can go to the ninja school to register. However, Chiba was not very interested in enrolling in school, and did not have much interest. Thinking that in the future, he would have to study with a group of little fart children, Kinyi had a feeling of crying and laughing, and even wanted to escape. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Chiba took the prepared materials, left the house, and rushed towards the ninja school. Kakashi was going to send Chiba to school, but the latter sternly refused, so he went to school alone. The ninja school is built in the middle of Konoha village, not far from Naruto's office, and it doesn't take much time to start from the Kiki family, just turn 2 streets and walk straight to the ninja school. Ninja schools, covering a vast area, one building after another, showing different rules distribution, some are teaching buildings, some are cultivation places, with different roles. When you get closer, you can see that on the gate of the beautiful scale, there are 6 big characters carved, Konoha Ninja School. The ninja school was created by the 2nd generation of Hokage, and in order to ensure the stability and efficiency of combat and education during the war, this ninja school was specially established to provide a place for children of all ages to learn and practice, and lay a solid foundation for children. When Chiba came to the ninja school, he saw that there were already many parents and children here, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing all kinds of gossip, and the scene looked lively. Chiba was not interested in those gossip things, but just wanted to complete the admission procedures quickly and leave this noisier place than the vegetable market. Today is just to go through the admission procedures, there is no need to go to class, and you will not start classes until tomorrow, so as long as you complete the enrollment procedures, you can leave. Isn't this the little Kinyi of the Kimu family? Are you coming to the ninja school to complete the admission formalities? Seeing the 4-year-old Chiba appear in the ninja school, some ninjas asked, looking curious. Because Kiki Sakumo is really famous in Konoha and has a high reputation, his 2 sons are very popular in Konoha, and many people know Kakashi and Chiba. Chiba, shouldn't you be like your brother and plan to come to the ninja school at such a young age? Someone asked, looking surprised. The Kiki family produced a genius Kakashi. It was already very shocking. If another demon Chiba came, it would simply make the other children in the village have no chance to come out, and a generation would live under the genius of these 2 brothers. Thinking of this situation, many parents are a little unhappy in their hearts, but there is no way. Well, I plan to come to the ninja school to study, like my brother, and strive to graduate as soon as possible and become a ninja. Kinyi did not hide it and responded calmly. Rumble. As soon as these words came out, many parents gathered here immediately shook and let out a sigh, and they were excited and unable to calm down. It seems that the Kimu family is going to produce 2 geniuses. Someone spoke. Kimu Shuumao is already very powerful, and his 2 sons are geniuses, and in a few years, it will really be a masterpiece. Some people can't help but get even more excited when they think of this situation. Maybe in this generation, the Kim family can develop into a famous family. Some people voiced this speculation. Many ninjas gathered here were inexplicably excited, and made some comments, speculating about what would happen in the future. With the prestige of Kikishuo Shigeru in Konoha, he is respected and loved by countless villagers, and if the third generation of Hokage abdicates the throne, he may not have the opportunity to become the fourth generation of Hokage. According to the development of the original book, if Kikishuo had not experienced that mission and had not committed suicide in the end, then it was not impossible to fight to sit in the position of Hokage. Hearing the comments of these ninjas that they were okay, guessing what might happen in the future, Chiba didn't think so, didn't bother to pay attention to them, took his own documents, and went to go through the admission procedures. In fact, going to the ninja school to go through the admission procedures is a simple matter. Submit your own information to the ninja at the registration office, and register the information, just spend a little time. Half an hour later, Chiba completed the enrollment formalities and walked towards the playground to participate in Hokage's speech before the start of school, and carried out a bloody brainwashing process, which is called understanding the will of fire. According to the Konoha Chronicle, coming to the ninja school this year is the most likely to appear, and the more famous ninjas in the back are estimated to be Uchiha Obito, Sunset Red, Ibiki, Sarutobi Asuma, Matkai and others. Although these people are a little older than Kakashi, they are late in school, and they are not very famous geniuses, so they will wait until they are 6 or 7 years old. Entering a ninja school at the age of 6 or 7 is a relatively normal age in Konoha, and as for demon geniuses like Kakashi and Chiba, after all, they are only a few and cannot be compared. It seems that the little fart who goes to school with me is not such a genius. It seems that in the ninja school, I will be alone and defeated. When Kinyi walked to the playground, he looked at these little fart children who followed his parents, muttered in his heart, and sighed slightly. When the parents and children who came to the ninja school gathered in the playground, on the high platform in front of the playground, 4 ninjas wearing ninja suits appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing the ninja on the high platform appear, everyone who was originally noisy and talking immediately quieted down, raised their heads one after another, and looked at the 4 people on the high platform. The 4 ninjas who appeared on the high platform were none other than the 3 generations of Hokage and the 3 shinobi of Konoha. In middle age, the 3rd generation of the Hokage, who has not yet appeared, the old lady, Sarutobi Hinata, wearing a red ninja suit, a white coat, and a cape hat, stands at the front, condescendingly, overlooking the many children in the playground. In front of his eyes, these children standing on the playground are the future of the village, the hope of the village, and need to be taken seriously. Konoha Sanshin stood behind the 3 generations of Hokage, his expression calm, no expression on his face, and no need to speak. Sarutobi took a step forward, and then said in a loud voice, "Students, welcome to the ninja school. You are the future and hope of the village. You should cherish your time in school, strive to learn more skills, and protect the village and your family in the future." His voice spread out, echoing throughout the ninja school, difficult to calm down, making people infected and their blood boiling. Next, all of them were the passionate speeches of Ape Flying Sun, drawing a beautiful blueprint for the future for many children in the playground, and making these children work harder. Naruto's original book, simply put, is a passionate and sunny history of struggle, making people look forward to the future with beautiful dreams. However, if it really has to be shown in front of you, it is also full of countless darkness and countless bloody things, otherwise the Uchiha clan will not be exterminated. Therefore, the words that the 3 generations of Hokage said were inspiring and could be used as chicken soup for the soul, and Chiba did not listen to them at all, and dismissed them. Listening to the speech of Ape Flying Sun talking and pouring chicken soup on countless children, Kinyi really did not catch a cold, and even became impatient, and his ears were about to cocoon. Fortunately, this magma did not last long, otherwise, Kinyi would really not be able to stand it. After the magma is over, it is the turn of the students to divide the class. The 3rd generation of Hokage still has things to deal with, so the matter of the division session is not presided over by him, but the teacher in the school. Today is still 5 changes. If you feel good, please support more. Your support is the greatest motivation. Chiba stood on the playground and listened to the host teacher announce the list of classes, although he pronounced many names, but many of them he had not heard. Next are the students of the 6th class, namely Sunset Red, Uchiha Obito, Metkai, Sarutobi Asuma, Ibiki, Hinata Shoki, Kiki Chiba. Listening to a flurry of names, Kinyi finally heard his name and showed a smile. After all, I was not assigned to those classes full of mediocrity. At least these little fart children are the mainstay of Konoha's future. Kinyi muttered in his heart. Hearing the name Hinata Yaoi, Chiba was inevitably a little curious. After all, the Hyuga family is known as one of the strongest families in Konoha village, and the blood succession of the family is wide-eyed, but it is one of the 3 major pupil techniques, and the strength is very strong, and the strength of the clan is naturally not weak. He wondered in his heart what this Hinata Yaoi was capable of. As for the current Uchiha with soil, Kinyi is not in his eyes. Now Uchiha Obito is just a rookie, with extremely poor qualifications and weak comprehension, which is simply not enough to see. If he can get the reuse of Uchiha in the future, he can completely change and throw off the title of Crane Tail from now on. The matter of the later shift, Kinyi did not have the leisure to pay attention to, and he couldn't listen to it at all. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. After the division was completed, the people gathered in the playground led their children to leave or left alone. After all, today is just the opening ceremony, and classes will officially start tomorrow, and everyone has nothing to do in the ninja school. After leaving the ninja school, Chiba did not waste time, but went to the suburbs to continue his cultivation. On his way to the suburbs, when he passed a small cultivation hall or leisure square, he saw an acquaintance. This person is the little girl he rescued from human traffickers half a month ago, Mitere Red Bean. The last time I saw Chiba alone, dealing with 4 traffickers alone, and easily defeating the traffickers, Honda was greatly shocked and determined to become a strong man. Although she has not yet gone to the ninja school this year, she has already begun to cultivate and lay a solid foundation for herself. Seeing Hundu in the field, alone, one move at a time, seriously gesturing, although there is no strength, but there is a great determination, Kinyi has some feelings in his heart, showing a smile, but there is no mockery. Because of seeing the Mitarashi red beans, Kinyi was not in a hurry to cultivate, but planned to teach her. Without hesitation, he took a step and walked towards the field. Hundu, are you cultivating alone? Kinyi said. Hearing someone calling herself, Hundu immediately stopped moving, quickly turned around, and saw that the person who appeared turned out to be Kinyi, who saved her last time, and couldn't help but feel surprised, became inexplicably nervous, smiled and blushed, and a pair of small hands didn't know where to put it. Seeing the cute appearance of the red bean, Kinyi couldn't help but smile again, walked over, and touched her hair. Little Nico, I'm nervous when I see me, Kinyi said, with a hint of a smile. Kinyi, why did you appear here? Red Bean still feels shy, doesn't know what to say, looks like gibberish. I was going to go to cultivate, but I happened to pass by here and saw you cultivating here, so I came in to take a look. Aren't I welcome? Kinyi said. Where will it not be welcome? I can't ask for it. Red Bean shook his head and said. Are you starting to cultivate now? Kinyi asked. Aha, I saw you defeat the bad guys that day. I was greatly touched, and I also want to become strong, so that I can not only protect myself, but also protect the people around me. Hundu nodded and said, his eyes were firm. Do you have any questions about cultivation? I can teach you. Kinyi had a good impression of lowly red beans and said, really, you're willing to teach me cultivation? Hearing Kinyi say this, Hundu was surprised and almost exclaimed, that's natural, my Kinyi words count. Kinyi nodded and said. Hundu did not hesitate, and said all the problems she encountered in her cultivation, and let Kinyi correct her. If you really want Kinyi to guide a ninja cultivation, maybe he doesn't have this ability, but to guide a lowly cultivation, there is no problem at all. On this day, Kinyi changed his plan to go to the suburbs to cultivate and stayed in the cultivation field all the time, teaching the red bean little lowly to cultivate. Although Hundu has many places that are not done well, there will always be many problems when cultivating, but she is very serious, which is very rare. It wasn't until the sun set that Red Bean finished his cultivation, separated from Chiba, and walked home. Under Kinyi's guidance, Red Bean has gained a lot of benefits. Some problems in cultivation have been corrected, and if you cultivate in the future, it will reduce a lot of time. Kinyi, thank you for teaching me to cultivate. Before parting, Azuki sincerely thanked Chiba. It's just casual, you don't need to thank me, you have to work hard to cultivate in the future and strive to become stronger as soon as possible. Chiba encourages Red Beans. I will catch up with you in the future, and even surpass you. Hundu nodded and said, it seems that surpassing Kinyi is her next goal. If you want to surpass me, it's a little difficult, but I want to be the strongest ninja, Kinyi said unashamedly. Of course, this is also what is in his heart, he has such courage. The next day, Chiba wore a half-ninja suit on a blue background, and with a flat mood, officially went to the ninja school. When he entered the 6th class classroom, he found that there were already more than 24 students in the classroom, sitting in different positions, discussing in groups of 3s and 2s, and the atmosphere seemed to be quite good. Although these children are still young, they all have their own arrogance, feel that they are geniuses, no one is his opponent, and they look very remarkable. Is he here to drag his feet? Seeing Kinyi enter the classroom, some children started talking, looking at his eyes with disdain. In their opinion, Chiba is too small, even if he comes to the ninja school, his strength is very poor, and he can easily defeat it. After all, Chiba may be more famous among the adults in the village, but for children, he is not familiar, and not many people will recognize him, and it is normal to be underestimated. Wow, that little guy in blue is handsome. A little girl saw Mile and whispered, I'm more handsome when I grow up. Another girl spoke. Kinyi didn't bother to pay attention to these little fart children, went straight to the last row, found a seat and sat down, waiting for the class time to arrive. After 10 minutes, the bell rang, and all the students of the 6th class entered the classroom, sat in different seats, and waited for the teacher to come to class. After 3 minutes passed, a man about 1 meter and 7 or 5 meters tall, wearing a standard blue and green ninja suit, wearing a ninja protective gear on his arm, with a solemn expression, and a man in his early 30s, walked into the 6th class and appeared in front of the students. When he came in, he did not speak, but went straight to the podium and wrote his name on the blackboard with chalk, Umino Dame. I am the head teacher of the 6th class, and my name is Umino Dame. Umino swept his gaze at the students in the classroom and said calmly. Immediately afterwards, there was a round of warm applause in the classroom, which was regarded as the welcome of these students to the teacher. You are all new students to the school, and you don't know each other, so then you come to the podium, and everyone introduces yourself so that everyone can get to know each other, Umino said. With that, he picked up the list of students in his hand and began to pronounce the first name. Ape-Faye Asma, you are the first to introduce yourself to me, Umino said. A boy sitting in the 3rd row, without hesitation and with a calm expression, left his seat and walked towards the podium. Hello everyone, my name is Saratobi Asma. I am the son of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and I hope to become an excellent ninja in the future and inherit the will of fire. Asma stood on the podium, briefly introduced, and said his ideals. Knowing Asma's identity, many students in the classroom couldn't help but get excited and couldn't help but talk about it, not expecting to be in the same class as the son of the 3rd generation of Hokage. My name is Matt K, and I want to use my blood to burn my youth and prove to others that even if you don't know ninjutsu, as long as you work hard, you can become a strong person. Standing on the podium, Matty with a confident smile on his face and his trademark white teeth showed, he looked silly. My name is Yuri Hong, and I want to become a strong ninja, protect the village, and work hard to build the village. Sunset Red is like a big ladies show, very idyllic, very likable. My name is Uchiha Obito, and my dream is to one day become a Hokage and protect the village. Uchiha Obito stood on the podium, obviously a little nervous, not speaking calmly, but he had such a dream. Therefore, when he said such words, he was undoubtedly ridiculed by many classmates. Next is Kimuchiba. Umino Dai's voice sounded. For this kind of boring thing, Kinyi did not have the slightest stage fright, calmly left his seat, and walked towards the podium under the gaze of everyone. If you come to the ninja school at such a young age, I guess I can't even say anything, maybe I will be ugly. The other students just didn't look favorably on Chiba, and even laughed, thinking that Chiba was the existence of the crane tail, worse than Uchiha Obito. I can guarantee that he must be the worst student in our class, and there is no one. Hearing these sneering words, Kinyi sneered in his heart, feeling that these little fart children were really ignorant. Hello rookies, my name is Kiki Chiba, my father is Kiki Sakumo, that is, Konoha White Fang, and my brother is Kiki Kakashi, Konoha's youngest genius Nakashinobu, and I am destined to be a radiant genius. As for you in my eyes, you don't put it in my eyes at all. If you are not convinced, you can come to me to challenge, I will beat you so that even your mother knows you. Kinyi stood on the podium, his eyes scanned the students in the classroom, his expression was cold, and he said with disdain, although he is not yet 5 years old and not tall, he has such courage and says such words, and does not look like a child at all. Moreover, his words were too arrogant, it was easy to offend people and make all the students in the classroom unhappy. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, the students in the entire classroom began to boil. It's really too arrogant, his old son is Konoha White Fang, what's so great about that? And it's not that he is Konoha White Fang. This guy is really indebted, and when school is over, I must teach him a lesson, otherwise he doesn't know who he is. A kid who is less than 5 years old really thinks he is very powerful. Some boys looked at Kinyi on the podium, and their mood became very unhappy, and they were filled with righteous indignation, and they couldn't wait to rush up and teach Kinyi a hard lesson. Although he is not a big person, he talks so domineeringly, which makes people like him so much. Some girls have more interest in Chiba and even want to take the initiative to pursue him. Standing next to me, when I heard Kinyi's arrogant words, I couldn't help but have an embarrassed look on my face. I didn't expect Kinyi to be so bent, and I said wild words on the first day of school, not putting others in my eyes. You know, in the 6th class, Chiba is the youngest and the shortest, and when he says such words, he can't help but be very abrupt, which makes other students very unhappy. Okay, Kinyi, you go down first, Umino Dai said, easing the atmosphere a little. The self-introduction is still continuing, but the students introduced later all said that they were unhappy with Chiba, and if they had the opportunity, they would teach Chiba a lesson. In this way, Chiba became the enemy of most of the students. For the reaction of these little fart children, Kinyi would not be afraid at all and did not pay attention to it. With his strength, it is not an easy thing to crush these little furry children. If these little fart children do not go, he does not mind teaching them to do this. After the introduction, the class begins, and Dai Amino will talk about some basic knowledge about ninjas. For this kind of boring course, Kinyi really had no interest in it, and he listened drowsy, so he couldn't stand it, and simply slept on the table. Anyway, these basic knowledge can be understood even if you listen to it with half an ear, and with Kinyi's ability, you can easily grasp it. On the first day of class, Chiba was very tormented, and finally survived until the end of school, and he almost wanted to escape the ninja school. However, as soon as he left the classroom and walked to the square outside, he was stopped by several students in the class. Obviously, they were unhappy with Kinyi, and wanted to give him a little color to see, let Kinyi converge, and not be so blind. Seeing these little fart children, who actually dared to stop themselves and not let themselves leave, Kinyi couldn't help but sneer. Why, you guys have itchy skin, you can't hold it so quickly, you want me to teach you to be a man? Kinyi was not afraid at all, squinting at the few children in front of him, and said with disdain, in the ninja school, a certain degree of competition is allowed, as long as it is not too much, it can be tolerated and even encouraged. After all, ninja schools want to cultivate talents, not just a theory, but also a practice, and the exchange between each other is a kind of practice. Kinyi, you are too arrogant, don't think that your father and your brother are powerful, you are a peerless genius, I want to let you know today, you are nothing. I don't know that Huo Suima came out, holding a toothpick in his mouth, looking at Kinyi, very unhappy. Since you don't believe it, you can try it, I will satisfy you. Kinyi said playfully, without the slightest pressure. Then I'll see what you're capable of. I don't know that Huo Genma is unhappy to look at Kinyi, and he is still a child, and he is provoked by language. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, waved his fist, and smashed towards the latter's face. Seeing that the unknown fire Genma rushed over, Kinyi did not retreat, but rushed forward, approaching the unknown fire Genma. Kinyi's speed was much faster than that of unknown fire Genma, and before the opponent's fist touched him, his right foot had already kicked out and landed on the opponent's abdomen. Boom! I don't know that Huo Genma was kicked to the abdomen, like a kite with a broken line, was kicked out, fell a few meters away, let out a scream, and could not stand up. Rookie, this is the gap between you and me, you are not worthy of being my opponent. Kinyi looked at the unknown fire Genma who fell a few meters away, screamed and almost passed out in pain, and said unceremoniously, after all, the other party is just a few years old, and his strength is not very good, and it is very painful to be attacked like this. Seeing that Kinyi defeated the unknown fire Genma with one move, several children standing next to him couldn't help but be surprised when they saw this situation. They originally thought that Kinyi would fight with his mouth, and his strength was not strong at all, but they did not expect that Kinyi's strength was still not weak. Are any of you unconvinced? If you are not convinced, do it. Kinyi glanced at the few children next to him and spoke, still looking very arrogant. I'll test it with you and see what else you can do. Hinata Yaoi, who was favored before, came over from not far away, stood in front of Chiba, and said defiantly. Hinata Yaeki was wearing a white ninja suit, although he was not old, he was not short, he was tall among his peers, and his appearance was handsome, and his face showed a proud look. Hayaga Yaeki is the genius of the Hayaga family, claiming to be the first person in the 6th class, but he did not expect that on the first day of class, he would meet Chiba, a funny boy, and speak loudly in front of all his classmates, saying that everyone else is a rookie, not his opponent. Hinata Yaoi has his own arrogance, and being looked down upon by others like this, he is naturally unhappy in his heart, and wants to teach Chiba a lesson. The genius of the Hayaga family, it's still not enough to watch, otherwise it's not interesting to make yourself. Chiba glanced at Hinata Yaoi and muttered, you're just a ghost, don't be so arrogant. Hinata Yoki drank coldly. I'm arrogant, that's mine, if you're not happy, then beat me well, the key is that you have this ability. The corners of Kinyi's mouth turned up slightly, and he said with disdain, not putting Hinata Yaoi in his eyes at all, let alone jealousy. Hinata Yaoi really couldn't stand Chiba, so he screamed coldly, and immediately took action and rushed towards the latter. Seeing that Chiba would kick out the fire Genma with one move, Hinata Yaoi was mentally prepared and would not let Chiba win easily. Hinata Yaoi is a young genius in the Hayaga clan, although he has not yet opened his eyes, but his physical skills are good, he has some combat experience, and he prides himself on being able to defeat Chiba. After all, under normal circumstances, when a child enters a ninja school, his strength will not be much stronger. However, this is a normal child, and Chiba is not a normal child, so Hinata Yaeki is destined to be unlucky to look at him like this. Seeing Hinata Yaoi rushing over, ready to use a physical attack, Chiba did not intend to have such an opportunity with the other party, it would be too much of a waste of time. He wasn't in the mood to play with such a little brat, it was boring. Chiba directly launched the Navy Type 6 shaving, his right foot instantly hit the ground, and in an instant the blink of an eye time disappeared, appearing in front of Hinata Yaoi, like a ghost. Seeing Chiba appear, Hinata Yaoi was surprised, his eyes widened, he couldn't believe that the attack had not yet been cast. How could it be so fast? Hinata Yaoi exclaimed in surprise, unable to calm down. Kinyi didn't give him a chance to dodge, and after the figure appeared, he kicked out, and the attack method was the same as dealing with the unknown fire Genma. Boom! Hinata Yaeki was kicked, without the slightest suspense, was kicked out, fell a few meters away, fell to the ground, and let out a scream. Hinata Yaeki's body is a little stronger than that of fire Genma, so after being attacked, it is better than the latter, and it will not be so painful. However, being kicked by Chiba, Hinata Yaeki lost his combat effectiveness and could not continue to fight. The result was obvious, Hinata Yaeki, who was known as a genius, was defeated by Chiba with just one move, and there was no suspense. I just said that you are rookies and claim to be geniuses, and now you are being slapped in the face, Kinyi said unceremoniously, and put on a high-toed look, looking really unflat. The students of the 6th class were unhappy with Kinyi and wanted to teach him a lesson, but seeing him with their own eyes and defeating 2 promising geniuses in a row, the others did not dare to say anything. The students of the 6th class stood next to them, their eyes fell on Kinyi, and they were all silent, not daring to say anything, let alone provoke. Obviously, the strength displayed by Kinyi surprised these children and shocked them. If any of you are still not convinced, you can do it now, or you can go together. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, really a small ghost, unscrupulous, very arrogant. When the few children next to them heard such words, they were naturally unhappy, but they did not dare to make a move on Kinyi. Let you all go up together, and say that you are a genius, and you are not afraid of losing face, Kinyi said coldly, appearing disdainful. He didn't bother to pay attention to these little farts, turned around and left here, and no one dared to go up to stop them. Although he is not tall, I feel that he is so handsome, it is really fascinating. Seeing the back of Chiba leaving, a girl with a flower idiot said excitedly, it is estimated that she will become a fan of Chiba. After leaving the ninja school, Chiba was not in a hurry to go home, but rushed towards the suburbs, preparing to practice for 2 hours. After all, he now goes to the ninja school, and his cultivation time has been shortened a lot, and although his strength is not weak, he still has to cultivate hard and improve his strength. During the time of studying at the ninja school, there will always be some guys who claim to be geniuses who challenge Chiba to defeat the latter. Because Chiba showed great strength, he shocked the students of the 6th class, making people think that the first person in his 6th class could become the first person in the 6th class as long as he could defeat him. Therefore, there will be no constant challenges to Chiba. However, the result of challenging Chiba is to be beaten violently by Chiba, whether it is Ape Flying Sun Slash or Matkai, it is very uncomfortable. And Chiba did not taste a defeat in the 6th class and has always stood in the first position. Time flies, and most of the year passes. During this time, Kinyi's strength has improved a lot, and he is already above the middle ninja, and there is absolutely no problem fighting against the special upper ninja. Moreover, he is only 5 years old now, and he has such strength, which is simply more demon than Kakashi. The strength has reached this level, and the things to be learned in the ninja school have already been learned, and Chiba does not want to waste any more time in the ninja school, and plans to apply for early graduation. On this evening, Kimushuumao's father and son rarely got together and ate together in the kitchen dining room. Dad, the basics of ninja school, I have learned almost the same, and I plan to apply for early graduation. Kinyi spoke his thoughts while eating. Kakashi was surprised to hear Chiba say this, not expecting Chiba to graduate early from ninja school. Chiba, you're going to break my record and graduate from ninja school earlier, Kakashi said with a smile, meaning to tease Chiba. When he was with his family, Kakashi always had a big smile on his face and was a sunny boy. In the original work, Kakashi's heart has become a lot darker because of Kikishuo's affairs, and there will be no smile on his face, and he wears a mask all day, wanting to hide his mood to the greatest extent. That's natural, but I'm going to surpass my brother's genius, Kinyi said with a smile, revealing a bright smile. Haha, you two are very good, it is my pride. Kimushuumao was in a good mood and laughed. Seeing his 2 sons have such achievements at such a young age, Shuumao will naturally be proud of this. Chiba, do whatever you want, graduate from ninja school early, you can officially become a ninja, but it's a pity that I can't stay in the village for a long time, and I'll have to go on a mission in a few days, and I can't attend your graduation ceremony, Kimushuumao said, with a hint of sigh and helplessness. Kimushuumao is also helpless, he has been doing things for the village over the years, and he has been on missions most of the time, but he has not been able to spare enough time to accompany his 2 sons, which makes him feel a little guilty in his heart. Fortunately, Kakashi and Chiba were very sensible and didn't let him worry too much, which was also what he was very satisfied with. Father, you don't have to worry, I will attend my brother's graduation ceremony then, Kakashi said sensibly. I'm not small now, these things can be done well, you don't have to worry, but Dad, you have to take care of your tasks. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, not being displeased by such a trifle. You two are very sensible, I am very gratified. Kimu showed a satisfied smile and was in a happy mood. For the next few days, Chiba's mind was not much on the ninja school, but on preparing materials and submitting them to the 3rd generation of Hokage to apply for early graduation. 5 days later, a document appeared on the desk in Hokage's office. This is the information submitted by Chiba, as well as the application for early graduation. The 3rd generation of Hokage sat in the chair behind the desk, looking at the application form on the table. His face was a little unhappy, and his smile gradually expanded. The Kiki family is full of geniuses. Kakashi graduated from ninja school at the age of 5, and this Chiba turned out to be 5 years old, and the time was earlier than Kakashi. Ape Fei Ri shook his head slightly, showed a wry smile, and spoke. Of course, Chiba shows genius talent, as well as amazing strength, naturally recognized by the 3 generations of Hokage. As long as he can pass the assessment, he can successfully graduate from the ninja school and officially become a ninja. After reading the information and the application, Sarutobi did not reject Chiba's application, but approved it and thought about what kind of assessment to give Chiba. This kind of talent is indeed outstanding, but it's still too young, and it would be nice if he could graduate early and send him to the dark department to experience it like Kakashi. 8th Fei Riko put down the pen in his hand and said in a deep voice. But well, last time I let Kakashi pass the assessment easily, this time I can't let Chiba pass easily, I have to make it a little difficult for him. 8th Fei Ri Chopper spoke, a smile on his face. Soon, the news of Chiba's application for early graduation from the ninja school, like a tornado, quickly spread in the school and village, causing a great sensation. Have you heard? Chiba of the Kiki family applied to Naruto-sama to graduate from ninja school early. There is indeed such a thing. It is really a genius from the Kimu family. The Kimu family is really a master of 3 masters, and the future is immeasurable. The ninja who was drinking and chatting in the tavern couldn't help but be moved when he talked about this matter, and let out a sigh. The news spread all over the village and caused a lot of discussion, making Chiba a celebrity and receiving a lot of attention. Although the news that Kinyi will conduct a graduation assessment has come out, there is no news about the content of the assessment, and no one knows what will be assessed. Because I don't know what the content of the assessment is, it makes many people guess, and many people are curious about it, and they have a lot of expectations for it. Kinyi was about to undergo the graduation assessment, but he was not the slightest nervous, what to do, without the slightest pressure. With his current strength, if he can't even pass the graduation examination of the ninja school easily, then he can find a piece of tofu and simply crash to death. In the suburbs, which was ravaged by Chiba, trees and weeds were burned to ashes, and even the soil was burned black. Chiba was standing shirtless, standing in the scorched earth, his body emitting blazing flames and making a light noise. The blazing flames spread out and continued to spread towards the surrounding ground, forming fluctuations, like a tidal wave, which looked strange. Kinyi slowly raised his right hand, and the flames emitted were continuously mobilized, quickly gathered on his right hand, and gradually formed a fireball. The size of the fireball continued to expand, and it was supported by Kinyi with his hands and suspended overhead, like a sun, emitting terrifying fire energy. Great Yanja, Yandi! With his shout, the flames that originally erupted all gathered on the fireball, making the fireball even larger and the power more terrifying. If this fireball burst out, it would be enough to destroy a small hillside, and its power would be no worse than that of S-class ninjutsu. If Kinyi's grows up and his physique becomes stronger than with his strength, it is not a problem to deal with Shangnan, and it is not difficult to save his life from the hands of a shadow-level powerhouse. For a child who is less than 6 years old, it is simply a monster-like existence, against the sky. As the fireball reached its maximum, Chiba did not blast out, otherwise, it would cause a lot of damage, which would inevitably attract the attention of the ninjas in the village, and even think that there was an enemy attack. Kinyi now has the ability to burn fruits, and can use ordinary attack methods, but methods such as elementalization and the Great Yen Ring still cannot be shown, otherwise, it will bring him a lot of trouble. Kinyi converged the flames, more sweat appeared on his forehead, and the whole person looked even more tired, almost slumped on the ground, looking panting. Tomorrow is the graduation assessment. As long as you graduate, you don't have to mess with those little fart children. Kinyi sighed and said, a little looking forward to what the assessment would be. Kinyi did not continue to cultivate, simply cleaned up, returned to the village, went to Ichiraku Ramen and ate 2 bowls of ramen, before returning home satisfied. Chiba, you have the graduation assessment tomorrow, are you ready? By the time Chiba returned home, Kakashi was already here and asking about the situation. It can be seen that Kakashi is still very concerned about this younger brother's affairs. The graduation assessment is just a trivial matter, don't worry at all, you haven't seen my strength, Kinyi said very casually, without the slightest pressure at all. It's also true, I can't beat you now, and there is no problem at all in passing the graduation assessment. Kakashi scratched his hair, laughed, and spoke. It seems that he is concerned about chaos. I also hope that the difficulty of the assessment will increase, otherwise I will pass it easily, which is really boring, Chiba said playfully, revealing a confident smile. The day when Chiba accepted the graduation examination finally came. On this day, many ninjas came to the ninja school early, and even most of the students in the school were present, ready to watch Chiba's graduation examination. Today is Kinyi's graduation assessment, I don't know what his assessment content is. A ninja spoke, looking forward to the content of the assessment. If Chiba can pass the exam, he will be the first to graduate from the ninja school and become the youngest ninja, which is really powerful, someone said with admiration. Now that Kinyi has not passed the assessment, you will praise him like this, and when he passes the assessment, it is not too late to praise him. Some ninjas said with disdain, feeling that although Kinyi was extremely talented, he was too young to pass the assessment at all, so he was so disdainful. In their opinion, it is already very rare for the Kimmo family to produce a supreme genius of Kakashi, and it is impossible to produce another genius at the demon level. In the end, there are still many ninjas who do not want the Kimmo family to have a higher status in Konoha. Konoha village is not as bright as it seems, and there are all kinds of dirty things in the gloom. Accompanied by Kakashi, Chiba arrives at the ninja school and walks alone to the number 1 cultivation ground. At this time, in the audience of the number 1 cultivation hall, many ninjas and students in the school had already gathered, preparing to watch Chiba's graduation examination. Kinyi stood in the cultivation field, being watched by everyone in the audience, without the slightest nervousness. His expression was calm, as if he was a natural superstar, enjoying the moment of everyone's attention. After waiting for a few minutes, the third generation of Hokage, accompanied by 2 upper shinobi, appeared on the high platform, his expression calm, and landed on the body of Chiba in the center of the cultivation field. I don't know what assessment Naruto-sama arranged for Chiba. Seeing the appearance of the 3 generations of Hokage, some ninjas became excited and couldn't help but talk. Because until now, no one knows what kind of assessment content the 3 generations of Hokage arranged, and they are still selling passes, which whets everyone's appetite. Kimmo Chiba, are you ready to take the graduation assessment? The 3rd generation Hokage looked at Chiba and spoke, his voice calm. Ready to start. Kinyi said calmly, a confident smile on his face. Okay, I'll announce Chiba's graduation assessment, and start now. Ape Flying Sun said. As his voice fell, 3 ninjas appeared from different directions of the cultivation field, walked to the cultivation field, stood in different positions, and formed a wrap around Chiba. No, it's just a graduation exam, and 3 ninjas were actually dispatched, which is much more difficult than when Kakashi was. Although Chiba's talent is outstanding, after all, he is a 5-year-old child, and it is not bad to be able to deal with 1 ninja, let alone 3 ninjas. Is it really appropriate for Naruto-sama to arrange such an assessment? Seeing the 3 ninjas walking up to the cultivation field, everyone standing in the audience couldn't help but get excited, and they all made their own comments, and even held grievances for Kinyi, unable to accept this situation. Chiba, your graduation assessment this time is to hold on to 3 minutes in the hands of 3 ninjas. If you can stick to it, then you can graduate early. If you can't persist, continue to study in the ninja school. Can you accept it? The 3rd generation of Hokage did not care much about everyone's opinions. His gaze kept falling on Kinyi, and he spoke, his voice exuding a kind of majesty. Hearing such a request from Ape Flying Sun Chopper, Kinyi was not surprised. His expression was still very calm, and he did not waver in the slightest. No problem, I accept such an assessment. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, although his figure was not tall, standing in the field, he seemed to be very tall, not like a child at all. This kid is so confident, he actually dares to agree, he really thinks he can pass the assessment. Hee, there is a good show to watch now. If he can pass the assessment, it will be really amazing. Everyone sighed, looking forward to Kinyi's performance, whether it could bring them surprises. Little ghost, you can't help but underestimate us too much, don't you put us in your eyes? A shinobi walked over, pulled out the tie knife tied to his back, shook it in his hand, flashed a cold light, stared at Kinyi, and spoke. The hair has not grown yet, and if you want to fight us, it is impossible. The other shinobu spoke, revealing disdain. The 3rd ninja with a mask, silent and did not speak, slowly walked over, maintaining a high degree of vigilance. I haven't fought yet, how can I know the result? If you want to teach me a lesson, then don't be verbose, otherwise, you won't have a chance. Kinyi glanced at the 3 ninjas and spoke, with a frivolous meaning. Good boy, it's really arrogant, I see what capital you have. The ninja holding the sword stood up coldly, without the slightest hesitation, immediately took action and rushed towards Chiba. Seeing the other party rushing over, Kinyi did not have the slightest fear, but revealed a sneer. For this kind of assessment without the slightest difficulty, no suspense, and no challenge, Kinyi does not want to waste time, and wants to end the battle quickly and pass the assessment. In the next instant, Chiba cast the Navy 6 style shaving, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared in place, making people unable to capture his figure at all, as if he disappeared out of thin air. Seeing Chiba disappear in an instant, the ninja standing in the audience was immediately surprised, and he did not expect that a 5-year-old child could have such a means, which was really unexpected. Chiba's figure reappeared, approaching the ninja holding the sword, like a ghost. You don't see it enough. Kinyi spoke, his voice cold. When Kinyi spoke, his tone was arrogant, and he didn't put the ninja in front of him in his eyes at all, with a contemptuous look. Because he has full self-confidence, he will be such arrogant capital. After Kinyi approached, he used his physical skills and attacked strongly. The ninja armed with the sword was horrified and tried to dodge or defend, but there was no time to react and could not dodge. Boom! Kinyi quickly attacked over, directly knocked out the ninja holding the sword, fell to the ground, and rolled 3 times in a row before stopping. This shinobi suffered such a heavy blow, immediately lost his combat effectiveness, his eyes were black, and he passed out. Almost in a breath time, Kinyi solved 1 shinobi, then the opponent was only 2 people left. It's too fast, and he actually solved one person like this. Someone sighed and said, I really didn't expect this to be so. They originally felt that Kinyi was a genius, and from the Kimu family, even if he was young, his strength would definitely be good, but they didn't expect that Kinyi would give them a bigger surprise. The other two ninjas in the cultivation field, seeing that one of their partners was defeated, immediately became awe-inspiring, and did not dare to underestimate Kinyi. They must pay attention, otherwise, they may really be defeated. Can't be careless, let's go together. The subordinate who had looked down on Chiba before, opened his mouth and became serious. He took out 3 kunao, quickly threw them towards Chiba, then ran chakra, quickly sealed his hands, cast ninjutsu, and attacked Chiba. Seeing that Ku Wuxiang attacked him, Kinyi did not panic, but still cast a shave, and easily dodged and dodged. Shadow Doppelganger Art. After avoiding Ku Wu, Kinyi sealed and performed the Shadow Doppelganger technique. With a soft sound, a doppelganger who looked the same as him and had equal strength appeared next to Kinyi. Seeing Chiba perform the Shadow Doppelganger technique, many ninjas in the audience were in an uproar, causing a sensation. He practiced the art of Shadow Avatar at such a young age, I can't believe it. His talent is really demon. Many people sighed and were amazed by Kinyi's talent. The two ninjas who approached Chiba saw him perform the Shadow Doppelganger technique, and their hearts also made waves, and it was a little difficult to calm down. They really dare not slack off now, and they must go all out. After performing the Shadow Doppelganger technique, Chiba rushed towards the two ninjas separately and took the initiative to attack. Fire Fist. Chiba attacked the ninja whose hands were sealed, ready to perform ninjutsu. As he swung his right fist, a stream of flames burst out, like a fierce beast, attacking towards the opponent. Rumble. The seal of this lower ninja was not complete, and the ninjutsu could not be performed, and it was attacked by the fire fist, and the whole person was blasted out, rolled several times in a row, withdrew more than 10 meters, passed out, and lost its combat effectiveness. Everyone originally thought that if the 3 ninjas joined forces, they would make Kinyi have no way and could not pass the assessment, but Kinyi showed strong strength and suppressed the 3 ninjas, forming a one-sided situation. Moreover, from the beginning of the battle to now, half a minute has not passed, and 2 shinobi have been solved. After Chiba defeated the 2 shinobi, he did not pause, but still cast a shaving, quickly went to join the Shadow Doppelganger, united the Shadow Doppelganger, and attacked the 3rd ninja together. This ninja wearing a mask gives Chiba a feeling that he is stronger than the other 2 ninjas, perhaps not a shinobi, but a middle ninja. However, even if Naka Shinobu made a move, he still couldn't change the result and couldn't defeat Chiba. Wind escape, wind cut. The ninja wearing the mask saw the 2 shinobi being defeated one after another. His heart was awe-inspiring, his expression was solemn, he did not dare to underestimate Chiba, and burst out with all his strength. He ran chakra, turned his right palm into a palm knife, and attacked Kinyi and the Shadow Doppelganger, but he could emit not weak power. In the face of the opponent's attack, Kinyi did not shake hard, and the force under his feet, the whole person rushed into the air, came to the top of the opponent's head, and another fire fist, roaring out, rushing towards the other party. The masked ninja saw the fire fist attack coming down, knew that this attack was powerful, did not dare to slacken, and quickly retreated back. Rumble. The powerful fire fist attacked, and blasted a large hole in the ground, producing great power. Even though the masked ninja was able to dodge the attack, the impact of the fire fist was very strong, which still affected him, and the whole person fell back. However, before he could adjust his state, Kinyi cast a shave, appeared like a ghost, and came to the other party. In the next instant, Chiba's right foot swept out and landed directly on the face of the masked ninja, kicking him out with one kick. This attack, although it will not make the masked ninja unconscious, but for Chiba, it is enough. Seeing the body of the masked ninja flying out upside down, Kinyi did not stop, but quickly rushed over, took out a shuriken, and held it in his hand. By the time the masked ninja's body fell to the ground and had not been able to stand up, Kinyi was already approaching, and the shuriken in his hand was against the opponent's throat, exuding a cold aura. If Kinyi wants to kill the other party, as long as the shuriken stabs forward, he can erase the other party. Do you want to keep fighting? Kinyi looked at the other party, smiled slightly, and spoke. You win. The masked ninja spoke, surprised by the strength Chiba displayed. In this graduation examination, Chiba showed enough amazing combat skills, and defeated 3 ninjas with a crushing posture, including a ninja of the middle ninja level, showing great strength. The 8 Flying Sun Chopping standing on the high platform was also surprised to see the strength displayed by Kinyi, and did not expect that the latter had this level at this age, which was really a very terrifying talent. He originally thought that Kinyi could survive the assessment under the siege of 2 lower ninja and 1 middle ninja, and he could pass the assessment, but he did not expect that Kinyi defeated all his opponents, and he still used almost perfect combat skills. The Kimu family, really all of them are out of some demons. Sarutobi sighed and said, but he was also happy about it. With the demon talent displayed by Kinyi, if he grows up in the future, he must be a strong person, and even be able to reach the height of Kimu Shuumao, which is a very good thing for the village, and can protect the safety of the village. And everyone standing in the audience was also shocked, looking at the figure of the child in the cultivation field, and felt unbelievable. A 5-year-old kid actually defeated 3 ninjas, and it took only a minute to win. Rumble. After a short silence, the crowd in the audience erupted and exclaimed, Kimu Kinyi is really powerful, easily defeating 3 shinobi. He's only 5 years old, and he has this kind of combat power, it's simply a monster. Kimu Shuumao gave birth to 2 demon sons. Everyone exclaimed their own exclamations, they really couldn't calm down, Kimu Chiba defeated 2 lower shinobi and 1 middle shinobi, and passed the graduation assessment with excellent results. Ape Fei took a step forward and announced the results of the assessment. Hearing Ape Flying Sun Chopper say this, many people reacted. Kinyi fought not only with lower shinobi, but also with a middle shinobi, and couldn't help but be shocked, and once again made a new assessment of Kinyi's strength. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Kinyi is undoubtedly a demon, but also a rising star, and the light is brilliant. Standing in the corner of the audience, a tall man, wearing a dark red ninja suit, carrying a long sword, wearing a ninja brace on his forehead, covering his right eye with a bandage, and 2 cross scars on his chin, was looking at Kinyi on the cultivation field. His eyes became sharp, as if he had found a good piece of jade, intending to receive it and polish it. This person is Danzo, who is in charge of the Konoha Root organization, a disciple of the 2nd generation Hokage, and Sarutobi Hinata used to be teammates, but now he is a rival. For a long time, Danzo wanted to be a Hokage, but he was sat in that position by Sarutobi Hibi, so he had some grudges against Ape Hibiki. However, he has not given up on this idea and has been working hard for it. Kiki Chiba, it seems that he is even better than Kakashi. If he can recruit him to the root, it will definitely be a good harvest for the root. Tuan Zhang muttered in his heart, a cold smile on his face. Once, after seeing Kakashi show amazing talent, he moved his mind to include Kakashi in the root organization, but was blocked by Sarutobi Hibiki, causing Kakashi to join the Dark Division. This time, no matter what, he was going to get Chiba. Kinyi, your talent is very good, and your strength is very good, but you can't be complacent. After all, you are just starting on the road of ninja, you must remain humble and work harder to go further. Ape Fei Chopper opened his mouth and said, this is an instruction to Kinyi. Chiba understands and will continue to work hard. Kinyi nodded and said. He felt in his heart that when Ape Flying Sun Chopper said this, maybe there was something to say later. Chiba, are you willing to join the Dark Ministry? This is a very good opportunity for you, and your brother Kakashi is also in the Dark Ministry, and you 2 brothers can go on missions together in the future. After the Ape Flying Sun Chop groaned slightly, he opened his mouth and said about this matter. Like Danzo, Sarutobi felt that Chiba's talent was amazing, even better than Kakashi, and such talents must be recruited under his command. Ape Fei Chop had just finished the graduation assessment, so he said this matter. He wanted to take a step ahead of the group, prevent the root organization from making another move, and rob Kinyi. For the former teammate Tuan Zhang, Ape Flying Sun Chopper knows very well, knowing that after the former sees Chiba's talent, he will definitely move his mind and draw Chiba to the root organization. Therefore, he has to take the lead now, so that Tuan Zhang has no way. Although the root organization is a branch of the Dark Department, all the power falls into the hands of Tenzo, which is his exclusive organization, and Sarutobi has no power transfer at all. Sarutobi did not approve of the concept of the root organization, and there was a big difference with Tuan Zhang. Moreover, over the years, although the root organization has cultivated many talents, it has also let no fewer geniuses die. After all, the root organization is too extreme. Ape Flying Sunko, you bastard. Hearing the words of the 3 generations of Hokage, Tenzo suddenly couldn't calm down, and cursed angrily in a low voice. For a long time, Tuan Zhang took a fancy to some geniuses in the village and wanted to join the root organization and work for him, but they were all cut in by Ape Fei and brought all the talents into the Dark Department, which was not controlled by him at all. Because Sarutobi sat in the position of Hokage, in many things, he has greater power and has the right to make decisions, which makes Danzo very helpless. Now, Sarutobi Sun Chopper openly sent Chiba to the Dark Department, which made it impossible for the root organization to strike directly, and if he invited again, it was estimated that it would have little effect. I must get my hand on this Kinyi, no matter what means I use, Tuan Zhang said in a low voice. His tone was firm, and it seemed that he had made up his mind. And many ninjas in the audience were also surprised to hear the words of the Ape Flying Sun. They didn't expect that as soon as Chiba passed the graduation examination, Lord Hokage would openly solicit him, but few people had such treatment. After being established from the ninja school, just passing the graduation examination, he was recruited into the Dark Department, and only Kakashi, and then Chiba. The fame of their 2 brothers is now very large, and they can be called the twin stars of Konoha, shining brightly. The 3rd generation of Hokage is really anxious, probably worried that I will be recruited by the root organization, so take advantage of this opportunity to take the lead. Kinyi muttered in his heart and speculated. Chiba, are you willing to join the Dark Ministry? Sarutobi asked. I am willing. I can compete with Kakashi in the future, and I can also go on missions together. it's good to think about it. Kinyi did not hesitate and gave the answer very clearly. Okay, you come to my office tomorrow, and I'll tell you specific things, Ape Flying Sun said. Without hesitation, he turned away, rushed back to the office, and continued to deal with business. After this examination, Kakashi was the first to enter the cultivation field to celebrate Chiba's graduation from the ninja school, and he joined the Dark Division. Chiba, how do you feel about passing the graduation assessment and graduating from the ninja school ahead of schedule? Kakashi asked with a smile. After all, he used to come over like this, and he would have many of the same feelings as Kinyi. Finally, I can stop going to class, I can get rid of these ignorant little children, and I feel that the world has become very vast. Kinyi was in a good mood and said with a smile. Haha, the same idea as me, those little fart children will fall in love early, it's not interesting at all, that's why I feel bored and graduate early. Kakashi laughed, feeling that Chiba was like him, and indeed a brother. Hearing Kakashi say this, Chiba suddenly felt that this guy in front of him, who was still a little brat, was just like himself. He had crossed over, otherwise, his mind would not be so mature, and he actually saw through the relationship between men and women. Go, I passed the graduation assessment, let's go down to the restaurant to celebrate. Well, I'll treat you, Kinyi said boldly. Well, I'm not going to be polite and I'm going to eat you poor, Kakashi readily agreed. The two children, like adults, swaggered out of the cultivation field and walked towards the restaurant, eating happily. At noon the next day, Chiba came to Hokage's office. The first time I saw Hokage alone, my mood was inevitably a little nervous, and Chiba stood in front of the office door, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Toot, toot, come in. Hearing the knock on the door, the third-generation Hokage did not stop reviewing the documents and spoke. Kinyi did not hesitate, pushed the door into the office, came to the desk, and stood in front of the Ape Flying Sunday. Kiki, Chiba has seen Naruto-sama. Chiba saluted slightly, his expression calm, and at the same time showed enough respect for Hokage. You don't have to be rigid. Ape Fei waved his hand. I called you here today to tell you about joining the Dark Department. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. With your talent, joining the ninja squad under the guidance of Kami Shinobu may be the most appropriate thing, but I want you to join the Dark Division. Don't you have any doubts? Ape Fei put down the document in his hand, raised his head, looked at Kinyi, and spoke. Since you invited me to join the Dark Ministry, it will definitely not harm me, and I am still young. There are many things that have not been considered. Naruto-sama naturally sees it more thoroughly. I think joining the Dark Department is my best choice. Kinyi thought slightly and said. In fact, for Chiba, joining the Dark Part, directly being dispatched by the Hokage, and being able to perform various tasks is the best choice now. After all, unlike other ninjas, he needs to be guided by Sharingan in order to quickly improve his strength. If Chiba wants to improve his strength, he relies on the One Piece system, which is the most convenient and fast thing, and he can obtain the abilities in different One Piece by completing various tasks. It's rare that you have such an idea. I plan to let you join the Dark Department, first exercise for 2 or 3 years, and then arrange Sharingan to guide you, so that it will be of greater help to your future development. Ape Flying Sun Chopper did not hide it and chose to confess to Chiba. With Chiba and Kakashi's talents, it is worth cultivating, and Sarutobi is willing to spend more resources on them. Follow Naruto-sama's arrangement, Kinyi said. If you join the Dark Ministry, then I will arrange for you to be in Kakashi's squad, and you two brothers will work together in the future to contribute to the village, Ape Flying Sun said. Well, when can I report to the Dark Department? It should be very good to be able to work hard with my brother. Kinyi nodded and said, and had no opinion. If there is no problem, then you can report to the Dark Department tomorrow and follow Kakashi over, Ape Flying Sun said. I see, Chiba responded. By the way, you have passed the graduation assessment, now you are under patience, you should also have your own protective head, I have prepared one for you here. Sarutobi picked up the forehead guard that had been prepared in advance and placed on the desk, got up from the chair, came to Chiba, and handed the forehead protector to the latter. In the ninja world, only those who are a ninja are eligible to wear a brace, which is a symbol of ninja status. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Kinyi took the forehead from the Ape Flying Sun Chopper and said gratefully. Okay, I don't have anything to do here, go get busy with your business, the Dark Department welcomes you. Ape Fei reached out and touched Kinyi's head and said with a smile. Such a demon-like genius, Ape Flying Sun Chopper really hopes to see Kinyi grow up quickly and become the mainstay of Konoha. Ape Flying Sun cut down for the village, which can be regarded as doing his best. Chiba answered, did not linger in the Hokage's office, and left alone. The host becomes a shinobi, completes hidden missions, earns 1,500 points, and the moon step of the Navy 6 style, continue to work hard. As soon as Chiba walked out of the Hokage's office, he heard the voice of the One Piece system ringing. Anyway, there is still a long time today, it is better to cultivate and hone the moon step. Kinyi muttered and made a decision. Without hesitation, he walked towards the outskirts of the village. From the moment Chiba left Hokage's office, he was watched in the shadows and followed him to the suburbs. Although Chiba is just a child, he has a strong perception, and from the time he is targeted, he senses it and has an uncomfortable feeling. I don't know who it is, but he set his sights on me so quickly. Could it be Tuanzang, the sworn opponent of the ape-flying sun? Qin Yi pondered in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, Tenzo was in charge of the root organization and wanted to recruit extremely talented members. Just keep you going and see what you want to do. Qin Yi muttered in his heart, his expression as usual, as if he was nothing. He did not change his mind and continued to rush to the suburbs. You can come out. I have long found out that you are following me. Chiba came to the outside of the suburbs, stood in the clearing, turned around, and said to the woods. As Qin Yi's words fell, there was a movement in the woods, and then 3 figures rushed out of the woods and landed a few meters in front of Qin Yi. The 3 ninjas were dressed in black, with colorful and hideous masks on their faces, covering their true faces, and carrying swords. These 3 ninjas are members of the Root organization, and this time they accept Danzo's order to bring Chiba back to Root's base. If Chiba can be brought back to the base of the Root, then Danzo has a way to get Chiba to join the Root organization and serve the Danzo. After all, the Root organization is not just an operational assassination team, but also doing other things in secret, including some experiments and concocting some poison. Although Qin Yi is just a child, he has a mature soul, and he is still an open existence, naturally sees through many things, and knows that the people of the Root organization are not good stubble, let alone return to the base with them, otherwise, it will only make things more troublesome. Little ghost, you're pretty good. Being able to find us is better than some of the lower ones can be robbed. The member of the Root organization standing in the middle looked at Qin Yi and spoke. If you look at me like a ghost, I think you'll regret it. Qin Yi looked calm and said calmly, without the slightest fear. The strength of the members of these 3 Root organizations is not bad. It is estimated that they have reached the level of middle ninja, and they have carried out many assassination missions, but if they want to deal with Qin Yi, they are still far away. Master Tuanzang wants to invite you to go to the Root organization. Don't try to resist, come with us, otherwise you will only eat more flesh and skin. The member of the Root organization spoke, his voice showing a trace of coldness and irresistibility. In their opinion, even though Qin Yi has a good talent, after all, he is still a little ghost, his strength will not be strong. If Qin Yi wants to resist, it is impossible, he will only let himself suffer. Sorry, I don't have time now, I have to rush to cultivate. Qin Yi shook his head and said, refusing the invitation of the Root organization. It's not a wise idea for you to refuse us like this. Since you refuse to come with us, then we will do it ourselves. The members of the Root organization spoke, and let out a snort. They were decisive, and after making a decision, they did not hesitate, and the 3 members took action, wrapping Qin Yi from different directions and launching an offensive. 3 members of the Root organization rushed over, 1 drew his sword, and 2 quickly sealed and launched an offensive. It's up to you, it's still far from it, Qin Yi said playfully, not afraid at all, his eyes flashed with cold light. In the next instant, he took action, launched the Navy 6 shave, and the whole person disappeared from the place and appeared as a member of the Root organization who drew the Taideo. The members who drew the Taideo, before they officially launched an attack, saw Qin Yi appear like a ghost, and couldn't help but be shocked. They were surprised, they didn't expect Qin Yi's speed to be so fast. However, he also has a lot of actual combat experience. In the face of such an attack, there is no thought of retreating, but drank up, rushed forward, approached Qin Yi, waved the sword in his hand, and slashed strongly. In the face of the attack of the members of the Root organization and the slashing Taideo, Qin Yi's expression was still calm and did not panic. He quickly took out a shuriken from the satchel around his waist and held it in his hand to resist the slashing sword. Boom! The sword and shuriken collided together, making the sound of metal clashing, and sparks burst out. The other 2 members were a little surprised when they saw Qin Yi appear in front of the 3rd member, but they did not panic, and immediately changed direction and walked towards Qin Yi. When the shuriken and the Tai knife collided together, Qin Yi used the power of this impact, and at the same time cast a moonstep, quickly twisted his body, and swept towards the opponent's head with 1 foot. The member of the Root organization holding the Tai knife saw Qin Yi's right foot attacking him, and his eyes behind his face couldn't help but widen, revealing a look of trepidation. He didn't expect that under this circumstance, Qin Yi would be able to launch such an attack, which was really unexpected, and he didn't expect it at all. Because Qin Yi's attack speed was too fast, the other party could not dodge at all, and was swept by Qin Yi's kick, and the whole person flew out upside down. Seeing the other party flying out upside down, Qin Yi did not intend to let the other party go, quickly cast a shaving, quickly chased over, and continued to appear beside the other party. Qin Yi appeared beside the members of the Root organization, and without the slightest hesitation, a flame erupted from his right hand, smashing down the opponent's body. Boom! The members of the Root organization suffered such a heavy blow, they could not withstand it at all, and they hit the ground directly, smashed out a mud puddle, screamed, and passed out, unconscious. Kinyi used the fastest speed to solve a member of the root organization, reducing the pressure on himself, showing enough strength to make the members of the root organization fearful, so that the opponent did not dare to underestimate him. The remaining 2 members of the root organization were shocked in their hearts when they saw that a teammate was easily defeated by Chiba, and they really did not dare to underestimate their opponents. When they rushed towards Kinyi, they did not hesitate in the slightest, and did not intend to show mercy to their subordinates, and they had already run the chakra, their hands sealed, and each of them unleashed different attacks. Fireball art. After the seal was completed, a member of the root organization spewed chakra out of his mouth, forming 3 football-sized fireballs, each attacking Chiba from different directions, not allowing Chiba to easily dodge. Wind escape, wind ahead. Another member of the root organization, casting the wind escape ninjutsu, spewed out the wind attribute chakra from his mouth, forming thousands of small wind blades, attacking towards Kinyi, densely packed, almost occupying this space, unable to dodge. Kinyi activated the ability to burn the fruit, his body twisted, and then a furious flame erupted, forming a wall of fire, resisting the attacks of the 2 members of the root organization. The 2 members of the root organization originally thought that with such a ninjutsu attack, they would injure Kinyi to a certain extent, but they did not expect that this result was still unexpected. However, in this case, they must not be allowed to be stunned, and they must continue to attack in order to defeat Chiba, otherwise, it will be them who will be defeated. Fire escape dragon fire art. The members of the root organization immediately sealed their seals, quickly cast fire ninjutsu, and formed a straight line of flames, like a fire dragon, bursting out with great power, and attacked towards Kinyi, very fast. In this case, if you change to another ninja and want to use ninjutsu to fight the incoming flames, it will be too late. Facing the flames that attacked him, Kinyi did not have the slightest fear, but instead showed a sneer. In the next instant, flames erupted from his right fist, swung up rapidly, and bombarded out. Fire fist. A punch blasted out, and the flames erupted, forming a huge fist, like a fierce beast, against the dragon fire that attacked it. Bang! The attacks from both sides collided together, immediately producing a roar, forming a power fluctuation that spread out towards the surroundings. Kinyi's strength is above the opponent, so the fire fist blasted out, immediately defeated the dragon fire, and continued to pounce towards the members of the root organization. Seeing the fire fist like a fierce beast, the members of this root organization became terrified, their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Rumble! The fire fist blasted over, directly on the other party, blasted the other party out, flew directly to the edge of the woods, and almost hit the trees. Suffering such an attack, the members of that root organization were defeated, it was inevitable, fell to the ground, passed out, and could not fight again. The remaining members of the root organization were no longer as surprised as they were, and they had been completely shocked by the strength that Kinyi had shown. He couldn't believe that a 5-year-old imp had such strength, he was really more evil than Kakashi. Although he was shocked in his heart, he could not retreat here, and he still had to continue to complete the task. Of course, there is still a fluke in his heart, hoping to defeat Chiba and bring him back to the base. Wind escape peacock whirlwind slash. The last person took off the Tadeo, clenched his hands, ran the chakra, injected it into the Tadeo, raised it high, and then slashed out. Airplanes. As he slashed out, chakra erupted, forming a hurricane, evolving into a peacock, and quickly rushing towards Chiba. Kinyi turned around and watched the last person attack, his eyes flashed with cold light, even with murderous intent. He roared low, and immediately rushed towards the wind peacock that was pounced, and at the same time flames emitted from his right hand, gradually bursting out. In the next instant, he still burst out into a fire fist, which was much more powerful than before. The fire fist bombarded the past, defeated the wind escape peacock, and continued to attack the last person. Rumble! The last member of the root organization, attacked by the fire fist, could not withstand it at all, and was immediately blasted out and fell into the distance. It seems that the physique of this root organization member should be stronger than the other 2, so after being attacked by the fire fist, he did not pass out, but just blocked the ground and screamed in pain. If it were in other places, Chiba would not bypass these ninjas and directly kill them. After all, this is the confines of Konoha village, and he can't kill members of the root organization, otherwise he will be sanctioned by the village. Although there are relatively sharp contradictions between different factions in the village, it will not escalate to the level of killing village members, which is not allowed. Go back and tell Tenzo that it's best not to mess with me, otherwise, I will make him pay. Kinyi walked to the member of the root organization who was not yet unconscious and said coldly. At this moment, he definitely did not look like a child, but had experienced countless things and became very cold, like a killing god, coming out of blood and fire, exuding an icy aura. Feeling the momentum exuded by Kinyi, the members of the root organization who fell to the ground felt horrified, and they felt panic in their hearts, very uneasy, and wanted to be farther away from Kinyi, not daring to approach him. With these words, Kinyi ignored the other party and continued to walk towards the place where he was cultivating. Without the slightest nervousness, there was nothing to worry about. On this day's cultivation, Kinyi mainly honed the shaving and moon steps, increasing the fusion between the two skills, and striving to burst out with stronger power. The next day, Chiba and Kakashi went out together to report to the Dark Ministry. Kinyi, will you be nervous when you go to the Dark Department for the first time today? As he walked down the road, Kakashi asked. It can be seen that there is no problem with Chiba joining the Dark Department and also following his own squad, making Kakashi happy about this. What is there to be nervous about? If those people dare to come and look for trouble, they will be taught a lesson. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and spoke, not at all nervous, but also showing arrogance. I'm relieved to see you like this, Kakashi said with a smile. The base of the dark part is not in the center of the village, but in the more marginal area. It is built in a wood, which is very hidden, and if you do not enter that area, it will definitely be difficult to find. Kakashi led Chiba to the dark base for a simple visit to understand the basic situation of the dark department and register. Prepare a set of combat uniforms for Chiba. Kakashi took Chiba to the logistics office and said to the old man in charge of the logistics office, "Okay, there's a new member in the dark department." With a kind smile on his face, the old man spoke, as if happy about this. His gaze fell on Kinyi, and he looked up. "This is my younger brother Chiba. The talent is very good, not worse than me." Kakashi spoke, proud of Chiba. "That's very good. The young man has to work hard and contribute to the village in the future." The old man said to Kinyi. He had a lot of expectations for him. "I will." Kinyi nodded and said, revealing a childlike smile. The old man did not hesitate, turned around and walked into the room, and took out a set of combat uniforms and tools for Kinyi. Chiba got the combat uniform, and after changing his clothes, he put a fox mask on his face and followed Kakashi to the usual training place. After all, Kakashi is still a child. After joining the Dark Division, he is just a team member, and he does not have much power, just an ordinary group member. Kakashi's group, in the dark part, is more of a younger member, and the average team member will not be more than 15 years old. If the young team members stay together, there will be no barriers, and communication will be much easier, and they can promote each other and communicate together. Chiba and Kakashi came to the meadow in the forest, where 5 members of the Dark Division had gathered, wearing the same style of combat uniforms and masks of different animals, and their faces could not be seen clearly. When they usually stay together, they will take off their masks, know each other who they are. Maybe today they know that a new member has joined, so they want to give a little color to the new member to see, shock the new member, and consolidate their status. The new members of the Dark Department have arrived, and everyone will take care of each other in the future. Kakashi stood in the middle of the field, took off his mask, and spoke. He still respected the other members of the Dark Department present, and did not have any proud looks. Among the members of the Dark Division present, only Kakashi and Chiba were the youngest, so it was necessary to show respect for their predecessors. "I am the new member of the Dark Department, and please take care of you in the future." Kinyi took off his mask, revealed a beautiful face, and spoke. His expression was calm, without any nervousness, and he would not be afraid of other members of the Dark Division. "Yo, the new member is still a child, younger than Kakashi." A dark member standing on the trunk of the tree couldn't help but chuckle when he looked at the immature Kinyi. It was a woman's voice, and the voice seemed very crisp and sounded good, making people think that she must be a beautiful girl. As she spoke, the girl did not continue to cover her face, and brought the rabbit's face above her head, revealing her beautiful face. She has long hair, but a ponytail, a fair face, a goose-egg face, a beautiful nose, and a very good temperament, and is a beautiful girl. "My name is Uchiha Meina. If you don't understand anything in the future, you can come and ask me." Meina, who was standing on the trunk of the tree, showed a good-looking smile and said with a smile. Hearing the other party's introduction, Kinyi was still a little surprised, and did not expect that the other party was a person from the Uchiha clan, and he was also a beautiful girl. "Oh, actually let a little fart join the dark part. This is a joke. Do you think the dark part has become a kindergarten?" A dark member standing upside down on a tree trunk, relatively tall, slender, and wearing a leopard mask, said coldly, with a hint of mockery. Obviously, this person is very unhappy with Kinyi, and feels that joining the dark part at Kinyi's age can only become the tail of the crane, and it can't play much role at all. "Karama Tonshan, don't hit the new members like that." The other members spoke, obviously a little unable to stand Karama Tonshan's contemptuous treatment of Chiba. Karama Tonshan, it turns out that the Karama family is known as the 4 major families of Konoha. No wonder he is so arrogant. Knowing the other party's name, Kinyi couldn't help but joke, sneered and said, not afraid of the other party at all. Even if the opponent's strength is good, he is only a 13 or 14-year-old boy, and he is not Chiba's opponent at all, and if he fights, Chiba is confident that he can defeat the other party. "Karama Tonshan, this is my younger brother, his strength is very good, don't torture and underestimate him." Kakashi spoke, indicating his attitude. Kinyi is his younger brother, and he, as an older brother, must protect his younger brother and can't let others bully, otherwise he, as an older brother, will have no face. "Hee, it turned out to be your younger brother, but so what, the second bird is still a rookie. If you are not convinced, try it with me." Kurama Tongshin obviously did not give face, but still said with disdain, and his attitude was very tough. Seeing this situation, Kinyi was a little unbearable. Even if he was just a child, and he had just joined the dark department, he could not tolerate others despising him like this. How to say that the clay man also has 3 points of fire? He will not be soft persimmons, casually others to take it. I know I'm a newcomer. If I don't show some skills, you won't be able to look at me and think I'm a rookie. Then I'll try it with you now. What do you think? Chiba walked out, looked at Kurama Tongshin, who was standing upside down, and spoke. His expression was calm, his eyes were firm, and he was not afraid of such a challenge at all. Little ghost, dare to challenge me? It's a little courageous, and you are not so dish. Kurama Tongshin spoke, still looking condescending. Hey, with your ability, you are not qualified to fight with Tongshan, so let me try it with you and see what you are capable of. A member of the dark department wearing a tiger mask walked out and said playfully. His figure is not tall, and his voice has a hint of childishness. I think he will not be very old. It is estimated that he is only 12 or 13 years old, and he usually secretly scolds the henchmen of the same mountain. Okay, then try it, wait for me to defeat you, and then go to challenge the same mountain and prove my strength. Kinyi did not refuse, but directly agreed to come down, without the slightest panic. Kakashi did not organize Chiba and let the latter do this without the slightest worry. You know, Chiba's strength is not bad, no worse than Kakashi. If you fight against the other party, you will not lose at all. It looks like there will be a good fight, and hopefully it will surprise us. A member of the dark department spoke, not meaning to be an old peacemaker, but a little gloating, looking forward to this competition. It is allowed for members of the dark division to compete with each other, as long as it does not cause human life, and this can also improve each other's strength. Come on, I hope you have a little patience, don't let me beat it easily. Kinyi looked at the member wearing the tiger mask and spoke, looking very arrogant with the provocative action. Little ghost, the tone is not small. See how I defeat you, let you know how good you are. Remember my name is Moonlight Nelly. Moonlight Nelly, who was wearing a tiger mask, said coldly. Stop wasting time, hurry up, Kinyi said with disdain. Moonlight Nelly snorted coldly, no longer hesitated, and rushed towards Kinyi. The speed was very fast, no worse than Zhong Shinobu. Moonlight Nelly is only at the level of middle ninja, not the kind of opponent of adult middle ninja. With his current strength, it is obviously impossible to compete with Chiba. Moonlight Blastwind is not good at ninjutsu, but he is a little better at physical skills, and he is good at using secret swords. Therefore, after he rushed over, his body was still twisting in the air, and his posture appeared very graceful and beautiful, as if he was dancing. However, in Kinyi's eyes, this kind of beauty is completely cumbersome, and it is not useful in the middle, and it shows the flaws in front of him, giving him a good opportunity. Since Moonlight Nelly gave Chiba such an opportunity, Chiba would definitely not give up. Kinyi exerted force under his feet, launched the shaving, and the body immediately disappeared, and when he appeared in the next moment, he came to Moonlight Nelly, and with a swift kick, he kicked directly on the abdomen of the other party. Boom! Moonlight Nelly suffered a heavy blow, and the whole person flew out upside down, hitting the trees, and let out a muffled snort. He was pulling out the long sword on his back before, but he didn't have a chance to attack, so he was shot out by Kinyi and easily defeated. Chiba fell back to the ground and stood there, not continuing the pursuit. Is this your strength? It's probably too weak. Kinyi looked at the Moonlight Nelly in the distance and said with disdain, showing a proud look. He shows enough strength to naturally be proud of his capital. Seeing Chiba easily defeat Moonlight Nelly and standing around the members of the dark department, he was immediately surprised, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Moonlight Nelly is among these people. The strength is considered to be in the middle and upper reaches, but he did not expect that he was easily defeated by Kinyi, which can be said to be a second kill, without the slightest suspense. It can be imagined that Kinyi's strength is indeed very strong, above Moonlight Nelly. I really didn't expect that you would have such strength at such a young age, Uchiha Mina said with a smile, surprised by the strength that Chiba displayed, as if she had found a jade, and her eyes brightened. Kinyi, I did a very good job, worthy of being my younger brother, Kakashi said praisefully, proud of Chiba. This little ghost is really good, although he is a little younger, his strength is strong enough. Others also expressed their opinions, recognizing Chiba's strength. Next, can I challenge you? Kinyi did not intend to stop there, turned around, looked at Kurama Tongshin standing upside down on the trunk, and slowly spoke, showing coldness. Since the other party was so sneering before, then Kinyi would not make the other party feel good, and would inevitably issue a challenge. Don't think that if you defeat Nelly, you can beat me, don't be too presumptuous. Although Kurama Tongshin was surprised, he quickly calmed down, still very proud, and felt that Chiba was not his opponent. I haven't tried it and how do I know? I think if I beat you, I will be very happy. Kinyi was unceremonious, confronted by the opposite policy, and did not fall behind. Hearing Chiba's arrogant words, Kurama Tongshin was even more unhappy in his heart, determined to teach Chiba a good lesson, otherwise, it would be difficult to vent the anger in his heart. Kurama Tonshen came down from the tree, stood on the ground, looked at Chiba coldly, and slowly walked over. As he walked over, he reached out and unbuttoned his mask, revealing his face. Kurama Tonshen is relatively handsome in appearance, angular, and his face is full of pride, which looks extraordinary. Kurama Tonshen walked towards Chiba, and did not directly move, but looked at Chiba, as if as long as he watched, he would lose his combat effectiveness because of this. Seeing Kurama walking over and not attacking, Kinyi couldn't help but be surprised, unable to understand what the other party wanted to do. However, he was stunned suddenly, remembering the ancient family of Kurama, which was an ancient family that could be ranked with the three families of Uchiha, Senju, and Hinata, and had a terrifying blood succession limit, but it gradually declined, and then disappeared and was ignored. The illusion of the Kurama family is very powerful, and it can even turn the things that exist in the illusion into real existence, which can be called the ability to defy the sky. Kurama Tonshen looked at Chiba, although there was no movement, but through his eyes, he had already launched an illusion. Suddenly, around Kinyi's body, flames appeared out of thin air, constantly burning, raging and churning, like a sea of fire, looking terrifying. Moreover, deep in the sea of fire, Kinyi could feel the powerful heat energy, which made him very uncomfortable, and felt that he would be burned to death by the flames. You have fallen into my illusion range, you have already lost, it is better to quickly admit defeat, otherwise, you will only suffer more. Kurama Tonshen looked at Chiba in the sea of fire and said with a sneer, still showing contempt. Although your ability is a bit special, it is not enough to defeat me. Kinyi said jokingly, not nervous at all. You like to have a hard mouth so much, then let you taste the taste of pain and teach you a profound lesson. Kurama Tonshen said coldly. As he spoke, he directly waved his right hand, controlled the flames in the sea of fire, and directly mobilized, like a fire python, churned up and attacked Kinyi. Watching the flames frantically pounce over, Kinyi did not hesitate, his body shook, and he launched the ability to burn fruits, and the blazing flames immediately burst out, resisting the impacting flames and defusing the attack. Pillar of fire. Kinyi's body turned, and an even stronger flame burst out, forming a thick pillar of fire, crushing all the surrounding flames. After all, Kurama Tonshen has limited strength, only the middle ninja level, and it takes a lot of chakra to perform such an illusion, and it is difficult to maintain. Now, Chiba burst out such a flame, completely crushing the flames of Kurama Tonshen, naturally causing his illusion to collapse, and the surrounding things returned to their original appearance, and there was no flame surging, only the flame emitted by Chiba. How so? Seeing that the illusion he had performed was disintegrated like this, Kurama Tonshen was surprised, he couldn't believe it, and it was difficult to accept. He originally thought that with his special ability, it would be an easy thing to defeat Chiba from him, but he did not expect that it would turn out to be such a result. Is that what you're capable of? It's not enough to see it all. Chiba looked at Kurama Tonshen and said with disdain. When the words fell, he did not hesitate, quickly acted, rushed towards Kurama Tonshen, and launched an offensive. Although Kurama Tonshen was surprised, he quickly reacted and saw Chiba rushing over. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately ran the chakra, quickly sealed his hands, and performed ninjutsu. Fire escape how fireball technique. Kurama sealed with the mountain, launched chakra, and spewed chakra out of his throat, and immediately formed a huge fireball in the space in front of him, quickly attacking towards Chiba. In the face of the huge fireball that pounced, Kinyi was ready and did not have the slightest fear. He drank up, activated the ability to burn fruit, and the flames burst out, wrapped around his right fist, and instantly swelled a lot rumble. The fire fist bombarded out, directly crushing the fireball, and disintegrating Kurama Tonshen's attack. Moreover, the offensive of the Fire Fist has not stopped, and it is still attacking forward, like a fierce beast, crashing into the same mountain. At this time, Kurama Tonshen could not dodge at all, suffered a powerful Fire Fist impact, and the whole person flew out upside down, hit the trees 10 meters away, fell to the ground, and directly passed out. Chiba showed enough strength to defeat the self-proclaimed powerful Kurama Tonshen to shock the members of the Dark Division present. These Dark Department members were surprised in their hearts when they saw Kinyi's strength, and they did not expect that a little ghost had such a terrifying strength, which was definitely unexpected. The surrounding dark members looked at Kinyi in the field, their eyes widened, and their emotions were excited, and it was difficult to calm down. Kinyi has become more powerful, and now even if it is me, I am afraid it is not his opponent. Kakashi looked at Chiba and sighed in his heart. Very good, it really deserves to be a rare genius in Konoha. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the woods. Immediately afterwards, a slender member with a height of 1 meter 8, wearing a black combat uniform and a tanuki mask, walked out of the woods and appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this dark member appear, all the Dark Department members present were in awe, and did not dare to have the slightest contempt. Captain Jiwei, the Oil Girl. Several members of the Dark Department spoke one after another. After hearing this title, Kinyi reacted, knowing the identity of the other party and the ability he was proficient in. Shiwei, the Oil Girl, is a ninja who is proficient in the ability to control insects, and her strength is very comprehensive, and she can control insects to search for information and fight. Before the Third Ninja World War broke out, he actually worked in the dark department, which was a bit unexpected for Chiba. The little genius of the Kiki family, who graduated from the ninja school early before he was 6 years old, and easily defeated Kurama Tongshan. You are very good. The oil girl Jiwei walked over, stood in front of Kinyi, her gaze fell on the other party, and spoke. Oil girl Jiwei will not be like Kurama Tongshan, hot-blooded, likes to make trouble, can handle things calmly, and will not target Chiba. I'll have to learn more from the captain in the future. Kinyi responded calmly, not arrogant. Since you are Kakashi's younger brother, you have already learned a lot from Kakashi on the way to the Dark Division, about the daily things that the Dark Department has to do. The oil girl Jiwei did not say anything, and went directly to the topic. The Dark Team usually patrols the situation in the village, and if anything unusual is found, it must be reported to Naruto-sama immediately. Yunuji briefly reiterated it, and then added, if there is any special mission, the Dark Team will also leave the village to carry out the mission. After briefly saying the matter, the oil girl Shiwei did not linger, turned around and left the place, and ordered the two subordinates to take away Moonlight Nali and Kurama, who had been unconscious. As for the other members of the Dark Department, after the oil girl Jiwei left, they left this place one after another, patrolled the village, and did their job. Kakashi was in no hurry to leave, and was ready to take Chiba on patrol with him, and the two brothers acted together. Let's go on patrol too, Kakashi said to Chiba. Chiba did not hesitate, answered, followed Kakashi, and patrolled the village together. In the first 2 days, Kinyi could endure this boring life, but on the third day, he felt that there was nothing to do everyday patrol like this, but it was really boring, it was simply a waste of life. Being a member of the Dark Division is not as fun as I thought, patrolling every day, it's really boring, not a little passion. Chiba, wearing a mask, walked in the woods and complained. This is the work of the dark part, life cannot be full of fun at all times, you have to learn patience and be patient. Kakashi walked beside him and opened his mouth to persuade Chiba. In this kind of thing, Kakashi is very patient, does not complain easily, and can easily accept this kind of thing. You are a child, how can you be so patient, what a monster. Chiba turned around, looked at Kakashi, shook his head and said, because I am a ninja, I must shoulder my mission and complete it seriously. Kakashi said calmly and seriously. It seems that I have no way to communicate with you, you are too rigid, Kinyi said ruefully. Although he needs to carry out the task of patrolling the village, Kinyi will not slack off in cultivation. He uses the shadow doppelganger technique, creates 2 doppelgangers, and cultivates on the outskirts of the village. Kakashi, Chiba, Naruto-sama summoned you to the office, it seems that there is a task for you. Uchiha Mina appeared, without the slightest hesitation, and spoke. Is it finally time to go on a mission? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Kinyi laughed and became very excited. 10 minutes later, the 5 members of the Dark Division, Chiba, Kakashi, and Uchiha Mina, gathered in the Hokage's office. The third-generation Hokage sat on the table behind his desk, put down the information in his hand, and looked up at the 5 members of the Dark Division. Originally, this task did not need to be entrusted to you, but recently the situation between several major powers has become tense, and the ninjas in the village have gone on other tasks, and there are no manpower for a while, so I thought of letting you carry it out. Ape Flying Sun said. Naruto-sama, if you have any task, please do not hesitate to order, with our strength, it will definitely be completed smoothly. Kurama Tongshan spoke, having a lot of confidence in himself. Recently, in the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Tien, there has been a strong rogue, always invading the border residents. I want you to go and solve the rogue. Ape Flying Sun Chopper briefly explained the task. Now the situation in various countries is relatively tense, and I suspect that the rogues on the border are supported by other countries, so when you carry out your tasks, you don't have to show mercy to your subordinates, and use your strength to deter each other. Sarutobi added. Konoha village is now strong, and it is not afraid of other ninja villages at all. If other ninja villages want to start a war, Konoha village is also not afraid and dares to fight. Please rest assured, Naruto-sama, we will definitely wipe out the rogues on the border. Kurama Tongshan spoke. After explaining the task, Sarutobi let the members of the Dark Department leave. Kurama Tongshan is now making a contribution, and he has also been appointed as the captain of this 5-person group, and his self-confidence has swelled a lot, and he does not want to delay the slightest time. Let the others go back and prepare, and immediately take action, rushing towards the border of the country of Fire and the country of Tien, intending to complete this mission in the shortest possible time and prove their strength. In Kurama Tongshan's view, as long as this task can be completed excellently, then it will definitely be reused in the future, and it is inevitable that it will be mixed up. After 2 days of hurrying, the 5 of Chiba rushed to the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Tien. After they arrived at the border, they did not act recklessly, did not rush to immediately track down the gangsters, but obtained more useful information from the local villagers. According to the information provided by the villagers, this gang of rogues has appeared for half a month, wantonly burning and looting the border villagers, making the villagers on the border simply unhappy and suffering huge losses. After hearing the villagers' explanations, Uchiha Mina was filled with righteous indignation, and she wanted to immediately annihilate the rogues, avenge the dead villagers, and vent the anger in her heart. According to the information provided by the villagers, this gang is now 10 miles away from the attacked village, occupying a mountain peak and intending to stay there for a long time. The mountain peak where the Ryoko stood was not within the border of the Land of Fire, but fell within the Land of Fields, which may have been intentional. We are going to destroy those rogues at once. Moonlight Nelly also has a warm blood, and he can't tolerate this kind of thing at all. We don't know yet what is the strength of this rogue. It is not a good plan to attack rashly now, and these rogues are now king and have geographical advantages, so it is better for us to plan it. Kakashi's calm analysis did not attack as rashly in the face of unnecessary losses. Are you scared? Don't dare to deal with these rogues. Kurama Tonshin spoke, with a hint of teasing, gladly looking down on Kakashi a little. For Kakashi and Chiba, Kurama Tonshin has no good feelings, and if he has the opportunity, he will definitely target and sneer. The defeat of Chiba, Kurama Tonshin has always remembered it in his heart, never forgotten, and even wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Tonshin, how can you say this? Kakashi is also thinking carefully, for the sake of everyone, not to let everyone fall into danger. We are here to carry out the mission, not to play with life. Uchiha Mina spoke, not wanting to see everyone make a conflict because of this kind of thing. If everyone is in conflict and discord with each other now, when it comes time to deal with the rogues, they will not be able to work together, there will be big problems, and even lead to everyone's deaths. I want to complete the task quickly, although Naruto-sama did not ask for the length of time to complete the task, but if it drags on for a long time, he will definitely not be happy. Kurama Tonshin spoke, giving himself a good reason and a good persuasion. Since you are so anxious to kill the rogues, then act now. Kinyi, who had never spoken, finally spoke. His expression was calm, not the slightest nervousness, as if Tarzan collapsed in front of him, and he would not have the slightest panic, not at all a child's expression. Even your brother agrees to act, Kakashi, you won't have any opinions. Moonlight Nelly spoke, a look of disdain flashing on his face. Then let's act. Kakashi also stopped arguing and agreed to act immediately. With the strength of him and Kinyi, even if he encounters a problem and is calculated by the rogue, he can retreat with his whole body. After all, he is already a middle forbearant. On the contrary, Moonlight Nelly is among the 5 people. The strength is the worst one. If there is really an accident, the most unlucky is estimated to be him. The 5 members of Kurama Tonshin did not delay time, and immediately took action, rushing towards the camp where the rogues were stationed. Half an hour later, they appeared at the foot of the camp, stopped slightly, adjusted their state, and prepared to attack later. The characters this time are to annihilate the rogues, so there is no need to show mercy to their subordinates, just bombard them directly when they attack, understand? Kurama Tonshin spoke. We know what to do and don't need you to command. Chiba, who was standing on the trunk of the tree, said without saltiness and lightness, and would not easily obey the command of Kurama Tonshin. In his opinion, Kurama Tonshin is just a stuntman who is in a hurry to make meritorious achievements. If he lets Tonshin command, I am afraid that there will be problems, and there will be a lot of trouble at that time. Moreover, it is strange that Chiba is above Kurama Tonshin in terms of mentality and strength, and will obey the commands of others. If you want to command you, then wait until you can beat me. Don't forget, you are my defeated subordinate. Kinyi said disapprovingly, not giving Kurama the same mountain face at all. You, give me a walk and see. Kurama Tonshin was so angry that his face was red, and he wanted to burst out, but he didn't have that ability. The hatred for Kinyi in his heart was like burning anger, and he couldn't wait to wipe Kinyi out. Don't argue here, we're on a mission, and when the mission is completed, whatever you want. Uchiha Mina spoke. She knew that there was a conflict between Kurama and Yama and Chiba, and it was difficult to resolve, so she didn't plan to waste time to resolve it, whatever they wanted, as long as it didn't affect the mission. No problems were found. It is estimated that this rogue is not defensive, we can act. Moonlight Nelly observed the situation on the mountain and then spoke. Kurama snorted coldly, did not hesitate, and was the first to move, shuttling through the woods, and rushing towards the camp on the mountain. He wanted to pour out all the anger in his heart on the rogue and kill him. The 4 of Kinyi did not hesitate, and they moved one after another, rushing towards the mountain. In less than 10 minutes, the 5 of Chiba arrived at the camp near the top of the mountain. The camp had just been set up, but the trees had been cut down and a flat plot of land had been carved out and 7 simple wooden houses had been built, which were somewhat messy, with wood and planks piled up everywhere. According to the information obtained from the villagers, there are about 20 people in this rogue. Most of them are not strong, and maybe 2 or 3 people will reach the level of Zongnin. Kurama Tonshin originally thought that if he rushed to the camp of the rogues, he could see the rogues who were caught off guard, and there was no need to be afraid, and he could kill on a large scale. However, when he rushed into the camp, he didn't see any trace of the rogue at all, which surprised him and couldn't believe it. However, the scene unfolding in front of him was unexpected and made him completely unexpected. What's going on? Where did the rogue go? Kurama stood in the camp, looked around the camp, and spoke, unable to calm down. He was originally full of confidence, he could kill the rogue by surprise, and he didn't even have time to react, but he didn't expect that he would pounce. The four of Kinyi then arrived, and when they saw that it was empty and there was no camp for rogues, they were also surprised and difficult to calm down. There is actually not a single rogue. Did they get the news in advance and knew that we were coming, so they hid? Moonlight Nelly spoke, with his 12-year-old insight, he couldn't figure it out at all. I'm afraid it's not that the rogues are hiding, but they want to catch turtles in the urn. Standing on a wooden pillar, Kinyi scanned the surrounding environment and spoke, his eyes becoming sharp. At this time, in the woods around the camp, there was a sudden movement, which was obviously the sound made by someone shuttling through the woods, and the ninjutsu was not small. Not good, be ready to fight, Kakashi said, immediately turning around and getting ready for battle. After hearing the voice, the five of Kinyi quickly reacted, turned around, and prepared for battle. Swish, 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 the sound of breaking wind sounded, and figures continued to emerge from the lush woods and appear around the camp. These are all rogues who burned and robbed on the border, one by one. They were extremely vicious, their faces were hideous, they held weapons in their hands, and they became fierce when they looked at the gazes of the five people in Kinyi. A total of 23 rogues appeared around the camp, surrounding the five of Chiba in the middle. Moonlight Nelly had not encountered this situation yet, so seeing that he was surrounded by rogues, the situation became very unfavorable, and his heart became uneasy, without the confidence before, and a panic look appeared on his face. Hee, it's ridiculous that 5 little ghosts who haven't grown their hair yet want to come and annihilate us. There was a rogue with a mustache, flicked the Tadeo in his hand, and said coldly, with a look of disdain, obviously not taking the Kinyi 5 seriously, is Konoha getting more and more useless? To send you to deal with us is not to take us seriously. A rogue wielding a tomahawk drank. And what's going on with those 2 little ghosts? You haven't gone to school yet, you dare to come and kill the enemy, are you tired of living? Someone looked at Chiba and Kakashi and said with a sneer. Kinyi and they were considered to have been ambushed, and when they rushed to this camp and wanted to attack and kill the rogues, they were noticed by the rogues, and they planned and arranged this bureau. These rogues believe that as long as the 5 people of Kinyi are surrounded so that they don't even have a chance to escape, they will definitely be able to solve the 5 people without the slightest pressure. What are we going to do now? Moonlight Nelly said, although he had drawn his sword and was ready to fight, he did not have the slightest confidence and became apprehensive. Don't worry so much, they are just some ordinary rogues, their strength will not be strong, we may not have a chance, Kinyi said. Although he seems to be only a few years old now, his ability to analyze things is good, and he is still able to maintain a calm mind when he is not afraid of danger, which is very rare. Chiba is right, we are Konoha's ninjas, they may not be our opponents. Kakashi spoke, not flustered and able to remain calm. As long as we work together, we will not be weaker than them. Uchiha Mina spoke, feeling a little nervous, but not afraid. In any case, they are the elites of the Dark Department, even if they are in danger, they still have the ability to solve it, and they will not have no chance. Originally, such words to stabilize the army's heart should have been spoken by Kurama Tongson to keep everyone confident and not to panic, but he did not expect to be robbed of the limelight by Chiba and Kakashi, making him almost useless, and there was a anger in his heart. You little devils, you are all dying to the end, and you are still pretending to be in front of us. Wait a minute, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy, and then slowly torture you to death. Hee, that chick is very slow and tender, let her wait for us later. Ryukwin sneered, showing a disdainful look, still not putting the Kinyi 5 in his eyes. Seeing that these rogues were still in the mood, Kinyi did not intend to waste time, snorted coldly, and took the lead in rushing over and launching an offensive. Seeing Chiba act, the 4 Kakashi no longer hesitated, and almost rushed out at the same time, facing the surrounding rogues, using their own means to launch a rapid attack. In this case, if they can't defeat their opponent, then they will suffer and be killed here, which is very likely, so they must give it their all. After Kinyi rushed out, he immediately launched the burning fruit, and the flames burst out, surrounding his body, reflecting him, and it looked very majestic. Yan Shang Gang. Kinyi mobilized the flames and swung out with his right hand, causing the flames to rush out, forming a wall of fire that quickly rose up to block the rogues who were originally planning to rush over. Several rogues saw the flames appear, affected by the heat energy, did not dare to rush over easily, and all flinched, revealing a surprised look. And Kinyi rushed over, not afraid of the wall of fire at all, but still maintained a high speed, rushed directly over, and appeared in front of a rogue. In the next instant, Kinyi waved the shuriken in his hand and twisted his body, his movements looked very beautiful, and he easily cut the neck of a rogue. Before the rogue whose neck was cut could react, blood splashed, and he was easily killed, and he didn't even have a chance to scream, so he fell up. Before this killed rogue fell, Kinyi launched a shave, flashed in an instant, and appeared in front of another rogue. Shuriken quickly pierced into the opponent's heart. Burst! The shuriken had no suspense, pierced the opponent's heart, causing blood to splash out, and easily strangled this rogue. In just 2 blinks of an eye, Kinyi killed 2 rogues. This attack method is really efficient, not like a child can perform, but a person who has experienced countless battles to have this kind of combat skill. Kinyi did not hesitate, twisted his body, changed direction, and at the same time threw the shuriken in his right hand out, directly into the eyebrows of a rogue, and killed the rogue who swung the knife and slashed over. The three rogues closest to Kinyi were almost killed in seconds, not to mention resistance and screaming, and they didn't even have time to react, and they didn't know how they were killed. The rogue, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but be horrified when he saw three accomplices killed. His eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. They didn't expect that it was just a little ghost, and the strength was so strong that it was beyond expectations. How could he be so strong, still a child? Some rogues exclaimed. It was really difficult to calm down. Don't be stunned, go together, be sure to kill him. Someone drank it, and his heart was really angry, and he didn't dare to underestimate Kinyi. The five rogues quickly rushed over, brandishing the weapons in their hands, moving quickly, and wrapping Kinyi from different directions, wanting to kill him in one fell swoop without giving him any chance. Kinyi quickly glanced at it and found that the five rogues rushed towards him, without the slightest panic, rushing towards the two rogues in front, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, as if looking at two dead people. Divine fire, no fire. Kinyi rushed over, swung his hands forward from behind, and emitted two flames, forming two muskets and attacking the two rogues. Phew, phew. The two muskets rushed over, equally fast, approaching the two rogues. The strength of these rogues is not strong in the first place, and if they want to compete with Kinyi, it is impossible, and there is not even a chance to dodge. Poof, poof. Two voices rang out, quickly attacking the muskets that went out, forcefully submerged into the bodies of the two rogues, and shook them out. Originally, the five rogues attacked Kinyi together, but as soon as the attack started, they were killed by Kinyi attack, which instantly weakened their combat power a lot. At this time, the other three rogues arrived and finally had a chance to attack. The three rogues approached, attacking Chiba from the top, middle, and bottom, not giving him a chance to dodge. In the face of such an attack, if you change to someone else, it is very difficult to dodge. However, for Kinyi, it was nothing at all, and he didn't even have the idea of dodging, but he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to attack. Yanji Yanzu. Suddenly, flames erupted from Kinyi's body, and as his body rotated, it was carried out from the bottom up, forming a powerful pillar of fire. After the pillar of fire appeared, the three rogues who attacked just rushed over, without the slightest suspense, and were affected by the powerful flames. Rumble. The three rogues were attacked by the pillar of fire, without any suspense, and were immediately blasted out, fell to the ground, suffered heavy damage, and lost their combat effectiveness. However, in a moment, all the rogues on Kinyi's side were solved, 5 of the 8 rogues were killed, and 3 suffered heavy injuries and lost their combat effectiveness. Uchiha Mina was besieged by 4 rogues, and although she could barely hold on, she had fallen behind, and if she continued like this, she would be killed. I really didn't expect that the strength of this little devil of yours is so strong, it's really surprising. Just as Chiba was about to go to help Uchiha Mina, a figure quickly rushed out of the woods, and 3 shurikens attacked and pursued Chiba. Facing the shuriken that attacked him, Kinyi was not afraid at all, and casually sent out a flame to block the shuriken. This is a person dressed in simple clothes, similar to the rogue dressed, with a scar on his forehead, but his eyes are very sharp, which is very different from the rogue. Seeing this person appear, Chiba can conclude that this person's old line is not a rogue, but a ninja, and it is estimated that he is ordered by other ninja villages to disrupt the borders of the Fire Country. It seems that you are the mastermind behind these rogues. Kinyi squinted his eyes slightly, looked at the ninja who appeared, and said coldly, "This person's strength is not bad. It is estimated that he has the strength of the level of middle patience, or even a little stronger, and may reach the level of special patience, which is not at all comparable to those rookie rogues. Even if Kinyi wants to defeat the other party, it will not be an easy thing, and he needs to be cautious. Yes, and how, even if you know the truth, you can't leave alive." The other party said coldly, not afraid to admit it, and had enough confidence in this matter. "Do you really think that with you alone, leading these local chickens and dogs, you can really eat us?" Kinyi said disdainfully, not worried at all. "Of course I wouldn't think so, but what if you add them?" The other party showed a cold smile and said playfully. The words fell, and from the woods, 3 people dressed as rogues rushed out one after another. It can be seen that although they are dressed as rogues, the momentum they exude is completely different, their eyes are very sharp, and they are resolute. All of them are from some ninjas. "Which ninja village are you?" Chiba looked at the 4 ninjas who appeared and asked, wanting to know the answer from the other party's mouth. "You are just dying people, know what is the use of so much, or die with regret." The ninja who appeared first spoke, his expression becoming cold. "Who will die is not certain, don't be too happy." Kinyi said coldly, there was no egg meaning at all. "You guys go over and deal with the other 4 imps, hurry up and end the battle." The leader's opening said. The 3 ninjas who appeared, no longer hesitating, immediately took action, rushed in the direction of Kakashi's 4, and participated in the battle over there. Seeing this situation, Kinyi reacted. The ninja who appeared in front of him was not at the level of medium ninja at all, at least it reached the level of special upper ninja, while the other 3 ninjas were at the level of middle ninja. If these 3 Naka shinobi attack the Kakashi 4, they may be able to gain the upper hand, but it will take a lot of time to defeat the Kakashi 4. Taking advantage of this time, Chiba can kill his opponent before going to help Kakashi and them. If you want to break each one, then I have to solve you first. Kinyi looked at the other party and said solemnly, "Little ghost, your strength is good, but don't treat me as a rogue. To tell you the truth, I am already very tolerant, and it will only take a little time to deal with you." Special Shangnin opened his mouth and said, with the intention of banter, he had absolute confidence that he could kill Chiba. "If you have the ability, then you let the horse come," Kinyi said defiantly. Saying that, he did not hesitate, immediately ran the chakra, quickly sealed his hands, and performed the shadow doppelganger technique. The 2 Kinyi appeared in front of him, without pausing, took the lead in attacking, and rushed towards Special Shinobu. After more than a year of cultivation, Kinyi's strength has improved a lot, relying on the ability to burn fruits. If you are particularly tolerant in battle, it is not a problem at all. The 2 Kinyi cast their shaves, approached the Special Shinobi, and besieged each other. In the case of casting, Kinyi's speed is very fast. Just in the blink of an eye, he approached the opponent, performed physical skills, and blasted out his fists and feet. After all, the other party is particularly tolerant, has rich combat experience, and his physical skills are definitely very strong, and it is impossible to rely on physical skills to defeat him. Compete with me in physical skills, and seek your own death. Especially Shang endured the cold, not afraid at all. He quickly cast his physical technique, holding Kuwu in both hands, and attacked towards the 2 Kinyi. His speed was fast and powerful. Sonorous. The Kuwu on both sides collided together, immediately making a sonorous sound, and sparks burst out. Although the 2 Kinyi joined forces to attack together, they were particularly rich in combat skills, and they were able to calmly resist each time without letting themselves be harmed. Although Kinyi's physical skills are good, after all, he is still a child's physique, and he can't compete with the adult's physique, so the confrontation in physical skills will soon fall into disadvantage and cannot suppress the other party. "Little ghost, with your little strength, you are not my opponent at all." Special Shinobu spoke, his words very confident. As he spoke, he had already approached Kinyi's shadow doppelganger, and Kuwu stabbed straight out, defeating the shadow doppelganger. "Then give it a try." Kinyi responded coldly. He directly launched the shaving, and the whole person disappeared from the ground and appeared in the air. After coming to the air, Chiba can cast a moon step, let his body glide through the air, and come to the top of the Special Shinobi. Fire Fist. Kinyi did not hesitate at all, and immediately slammed his fist to attack, and the flames burst out, forming a fire fist and rapidly bombarding down. Seeing the huge fire fist bombarding down, he was particularly awe-inspiring, intuitively felt dangerous, did not hesitate, and immediately made a seal. Tudun Tuliu Wall. Special Shinobu immediately condensed a wall of earth and stone, protecting the front and above of him, and fending off the attacking fire fist. Rumble. The power of the fire fist was very powerful, directly crushing the earthen wall, and continued to attack towards the Special Shinobi. Special Shinobu failed to dodge, was engulfed by the fire fist, and continued to attack. It's just that when the fire fist will be engulfed by special patience, it just makes a light sound, and the body immediately collapses. Obviously, Special Shinobu performed a substitute technique, and the Buddha figure was no longer in his original position, dodging the attack and not being harmed. At this moment, in the ground below Kinyi, a figure rushed out, quickly approaching Kinyi, holding Kuwu in his hand, and performing a physical attack. Especially Shang Shinobu knew that his physical skills were stronger than the other party, which was his advantage, so he planned to use this advantage to defeat Chiba and end this battle. Seeing that Special Shinobu appeared behind him and launched a hand-to-hand battle, Kinyi was not nervous, without the slightest panic. Perhaps this is the opportunity that he wants. In the pure sense of physical skills, Kinyi is not a particularly good opponent, but he cannot be treated with common sense. After all, he can be elementalized. That's what you're waiting for. Kinyi sneered. Seeing that Kinyi turned into flames and his body quickly separated, he was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable that Kinyi had this ability. How can this be? Special Shinobu exclaimed, wanting to pull away and withdraw backwards. However, he did not succeed. He was still wrapped in flames, and he fell downwind in an instant. Why can't it be like this? Come on. Kinyi's cold voice sounded like a killing god who asked for his life, and it entered the ears of Special Shangren. The flames burst out, like a giant beast that devoured everything, became swollen, and then evolved into many flame spears, stabbing straight towards the Special Shinobi who was surrounded in the middle. Poof, poof, poof. Even if the body of the Special Supple is strong, it cannot be resisted by the attack of the flame spear, and it is still pierced into the body by the flame spear. Special Shangren wanted to dodge and want to withdraw, but he couldn't succeed at all. His body was pierced by the flame spear, and he was immediately hit hard, to the point of dying. Boom! Special Shangnin fell to the ground, blood flowed from his clothes, stained his clothes red, and there were no less than 10 wounds, and the blood could not be stopped at all. Qin reincarnated his figure and appeared next to Special Shangnan, with a cold expression, not like a child at all, but a killing god, which was terrifying. It's very tolerant, but that's it. Qin looked at the Special Shangren who fell to the ground, and did not disdain at all. He didn't want to waste time, and the other party didn't have a chance, took out a handful of kunao, threw it out, and pierced the throat of the Special Tolerant. Burst! Kuwu submerged into the throat of the Special Patience, and blood immediately came out, blooming with blood flowers. Especially Shangnan's throat was pierced. Reaching out to cover his throat, he could only make a little sound, and his strength became smaller, and finally he fell down and was completely killed. A ninja who was originally very strong, after facing a monster like Shankaiba, had no chance at all, and was quickly killed. Seeing that he was particularly killed, Chiba did not intend to stay, and turned around and rushed towards the four of Uchiha Mina. On their side, the situation is very bad, and if time drags on, I am afraid that they will lose. The host kills the first special shinobi, rewards the domineering, and continues to work hard. The sound of the One Piece system prompt sounded. Seeing and smelling domineering, that is to sharpen the 5 senses, improve the ability to perceive, can sense the surrounding creatures, and predict danger, and dodge. Although it is not to improve the ability to attack, if it can be used well, the effect is also very good, and Chiba did not complain. Chiba continuously shaved, his body constantly flashing, approaching the battlefield on Uchiha Mina's side. On Uchiha Mina's side, she was not only attacked by 1 Nakanin, but also attacked by 3 rogues, and the situation was very bad, and she could only struggle to support. If Qin held a little more, she might not be able to support it and be defeated by the other party. Qin rushed over, without the slightest hesitation, immediately launched an attack, instantly launched a shaving, approached a rogue, holding a handful of kunao in his right hand, and directly attacked the past. Before this rogue could see Qin's body clearly, he felt a coolness in his throat, and then a blood flower burst out and bloomed in the air, so he covered his throat in panic and fell to the ground. After the Qin attack fell, his body moved like a ghost, and soon came to another rogue, and the kunao in his hand was like a life-threatening viper, although it was not pierced into the throat, but it was also nailed into the heart, making him fall to the ground and quickly die. Qin is like a ghost, each body appears, is captured by people, and then disappears in front of his eyes. By the time he reappeared, he had already come to the third rogue, and the flames burst out, forming a flame spear, which quickly stabbed straight forward. Burst! The third rogue was hit by the flame spear, and his body was immediately pierced, and he was knocked out, leaving the other party with no resistance at all. Chiba joined the battle on Uchiha Mina's side, and in less than 10 seconds before and after, he killed 3 rogues, and only Naka Shinobu and Mina fought. Naka Shinobi, who was fighting with Mina, saw Chiba so fast, and killed the 3 rogues, unable to believe his eyes, revealing a shocked look. Moreover, before Qin rushed over, there was also a special upper ninja to confront him, and the strength was above the middle ninja, which could be said to be a lot of robbery. Now, since Chiba has been able to rush over to support Uchiha Mina, it means that the special shinobi who fought with him has been killed. Thinking of this situation, Naka Shinobu, who was fighting against Uchiha Mina, became even more frightened and seemed very uneasy. "What kind of monster are you?" Zhong Ren couldn't help but exclaim, his heart set off terrifying waves, and it was difficult to keep calm. "You don't have to worry about this, I'll send you on your way and reunite with your boss," Qin said coldly, not wanting to delay time. He rushed over and joined forces with Uchiha Mina to attack Naka Shinobu together. Although Naka Shinobu suppressed Uchiha Mina before, it did not achieve much effect. After all, it was a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mina is also a genius in the Uchiha family, who has opened the Sharingan, awakened a Jade Sharingan, and the illusion has a good power to a certain extent. As Chiba joins the battle, the situation immediately changes, gaining the upper hand and suppressing Naka Shinobu. Chiba has the strength to kill a single person with a special shinobi, and now he has teamed up with Uchiha Mina to defeat Naka Shinobi, and it is not a problem. Qin's attack was very fast, and it was also a shadow avatar attack, which was equivalent to 3 people joining forces to attack Naka Ninja together. Nakanin couldn't last a few rounds, but in just a minute, he was defeated by Chiba, kicked out, fell to the ground, and fell some distance. Qin did not give Zongnin any chance, directly cast a shaving, dodged, and chased over, holding a kunao in his hand, and at the moment when Zongnin fell to the ground, he pierced the opponent's heart position. Burst! Naka Shinobu could not dodge at all, and directly suffered a blow. His heart was pierced, blood immediately came out, and he was immediately killed. "Qin, your strength is really strong, and you easily killed a Zongnin," Uchiha Mina came over and said with a sigh. She originally thought that although Qin was a genius and his talent was very amazing, if he wanted to talk about actual combat, he would still be a little worse. However, she did not expect that Qin's strength and ability were so strong that she was not afraid to kill people at all. "It's not even close," Qin said, revealing a confident smile. Moonlight Nelly and Kurama are on the same side of the mountain, the battle is still relatively glue, let's go over and help. Uchiha Mina turned her head to look at the battlefield elsewhere and spoke. Although Chiba's relationship with Moonlight Nelly and Kurama Tongshan is not harmonious, they are teammates after all, they are all Konoha's people, and they should be unanimous with the outside world. Okay, you go and help Moonlight Nelly out of the siege, and I'll help Kurama Tongshan. Chiba spoke, not targeting Kurama Tongshan. Without pausing, the two of them immediately turned around and rushed towards the other two battlefields. Although Kakashi is only 8 years old, his strength is quite good, reaching the level of Naka Ninja. Even if he is besieged by Naka Ninja and Rogue, he can calmly deal with it, and seizes the opportunity to solve the two Rogue and does not fall behind. Moonlight Nelly was only besieged by 4 rogues, and did not suffer much attack, was able to maintain the situation, and would not be easily defeated. If there was Uchiha Mina's help, there would be no problem in solving these rogues. Chiba rushed to Kurama Tongshan and was not in a hurry to make a move, but stood not far away and watching the battle. Anyway, victory in this battle is inevitable, and there is no need to worry at all. Chiba was originally unhappy with Kurama Tongshan, and now he will definitely not easily help Kurama Tongshan to solve the siege, and he wants to see Kurama Tongshan being taught a lesson. Seeing Kurama being abused, Chiba's mood will be good. Kurama Tongshan, aren't you usually very powerful? Self-proclaimed genius, how come he can't even deal with a single Zonnin now? Chiba walked over and stood on a tree stump, looking at Kurama Tongshan not far away. At this time, Kurama Tongshan was subjected to Naka Shinobu and 5 rogues, not in very good condition. In the downwind, the figure looked a little embarrassed, and there were several wounds on his body. If this continues, Kurama Tongshan will not be in good shape, and he will be defeated by the other party. Seeing Chiba rushing over, but did not directly help him, Kurama Tongshan was very unhappy in his heart, and there was an anger in his heart. However, there is nothing he can do. With his form, it is already very difficult to defeat the opponent. It can be said that there is no chance. I don't need your help, I can defeat my opponent, Kurama Tongshan said coldly, not intending to ask for help at all from Chiba. Then you continue to fight, I'll watch, don't be careless, or you'll be finished, Kinyi said nonchalantly, as if he didn't pay attention at all. Naka Shinobu, who was fighting with Kurama on the same mountain, saw Chiba appear, and reacted similar to the previous Naka Shinobi, turned his head to look at other battlefields, and found that he had completely fallen behind, and there was no suspense in being defeated. He didn't expect that he had enough confidence to take down the Kinyi 5, but he didn't expect that the result would be like this, and it was actually them who failed. When Naka Shinobu saw such a situation, he was terrified in his heart. He didn't want to continue fighting, he didn't want to plant here, he wanted to run away and save his life. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately withdrew backwards, intending to leave the battlefield and run for his life. Kurama Tongshan originally wanted to fight hard, but when he saw that his opponent actually retreated and did not intend to continue fighting, he couldn't help but be surprised, and he also understood what was going on, and he was slightly relieved. Seeing his opponent retreat, Kurama Tongshan knew that there was no danger to his life, and he could just wipe out the remaining rogues, so he re-revealed his fierce light. He had been suppressed for a long time before, and now that he saw Nakanin retreating, he could finally vent with these rogues. Kurama Tongshan did not hesitate and rushed towards the remaining 5 rogues and attacked. After seeing Naka Shinobu retreat, the remaining 5 rogues became terrified, and did not dare to stay here, wanting to retreat and save their lives. After all, they are just working for people, and if they really want to take their own lives, it must be reluctant. You still want to escape, there is no chance. Kurama Tongshan said coldly, although he can't kill Naka Shinobu, he can deal with these rogues. Seeing Naka Shinobu escape, Kinyi narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold light. Since you want to come, you still want to leave, there is no chance, Kinyi said. In the next instant, his body had disappeared from the stake, and he launched a shave, rushing past like a bullet, chasing after the fleeing Nakanin. Naka Shinobu, who was fleeing to the woods, suddenly had a strange feeling, became uneasy, and an incomparable sense of fear suddenly appeared in his heart. He looked back and saw a figure that was not tall, and his eyes became awe-inspiring. Moreover, Chiba killed the special shinobi, which made the Naka Shinobu panic and became very uneasy. He didn't expect that Kinyi's pursuit speed was so fast, and he actually kept closing the distance, making his escape even more suspenseless. Naka Shinobu didn't want to face Chiba at all, desperately running away, wanting to escape. However, even if he escaped, it still could not have an effect, and the distance between the two continued to closer. After Naka Shinobu rushed into the woods, Chiba finally caught up, launched a shaving, and his figure flashed, rushing in front of the opponent to stop the fleeing Naka Shinobu. Stop running, you don't have a chance. Kinyi stood in front of Nakanin and said coldly. Nakanin looked at Chiba, who was still a child, and although he was unhappy in his heart, he was very uneasy and had no way. Don't fool people too much, push me into a hurry, it's a big deal to die with you. Nakanin spoke, almost roaring out, but it seemed to lack confidence. If you want to die with me, you don't have the qualifications. Kinyi said coldly. Flames emerged around the body, constantly surrounding, looking even more strange, like gods and demons. Fire escape, wind blowing fire art. Naka Shinobu didn't want to sit still, and immediately ran the chakra, quickly sealed his hands, and took the lead in attacking. Suddenly, as he opened his mouth to spew out, a flame burst out, and with a violent wind, the flame soared, turning into a wall of fire, raging towards Kinyi, and shrouding Kinyi. Naka Shinobu cast a fire ninjutsu, forming a fiery wall of fire, attacking towards Kinyi, and the power was still good. In his opinion, even if Kinyi's strength is very strong, if he wants to fight this ninjutsu, he will also waste some time, and he can take advantage of this time to escape. Maybe there are still many opportunities. Seeing a wall of fire attacking, Kinyi did not have the slightest jealousy at all, but still looked very relaxed, with a playful expression. Someone dares to play with fire in front of him. This is not a big knife in front of Guangong. Violent pheasant beak. Kinyi immediately activated the ability to burn the fruit, and the flames quickly burst out, gathered on his right arm, and then took the turn of his right arm and blasted out strongly. In the next instant, a terrifying flame quickly burst out, forming a huge flame giant bird, rushing forward. As the flame giant bird rushed over, the wall of fire that attacked was nothing at all. It was easily defeated, and the front was completely submerged, and everything was impacted by a powerful force, all destroyed, and ceased to exist. Seeing the terrifying flame giant bird rushing towards him, Naka Shinobu, who originally wanted to run for his life, immediately panicked. His body was stunned, and he couldn't move his body at all. Rumble. Without the slightest suspense, Naka Shinobu was overwhelmed by the flame giant bird, and he was killed strongly, and he could not be spared. The flame giant bird rushed out and destroyed a forest. All the trees were burned to ashes, no longer existed. This destruction belt was tens of meters. It looked shocking. The power of the violent pheasant mouth sent by Kinyi is no weaker than that of A-level ninjutsu, or even more powerful. Most importantly, this is a 5-year-old child, and the power that erupts is shocking and unbelievable. Outside the woods, Kakashi had finished the battle, and before he could relax, he heard a roaring sound and saw the terrifying flames burst out and destroy a forest. His eyes were straight and he couldn't believe it. It shouldn't be Kinyi, the attack that broke out. Kakashi looked at the flame that had not yet been extinguished and muttered, feeling a little excited. Uchiha Mina and they were equally shocked, feeling that if Chiba erupted, then Chiba was really a demon and could not be viewed with normal eyes. Kinyi walked out of the burning area, just like a killing god who came out of purgatory. Although his figure was not tall, no one dared to underestimate him, and even became jealous. Seeing the strength displayed by Chiba, Naka Shinobi was easily killed by him, and the eyes of Moonlight Nelly and Karama Tongshan looking at Chiba finally changed, no longer disdainful before, more jealousy. They now finally understood that if Kinyi wanted to deal with them, they would not even have the ability to resist, and they would only be easily defeated and ravaged by Kinyi. Therefore, when Kinyi does not provoke them, it is best for them not to come to Kinyi for trouble, otherwise, there will be no good fruit to eat. Haha, you have all solved the opponent, the speed is still quite fast. Chiba walked out and saw that the 4 of Kakashi had finished the battle, and couldn't help but grab his silver hair, revealing a bright smile, a harmless look of humans and animals, without the slightest majesty. Hearing Chiba say this, the 4 of Kakashi were speechless and almost vomited blood. You know, Kinyi is the fastest to solve the opponent, and the guy who came to help actually said such words. Isn't this mocking them? After seeing Chiba's strength, Karama Tongshan was not happy, but he did not dare to say anything, and did not want to stay here, so as not to give Chiba more opportunities to sneer. The robes here are solved, let's go back to regain our lives. Karama Tongshan spoke, not looking at Chiba. His attitude was still a little cold. However, now that he is in front of everyone, he has no proud capital and does not dare to continue to pretend. Tongshan, you have injuries on your body, don't you need to deal with some wounds? Uchiha Mina looked at Karama Tongshan's blood-stained clothes, couldn't help but be a little worried, and asked. After all, they are teammates in the Dark Squad, and they care about each other, and that is how they should be. No need, it's just a little skin trauma, it's not a big deal, I've stopped the bleeding, Karama said indifferently and walked towards the distance. Chiba, Kakashi, Uchiha Mina, and Moonlight Nari were not injured, only Karama Tongshan suffered some minor injuries, and it was not a big deal. The Chiba 5 returned to the village on the border of the Land of Fire, where they rested for the night before returning to Konoha. 3 days later, the 5 of Chiba gathered in Hokage's office. The gaze of the 3 generations of Hokage fell on the 5 people of Chiba, full of gratification, revealing a happy smile. The 5 of you have done a good job, and it is rare to be able to complete this mission in such a short time. Ape Flying Sun said. Naruto-sama, originally those robes are not difficult to deal with, we can solve them casually, but their leader is 4 middle shinobi, which makes it difficult a lot. Karama Tongshan spoke, giving crucial information. What? There are still 4 middle ninja among this rogue? Hearing Karama Tongshan say this, the 3 generations of Hokage shook and showed a surprised look, unable to believe it. For Naka Shinobi led a rogue, that strength is very strong, and it is definitely not a simple matter to deal with them. However, the 5 Kurama Tongshin not only did not be defeated by this rogue, but were able to solve the rogue, which was definitely a very difficult thing and difficult to do. Even if a special shinobi leads them to sweep away the rogues, it is not an easy thing to solve the rogues. At the same time that 8 Fei was surprised, he was also relieved. Fortunately, the 5 little guys in front of him were fine, otherwise, the village would have suffered a huge loss. I really didn't expect that those rogues were actually instructed by Zongnan to disrupt the stability of the border of the fire country, and it seems that there are also masterminds behind the scenes, 8 Fei said with a sigh. Since the rogue was instructed by the 4 middle ninjas, it is a normal thing that there are masterminds behind the 4 middle ninja, otherwise, these people would not have come to disrupt the border of the fire country. Thinking of this situation, 8 Fei Chop thought a lot in his heart and guessed a few targets, but he couldn't be sure, and he needed to investigate. After all, those who can do this kind of thing will definitely not easily leave clues, and they must pay some ninja mercenaries to do this kind of thing, and will not leave a direct handle. Naruto-sama, it's actually not 4 middle shinobi, but 1 special upper shinobi and 3 middle shinobi. Kinyi scratched his hair, laughed awkwardly, and spoke. What? And a special shinobu meddling in this matter? Hearing this, 8 Fei was shocked again and couldn't believe it. If it is said that the 5 people of Kurama Tongshin can deal with 4 middle ninja, there are some possibilities, then it is difficult or even impossible to deal with 1 special upper ninja and 3 middle ninja. However, Chiba and they defeated a special upper shinobi and 3 middle shinobi, which is definitely not a matter of luck, but has a strong strength, otherwise it would be impossible to do it. You are talking nonsense. It is clear that there are 4 middle ninja. Can it be that you want to say that you killed a special upper ninja alone? Kurama Tongshin turned his head, glared at Chiba, and said coldly, obviously not believing. Tongshin believes that even if Chiba's strength is strong, it is impossible to compete with special shinobi. I'll kill special shinobi, can't I? Kinyi said unceremoniously, not being modest at all. If Chiba just defeated Naka Shinobu, with Kurama Tongshin's character, he would definitely feel that he had the most credit and would put on a self-righteous stinky face. Kinyi was originally unhappy with Kurama Tongshin, so he didn't want to see the other party take the first-class credit, so he naturally had to report that he killed a particularly good forbearance. Moreover, seeing Kurama Tongshin's unhappy expression, Chiba will feel very refreshed, which is the most critical. It's up to you, don't say that the killing is particularly forbearing, even if you want to defeat, you can't do it. Kurama snorted coldly, appearing very disdainful. Kinyi's previous opponent was particularly tolerant, and he killed his opponent, I can testify to this. Uchiha Mina spoke. Seeing Mina testify, Chiba's killing of a particularly forbearant thing is no longer just a speculation, but a fact. I really didn't expect Kinyi, you little fellow, your strength is already so strong, it is really unexpected that you can actually kill a special shinobi. 8 Fei Riko looked at Kinyi and said with a smile, making waves in his heart, and it was difficult to calm down. A little guy who is less than 6 years old has the ability to kill special shinobi, which is an ancient and rare thing, and it has never even happened. Haha, that's just a fluke, I just took advantage of the other party's underestimation of the enemy, and then seized the opportunity to kill the other party. Kinyi laughed, but a little modest, not so arrogant and arrogant. In short, you completed the task beautifully this time, I will order it down and reward you well. 8 Fei Chop said, looking very happy. When he was not on a mission, Kinyi's life became calm again, there were no waves, and there were almost no other things every day except patrolling and cultivating. If there was time, Kinyi would go to Mitarashi Red Bean and teach her to cultivate, and after a long time, they would naturally have a lot of feelings. Time is in a hurry, half a year has passed, Kinyi is already in his early 6th, because his physique has not increased significantly, and his strength has not progressed very well. However, at his age, reaching this level is already very devilish. And now Kakashi, who is in his early 80s, is still growing strongly. In Konoha village, Kakashi and Chiba are known as Konoha twins, and may be called the 2 youngest kami shinobi in the history of the village. Moreover, the villagers received rave reviews for the 3 masters of the Kimo family, and felt that the Kimo family was incredible. At this time, Shi Mu Shuumao, who had gone out on a mission and successfully completed countless tasks, failed in this mission. Kimo Shuumao could have successfully completed the task, but seeing that his partner was in danger, he could not make up his mind and watched his partner die. In such times, Konoha village requires every ninja to complete the mission as the first criterion and never give up the task. In the end, after some mental struggle, Kimo Shuumao still chose to give up the task and go to rescue his partner. It was because of his decision that the mission failed and the village suffered great losses. Because the village suffered huge losses, countless villagers condemned and insulted Shi Mu Shuumao and nailed him to the pillar of the sinner. After Kimo Shuumao returned to the village, he was subjected to countless insults and condemnations, and endured great pressure, which could only accumulate in his heart and could not vent it. And the companions he rescued from danger, likewise unable to understand him, could not forgive him for this behavior, and joined the camp of condemnation. Being treated like this made Kimo Shuumao's psychological pressure very great, almost making him a different person. After Kimushuomao returned to the village, although he did not go out much, the kind of invective gossip still flew into his ears like wings. Some villagers even came to their homes and abused him and condemned him outside. Seeing his father suffering from this kind of treatment, anger rose in Kinyi's heart, and he could not tolerate this kind of thing. Even if my father gave up the mission, it was to rescue his partner, and he couldn't bear to see his companion die. Is it wrong to do so? Chiba could not tolerate this kind of behavior, rushed out of the doorway, and yelled at the villagers outside, with anger on his face, which could erupt at any time and frantically attack these ignorant villagers. What's the use of being a ninja if you don't save your partner or are desperate to complete the mission? This is the ninja spirit you want to see. If you don't even pay attention to your partner and don't care about the life and death of your partner, then are you worthy of becoming a ninja? You are not even as good as waste. Kinyi looked angrily at these indignant villagers, and did not have the slightest politeness, and made a critical rebuke. The villagers standing outside the Kimo family courtyard fell silent when they heard Kinyi's angry scolding, and no one spoke. Chiba's words made sense to a certain extent, but it was impossible to persuade the villagers to forgive Kiki Shuumao and stop condemning it. In their opinion, Kimo Shuumao let the mission fail and the village suffer huge losses, which is the most undeserved. So what, shouldn't he be condemned for causing the village to suffer huge losses? That is, he is too self-righteous. Even if it is to rescue his partners, he cannot let the village suffer such losses. If even ninjas are not disciplined and do not follow orders, then what kind of discipline is there? After a period of silence, these villagers reacted and spoke angrily, unable to accept Kimo Shuumao's behavior at all. Seeing that these villagers set off another round of angry scolding and condemnation, Kinyi was really helpless, did not think of his own mouth to escape, and these villagers were not convincing at all. Chiba didn't bother to pay attention to these ignorant villagers, turned back into the courtyard, closed the door tightly, and walked towards the hall. After Kimo Shuumao returned to the village, he stayed at home during this time and rarely went out. At this time, Kiki Shuumao and Kakashi were both sitting in the hall. Both of them remained silent, did not speak, and did not want to talk more. Kinyi walked into the hall and saw the two who were silent, and there was helplessness in his heart. It is really a difficult thing to persuade Kimo Shuumao not to cut himself because of this matter. Father, you don't have to feel guilty about this matter, always blame yourself. I think what you did is not wrong. If you change to me, my choice will be the same as yours. Kinyi walked to Kimo Shuumao's side and spoke, persuading the other party. Hearing Kinyi's words, Kimo Shuumao was surprised, raised his head, looked at his son. There were many emotions in his heart, and his eyes were still full of helplessness. He still couldn't understand why the villagers couldn't accept this kind of thing, because he terminated the mission and chose to rescue his partner, and he was insulted and condemned countless times. Chiba, do you really recognize my approach and think it's right for me to do so? Kimo Shuumao looked at Kinyi and asked. Now, his heart is close to the point of collapse, and someone needs to recognize him, so that he can support it, otherwise, he will really be crushed by this psychological pressure of guilt. Of course it's right. If you can't even save your own partner, then it's waste, and you don't even have the qualifications to become a ninja. Kinyi nodded and said, his eyes were very firm. I didn't expect that at such a time, it would actually be you who enlightened me. Kimo Shuumao sighed and said, his expression changed a little. With his current state, it is not an easy thing to come out of the shadows. Perhaps more people need to enlighten him, and the villagers need to forgive him. Father, I think what Kinyi said makes sense. Of course, the task is important, but we should pay more attention to the life and death of our companions. We can't see death without saving it, otherwise, what is the use of us inheriting the will of fire? Kakashi came to Kiki Shuumao and said seriously, with the two of you supporting me, make me feel better, rest assured, I will be fine. Kimo Shuumao said, although he didn't smile, his state was much more stable. Seeing that Kimo Shuumao could do this, Kinyi was also slightly relieved, feeling that Kimo Shuumao would not do something unthinkable. The matter about Kimo Shuumao is still fermenting in the village, and all kinds of invective and condemnation are still flying and have not subsided. Even the partners who were rescued by Kimo Shuumao are also involved in this behavior. Seeing that these ignorant villagers were like this, and no one stood up to speak for Kimo Shuumao, Kinyi's heart was full of anger, and he became even more angry with the villagers in the village, and the hatred in his heart began to spread. In the storm of invective and condemnation, Kimo Shuumao finally could not carry it, was crushed by the huge psychological pressure, and on a stormy night, he chose to cut himself and fell in the room. Kimo Shuumao was originally in the prime of life and made great contributions to the village, but in the end he was forced to die tragically by the villagers, which was really a bleak ending. When the news of Kimo Shuumao's suicide came out, the villagers and the entire village were shocked again, and they seemed surprised and couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that Kimo Shuumao would actually think so much that he chose to commit suicide to end his life, unwilling to bear that kind of pressure again. With Kimo Shuumao's suicide, the villagers' opinion of him changed a lot at once, and no one condemned him anymore, but became regretful. Kimo Shuumao has reached the strength of the shadow level, and even has the opportunity to be elected as a Hokage in the future, and now he committed suicide like this, which is a huge loss for the village. Kinyi was also surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that Kimushuomao would not be able to come out of the shadows in the end, and chose such a way to get rid of it. It was also the matter of Kikishuo Shigeru that made Chiba and Kakashi's psychology change a lot, and Chiba's change was even stronger, making him have more hatred for the village and the villagers, but he didn't show it, but hid it in his heart. Although Kinyi knew that this was what had to happen in the original book, he still couldn't accept it when he really faced it. Moreover, Kimushuomao is still his father, which makes him even more unacceptable, and he is extremely angry about it. Villagers of Konoha, you let Kikishuomao commit suicide. I will not make you feel better. One day, I will make you pay a terrible price. A seed of hatred gradually sprouted in Kinyi's heart, activating an Azura killing god. After Kikishuomao committed suicide, Kakashi suddenly changed dramatically, and usually, he would talk to others with a big smile on his face, but now, this phenomenon has completely ceased to appear. Kakashi seemed to have fallen into darkness, unable to come out of the shadows, and became taciturn. This rain is still falling, as if the heavens are weeping, and the pouring rain has not stopped. In the cemetery of Konoha village, dead ninjas will be buried here and let their souls rest in peace. Although Kimushuomao could not be recognized by the villagers in this matter, his contribution to the village was obvious to all. Therefore, it is a matter of course that Kikishuo Shigeru is buried in the ninja cemetery. Kikishuo's funeral took place in the rain, and many ninjas from the village came to pay their last condolences. Some villagers still feel guilty about Kimushuomao's suicide, and now they feel that they should not condemn Kimushuomao like that, but now it's too late. Kakashi and Chiba braved the rain to stand in front of Kikishuo's grave, their expressions calm, not crying like ordinary children, and there was no sadness or joy on their faces. When it's time to be sad, they are already sad, and now, there is no need to be sad. The third generation of Hokage led the ninja of the village to bid farewell to Kikishuo Shigeru, and his mood was also a little sad. The loss of such a strong person in the village is a very huge loss for the village, which makes people feel regretted. Many ninjas stood in front of Kikishuomao's grave, without speaking, silent. In this case, they may not be qualified to say anything at all. You guys I don't need you to come here to pretend. Kinyi turned around and looked at these ninjas who came, roaring angrily, and his eyes became very terrifying. He really couldn't tolerate it. These ninjas forced Kikishuomao to death, and now they still came to mourn with fake kindness, and showed a sad look that he couldn't accept. If it weren't for the condemnation of these ninjas, Kikishuomao would not have been able to withstand the pressure and committed suicide for this. Seeing Chiba's reaction, these ninjas were able to understand and didn't say much. Of course, they also have some guilt in their hearts, so they don't go head-to-head with Chiba. Because of Kikishuo's affairs, Kakashi and Chiba were greatly affected, causing them to change a lot, making them gradually fade out of the dark part and no longer participate in the dark part of the mission. In simple terms, they have withdrawn from the dark part. Perhaps in the case of Kikishuo, many ninjas felt guilty about it, so although Kakashi and Chiba withdrew from the dark division, they did not condemn it. If they condemn these two underage children again, it is estimated that Kakashi and Chiba will hate the village for this, and it is not impossible to betray the village in the end. Kinyi did not stay in a low state all the time, and soon recovered and continued his daily cultivation, and his attitude towards the villagers was also very general, not so bad. However, Kakashi has changed a lot, becoming taciturn, rarely speaking on weekdays, and there is a gap between him and Chiba, and he doesn't communicate much. Chiba persuaded Kakashi several times to help the latter come out of the shadows, but Kakashi couldn't listen and couldn't easily get out of that shadow. 2 months after Kikishuo Shigeru's death, Chiba took the crowd exam and graduated with the first place, officially becoming a true ninja. At this time, Chiba was already 6 years old, 2 months before Kakashi graduated from junior high school shinobi, so he became the first ninja to become a middle ninja. Since the incident of Kimushuomao, Chiba has not had much sense of belonging to Konoha, and even hates the villagers, wanting revenge in his heart. Although Kinyi wants to do a lot of things, he must first have strong strength before he can do what he wants to do, and he doesn't need to be afraid of too much, and he doesn't have to be afraid of all kinds of strong people. After becoming a Zongnin, Chiba does not want to stay in the village, but wants to leave the village and go to the outside world to perform various tasks, whether it is to improve his strength, or to complete tasks and earn more money. Chiba came to Hokage's office alone and stood in front of Sarutobi Hinata. Kinyi, you came to me, is there something wrong? The third generation of Hokage, who was sitting behind the desk, put down the documents in his hand, looked up at Chiba, and spoke. Seeing this little guy who was only 6 years old but was already able to stand alone, Ape Riko still sighed a little in his heart, with a hint of apology. Naruto-sama, I want to take the task. Kinyi did not mince words, and directly stated the purpose. You're only 6 years old and are you going on a mission alone? Ape asked, a little relieved. Although I am only 6 years old, I am already a middle ninja, my strength is still very good, there will be no problem in completing the task alone, you can rest assured. Kinyi spoke, not thinking of himself as a child. You don't want to stay in the village, just became a Zongnin, you can't wait to take the task. Ape Fei Ri looked at Qin Yi and said, with a sigh. Ape Flying Sun is a Hokage, and he has rich experience, has experienced countless things, can see through the essence of many things, and can guess Chiba's thoughts to a certain extent. Hearing Ape Fei Riko say this, Qin Yi fell silent and did not quibble. He really did not want to stay in the village. It's good to go out and relax. In the matter of Kima Shuumao, I hope you can look away a little, don't hate the villagers too much, Ape Flying Sun said with a sigh. He can only persuade Chiba to come here. What does Chiba plan to do in the future, and what his attitude towards the villagers is, that depends on his own decision. Of course, Sarutobi hopes that Chiba will remain loyal to the village and not become a rebel, otherwise, it will be the loss of the village. It can be seen that Chiba's talent is very amazing and promising. If he grows up and becomes the mainstay of the village, there is no problem at all, and even in the future, he can become a Hokage, inherit the will of fire, and protect Konoha. For Chiba, Ape Flying Sun Chopper has high hopes. Naruto-sama, please rest assured, I know who I am and will not do anything unfavorable to the village, nor will I have any opinions about the villagers. Although Qin Yi has a lot of psychological changes in his heart, has many thoughts, and hates the villagers, he can't tell his true thoughts, otherwise, he will only have no benefit to himself. I do have a sea-level mission here, which should suit you. Ape Flying Sun changed the topic and talked about the task. What is the mission? Qin Yi asked. For him, as long as he can leave the village to carry out the mission, it will not be too demanding. After he leaves the village, he can become a bounty hunter and accept other tasks to complete together. Anyway, his purpose is to become stronger and make money by the way. A timber merchant is going to leave the village tomorrow and return to the Land of Waves, you will escort him back, Ape Flying Sun said. From Konoha village to the Land of Waves, there are many places, but there may be mountain thieves, which can be said to be not peaceful. If you want to complete this task, you need a ninja who is not weak. Since Ape Flying Sun Chopper gave this task to Qin Yi, he trusted his strength. Good, I will complete this task smoothly and will not disappoint you, Qin Yi said and took the task. The meeting point is at the entrance of the village, the departure time is tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, then I will let the timber merchant go and meet you, Ape Flying Sun said. Chiba answered, did not linger in the Hokage's office, and turned to leave. After Chiba left the Hokage office, Chiba went to the weapons store to buy some of the weapons and equipment he needed. The next morning, near 9 o'clock, Chiba arrived at the entrance of the village, and the timber merchant arrived just in time. The timber merchant Damon was not tall, less than 1.7 meters, appeared very fat, had a fat body, a red face, and carried a box. You're the ninja who escorted me back to the Land of Waves? Damon the timber merchant saw that he was only 6 years old and not tall, like a small fart child's Qin Yi. He immediately exclaimed, unable to believe it. He felt that letting this little fart escort back to China was simply unreliable. Maybe he would give his life on the road and become very uncalm. That's right, the ninja who escorted you back to the Land of Waves this time is me. Qin Yi nodded and said, looking very calm. Konoha village won't be a joke, it's child's play to let a little fart escort me back to China. Damon scolded angrily. Don't worry about this, although I am not old, I am already a middle ninja, which can ensure your safety and will not let you be harmed. Qin Yi spoke, looking very confident. Hearing Chiba say that he was a Naka shinobi, Damon obviously didn't believe it. It's impossible to become a Zongnin at your age, don't joke with me, it's a matter of life, can we stop playing? Damon spoke, looking impatient. I'm not kidding you, I'm originally a Zongnin, haven't you heard about Qin Yi's deeds in the village? Qin Yi snorted softly, revealing a very leisurely look. You are that demon genius Kima Shuumao? Damon exclaimed, his eyes looking straight at Qin Yi, looking up and down, obviously a little unbelievable. After coming to Konoha village, Damon naturally heard a lot of things, including the deeds of Kima Chiba, which he remembered in his heart. Naturally it's me, otherwise who else could there be? The corners of Qin Yi's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a smug look. I really didn't expect it, you are that genius Qin Yi, I really have no eyes, I can actually see the Buddha figure. Damon's attitude immediately changed, and he did not dare to underestimate Chiba anymore, but praised. Damon learned that with Qin Yi's strength, there is absolutely no problem in fighting against 3 middle ninja, and even can have the upper hand, which is not weaker than special upper ninja. There is a middle ninja of Chiba's level, escorting Daimon back to the country of waves, but it is more reliable and safer than other middle ninja. Now I'll escort you back to the Land of Waves, you have no opinion. Qin Yi snorted lightly and said proudly. No opinion, no opinion. Damon waved his hand again and again, revealing an embarrassed smile. If I hadn't wanted to leave the village now, I wouldn't have taken your task, Qin Yi said casually, not being polite to Damon at all. Hearing Qin Yi say this, Damon didn't know what to say, so he could only laugh ruefully and not get angry. Chiba did not delay time, and after joining Damon, he did not stay, left the village, and set out for the Land of Waves. Chiba and Damon are not fast in their journey, so it will take a lot of time to get to the Land of Waves. Of course, the main thing is that Damon is not a ninja, and the speed of rushing is very slow, otherwise if Chiba rushes at full speed, I believe that he can arrive in the shortest time. In the past 2 days, Kinyi and Damon did not encounter anything, the road was safe, there was no accident, which made Kinyi feel bored, and there was no one to fight. This road is really calm, even a mountain thief can't see it, and said that this road is very safe. Kinyi held the back of his head with both hands, holding a small grass in his mouth, and said boredly, "It seems that you want someone to come and find trouble." Damon opened his mouth and said, "Although Chiba is very young, he can't see through it at all. That's natural, otherwise it's too boring along the way, and I'm going to be moldy." Kinyi said seriously. For this little guy who wants to fight, Damon really has no way, choosing to ignore it as if he can't hear. However, Kinyi is also a crow's mouth, and as soon as he finished saying this, a group of bandits popped out from the bushes in front, and there were 13 in number. After these bandits appeared, they blocked the way, with an arrogant look on their faces, showing a cold smile, and wielding a bright sword. "We haven't opened for a few days, and today we finally met 2 guys who can start, and we definitely can't let them go." A mountain thief spoke, revealing a playful expression. In their opinion, Kinyi and Damon are fish meat on the chopping board, they can slaughter it casually, and they can't escape at all, so they are not nervous and walk over slowly. Seeing these bandits appear, Damon, who had no ability, still instinctively nervous, became a little scared, and took 2 steps back, not daring to move forward. "The thief you want has appeared, you have to deal with them, otherwise we will be here." Damon spoke, and could only hope for Chiba. At the beginning of the new January, various lists have been refreshed, and the most important list for me at the moment is the collection list. I want to sprint to the collector's list in the new month and strive to make this book even better. If you haven't collected yet, please click on the collection to help me hit the collection list. For you, collecting is just a small thing, but for me, it is a very important thing. It's about future recommendations, so it's troublesome. Don't worry, it's just some rookies, there is no pressure to deal with them, it can be regarded as an appetizer for me to move my muscles. Kinyi waved his hand and spoke, without the slightest pressure. He walked forward and stopped in front of Damon, looking at these mountain thieves who appeared, revealing a playful expression. The 13 mountain thieves who surrounded him, seeing that Kinyi was so arrogant and still a fart child, suddenly felt unhappy in their hearts, and wanted to torture him fiercely, and then send him on the road. "You little brat, dare to talk to us like this, you are impatient. After it falls into our hands, we definitely want you to look good and let you know what life is better than death. Don't talk so much nonsense with them, take them down with your hands, lest someone else come and spoil our actions." Several mountain thieves spoke, constantly approaching Kinyi's side, waving the weapons in their hands, revealing a cold expression, and seemed to have eaten Kinyi and Damon. "You rookies, talking to you is a pure waste of my time." Kinyi shook his head and spoke. "Little ghost, don't be proud, it will soon make you laugh." The mountain thief stood up coldly, increased his speed, and rushed towards Kinyi, launching an attack. In the next instant, Kinyi had already moved, his body disappeared from the place, but there were 8 shurikens that attacked from his original position and attacked the mountain thief who rushed over. Poof, 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 the shuriken shot over, instantly came to the eyes of the thieves, and then pierced their bodies, so that they had no time to dodge. When these mountain thieves saw the shuriken attack, their eyes immediately widened, revealing a look of panic, and they wanted to dodge, but it was too late, they were attacked by the shuriken, and they lost their lives in an instant. When he sent out his shuriken attack, Kinyi had already locked the key part and dealt 1 hit damage to the thief. 8 shurikens attacked the past, that is, 8 lives, and after the screams were issued, blood flew out, blooming blood flowers, and 8 mountain thieves were killed, fell to the ground, unable to struggle. After the 8 bandits were killed, Kinyi's body appeared, and he had come to the remaining thieves, holding 2 kunao in both hands, and instantly pierced the throats of the 2 bandits beside him, ending their lives. Almost in the blink of an eye, 10 mountain thieves were killed by Kinyi, and 3 people were stunned in place, and they had not yet reacted to what had happened. However, they instinctively panicked, their bodies couldn't help trembling, and they wanted to retreat backwards, away from Kinyi, the killing god. It's just that they are now even stiff and sluggish, and they want to run for their lives, which is impossible. "Now that you want to run for your life, do you think you still have a chance?" Kinyi said coldly, like the whisper of death, dominating the life and death of these mountain thieves. Before the words fell, he had already rushed over, approaching the last 3 mountain thieves again, his hands were painless, blood flew out, and screams echoed in the air. The last 3 bandits fell to the ground, allowing blood to flow from their throats, staining their clothes and staining the ground. Originally, the momentum was very arrogant, and he felt that he could eat Chiba and Damon's 13 thieves, but in just 10 seconds, they were all solved, and no one was spared. With a strong person of Kinyi's level, dealing with this capable thief is simply overkill, and it can only be regarded as stretching his muscles, not even fighting. Damon, who was standing a few meters away, saw the 13 mountain thieves who originally rushed over to attack, but in a few blinks of an eye, they were all wiped out by Kinyi, and he couldn't help but be shocked, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. He knew Kinyi's deeds and knew that this little guy's strength was very good, but he didn't expect to be so strong. The siege of 13 mountain thieves, but 2 or 3 breaths, was all solved by him, and he did not use ninjutsu, purely relying on physical skills and gorgeous combat skills. For Damon, Kinyi is simply a monster, like coming out of the purgatory of killing Lu, covered in blood and fire, and absolutely cannot be regarded as a child. Let's keep going. Kinyi turned around, regained his calm expression, and said to Damon, "This place is full of dead people, and he doesn't want to rest here," looking at the appetite. Damon came back to his senses, did not hesitate, answered, and continued to hurry with Chiba, becoming more and more respectful to the latter, and no longer treating him as a child. The host has accumulated 30 kills, and 30,000 points will be awarded to the Navy 6-style Arashi. The voice of the One Piece system sounded. Hearing such news, Kinyi's mood was slightly excited, revealing a bright smile. Gaining a new ability, and it is also a means of attack, is a good thing for Chiba, which can improve his combat effectiveness. Moreover, Arashi can play a great role in attacking, and in some cases, it can basically be used as a sword, and its lethality is amazing. After obtaining 30,000 points, plus the 2,000 points obtained before, Chiba now has 32,000 points. In the next 2 days, Chiba and Damon encountered 2 groups of robbers and rogues who blocked the road, and felt that they were small in number and easy to bully, so they started to rob them. When they started, they knew in their hearts that they were terrified, and it was too late to regret, and they didn't even have a chance to escape. Kinyi used these robbers and rogues to practice, and the messenger controlled Arashi and exerted greater power. The mission to escort Damon back to the Land of Waves took Chiba a total of 7 days, although it took a lot of time, but the harvest was good, allowing him to gain a lot of points and get a new skill. Escorting Damon back to his city, Chiba received a reward of 30,000 gold coins from Damon, and then separated from Damon and began his journey and began a new cultivation. Chiba left Konoha village and wanted to walk around, understand the world more deeply, and improve his strength. After completing this escort mission, Chiba was not in a hurry to return to Konoha, or did not want to return to Konoha, and wanted to experience outside. Because he has the plugin of the One Piece system, the fastest way to improve his strength is to complete various main quests and side quests, get points, and various skills. If you want to complete these tasks, perhaps killing Lu and killing enemies is the fastest shortcut and the most effective way to improve your strength. If he returns to Konoha, Chiba can't kill Lu at all, he can't get points and rewards, and the matter of improving his strength will be limited. Today's Kinyi is to pick out the bathtub and enter the river and sea of swimming fish, do not need to be restrained, can act freely, do not have to be afraid too much, it is really high in the sky and the birds fly, and the sea is wide by the fish jumping. The country of waves is only a very small country, there are basically no ninjas in the country, and Chiba wants to find a mercenary house here and accept various tasks, which is impossible, and can only go to other places. In the Hokage world, the places where mercenaries appear are often the border areas of major countries, where mercenaries will appear frequently. If Chiba wants to kill people unscrupulously and get more points, then going to the border between major countries is the best way. Chiba goes to the border of the Land of Fire, and on the border you go specifically to the rogues and bandits who invade the Land of Fire. 3 days later, Chiba arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. The Land of Grass is an important belligerent area in the Third Shinobi World War, but it is not yet there. Because the country of grass borders the country of fire, the country of earth, and the country of wind, the diplomacy of the country of grass is very good at maneuvering between major powers. At the same time, because of its geographical location, the position of Kusanagi country is unstable, small-scale wars often occur, and the domestic cleanup is very corrupt, which is simply a mess. Recently, the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire has been very unstable, and there are often some mobs and small-scale battles. 3 days later, Chiba came to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass, and walked casually towards a tavern that was simply decorated and looked a little old. This tavern is not just a tavern, but also a place where mercenaries flow and receive tasks, so business is very good every day, mostly mercenary flow. Kinyi's height is only 1 meter and 3 meters tall, and his face is still very immature, although he is angular and handsome, but he is extremely unsafe to appear alone in a place like the border. Some mercenaries who planned to enter the tavern saw Kinyi walking into the tavern alone, and they couldn't help but be curious and interested. Hey, this little devil doesn't know where this place is, and he actually dares to walk around. Maybe he's a mercenary, or a bounty hunter. Just him? Isn't it funny that even the hare does not grow chi, and the bounty hunter? These mercenaries are all walking around the border, living a life of licking blood at the knife's edge, with a relatively short temper, without any cover, and saying whatever comes to mind, and they will not be afraid at all. Kinyi walked to the door of the tavern, heard others talking about him, did not care at all, shrugged his shoulders, did not bother to pay attention, and continued to walk into the tavern. Seeing Chiba like this, those mercenaries felt a little interesting, and felt that as long as Chiba walked into the tavern, something would definitely happen later. You know, the life of mercenaries in taverns is always devoid of fun, and killing and bullying are their few pleasures. Those mercenaries who licked blood on the knife's edge, when they saw such a little fart enter the tavern and mingle with them, they would definitely make provocative remarks, and even give Chiba some lessons. If Kinyi doesn't have enough strength, wait to be humiliated. Kinyi walked into the tavern, and immediately a choking smell of alcohol came to his face, making him a little uncomfortable and frowning slightly. Chiba walked straight to the bar, calmly climbed onto the bar stool, sat in front of the bar, and appeared in the sight of many mercenaries and bounty hunters. At first, the people in the tavern did not notice, until Chiba's short, extremely abrupt figure sat at the bar, which attracted the attention of many people. A little fart boy also became a mercenary, actually came to this kind of place to mingle, someone said with a smile, full of ridicule. After these words sounded, there was a burst of laughter in the tavern, followed by another mocking word, not taking Kinyi seriously at all. Kinyi was too lazy to pay attention to the ridicule of these weak and ignorant people. His expression was still calm, and he did not have the slightest nervousness. "Boss, bring me a glass of wine." Kinyi looked at the tavern owner who was busy at the bar and spoke. The tavern owner was an old man with gray hair, not tall, a little fat, wearing a pair of glasses, and the wrinkles on his face were like ravines, straddling the corners of his eyebrows. The tavern owner turned around, his gaze fell on Kinyi, and he looked at it slightly. "Little one, this kind of place is not for you." Out of good intentions, the tavern owner reminded Chiba that he didn't want to see Chiba unlucky here. In taverns infested by mercenaries and bounty hunters, things happen almost every day, and sometimes they even make a name for themselves. When such a little guy appeared in the tavern, he was naturally noticed by others, and if he came to find trouble, it would be trouble. "I think I'm a good fit to be here." Kinyi showed a confident smile and said calmly, "Boss, thank you for the reminder, you don't have to worry about me, bring me a bar." Seeing Kinyi like this, the tavern owner shook his head slightly, stopped persuading, and turned around to pour wine for Chiba. In less than half a minute, the tavern owner placed a large gulp glass full of spirits on the bar counter and pushed it in front of Chiba. "The wine you want, a gold coin." The tavern owner's calm voice sounded. Kinyi did not hesitate, took out a gold coin, handed it to the tavern owner, and then took a large sip of the glass and drank the spirit very well. In places like the border, which are full of blood and fire, spirits are the most popular, so taverns are basically only this kind of wine, and it is strong enough. Kinyi took a sip of strong wine into his abdomen, and immediately felt a burst of heat in his body, and his anger became a lot more irritable. Although it was a little uncomfortable, it made people feel very refreshed. Kinyi was sitting on the bar in the tavern, and the picture looked very abrupt, which made many mercenaries feel very distracting, and they had the idea of humiliating Chiba in their hearts. In a place where there is a perennial war like the border, there is no need for the weak, and if you want to be respected by others and be feared by others, then you will become an absolute strong person and show great strength. "Little ghost, you don't have hair growing, just come here to drink, your guts are fat enough." A burly mercenary with a scumbag, sloppy-looking and drunken face came to Kinyi's side, squinted at Kinyi, and spoke, revealing disdain. Some people stood up to make trouble, and the other mercenaries were also happy to watch the excitement, and they all looked sideways and showed a playful smile to see how Kinyi coped with this matter. If you want mercenaries and bounty hunters in the tavern not to trouble him, he must show his strength and make everyone think that he is strong enough not to provoke him. However, most people in the tavern thought that Chiba was just a little guy, and it was certain that Chiba would be humiliated wherever he could be. "Get out of the way and don't get in my way." Kinyi did not turn his head to look at the burly mercenary, and said coldly, his attitude was very cold. Hearing Kinyi's cold words, and being completely ignored, the mercenaries who came to find fault were suddenly very unhappy, and there was a trace of anger in their hearts. "Stinky boy, dare to talk to me like this, see if I give you a good look." The burly mercenary stood up coldly, swung his broad palm, and slapped it towards Kinyi's head. The force of this slap is very large, and if it really falls, it can overturn Kinyi. However, Kinyi will not slap others like this for no reason. Kinyi felt a gust of palm wind blowing, his eyes became sharp, and when the slap was less than 10 centimeters away from his head, he brazenly struck. Boom! Suddenly, a dull voice sounded, echoing in the tavern. The burly mercenary's slap failed to fall on Kinyi's head, but the whole person was like a sandbag, suddenly flying out upside down, hitting the pillar 3 meters away, making a dull sound, and then fell to the ground, covering his abdomen, and muttered in pain. Before the many mercenaries in the tavern could react, they didn't even know what was happening, when they saw that the mercenary who originally wanted to deal with Chiba was blasted out. Everyone couldn't see Kinyi's movements clearly, but they saw the troublemaking mercenaries being blasted out and hitting the pillar. For a while, the entire tavern fell silent, no one spoke, and his eyes focused on Kinyi, obviously a little surprised and unbelievable. Kinyi turned around from the bar stool, his eyes were very cold, and he scanned the tavern. "If you think I'm a child, you can come and trouble me as much as you want, but I'm a very bad temper and will make you pay." Kinyi spoke, his attitude looked arrogant, which made people look very uncomfortable. Seeing that Kinyi was actually so arrogant, the mercenaries in the tavern were very unhappy, and they couldn't look past it. It's just that they saw that the mercenary who was looking for fault before was easily cleaned up by Kinyi, which made them a little jealous in their hearts, shocked most people, and made them dare not easily find trouble with Kinyi. Yo, the tone is not small, but it's just a little furry child. I really think of myself as a character. Although most people dare not open their mouths to drink Kinyi, there are still some hardstubble, and they will not be afraid of Kinyi and dare to oppose him. Hearing this voice, everyone in the tavern turned their heads one after another, looking for someone to speak, and finally their eyes fell on the tavern near the window. In that position, sat a young man wearing a black tights, about 20 years old, with a resolute and angular face, and a sneer on his face, exuding a trace of fierce momentum. Obviously, this young man's strength is not bad. It is estimated that he is not an ordinary mercenary, and he may be a ninja. Seeing this young man and Chiba confronting each other, everyone in the tavern immediately became interested, feeling that this matter would be wonderful and worth looking forward to. If you look down on me and deal with me, I want to see what you are capable of, Kinyi said coldly, not afraid at all. Even though the young man in front of him is a superior ninja, with Kinyi's strength, there is no need to be afraid at all, and he has the confidence to deal with it. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? The young man in black looked at Kinyi, his eyes became cold, and he uttered icy words. As he spoke, he had already thrown out a shuriken, cut an arc, and attacked towards Kinyi, with a fast speed, almost in the blink of an eye. Seeing the other party use his shuriken, Kinyi knew that the young man in black was a ninja, but his strength was not very strong, at most it was only at the level of middle ninja. Kinyi squinted his eyes slightly, watching the shuriken attack. In his eyes, the speed of the shuriken was very slow, it was completely easy to dodge, and it was impossible to hurt him. Just when the shuriken attacked in front of him, Kinyi did not dodge, but directly shot, leaned out his right hand, and grabbed the shuriken. When he grabbed the shuriken with his right hand, the palm of his right hand immediately emitted a stream of flames, enveloping the shuriken and preventing himself from being harmed. When everyone in the tavern saw this situation, they couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Kinyi actually caught the shuriken like this, which was really unexpected. After Kinyi caught the attacking shuriken, he was not polite, and the flick was 3 shurikens, drawing a larger arc and attacking the black-clothed youth from different directions. In the face of Chiba's attack, the young man in black snorted coldly, supported his left hand on the chair, twisted his body, made elegant movements, and dodged the shuriken. The young man in black easily dodged the attack of his shuriken, and was proud of his ability, revealing a confident smile. However, just as he showed a smile, a shuriken with flames suddenly appeared in front of him, which immediately startled him. This shuriken with flames, but he attacked it, did not expect that Kinyi would throw it back now. At the moment of emergency, the young man in black was not slow to react, and his body immediately leaned back, dodging the shuriken that attacked him. The young man in black could feel the burning sensation emitted when the flaming shuriken struck and slashed over his face. Dodging the shuriken, the young man in black breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little happy in his heart. It's just that the time he can rejoice is short, because Kinyi does not intend to give the other party a chance to breathe. Kinyi's figure disappeared from the bar stool, and in the next instant, he appeared above the young man in black. His eyes were still very cold, revealing disdain. This ability still dares to come out and be arrogant and look for death, Kinyi said coldly. Hearing this voice sounding beside him, and Kinyi was in front of him, the black-clothed young man who was originally relieved suddenly became awe-inspiring, revealing a panicked look. The young man in black wanted to dodge, but there was no chance, and Kinyi would not give him a chance. Kinyi will not be polite, directly launched land foot, like a battle axe, slashed down strongly, and landed on the abdomen of the black-clothed youth. Boom! The young man in black couldn't carry it at all, his body was bombarded to the ground, shattering the ground, and the whole person slammed into the floor, smashing out a big pit. Suffering such a heavy blow, the young man in black stood up, fell to the ground, screamed in pain, covered the position of his abdomen, his face was very painful, and tears were left. Kinyi stood on the table next to him, looking at the black-clothed youth who fell in the pit, revealing a disdainful expression. At this time, except for the painful screams of the young man in black, no one in the tavern spoke. All fell silent, holding their breath and staring. Their eyes fell on Kinyi, and they couldn't believe it. They really didn't expect that Kinyi, who was just a child, was so strong that he easily defeated the black-clothed youth who dared to open his mouth to provoke, showing that he was domineering and shocked everyone in the tavern. Do you still want to underestimate me now? Come to my trouble? Kinyi spoke, his eyes full of murderous intent. Everyone in the tavern did not dare to underestimate Kinyi, looking at him like a monster. Chiba regained his composure, ignored the others, walked back to the bar, sat back on the bar stool, and drank leisurely as if nothing had happened. Boss, I heard that I can take the task from you? Kinyi took a sip of wine, looked up, and opened his mouth to ask the tavern owner. Instead, you can take the task, and the task on this side of the border is very simple, that is, to kill the rogues who disrupt the border, 50 gold coins per person, and use their left ear as a proof. The tavern owner came to Chiba and spoke. Well, I like such a task, Kinyi said, revealing a confident smile. "Little fellow, although your strength is very strong, but in a place like the border, it is better to be careful. After all, it is not only the robes who disturb the peace of the border, but also the ninjas of other countries." The tavern owner saw that Kinyi was so confident, and even a little arrogant, but he couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. "I'll be careful," Chiba answered, picked up the wine glass on the bar, drank the rest of the spirit in one gulp, and left the tavern. The mercenaries in the tavern could only watch Kinyi leave, and did not dare to speak provocatively. The two mercenaries with good strength had become their role models, and they were very jealous. Bite. Great event delivery. If the host kills 100 people within 5 days, it can obtain the ability of frozen fruit. Requirements: the number of people killed by the host reaches 52, and there are still 48 people left to complete the task, and among these 48 people, there must be 4 Zongnan. The sound of the One Piece system prompt sounds, explaining the rewards and requirements of the mission. After getting such a task, Kinyi's mood was still quite excited, and he was looking forward to the frozen fruit. As long as he can obtain the ability of frozen fruit, then there will be a lot more combat means, and the combat effectiveness can be improved by a lot, and it is not a problem to fight against shadow-level powerhouses. Now that the time is not early, Kinyi is not in a hurry to complete this killing mission immediately, but finds a hotel, temporarily stays and rests. Anyway, with his strength, in 5 days, if you want to kill 48 people, it is not difficult, but it is a little difficult to find 4 middle ninja. The next day, the sky was clear and sunny, and it was a good time to kill. After Chiba got up, he changed into a blue combat uniform and a satchel tied around his waist, left the hotel, and rushed towards the chaotic area of the border. On the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, there is a misty forest, which is the most chaotic area, from which robes often enter the land of fire, and it is also the place where the most fights are worst. Chiba wants to start a crazy feast, and the location he chooses is the misty forest. Moreover, in the misty forest, it is also the place where the probability of Naka shinobi appearing is the largest, and there is no better choice for Chiba other than the misty forest. An hour and a half later, Chiba appeared outside the misty forest on the border of the fire country, looking at the vast forest, feeling a little excited. The misty forest is very vast, crisscrossing the border between the country of fire and the country of grass, which is tens of kilometers long, and it is full of fog all year round, which can hide its whereabouts to a large extent, and is the easiest area to penetrate the country of fire. "I'm coming, you guys wait to tremble." Kinyi showed a cold smile and spoke. He whistled, did not hesitate, and rushed towards the misty forest, like a cheetah moving, and began a hunt. A moment later, Kinyi appeared in the misty forest, did not hide his whereabouts, but walked in it in an upright manner, as if to be used as bait to lure out those guys who were about to move, and then bombard them. Generally, mercenaries who enter the misty forest to kill the invading robes will not choose to act alone, they will act in groups, and they will also take care of each other, and the chance of survival will be improved. Only some guys who are confident enough and strong enough will enter the misty forest alone. However, after entering the misty forest, it is still rare for Kinyi to act swaggeringly and without disguise, and it can only be said that Kinyi is a freak. In the area where Chiba was located, there were also other mercenaries and bounty hunters walking, and seeing him acting alone, he couldn't help but grow his head for a while, feeling that Chiba was a problem child. Does that kid over there have a brain problem? Thinking of living alone for too long? Does he boast that he has enough strength to kill people who come against him, and use himself as bait? When some mercenaries saw Kinyi's behavior, they couldn't help but talk about it. Kinyi ignored others and walked towards the dangerous area of the misty forest, with a leisurely pace, like a walk after dinner, without the slightest nervousness. Half an hour later, Chiba appeared in an area 15 kilometers from the misty forest. The fog here is thicker, visibility is lower, and you can hardly see anything 10 meters away, and you need to maintain a high degree of vigilance to move here. However, for Kinyi, the fog is nothing at all, because he has a domineering appearance, and his perception is very strong, and he can sense living creatures moving dozens of meters away. As long as he was within his perception range, Kinyi could sense it, approaching like a cheetah, and then attack. Has someone finally entered my hunting grounds? Kinyi slowly turned around and looked towards the right. Although there was a lot of fog in front of him, with his domineering attitude, he could sense that there was a squad of 4 people in action about 30 meters away. From the fact that these 4 people rushed from the direction of the land of grass to the direction of the land of fire, it can be judged that they are trying to invade the land of fire. In the next instant, Kinyi moved, moving like a cheetah, approaching the 4 people. Half a minute later, Kinyi appeared on a large tree, completely converged his breath, and looked at the 4 people walking below, not hiding their figures much. Through their conversations, Chiba could determine that these people were not from the Fire Nation, but from other countries. As long as it is determined that people who are not the land of fire, for Chiba, it is enough, and there is no need to know too much. Hey, you don't have to go to the land of fire, so let's stop here. Kinyi stood on the trunk of the tree, no longer hiding his figure, standing tall, looking down at each other, and said coldly, as if looking at 4 people. What are you? Hearing Kinyi's words, the 4 people who were rushing immediately raised their heads, looked at Kinyi, and opened their mouths to question. 4 or 4, you don't need to know my name, Kinyi said coldly. Saying that, Kinyi has already taken action, swooping down towards the 4 people below, extremely fast, almost flashing, in the blink of an eye, he is close to the other party, quickly shot, and strong killing. Seeing Kinyi approaching so quickly, the 4 people were shocked and wanted to dodge, but they couldn't react, and it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 10 seconds, as 4 voices sounded, blood flowers bloomed in the air, and before the 4 people could scream, their bodies crashed to the ground, completely killed, and they couldn't even make a superfluous sound. After easily solving the 4 people, Chiba took a knife and cut off their left ear, put it in a cloth bag, and left the place, continuing to go elsewhere to harvest the lives of others. In the following time, Chiba transformed into a killing god, walking all over the misty forest, killing mercenaries and ninjas from various countries who tried to enter the land of fire and carry out destruction. Just to deal with some low-level opponents, Kinyi did not spend any effort, easily killed the opponent, and still used the shortest time to show efficient combat art. 3 days passed, and the sack that Kinyi was carrying had begun to sink heavily and was stained red with blood. After 3 days of hunting, Chiba had already killed 50 people in the misty forest, including 2 Naka shinobi. Because the number of Naka shinobi killed has not yet reached the requirements, there are still 2 left, so his task has not yet been completed. What Kinyi wants to do now is to quickly find out the 2 middle ninja, and then kill them to complete this task. Some of the people Chiba killed were mercenaries from the Fire Nation because they wanted to take Chiba's loot. Mercenaries who enter the misty forest, no matter who can bring the enemy's left ear back, can get rewards, so some mercenaries who want to easily obtain loot, regardless of where the other party belongs, even teammates will kill and monopolize the loot. Kinyi is not a good man and a woman, and has no sense of belonging to the country of fire, naturally has no good impression of the mercenaries of the country of fire. He does not deal with the mercenaries of the country of fire. It is already very good, others want to fight his idea, then he will definitely not show mercy to his subordinates and make the other party pay. In 3 days, Chiba killed 2 mercenary squads belonging to the land of fire, numbering 12, and they naturally had to pay with their lives in order to take Chiba's loot. Other ninja villages are true, most of them actually sent some rookies over. It's not enough to see it all, send more middle ninja and upper ninja over, that's the right thing, just when I can open a killing ring. Chiba walks deep in the misty forest, looking for Naka shinobu. If he encounters an enemy rogue, he will naturally not be polite and directly kill him, but the main thing he has to do now is to find out the middle ninja and complete this task. Half an hour later, when Kinyi was walking, he sensed a distance close to the limit of seeing and hearing domineering, and sensed the movement of the fight, and this level of battle was very strong, which was not comparable to ordinary rogues. Through perception, in front of Kinyi's left, at a distance of about 70 meters, there were 3 people fighting, or 3 people joining forces to besiege one. Based on Chiba's experience, it is speculated that those who are fighting fiercely definitely have the level of upper patience. This is about to be staged, Kinyi muttered, revealing a bright smile. Without hesitation, he immediately converged his breath and quickly rushed to the area where he was fighting. After he passed through the fog, he quietly came to the place where the battle broke out. In the field, a ninja wearing a Konoha ninja suit and holding a kunao in his hands was confronting 3 ninjas. Without the slightest panic, his expression was calm, his eyes were very sharp, and he was full of murderous intent. When he saw the appearance of the Konoha ninja, Chiba was slightly surprised. This is not the eldest son of the 3rd generation of Hokage Hibiki, Sarutobi Shinashuk. Sarutobi Shinashuk is the eldest son of the 3rd generation of Hokage. His own talent is very against the sky. He became a shinobi at a young age, and he is good at wooden ninjutsu, and is a high-status shinobi in Konoha village. If he hadn't died in battle when he was young, he would probably have a chance to compete for the position of Hokage in the later stage. Sarutobi Shinashuk confronted 3 ninjas, holding a sword in his hand. In front of him, his eyes were very sharp, and he did not panic in the slightest, and did not fall behind. You Yunin stole our Konoha's secret military documents, hand them over now. Sarutobi Shinashuk glanced at the 3 Kumo shinobu and said coldly. Sarutobi Shinashuk, although your strength is very good, but you came alone and want to snatch back military documents, do you think you have this ability? Yun Shinobu's upper shinobu glanced at Sarutobi Shinashuk and said coldly, not very jealous. Yun Shinobu went to Ninja Sam Mountain. His figure is relatively burly, he is 1 meter 8 meters tall, wearing a gray combat uniform, half of his face is covered, there is a scar at the corner of his eyes, and his eyes are very sharp, like a sharp blade out of the sheath. The ninjas of Union Village are more advocating martial arts, so they are not only good at thunder, but also quite strong, and swordsmanship is even more prominent, so the 3 Yunin are carrying swords. Once they fight closely, they will have a great advantage. The 3 Kumo shinobi stood in 3 different positions, surrounding Sarutobi Shinashuk, ready to fight. If a battle breaks out, give them the opportunity to get close and launch a hand-to-hand battle, and with their superb swordsmanship, it will be very difficult to compete with them. With me alone, I can defeat you without the need for other helpers, Sarutobi Shinashuk said with disdain. Of course, he was just saying it verbally, but he didn't dare to really underestimate the 3 Yunren, otherwise, he would be carried here. Although you are the son of the third generation of Hokage, don't think that you are very powerful. If we kill the son of the third generation of Hokage here, will Konoha village shake? Sam Shan sneered and said conspiratorially. There is no if, because you have no chance, you will all die here. Sarutobi Shinnishuk said coldly. Then give it a try. Sam Shan said disapprovingly. Let's do it together. Sam Shan gave the order and immediately took action, rushing towards Sarutobi Shinnishuk, mobilizing the chakra in his body, sealing his hands and launching a ninjutsu attack. After hearing Sam Shan's order, the two Union Shinobu did not hesitate, and at the same time, they took action and rushed towards Sarutobi Shinnishuk. Standing on a large tree 10 meters away from the battlefield, Kinyi gathered all his breath, hiding in the fog, paying attention to the situation on the battlefield, and was not in a hurry to act. Anyway, with the strength of Sarutobi Shinnishuk, even if he is not defeated by the three Yunin, he will be able to resist and hold out for a while, and he will not be easily defeated. Thunderball, Thunderball! Sam Shan rushed over, the seal had been completed, and the Thunder Attribute Chakra burst out, forming 5 Thunderballs, forming an arc, rushing towards Sarutobi Shinnishuk, making the sound of ZZ. The other two Naka Shinobi who came close also performed Thunder Ninjutsu and besieged Sarutobi Shinnishuk. In the face of such a siege, Sarutobi Shinnishuk did not have the slightest panic, his expression was still calm, and he did not panic. He sheathed the sword in his hand, ran the chakra, sealed his hands, and performed the wooden ninjutsu, Tudani Wayne technique. As Sarutobi Shinnishuk performed this ninjutsu, his body immediately submerged into the ground under his feet, and his body quickly disappeared, leaving his original position. By the time he dedicated himself again, he had appeared a few meters behind Sam Mountain. After Sarutobi Shinnishuk appeared, he did not pause for a moment, his hands were already sealed, and he pressed on the ground, transporting chakra to the ground. Tudun Tulio Great River. Suddenly, the ground in front of Sarutobi Shinnishuk's eyes immediately became soft, like mud flowing, surging forward, wanting to drown the three Kumo shinobi and restrict their ability to move. Seeing that the ground under their feet turned into surging mud, the three Cloud Ninja were slightly awe-inspiring, but their speed of action was not slow, and they quickly withdrew back, opening up a distance and avoiding this area. After dodging the attack, they adjusted their state and approached Sarutobi Shinnishuk from different directions and attacked. Three Cloud Ninja rushed over, and the Thunder Ninjutsu burst out, the thunder flashed, the thunder roared, and many trees were overturned, and even broken and fell to the ground. Sarutobi Shinnishuk relied on his strength to perform a powerful Earth Dun Ninjutsu, but because Lei Dun restrained the Earth Dun, he could not exert his full strength, and he was constrained everywhere, and gradually fell behind, making him a little embarrassed. Sarutobi Shinnishuk, your Earth Ninjutsu is certainly powerful, but if you encounter our Cloud Ninjutsu, you can't exert your full strength. Samson stood in front of Sarutobi Shinnishuk and said jokingly. After this battle, the three of Sam suppressed Sarutobi Shinnishuk, thinking that they would win steadily, so they had such arrogance and felt that they had eaten each other. Even if you can't exert your full strength, it's enough to deal with you. Sarutobi Shinnishuk spoke, his eyes still fierce, and he didn't have the slightest fear. As he spoke, he once again drew the knife at his waist and held it in front of him, posing in a fighting stance. Since the Tsuka Ninjutsu was restrained by Yunin, Sarutobi Shinnishuk did not plan to continue to use it, and directly used his superb physical skills to divide a victory or defeat with Yunin. Don't you know that we Yunin generally advocate martial arts, and all ninjas are physically superb and proficient in swordsmanship? Samson couldn't help but laugh when he saw Sarutobi Shinnishuk using the Teijiao, showing disdain. If you want to fight us with physical skills, you will only be defeated faster, the forbearant Nakanin said, also very disdainful. Of course, your Yunin's physical skills are very strong, but please don't underestimate others, Sarutobi Shinnishuk said proudly, also full of confidence in his physical skills. If he didn't have confidence, how dare he chase and kill three Union ninjas alone? In that case, let's see who is stronger, Sam Shan said coldly. Kinyi stood on the tree trunk not far away and watched, almost falling asleep, but this battle, there was no trend of victory and defeat, which made him very helpless. According to Chiba's personality, a battle lasts a few minutes, which is already a long time. After all, if he makes a move, it will be with the trend of crushing, in the shortest time, to end a battle. Chiba has run out of patience and continues to watch this boring battle, so he decides to appear in kindness and end this battle. Moreover, there are two Naka Ninja who he has been looking for a long time, and must die under his hands to complete his mission. Oops, you guys are so boring to fight like this, watching me fall asleep, Kinyi said lazily, his voice echoing in this area, making people feel very strange. Samsan's three Kumo shinobi were about to attack Sarutobi Shinnishuk, but this voice suddenly sounded, which immediately surprised them, and took 2 steps back, turning their eyes, scanning the surrounding environment, looking for the person who spoke. Sarutobi Shinnishuk was equally surprised, not expecting that there were other people here. Moreover, since he dares to appear at such a time, his strength must not be weak, and he may reach the level of upper patience. If this person is in a hostile position with him, then if you unite the three Yunin, Sarutobi Shinnishuk will be in trouble. Maybe he will really explain here. So, knowing that there were other people here, Sarutobi Shinnishuk was even more nervous than the three Kumo Shinobu and couldn't remain calm. Kinyi no longer hid his figure, exerted force under his feet, and then cast a moonstep, rushed out of the fog, like a ghost walking in the air, slowly descended, and appeared in front of the four people on the field. Seeing that although Kinyi is a child, he is able to glide in the air, just like flying, so that the three of Union dare not underestimate, and even a little pressure. Kinyi landed down and stood not far from the four people. The whole person was very calm, just like walking after dinner, just passing by here, without the slightest nervousness. It's just that since he appeared, the atmosphere has changed, revealing a hint of tension. What are you? Sam Shan looked at Chiba and asked, remaining vigilant. I am your enemy, and I am also a ninja of Konoha. Kinyi turned around, looked at Sam Shan, showed a bright smile, and said with a smile, as if it was harmless to humans and animals, another Konoha ninja to die? Sam Shan snorted coldly, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he became stronger. You are a Konoha ninja, what's your name? Hearing Chiba say this, Sarutobi Shinnishuk was surprised, and he didn't expect to meet Konoha's ninja here, which was really unexpected. Kimu Chiba, Sarutobi Shinnishuk, your strength as a shinobi, but so? You can't deal with the three Yunin, because you are still the son of the third generation of Hokage. It is simply a disgrace to him. Chiba signed up directly, and his mouth was unobtrusive, and he was also unkind to Sarutobi Shinnishuk. Kinyi is now pursuing a life of leisure, not afraid of anyone, saying whatever comes to mind, and not worrying about how others feel. It turns out that you are the monster of the Kimu family. Sarutobi Shinnishuk was suddenly startled, and looked at Kinyi with wide eyes, not expecting to encounter this demon who was teleported here. It's young Master Ben, Kinyi said disapprovingly. Anyway, I'm also your senior, shouldn't you treat me with some respect? Sarutobi Shinnishuk said in a slightly cold voice. If you are better than me, I will respect you, but you don't have that ability. How do you want me to respect you? Even Three Cloud Ninja can't solve it. Kinyi said disdainfully, not the slightest bit afraid of Sarutobi Shinnishuk. Hearing Chiba's words, Sarutobi Shinnishuk was very unhappy in his heart, and there was a sense of anger, wanting to teach this guy in front of him who did not know how to respect his elders. This son is too arrogant for him to stand it. However, they are both Konoha ninjas, now is not the time to make trouble. The first thing to do is to deal with the three Kumo shinobi in front of them, otherwise they will leave. Kinyi, let's put other things aside first, deal with the three Yunin first, and take back the military secret scrolls they snatched. Sarutobi Shinnishuk took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then opened his mouth to say to Chiba, I don't have a problem, you first help me delay Union Shangnin, and when I solve the two Zongnin, then deal with Shangnin. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and spoke, as if he was discussing a trivial matter, irrelevant, and seemed very casual. Kinyi, even if your talent is very good and your strength is good, but you are only at the level of middle ninja now, can you deal with two cloud hidden middle ninja? Sarutobi Shinnishuk asked, still a little worried. Although he was a little unhappy to see Chiba, no matter how much Kinyi said, he was also a ninja of Konoha, and he couldn't watch Kinyi being killed. Moreover, even if Kinyi can kill a special shinobi alone, but the two elite shinobi join forces, the strength is not weaker than the special Shangnin, or even a little stronger, Kinyi may not be able to deal with it. In Sarutobi Shinnishuk's opinion, it is still a lot of difficulty for Kinyi to deal with the two Union elites, and with Chiba's arrogant personality, he may even miss a hand. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about me, you still worry about yourself. Kinyi said disdainfully, walking towards the two clouds in the shadows, his eyes flickered, and finally he stopped his hip-hop expression, became serious, and revealed murderous intent. Don't be arrogant, it's just a little brat, see how we clean you up, and beat you up so much that you don't even know your mother. A cloud in the shadow of patience opened his mouth to drink. You two go together, you can't be careless. Sam Shan gave orders to both of his subordinates. The two clouds endured a sigh, glanced at each other, did not hesitate, and immediately rushed towards Kinyi and launched an offensive. Sam Shan did not hesitate, pulled out the tie knife on his back, and launched an attack on Sarutobi Shinnishuk. Seeing the two Zongnin attacking, Kinyi was not polite, launched a shaving, the figure immediately disappeared in place, and in the blink of an eye, he approached a cloud-hidden shinobi, and his right foot launched the land foot, like a long sword, sweeping over strongly. Union Zongren originally wanted to approach Kinyi and then wave his sword to attack, but he didn't expect the other party's speed to be so fast, and he approached in the blink of an eye, and the unexpected attack really surprised him. Union Zhong couldn't help but hesitate, and immediately swung the Taideo that had not yet come out of the blue, blocking it in front of him, otherwise, he would only suffer more severe trauma. Boom! Although the other party resisted, Kinyi's attack did not stop, and Irashi still swept out, bursting out with extremely strong power. As a voice sounded, like a metal collision, Union Zongnin felt that he was being hit by a heavy force, his body fell backwards, and his hands were shaken into a sharp pain. Another Union Zongren saw such a situation, and immediately determined that Qin Yi's strength was not weak, and if he wanted to defeat his opponent, he must not be careless, and he had to go all out. He did not stop because of this, but continued to rush forward, running chakra, his hands sealed, and launched the Thunder Ninjutsu attack. Lay done lay dog. As his seal was completed, the Thunder Attribute Chakra burst out, swept forward, and constantly twisted and changed, forming a 1-meter-tall Thunder Dog, carrying a powerful thunder power and attacking towards Qin Yi. This is an A-level ninjutsu, but the power is very powerful. If it is attacked, it will definitely be damaged. Under the domineering perception of seeing and hearing the color, even if Qin Yi did not see the Union Ninja attack in the rear, he could feel a powerful force that was bombarding him. Fire Fist. Qin Yi landed on tiptoe, his body immediately turned, facing the Thunder Dog who attacked, raised his fist, and immediately blasted out with a strong Fire Fist. The flames burst out, forming a huge fist, much larger than the Thunder Dog, bursting out with stronger power, against the Thunder Dog. The Fire Fist and the Thunder Dog collided together, like two giant beasts colliding, and immediately emitted a roar, and thunder and flames burst out, which looked brilliant and had a great visual impact. Although Union Zongnan's lay done is not bad, but compared with Qin Yi's Fire Fist, the power is still a lot worse, so he can only stalemate for a while, and he is defeated by the Fire Fist, and continues to bombard Zongnan. Seeing such a situation, Union was shocked and immediately retreated back, while moving to the right to avoid the raging Fire Fist. After the two Union shinobi saw Qin Yi's strength, they were all shocked. They didn't expect that it was just a little furry child. The strength was so strong, if they fought alone, it was really a little difficult to accept to be above them. This little ghost's strength is not bad, let's join forces to solve him. Union Zhong Shinobu, who was forced back by Arashi's foot, came to his companion and spoke. The other Union Zongren was not stubborn, and after answering, he acted with his companions, rushed to Qin Yi, and joined forces to attack. What about you joining forces? You are still not my opponent, Qin Yi said coldly, confident enough in himself. The two Union shinobi did not respond, and after approaching, they ran chakra, sealed their hands, and cast a Thunder Ninjutsu attack. Thunder, go Razor! A cloud of hidden patience stopped in an instant, slapped his hands on the ground, and entered chakra into the ground, sending out a playful thunderbolt, like countless crazy snakes rushing, attacking towards Qin Yi at great speed. This Naka ninja cast such a ninjutsu attack to force Chiba into the air, and then make Chiba unable to dodge the attacks behind, so that his companions could fight for such an opportunity and defeat Chiba in one fell swoop. Seeing the Thunder Snake turned into thunder and lightning, quickly attacked, Qin Yi did not think too much. Just as the other party expected, the foot slightly forced, the whole person came to the air, avoiding the thunder and lightning moving on the ground. Seeing Qin Yi behaving like this, the Zongnin, who launched the Razor Ninjutsu, couldn't help but scream, feeling that Qin Yi had been fooled, and no one could save him. Lay done 3,000 Thunder Rods. Just as Qin Yi left the ground, another Union Zongren did not hesitate and launched a powerful Thunder Ninjutsu. Suddenly, Naka Shinobu spewed the Thunder Attribute Chakra out of his mouth, and immediately formed an extremely fine thunder rod, like a steel nail, densely attacking towards Qin Yi, almost all over the space in front of him, without much space. It is very difficult to avoid these lightning rods. In the eyes of the two Union Zongnin, even if Qin Yi's strength is good, if he wants to dodge such an attack, it is impossible, and he can only suffer heavy damage and be defeated by them. You're dead. Union couldn't help but say coldly, looking like he was sure of Qin Yi. Looking at those densely attacked thunder rods, Qin Yi did not have the slightest nervousness, revealed a cold smile, and looked at the eyes of the two Union patients, just like looking at a dead person. Yes? Qin Yi responded lightly, with a hint of contempt. As he spoke, his body shook violently, and flames immediately burst out, filling the surrounding space, submerging him in it, and soon disappeared, making people unable to see his body and not knowing what his situation was. The two Union shinobi were surprised to see such a situation. They didn't know what kind of ninjutsu Qin Yi was performing, and it was really unexpected that they could do this. Those lightning rods with great power were not blocked, and the attack entered the flames, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea, and there was no movement. After Qin Yi's body disappeared, he didn't scream, and he didn't know if he was injured. Airplanes. The originally swollen and churning flames broke, and 9 flame spears attacked out of the flames, attacking towards the two clouds in the sky. The speed was very fast, but in the blink of an eye, it came to them, and was about to pierce their bodies. Seeing the flame spear attacking, the two clouds were horrified, almost relying on instinctive actions, forcibly letting their bodies withdraw backwards, dodging the 9 flame spears that attacked and avoiding a catastrophe. Of just when the two Union shinobi had just withdrawn and landed on the ground, the flames suspended in the air trembled again. Qin Yi was in the flames, launched a shaving, and his body quickly rushed out, making it difficult for people's naked eyes to capture his figure. Just for a moment, Qin Yi appeared above the two clouds in the middle of the sky, and there were flames on his right hand, which looked terrifying. Mirror flame. Qin Yi did not hesitate, did not intend to waste time, and wanted to quickly solve these two middle ninja and end this war. The power of Mirror Fire Yan is even more powerful than the Fire Fist, and the range of the envelope will be wider, so that Union and the two Zhongnan have no way to dodge, they will be shrouded below, and they will suffer terrifying attacks. The two Union shinobu barely could react, and they saw terrifying flames, like suppressed mountains, hanging above them, suppressing their bodies and making them unable to dodge. Rumble! The mirror fire bombarded down, directly drowning the two clouds, and blasted out a large pit with a diameter of 20 meters and a depth of 10 meters on the ground, just like a meteorite impacting it. Moreover, after the mirror fire slammed into the ground, it burst out with a powerful force, raging around, destroying the decay, destroying the nearby trees, and looking devastated. The fog within a radius of several kilometers was affected by the force and all were dispersed, making the visibility here a lot better, and the water was evaporated a lot. It can be imagined that Kinyi's attack this time is so terrifying, it is absolutely very shocking. Sarutobi Shinishuk and Sam San, who were fighting not far away, were affected by the power that erupted from the mirror fire, and their bodies couldn't help but be shocked back for a distance, and they couldn't help but stop, turned around, and looked at the place where Chiba was fighting in horror. Seeing the big pit with churning flames and black smoke, the two upper shinobi were surprised, their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe that it was done by a child, which had a strong impact on them. Is this kid a monster? The strength turned out to be so strong. Sam Shen muttered, his heart was shocked, and his heart was extremely uncalm. It's really a monster. Sarutobi Shinishuk spoke, with a hint of exclamation. Fortunately, Chiba is a ninja of Konoha, and he is in the same camp as Sarutobi Shinishuk, otherwise, even if he encounters such an opponent, it will be difficult to entangle. Union's two middle ninja were attacked by the mirror fire flame, they could not dodge at all, they received the most direct and powerful attack, they were bombarded to the ground, burned by the terrifying flames, turned into ashes, and even a whole corpse could not be preserved. Chiba posture was leisurely, slowly descending from the air, standing next to the big pit that rose into flames and emitted black smoke, looking at the two upper shinobi not far away. The two Naka shinobi have solved it, and you haven't finished the battle yet. Chiba looked at Sarutobi Shinishuk and Samson and said playfully, revealing a bright smile and putting on a harmless appearance of humans and animals. Seeing his sunny smile, Sarutobi Shinishuk and Sam Shan would not think that he was a sunshine boy, but made them feel a chill, thinking that Chiba was a killing god who came out of hell, looking kind, but in fact he was decisive in killing, without the slightest indecision. Bite. The host kills 100 people, including the completion of 4 Naka shinobi missions, obtains frozen fruits, and rewards 70,000 points at the same time. The voice of the One Piece system sounded. As the sound of the One Piece system prompt sounded, Kinyi could sense that he had obtained the ability of frozen fruit, and his mood couldn't help but get excited. Finally completed this task and obtained the frozen fruit. Kinyi sighed slightly, and a happy smile bloomed on his face. I said that you are a Union Shangren, 2 of your subordinates have been solved by me, you can't leave alive, it's better to simply cut yourself. Kinyi was in a good mood, raised his head, looked at Sam Mountain 20 meters away, and spoke. Hearing Kinyi say this, Sam Shen obviously felt underestimated, and he was also despised by a child, which made him very unhappy, and his heart was churning with anger, wanting to take Kinyi down, and then torture the latter fiercely, so that he could not survive and die. Sam Shen believes that even if Kinyi's strength is good and he can't kill 2 of him, it is impossible to easily take him down. After all, there is still a huge gap between upper and middle patients, like a heavenly graben, which is difficult to overcome. Even though Sam San's current situation is not good, surrounded by Konoha's 2 ninjas, he is in the downwind. If he separates and escapes, there is still a high chance of escaping. In Sam Shen's heart, at least he thought so he was not so apprehensive, and his expression was still very calm. Even if I can't kill the 2 of you, but with the 2 of you, it's delusional to want to keep me and kill me. Sam Shen said coldly, obviously disdainful. It seems that you are very confident, then try it. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and said playfully, took a step and walked towards Sam Mountain. The 2 of us join forces, absolutely keep him, and can't let him escape. Sarutobi Shinishuk spoke, his expression solemn. After all, Sam Shen still has the military secrets of the Fire Nation on his body, and he must not let such important documents fall into the hands of the Thunder Country, otherwise it will be used by the Thunder Country and cause huge losses to the Fire Country. You are still an elite upper forbearance, to deal with a Union upper forbearance, you actually have to join forces with me, the strength is really incredible, Kinyi said unceremoniously. Hearing Kinyi mocking himself like this, Sarutobi Shinishuk was really unhappy, and he was a little angry in his heart. If he didn't have to deal with Union Shangren now, he really wanted to do it, teach Kinyi a lesson, and let him know how to respect his seniors. Sarutobi Shinishuk is also helpless, the earth ninjutsu he is good at is just restrained by Union's thunder ninjutsu, so he cannot exert his full strength and cannot occupy the advantage, so he has been unable to fight for a long time. Sarutobi Shinishuk snorted coldly, ignored Chiba, and quickly took action, rushing toward Sam Mountain to launch a new round of offensive. Kinyi did not hesitate, moved quickly, and his body disappeared from the spot in an instant, one step ahead of Sarutobi Shinnishuk, approaching Sam Mountain, and launching a fierce attack. Kinyi launched the shaving, his body immediately disappeared, and he instantly approached Sam Shan's body, holding Kuwu in his hand, stabbing straight towards the opponent's throat, and the attack was very fierce. During the battle between Kinyi and Union Zongnan, Sam Shan observed and knew that Kinyi could move at great speed, which could be said to be a flash, and now that he finally saw it, he couldn't help but be even more surprised. However, Sam Shan is very good at physical skills. After all, he is Union Shangnan, and Lei Dun and physical skills are equally prominent. Seeing Ku was stabbing straight over, Sam Shan did not panic, and immediately waved the tie knife in his hand, crossed it in front of his throat, and blocked Kuwu with the blade body. Boom! Kuwu collided with the body of the Tai Deo, and immediately made a sound of metal colliding, and sparks burst out. Seeing Sam Shan blocking his attack, Chiba was not surprised. This is the level that Shangnan should have. Otherwise, even this level of physical skill attack cannot be easily resisted, then this Union Shangnan is enough food. While the body still has a forward momentum, Kinyi is not swinging Kuwu attack, and the force under his feet is exerted by land foot. Arashi foot line. Kinyi's right foot burst out with power, and quickly kicked forward, attacking Sam Shan's body, forming a powerful force, like a sword chi, quickly attacking Sam Shan. Seeing such an attack, Sam Shan was shocked, knowing that if he was attacked by this force, then he would be in trouble, and it was estimated that he would be injured a lot. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest, and immediately withdrew backwards, moving his body sideways and dodging the attack. Boom! This force rushed out and landed on a thick tree, and this thick tree, easily split by this force, went to both sides to the past. Seeing the end of this tree, Sam Shan suddenly became awe-inspiring, looking at Kinyi's eyes, becoming more serious, not daring to underestimate the slightest, and even a feeling of uneasiness spread in the bottom of his heart. Tudun Huangquan Marsh. Although Sarutobi Shinnishuk had some prejudices against Chiba, he still made a concerted effort to besiege Sam Mountain together in dealing with Union Shangnan, and quickly ended this battle. As soon as Sam Shan withdrew and fell to the ground under his feet became soft, like a swamp. As long as he stood on it, his body would fall into it and it would be difficult to break free. Sam Shan has a strong sense of battle, and when he saw Sarutobi Shinnishuk crouching down to cast the number, he knew that this would be the case, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately stepped back and opened up a distance. It's just that he just withdrew from the range of the Huangquan Marsh, and his body has not yet adjusted, let alone attack, when he saw Kinyi appear like a ghost, launching a rapid attack. Divine fire, no fire. Kinyi rushed over, blazing flames appeared on his hands, and as his body rushed out, forming two flame spears, quickly breaking through the air and attacking Sam Mountain. Seeing the flame spear attacking, Sam Shan was not good at defensive type ninjutsu, so he did not resist hard, exerted force under his feet, twisted his body, and rushed to the right to avoid the attack of the flame spear. Tudun Earth Dragon Bomb. Sam Shan had just dodged Chiba's attack on this side, and Sarutobi Shinnishuk had cast a new ninjutsu attack there. I saw that next to the ground where Sarutobi Shinnishuk was standing, the ground quickly cracked, condensing to form an earth dragon, brewing powerful energy bombs, and attacking towards Sam Mountain, which had just landed. The power of the earth dragon bullet is very strong. If it is attacked, even Sam Mountain will not be able to eat it, and it will definitely be not lightly damaged. Sam Shan was really helpless. Originally he relied on the advantage of Chakra's attributes to be able to restrain Sarutobi Shinnishuk to a certain extent, and even gain the upper hand. However, as Kinyi joined the battle, his little advantage immediately disappeared, and now he was forced to not even have time to perform ninjutsu, and could only dodge the opponent's attack, which seemed a little embarrassed, making him even more angry in his heart. If it continues like this, Sam Shan may be exhausted if he does not fight back. No, we can't keep going like this, we must change the situation. Sam Shan whispered, his eyes became sharp, and he no longer wavered the slightest. The movements under his feet were fast, and a few UPS and downs dodged the attack of the Earth Dragon bullet. Moreover, when dodging the attack, Sam did not hesitate, ran the chakra, and quickly sealed his hands. Lei Dun Black Panther. After the seal was completed, Sam Shan did not hesitate in the slightest, and immediately spewed out a stream of thunder attribute chakra from his mouth. After the majestic thunder attribute chakra erupted, it immediately evolved into black lightning, forming a black thunder leopard, which quickly moved and attacked towards Sarutobi Shinnishuk. The black thunder leopard moved quickly, almost at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, it came to Sarutobi Shinnishuk, and quickly attacked the past. In the face of this powerful lightning Black Panther, Sarutobi Shinnishuk stood awe-inspiring, did not dare to underestimate it, and cast a soil ninjutsu, blocking in front of him and resisting the impacting thunder Black Panther. It's just that even if a dirt wall is erected to block the impact of the thunder leopard, the powerful thunder power still continues to rage and attack Sarutobi Shinnishuk. Samson knew that this ninjutsu could force back Sarutobi Shinnishuk, and it was impossible to hurt the other party, so he had to take advantage of this time gap to solve Chiba. After seeing Sarutobi Shinichuk withdraw, Sam Shan did not hesitate at all, like a cheetah, bursting out at extreme speed and rushing towards Chiba. As he moved, thunder flashed on his hands, and thunder and lightning raged out, making a sound that people couldn't stand to hear. Sam intends to launch a melee attack and solve Chiba in one go. As long as Chiba can be defeated, then all that remains is the battle between Sam Shan and Sarutobi Shinichuk. With the advantage of Chakra's attribute, Sam Shan is confident enough to be able to compete with Sarutobi Shinichuk, and will not fall behind. Even if he can't kill Sarutobi Shinichuk, it is a very certain thing to retreat from here. Boy, you give me death. When Sam Shan rushed over, he let out a cold scream, his face became hideous, he looked very terrifying, full of fierce murderous intent, and was reflected by lightning and lightning. Qin Yi acted, not choosing to retreat, not choosing to dodge, but taking the initiative to face the ninja Sam Mountain on Union, to launch a rapid attack and kill the other party in one fell swoop. Seeing that Qin Yi did not dodge, but instead faced him and launched an offensive, Sam Shan was surprised, and felt that Qin Yi was planning to play with his life. However, he felt that in close combat, even if there were two more Chiba, it would not be his opponent, and he had absolute confidence that he could defeat the opponent. If you want to fight with me, you don't have that ability yet. Sam Shan stood up coldly, and had no intention of dodging, and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to solve Qin Yi. Thunder heavy storm. The furious thunder and lightning appeared on Sam Shan's hands, flashing with dazzling thunderlight, and as Sam Shan rushed over, it burst out with powerful power and attacked Qin Yi. In the face of such an attack as Sam Mountain, Qin Yi did not panic, quickly met the past, and launched a strong attack to contend with the other party. Flame Dragon Claw Fist Flame Dragon King. Qin Yi pressed his middle and index fingers together, his ring finger and little finger together, and his thumb poked out, like 3 dragon claws. Immediately afterwards, he activated the ability to burn the fruit, causing the flames to burst out, gathered on his right hand, and quickly burned, looking shocking. As Qin Yi rushed over, the flames became more violent, forming a terrifying fire dragon, carrying powerful power, like an invincible dragon king, to kill all the enemies in front of him. That momentum and coercion were very terrifying. Seeing the flames burst out, suddenly forming a fire dragon, and swooping strongly, Sam Shan felt flustered, and his heart was extremely uneasy. However, at this time, he has no choice at all, and he must fight with Qin Yi, otherwise he will only lose easily. The furious thunder and lightning and the violent fire dragon collided together, making a strong collision, producing a terrifying roar, like a thunder vibration, resounding throughout the area. The powerful power fluctuations raged out to the surroundings, causing the surrounding trees to be immediately destroyed and turned into ashes, and the ground collapsed, and a large pit appeared, twice the scale of the previous Qin Yi blast. Boom! The furious power is like a violent beast, difficult to calm down, raging around, destroying decay, and causing terrifying destruction. The trees within a radius of 50 meters, affected by this force, were all destroyed and ceased to exist, and a large pit appeared, nearly 50 meters in diameter and 30 meters deep. Chiba and Sam Mountain were in the center of the force impact, and naturally they were the ones who were the hardest hit by the force. Fortunately, the Flame Dragon King that erupted from Qin Yi was powerful above the thunder of Mount Sam, making the furious flame power suppress most of the thunder power and could not impact Qin Yi. Although Chiba can elementalize and be immune to physical attacks, he has been strongly opposed to Sam Mountain before, and he cannot be elementalized at all. Moreover, even if he is elementalized, he is not completely immune to lightning attacks. After all, the power of lightning is not a physical attack. How can you be so strong? Sam Shan could feel that his strength was not as good as Chiba's, and he was being suppressed to the downwind. Because I am already very strong, it is just that you are too confident and overestimate your strength. Qin Yi said coldly, not like a child at all, showing a colder look than an adult. Give me death. Qin Yi drank, and then burst out a force, causing the Flame Dragon King to move forward rapidly, submerging Sam Mountain in it, and making a terrifying impact. Rumble. Sam Mountain was rushed out, immediately engulfed in flames, wanting to resist, wanting to break free, but there was no chance. The sound of screaming, coming from the blazing fire dragon, only became smaller and smaller, and finally stopped, only the reverberation was echoing. When the fire dragon subsided, Union Shangren was bombarded and killed, completely killed, and his body was burned to ashes. Qin Yi descended from the air and landed at the bottom of the big pit. His figure looked a little embarrassed, his breathing became rapid, sweat came out, and his clothes were wet, and his clothes were ravaged by lightning, breaking a few small holes, and he was only slightly injured, and it was not a big deal. In order to deal with Union Shangren, Qin Yi consumed most of his physical strength, and his body was a little weak. If you want to kill Shangnin, it seems that it still takes a lot of physical energy. Qin Yi sighed slightly, revealing a bright smile. Killing Sam Mountain means that Chiba kills the first Kami Shinobi, proving that his strength is above Kami Shinobu, and he is only 6 years old now. This is simply a demon. Bite. The host kills the first Shangnin, and the reward weapon is Taideo, Snow Walk. The voice of the One Piece system sounded. After this voice sounded, the space in front of Qin Yi trembled, and a sheathed sword appeared in front of him. Kinyi did not hesitate and reached out to grab Shuego. Snow walking, which was obtained by the One Piece King Rissalin in Rogue Town, is a good knife, very sharp, although not the best, but not bad. Sarutobi Shinnishuk, who was standing 20 meters away from the big pit, was shocked when he saw the power of the confrontation between Chiba and Sam Mountain, and he couldn't believe it, worried that Chiba could save his life under this powerful confrontation. So, after the lightning and flames subsided, Sarutobi Shinnishuk immediately rushed over and came to the edge of the big pit. Seeing that Chiba was safe and sound, standing at the bottom of the big pit, only suffering some minor injuries, looking a little embarrassed, and there was no big problem, Sarutobi Shinnishuk finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he finally realized that Kinyi was a monster, and he couldn't look at him in normal eyes, and it was best not to be an enemy with him, otherwise it would really be a doom thing. What a monster you are! Sarutobi Shinnishuk looked at Chiba at the bottom of the big pit and spoke. This is his evaluation of Chiba. Haha, killing Union Shangnan is just a fluke, you don't have to praise me like this. Kinyi laughed heartlessly, and he was not polite at all. By the skin of one's teeth. Sarutobi Shinnishuk scoffed at this, very disdainful, but he was an elite tolerant, but he could not take Sam Mountain, but Chiba killed Sam Mountain strongly, just a fluke to want to bring it, a fool will believe it. Sarutobi Shinnishuk knew in his heart that even if his chakra attribute restrained Sam-san, it was impossible to kill the other party so strongly. Chiba came out of the deep pit and came to Sarutobi Shinnishuk, keeping a distance of 5 meters and not getting too close. Union's affairs have been solved, but the matter between the two of them has not been solved, and there are still some contradictions. The 3 Union were all blasted to ashes by me, the documents you want to recover are no longer there, you won't blame me. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and spoke. Even if the confidential documents are destroyed, Kinyi will not have any pressure, and he is still very calm. It doesn't matter, as long as this document does not fall into the hands of the enemy, the information has been preserved anyway. Sarutobi Shinnishuk spoke, and did not hold Chiba responsible. Well, since Yunren's matter is solved, it's our turn. I know you are very upset when you see me, think that I am just a little brat, and want to teach me a lesson. Kinyi looked at Sarutobi Shinnishuk and spoke, still keeping a smile on his face and not having the slightest pressure. Sarutobi Shinnishuk has a lot of opinions about Chiba, feeling that he is just a little brat, acting a little arrogantly, not putting the seniors in his eyes, he should knock it well. However, after hearing Chiba say this, Sarutobi Shinnishuk felt a little speechless, and he was embarrassed to be angry with Chiba again. I have a little opinion about you, but seeing that you are injured now, it is difficult to teach you a lesson, and you have helped me a lot in this matter, otherwise, I can't keep the 3 Yin Shinobi. Sarutobi Shinnishuk touched his chin, a little embarrassed, and spoke. Are you underestimating me getting hurt? This little injury is nothing to me. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and spoke, looking confident and not the slightest nervous. You little guy is iron-hearted, you want to compete with me. Sarutobi Shinnishuk squinted, looked at Chiba, and spoke. That's right, I want to fight you and see how strong Konoha's elite shinobu is. Kinyi spoke, did not hide his purpose, and simply said it. Chiba has now been able to compete with Kami Shinobu and defeat Kami Shinobu, and he now wants to try, and he can defeat the elite Kami Shinobu. You little devil, is the elite shinobi nothing in your eyes? Look down on me so much. Sarutobi Shinnishuk looked at Chiba and spoke, his eyes narrowed, and he was a little dissatisfied with Chiba. It's not to underestimate you, it's to have confidence in yourself. Kinyi spoke, still full of confidence. Since you really want to fight me, then I will satisfy you once and teach you how to respect your predecessors. Sarutobi Shinnishuk took a fighting stance, and his expression became sharp. I just have this intention, let you know my strength, and teach you not to underestimate children in the future. Kinyi said playfully, slowly stepping back and opening up a distance. Then come on, see which of us is stronger. Sarutobi Shinnishuk said decisively. After seeing Chiba's move, Sarutobi Shinnishuk knew that even if Chiba was just a little furry child, his strength was really good, and he couldn't underestimate it, otherwise he would suffer a big loss. Sarutobi Shinnishuk did not hesitate, took action, and rushed towards Chiba. The speed was fast, but in the blink of an eye, he approached Chiba. The two held kuwu in their hands, collided together, made a sonorous sound, and sparks burst out. Chiba and Sarutobi Shinnishuk fought against each other, and the movements were fast and sharp, making people's eyes unable to keep up. If you change to someone with poor physical skills, there is no way to compete with the opponent, and you will be easily defeated. It's hard to believe, you are a little furry child, your physical skills are actually so strong, sharp and decisive, like a martial arts grandmaster. Sarutobi Shinnishuk sighed, his heart excited, and made waves. You know, he cultivated this level of physical art, but it took countless energy and a lot of time to achieve such results. It's not even close, Kinyi said playfully. Boom! The kunao in the hands of the two collided together again, making a soft noise. Just when the two of them were slightly deadlocked, Chiba stabbed a chance, launched Arashi's foot, like a long sword, burst out with powerful power, swept towards Sarutobi Shinnishuk, and slashed. Seeing Chiba's attack, Sarutobi Shinnishuk was surprised, felt a sharp force attack, did not dare to underestimate, did not resist hard, and immediately withdrew backwards, opening the distance. Kinyi did not hesitate, did not intend to easily let go of Sarutobi Shinnishuk, but launched the shaving. His figure immediately disappeared, rushed towards Sarutobi Shinnishuk, and appeared in front of the other party. The two were separated for no more than a moment, and then collided together, and the bitterness in their hands collided, emitting a metallic sound, and sparks burst out. Chiba collided with Sarutobi Shinnishuk by Kumu, and then launched a Rashi foot to suppress Sarutobi Shinnishuk with a sharp posture. After fighting with Chiba, Sarutobi Shinnishuk understood how terrifying this monster was. If he grew up a little more, his strength would become stronger, and with the strength of a shadow-level powerhouse, it would not be a problem at all, and he could even surpass the strong in history. Sarutobi Shinnishuk gradually understood that he could not have the advantage in physical confrontation with Chiba, and if he wanted to defeat him, he still had to rely on ninjutsu. After understanding it, Sarutobi Shinnishuk did not hesitate, created opportunities for himself, and then cast ninjutsu to attack Chiba. Whoop's 3 shurikens flew out, striking an arc and attacking Chiba from different directions, slowing down Chiba's speed. At the same time, Sarutobi Shinnishuk stepped back, put away the kunao, ran the chakra, and quickly sealed his hands, ready to perform ninjutsu. Tudun split earth turn palm. Sarutobi Shinnishuk glided through the air, withdrew backwards, landed 6 meters away, and when the seal was completed, slapped chakra to the ground with his right hand. Thundered. As his palm slammed into the ground immediately cracked, forming a powerful shock wave that rushed towards Kinyi, causing the earth and rock to tumble out, like a spear piercing straight away. Kinyi waved the kunao in his hand, easily picked out the shuriken that attacked him, defused this attack, and exerted his strength under his feet, rushed into the air, dodged the attack of the earth-splitting palm, appeared above Sarutobi Shinnishuk, and launched a rapid attack. Kinyi came to the top of Sarutobi Shinnishuk, did not hesitate, launched the burning fruit, and immediately bombarded down. The power is very powerful. The fire fist burst out, like a fierce beast, and pounced on Sarutobi Shinnishuk, wanting to devour him. Rumble! The fire fist bombarded down, and immediately blasted a large hole in the ground, causing the ground to collapse, flying sand and stones, and destroying the surrounding trees. After seeing the fire fist bombardment, Sarutobi Shinnishuk knew that such an attack was very strong and could not be shaken, so he decisively chose to dodge, withdrew backwards, and opened up a distance. Tudun Earth Dragon Bomb. When Sarutobi Shinnishuk withdrew, he was also very decisive, and immediately Yuki cast ninjutsu and launched an attack. The ground beside him cracked, and an Earth Dragon probe came out, condensing the Earth Dragon bullet in its mouth, and bombarded Kinyi, whose body was still in the air. If you really want to be attacked by the Earth Dragon bullet, even if Kinyi's strength is good, there is no way to resist it, and it will suffer heavy damage. Kinyi's body originally landed from the air, and when he saw the Earth Dragon bullet attacking, he did not panic at all, calmly cast the moon step, his body glided lightly, dodged the Earth Dragon bullet, or fell to the ground safely. After Kinyi fell to the ground, he immediately launched a shave, continuously changing directions, and avoiding the attack of the Earth Dragon bullet. In 2 breaths, Kinyi approached Sarutobi Shinnishuk, without the slightest hesitation. Another fire fist, quickly slammed over. Boom! The fire fist broke out, and the power was very powerful, and it bombarded Sarutobi Shinnishuk. Sarutobi Shinnishuk was awe-inspiring. He didn't expect Kinyi's speed to be so fast, it was really unexpected. Sarutobi Shinnishuk faced stronger attacks, but still did not panic, remained calm, calmly coped, and immediately changed direction to avoid the attack of the fire fist. Obviously, Chiba didn't want to give Sarutobi Shinnishuk too many opportunities, and wanted to go crazy and attack wildly to defeat his opponent. The fire fist continued to burst out, and the mirror fire flame, as if he didn't have strength, was vented out by Chiba and bombarded madly at Sarutobi Shinnishuk. Attacked by Chiba like this, Sarutobi Shinnishuk became very embarrassed, and the clothes on his body were torn by the flames, and even they became dark and sticky with charcoal ash. No, you kid is really playing with your life. Sarutobi Shinnishuk withdrew backwards, waved his hand, and stopped fighting. If he really wants to fight like this, Sarutobi Shinnishuk is incapable of defeating and is defeated by Chiba. He originally wanted to teach Kinyi a lesson, but he ended up making himself so embarrassed, not as dashing as before. It can be said that he fought with Kinyi this time, and he was defeated by Chiba. After all, he stopped first, and Kinyi is so much younger than him. Seeing that Sarutobi Shinnishuk did not want to fight, Chiba did not chase and fought fiercely, and stopped attacking. After all, even if they have contradictions with each other, it is still some small friction, and it is not a life and death battle. There is no need to play with life. After slamming out several fire fists in a row, Kinyi had already consumed a lot of physical energy, and there was a fierce battle before, which made him now exhausted, panting, sweaty, and almost fell directly to the ground. Elite Shangnin is such a strength, it seems that I am not bad, Kinyi said with a smile, happy about this. Although it is not in his prime, it is already very rare for him to be able to compete with the Elite Shangnin, and even have the opportunity to defeat the other party. Don't be too arrogant. Sarutobi Shinnishuk said angrily, really speechless to the little guy Chiba. I call this self-confidence, not arrogance. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, not caring at all what the other party thought. Things are settled here, I should go. Kinyi said casually, he didn't want to stay here, and turned around to leave. He had been in the misty forest for 4 days, had killed many people, collected many left ears, filled his sack, and it was time to return to the tavern to pay for his errands. Aren't you going to return to Konoha? You are a ninja of Konoha. Seeing that Chiba was going to leave, Sarutobi Shinnishuk asked. Regarding the matter of Kimashuumao, Sarutobi Shinnishuk also knows a lot. Knowing what happened to Chiba, he sighed a little in his heart. If Chiba no longer works for Konoha because of Kikishuo's affairs, it will be a huge loss for Konoha, and it will shape a strong opponent. What a sad thing it would be if things were to develop like this. You know, Kinyi is only 6 years old now, and his strength has reached this situation, and it is definitely not a problem to be able to compete with Shangnan, and give him a few more years to compete with the shadow-level powerhouse. Now is not the era of war, I don't need to do anything. If I go back, won't I stay moldy, be preached by the old man of your family, and brainwash me? Kinyi did not turn around, and said playfully, lacking interest in returning to Konoha. Saying that, he did not hesitate, walked towards the sack not far away, and left the place. Looking at Chiba's not tall back, gradually walking towards the forest, gradually disappearing in front of him, Sarutobi Shinnishuk sighed a little. However, after hearing Chiba's words, Sarutobi Shinnishuk was helpless, but also relieved. Although Chiba now has a poor sense of belonging to Konoha, he will not betray the village. As long as Chiba did not betray the village, then everything turned around. Carrying a sack containing his left ear and loot, Chiba walked towards the outskirts of the misty forest, intending to return to the border of the Fire Nation. On the way back to the border in the misty forest immediately in Chiba, he was besieged by 3 mercenary squads. Of the 3 mercenary squads, 2 belong to other countries and 1 belongs to the Fire Nation. The reason why the mercenary squad of the Fire Country will do something to Chiba is that they have taken a fancy to his loot and want to snatch it and pocket it. However, after these mercenary teams made a move, it meant that their fate, unable to escape the palm of death, was killed by Kinyi strongly, and was used to exercise the ability of frozen fruit. After killing these mercenaries, Kinyi was not polite, cut off their left ear, put it in a cloth bag, and scavenged for loot at the same time. The misty forest is foggy all year round, and the humidity is very heavy, and staying in it for a long time will make people unaccustomed to it. Now walking out of the misty forest, I can breathe in the relatively dry space and enjoy the sunlight, and I feel very comfortable, and I am a little obsessed with this feeling. Kinyi stayed in the misty forest for nearly 5 days, and after so many battles, he was wearing all his clothes, so that the clothes on his body were stained with blood, the color began to change, and his clothes were torn many times. It's still comfortable in the sun. Kinyi let out a sigh. He didn't stop and rushed straight to the tavern where the mercenaries frequented. 20 minutes later, Chiba, who was not tall, appeared in front of the tavern with a sack covered in blood. Those mercenaries and bounty hunters who entered and exited the tavern, seeing such a little furry boy, actually carrying a marijuana bag, couldn't help but open their eyes wide, revealing a shocked look, and couldn't believe it. The mercenaries who have experienced blood and fire and walk on the border will not understand what is in the sack. They didn't expect that it was unimaginable that a little furry child would go to the border to kill so many people. On the border, mercenaries who specialize in killing the enemies of the empire naturally know that killing the enemy is not an easy task. Moreover, killing a large number of enemy enemies is a difficult thing, and it is basically impossible to happen to a small child. However, today they saw this amazing scene as if they had witnessed a miracle. Is he really a little kid? Actually killed so many people. The mercenary standing at the door of the tavern, seeing Kinyi enter the tavern, couldn't help but sigh, unable to calm down. This little guy is definitely a ruthless character, it's best not to provoke him. Someone made such an assessment. Unlike the first time he entered the tavern, no one dared to underestimate Kinyi, did not dare to evaluate him, did not dare to look down on him. His expression became awe-inspiring, his eyes fell on Kinyi, looking at him. The tavern owner saw Chiba, who had been away for a few days, appear, and he was carrying a marijuana bag, and his expression was slightly moved, a little moved. When he first saw Chiba's move, the tavern owner knew his strength, but felt that he was a little arrogant, and if he wanted to walk in the area of the misty forest, it was estimated that it would be difficult for a long time, and even felt that it would not be long before he would be killed by the enemy, or even killed by the people of the Fire Nation. After all, Kinyi's style of doing things is really a bit ostentatious, so that people can't stand it, and they will want to teach him a lesson. The tavern owner did not expect that in just 4 days, Kinyi would have such a harvest, which was really unexpected. Boss, take an inventory. Chiba put the sack on the bar, pushed it in front of the tavern owner, and spoke. Seeing such a large sack, containing half of the loot, the tavern owner was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. You have a drink first, and I'll count things for you. The tavern owner smiled and pushed a glass of spirit in front of Chiba. Kinyi nodded, picked up the wine glass on the bar, and took a sip of spirits. The tavern owner took the sack, turned around and made a bar, counting Chiba's loot. Kinyi has an approximate number in his heart for how much loot. Even if he gives the tavern owner the courage, he does not dare to swallow Chiba's loot. After all, Kinyi's strength is there. If someone dares to pit him, he will have to pay a heavy price. 10 minutes later, the tavern owner returned from counting the loot. You killed a total of 67 people, you can get 21,500 taels, and the other loot you brought back is probably worth 500 taels. Don't you have an opinion? The tavern owner said politely. Almost. Kinyi nodded. Even if there was some difference, he would not look for trouble. Then, you'll get a total of 22,000 taels this time, that is, 220,000 yuan. I will directly give you a bank card, which can be used in banks in various countries. The tavern owner spoke, and his attitude towards Chiba was very good, that is, the tone of discussion. No problem. Chiba opened his mouth in response. If you really want to let him carry so much cash on him, it is also very inconvenient. It is better to take a bank card conveniently. When you need to spend money, go to the bank to withdraw money. After a while, the tavern owner handed over a bank card with a balance of 220,000 to Kinyi. The mercenaries and bounty hunters in the tavern saw that Kinyi got so many bank cards with so much balance, his eyes became hot, and even some evil thoughts rose, wanting to rob them. However, they knew that Kinyi was definitely not a good stubble, and if they dared to make a move, it was estimated that they would not even be able to save their lives, so they did not dare to act rashly. After putting away his bank card, Chiba ordered some food in the tavern, and after eating casually, he left the tavern and walked around the border town, buying new clothes that could be changed and washed, as well as some weapons and equipment for battle. The clothes on Kinyi's body are already tattered. It can be said that he does not cover his body, and if he does not change into new clothes, people think that he is a beggar. Time passed slowly, and Chiba remained here, constantly entering and exiting the misty forest, killing mercenaries who wanted to invade the land of fire and disturb the peace on the border. Chiba is not in a hurry to leave this border town, but keeps killing people, keeps making money, and completes the simple tasks released by the One Piece system. Every time Kinyi entered the misty forest, it was 6 or 7 days, and when he withdrew, he would return with a full load, otherwise dozens of mercenaries and bounty hunters would lose their lives. The mercenaries walking in the town were extremely surprised to see that Kinyi had such a harvest every time, and they were shocked by Kinyi, so that Kinyi's murderous name began to spread in the town. Silver Shura. Chiba was called Silver Azura by the mercenaries in the town, and the murderous name gradually spread to the country of grass, and was known by the mercenaries of the enemy country, forming an invisible deterrent. Because of the fear of the Silver Shura, the mercenaries and bounty hunters of the enemy country are afraid of encountering Kinyi and dare not sneak into the misty forest, so that the mercenaries entering and leaving the misty forest have become much less than before. As the enemy mercenaries did not enter the misty forest much, it became a lot more difficult for Kinyi to find the target to kill, and every time he was counted in the misty forest, there was not much gain, and the benefits were less and less every time. Time was in a hurry. Half a year passed, Kinyi's age reached 7 years old, he grew taller, and his strength improved a lot. He made a famous name in the border town, like a killing god, and no one dared to provoke him and hide from the Azura who came out of purgatory. Bite. The number of host kills reaches 500, and the superhuman fruit, the surgical fruit, is rewarded with 500,000 points. When Kinyi killed the 500th person, the voice of the One Piece system prompt sounded. Phew, after working hard for so long, I finally got the fruits of the procedure. Kinyi laughed excitedly and showed a bright smile. The surgical fruit, that is a very heaven-defying devil fruit, can use a very awesome ability, and if used for battle, it can also be very gorgeous. Moreover, if the ability to develop the fruit of surgery to the extreme, it is possible to transform the body and make people gain permanent life and achieve a state of immortality. Thinking that he could dominate the life and death of others and give infinite life to others, Kinyi was inexplicably excited, feeling that he could control everything. Together with the 500,000 points obtained now, the host now has a total of 632,000 points, and can purchase other skills and items and weapons from the system mall. Does the host buy them? The sound of the One Piece system prompt sounded. Kinyi is now alive and fruitful of surgery, and he feels that he still has to cooperate. The exclusive knife held by Trafalgar Luo, Ghost Cry. Ghost Cry is a demon knife with a black body and a size and knife type similar to a wild sword, with a small pattern of 10 engraved on the outside of the scabbard from top to bottom, tied with a red rope, and a furry protector on the handguard. I want to buy the demon knife Ghost Cry. Chiba made a decision by making a voice to the One Piece system. If the host wants to buy the demon knife Ghost Cry, it needs to spend 200,000 points. Do you want to continue? The sound of the One Piece system prompt sounded. I have to say that the points you need to consume to buy some high-level weapons and powerful skills from the One Piece system are really expensive, and it costs 200,000 points for Ghost Cry alone. If you spend points to buy surgical fruits, you need at least 1 million points. Fortunately, it is the reward for completing the task, otherwise, Chiba will not be able to easily obtain surgical fruits. Go on. Kinyi did not hesitate and quickly made a decision. What he has to do now is to find a way to improve his strength, instead of stingy with points and things that become stronger. The One Piece system did not hesitate, immediately deducted 200,000 points, and purchased the Demon Knife Ghost Cry for Chiba. Airplanes. A voice sounded, causing the space to tremble slightly, and the Demon Knife Cry appeared in front of Kinyi. Seeing the Ghost Cry appear, Kinyi did not hesitate and reached out to catch the Demon Knife. In this way, he has two swords, and both of them belong to good knives. Kinyi was already a little impatient, raised his left hand, and activated the surgical fruit, creating a hemispherical space that spread out towards the surroundings and enveloped the surrounding trees. In the next instant, the demon knife ghost in Kinyi's hand cried out of its sheath and swept it out directly, which did not burst out with great power, but it could have an unexpected effect. After the ghost cried out, the trees in front of Kinyi and shrouded by the hemisphere were immediately cut off and dumped down one after another, emitting a roar. Seeing that he had obtained such an ability, Chiba's mood was very excited. The fruits of surgery can be used not only to fight, but also to save people. In general, if Chiba is willing in the future, he can become a medical ninja, codenamed Death Doctor. If the enemy falls into the hands of Chiba and wants to die easily, it is not an easy thing, depending on Kinyi's mood. For the next 3 days, Chiba still walked in the misty forest. The main purpose was not to kill mercenaries who wanted to invade the border, but to master the ability of surgical fruits and hone various combat skills. In the past half a year, the mercenaries who want to invade the border of the Fire Country have really been deterred by the fierce name of the Silver Shura, and they dare not take risks easily, and have all withdrawn from the misty forest, making this place extremely quiet, and it is very difficult to find a living person. Having mastered several basic combat skills of the fruits of surgery, Chiba no longer lingered, immediately lost the fog forest, and left the border directly, going somewhere else to continue his practice. On the other side of the border, no one dared to come to his trouble, and if he continued to stay there, it would no longer make the slightest sense, and it would not help cultivation. After killing the mercenaries of the enemy country in half a year, Kinyi has now accumulated a wealth of 3 million yuan, which is a very large property, and he can be regarded as a small local tycoon. In 3 days, Chiba came to Yangming City, a border city on the border of the land of grass, the land of fire, and the land of rain. Because it is a city at the junction of 3 countries, it is difficult for Yangming City to determine which country it belongs to, and the 3 countries have no way to manage this city. Neither country between the 3 countries is willing to let the other govern the city, and over time, Yangming City becomes a neutral place, and the laws of the 3 countries do not apply here. After Yangming City became a neutral place, there was basically no order in the city, and all order was based on the supremacy of strength, and whoever had the biggest fist and who spoke was completely the law of the jungle. Because of the prevalence of this phenomenon, Yangming City is very chaotic. It is the favorite place for criminals, traitors, and profiteers. As long as they get here, the laws of other countries cannot restrict them, they can do whatever they want. Chiba originally planned to go to the land of rain. After all, there is a Xiao organization there. You can go to see it. If you are in a good mood, you can join Xiao to play. In general, Xiao at this point in time is still a positive organization that strives to keep the peace, and Yahiko is not dead. He is still the leader of the Xiao organization. On the way to the land of rain, Chiba happened to pass by the neutral place, Yangming City. Kinyi is wearing a blue power suit, with silver hair that covers his forehead, has a handsome face, and his figure is not too tall, but he is carrying 2 tie knives on his back, one snow walking, and the other is crying, which looks a little weird. With a slow and leisurely step, Kinyi stepped into a neutral place, Yangming City. The people who dared to walk swaggering in Yangming City were all outlaws, almost pinning their heads to their trouser belts, and they were accustomed to seeing the sword and blood. Even, walking on the street, at any time will attract a vain disaster. Being attacked by someone, may die, do not know how you will die. Yangming City is a neutral place, but also a place of chaos. There is no order at all. If something happens here, no one will come forward at all, unless they have a big backer. Kinyi was so alone, carrying 2 tie knives, swaggering, undisguised, without entourage, and very young, simply a child, inevitably being targeted and coveting the 2 good knives on his body. Kinyi walked in the streets of Yangming City, attracting the attention of many people, looked at him, and finally landed on the 2 tie knives on his back, and his eyes immediately became fiery. Even if they had not seen the 2 tie knives that Kinyi was carrying, they could judge from the decoration of the scabbard that these 2 tie knives were definitely not cheap goods, and they might be good treasure knives. Hey, a little furry boy carrying 2 good knives, such swagger, is too conspicuous, just want to attract others to grab. Pifu is not guilty, he is guilty. This little devil dares to swagger like this. Don't you know what place is here? He's going to bring us the sword. Don't rob me, otherwise, I'm not polite to you. Some outlaws standing not far away, looking at Kinyi who slowly passed through the street, couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, and they had already begun to move, unable to hold back, and wanted to snatch Kinyi's treasure knife. Kinyi was walking on the street, although there was no way to observe, but he could sense that there were already many outlaws around, seeing his 2 good knives, and was preparing to rob. Kinyi did not intend to run for his life, but waited for these people to rush over and rob so that he could kill people again and deter these stupid guys well. Anyway, killing people in this neutral place, there is no need to bear any responsibility at all. Here is the law of the jungle, as long as there is enough strength, you can do whatever you want. For Kinyi, it is the best place. When Kinyi walked to the end of the street, turned into another alley, and wanted to lead to another street, those outlaws who were about to move finally no longer hesitated, immediately took action, chased towards the alley, and blocked Kinyi in the alley. Kinyi walked to the middle of the alley, and the exits at both ends of the alley were all surrounded by outlaws, not letting him leave. Seeing such a situation, Kinyi did not panic in the slightest, his expression remained calm, revealing a playful smile. Little ghost, such a good knife is not something you can have. You obediently hand over 2 good knives now. We may be able to spare you from death and let you go once. If you wait for us to make a move, your end will be miserable. Everyone who surrounded Kinyi said one after another, revealing a cold gaze, looking like they were sure of Kinyi. In their opinion, Kinyi is just a little ghost, completely looking down on Kinyi. Whatever they want, there is no need to be afraid at all. Oops, you all snatched up my lines, so I don't even know what to say. Kinyi raised his head, glanced at everyone, and said playfully, "The sword is here with me. If you want it, come and grab it, provided that you have the strength." Kinyi continued to speak, his voice was much colder than before, and his eyes changed. "Little ghost, you are crazy enough, I want to see what you are capable of." A bronze-skinned middle-aged man stood up coldly and rushed towards Kinyi. It's just that as soon as he took 2 steps forward, he felt a trace of coldness in his neck, blood flowers bloomed, blood gushed out wildly, and before he could react, he fell to the ground. Kinyi didn't want to waste his precious time with these incompetent guys, so he decisively shot out and attacked these people who surrounded him. He walked with snow in his hand, his figure was constantly moving, and the speed was very fast, like a ghost shuttling. If it was not a strong person, he could not capture his movement trajectory at all. Kinyi acted among these outlaws, and the sword in his hand flashed with cold light, accompanied by blood splashes. These outlaws, who originally planned to rush to Kinyi and snatch the sword, were attacked by Kinyi before they could react, and used the treasure knife they coveted to reap their lives, leaving them with no ability to resist at all. In less than a minute, 15 outlaws who were planning to snatch the sword all fell in a pool of blood. Blood flowed to the ground, staining the alley red, and the picture looked very shocking. Kinyi took the snow back into its scabbard, raised his left hand to wipe a drop of blood splashed on his cheek, his expression returned to calm, and walked out towards the alley as if he was fine. After Kinyi left, other curious people rushed over, and saw that those who wanted to snatch the sword were actually all killed, and they couldn't help but be shocked, couldn't believe it, causing an uproar, making people re-examine Kinyi, not daring to underestimate him, and even treating him as a monster. No one dared to come and grab the sword. Kinyi was calm, there was no other trouble, you could walk leisurely in Yangming City, and roughly understand the situation here. Chiba walked a few streets and found that there were quite a few casinos here, and you could see one not far apart. If Tsunadeheim is in Yangmeijo, she will definitely fall in love with it and gamble money wherever she goes. Kinyi sighed and said, after coming to this world, Chiba has not really seen Tsunade, and he can't help but feel a little regretful. According to the timeline, Tsunade is still a big beauty at this point in time, with extraordinary charm, and is definitely a stunner-level existence. During the walk, Chiba came to the center of Yangming City, which was much more prosperous than the periphery, and there was a large-scale casino. Just looking at the building, it looked like a palace, which looked very domineering. This casino is called Minjian Casino, 2 very eye-catching fonts, set high in front of the gate. As long as you pass here, you can't help but look twice. For the casino, Chiba didn't care much about it, but the gambler conversation that came out of the casino caught his attention. Hey, there was a blonde beauty gambling money in it just now, and she actually dared to go out of the old thousands. It's really tired of living. Not really. She has a bit of posture and knows a little ninjutsu, and actually uses her shadow avatar to become a bargaining chip to continue gambling, and she can think of it. People are beautiful, but they are too gambling, and they must be losers. She is old in the Minjian Casino, and if she doesn't pay some price, I'm afraid she won't be able to get out. Hearing the words discussed by several gamblers, according to the characteristics of these descriptions, Chiba felt that the only person who could do such a thing was Tsunade, a lady. If Tsunade were here, it would be fun. Kinyi laughed, showing a bright smile, looking very expectant. He had no interest in the casino and didn't plan to enter it, but now he changed his mind, turned around, took a step and walked towards the casino. Little one, this is a casino, not a place you can come to. As soon as Chiba approached the entrance of the casino, a slender maid came over and stopped Chiba. This girl felt that a little furry boy like Kinyi had no money on him, and if he let him enter the casino, he might cause trouble, so he stopped him directly. Isn't this a casino? Can't I gamble money? You think I don't have money? This is a neutral place, there is no rule that minors are not allowed to enter the casino, right? Kinyi raised his head, looked at the other party, and said without salt. Saying that, he did not talk to the girl, bypassed the other party, and continued to walk into the casino. This girl was shocked by Kinyi's series of rhetorical questions, and did not react, and when she reacted, Kinyi had already entered the door, and she no longer stopped obstructing. After all, what Chiba said was the truth. Chiba walked through the corridor passage that was very spacious and delicately decorated, depicting murals, and finally opened up to see a large casino. There are at least hundreds of gambling tables in the casino, and people gathered here to gamble. The sound of people is loud, it is not lively, so that Kinyi can't adapt for a while. After Chiba walked into the Minjayun casino, he immediately found the target. And this slender woman surrounded by casino personnel is exactly what Kinyi is looking for. 10 minutes later, the girl with Chiba's bank card reappeared in the casino lobby, holding a tray filled with cash in her hands. This is 1,000,000 cash withdrawn from your bank card. The girl delivered the tray to Chiba, and on top of the cash, there was his bank card. Very good. Here is your tip. Kinyi took the tray, took a stack of cash, and without looking at how many there were, handed it directly to the girl. He is really a local tyrant with such a hand, and if he has money, he is willful, and he doesn't care about this little money. Seeing Chiba making such a big move, Tsunade was a little moved, and wanted to bring him tea and water to earn a little tip. You little man, you really don't put money into money. Tsunade spoke, meaning to criticize Chiba. Of course, she is not distressed about the money, but she thinks that if she gives the money to herself, it will also be a gamble. Money is nothing to me, it's from the casino anyway, Kinyi said with a smile. Sister Tsunade, this is a gamble for you, win back all the losses you just lost. Chiba picked up a third of the cash, without jumping his eyelids, and handed it to Tsunade. Chiba's cash for Tsunade was at least 300,000, which was much higher than the tip he gave to the girl. Seeing that Chiba was so bold, and he had gambling funds, Tsunade would not be polite at all, reached out and took the cash, and a good-looking smile bloomed on his face, like a flower blooming, full of charm. Brother Kinyi, my sister likes you more and more. After receiving the cash, Tsunade was not reserved, and directly opened his arms and gave Chiba a very bold hug. Because Chiba's height was still a little different from Tsunade, she hugged Chiba like this, so that her big seong was printed on Chiba's cheeks at a glance. Being hugged by Tsunade like this, although Chiba felt suffocated, he hoped that time would freeze in this second, not let them separate, and maintain such a posture. Kinyi could not only feel the softness of the snowball, but also smelled a faint orchid-like fragrance, which made him feel the urge to spray nosebleeds, and he couldn't stop. For Tsunade's hug, Chiba definitely has to give 102 points, and 2 more points are not afraid of her arrogance. Since you have money now, then pay back the money you owed before, lest you continue to gamble money, and so on all lose, and you can't pay back. Yoshiki came over and said unceremoniously, his voice cold. Chiba was originally being hugged by Tsunade, but Yoshiki, an ignorant guy, actually came to disturb him at this time, which suddenly made him very unhappy in his heart, and decided to vent his anger on the gambling table and make these ignorant guys pay. Seeing Yoshiki coming over, Tsunade also Chiba, and very sensibly chose not to speak, obviously leaving the matter to Chiba to handle. She wants Kinyi to deal with it, then she wants Kinyi to pay, she has to gamble with this little money now, but she is reluctant to pay off her gambling debts. Isn't it 300,000? I thought that Laozi couldn't afford it, and so on, he would win you at least 5 million, Chiba said playfully. As he spoke, he grabbed another third of the cash, did not order it, and threw it directly to Yoshiki. There should be 300,000, only more, no less, now let's go, I still have to kill all sides. Kinyi didn't look at Yoshiki and said coldly. After getting the 300,000 cash, Yoshiki was not good at Chiba, snorted coldly, dismissed the guards in the casino, and let them continue to go about their own affairs. Sister Tsunade, let's go kill the 4 sides and make these people tremble. Chiba turned his head and looked at Tsunade and cheered. Okay, the old lady wants to win back all the profits. Tsunade replied boldly. As if they were going to the battlefield, Chiba and Tsunade went to the gambling table in the casino, ready to gamble. Chiba came to the table where he tossed the dice into the roulette wheel and directly guessed how many points were compared to the size, while Tsunade followed him. In this situation, Tsunade was like a maid following him, and it immediately attracted a lot of attention for Chiba. The main thing is that Tsunade is wearing a low-level outfit, and the pair of arrogance is really conspicuous, and will unconsciously attract the attention of others. Are we going to buy big or sell small? Tsunade watched the 3 dice spin in the wheel of rotation with a look of hesitation. Just rush for a figure like you, I think it's in the buying conference. Chiba glanced at Tsunade's figure and said with a smile. Okay, just listen to you, I'll buy big and bet 100,000. Tsunade said with a smile, rolled up his sleeves, and staked 100,000 cash into a large range. Buy and leave, the dealer shouted calmly, with no other emotion on his face. He does this kind of thing, I don't know how much gambling he has seen, he has long been calm, no matter what points are drawn, he will not be too surprised and let himself gaff. Wait until the wheel stops spinning, the dice points freeze, and the 3 dice points are 4, 5, and 6. 4.5, 6:15 o'clock big. The dealer announces the points result. After seeing such points, the gamblers at the table, some happy and some worried, made different sounds. Haha, it's really open, brother Kinyi, you are so powerful, you are simply my lucky star." Tsunade cheered and danced, appearing happy. You know, she lost more than a dozen in a row before, so that she didn't have a temper, and now she finally won a big one, and she can finally vent some and show a happy smile. That's natural, we want to win big money. How can we count money, keep up the effort, and continue to buy big? Kinyi said with a smile, and he was also in a good mood. He didn't bet before, mainly to try to see if he could sense the final points of the dice with his domineering appearance. He tried this, and it really worked. Because the distance between him and the dice in the roulette wheel is less than 1 meter and 5 meters at all, with his ability, he can completely perceive and predict what the final points of the dice will be. Since this method works, then it is time for Chiba to show his might, and the casino is ready to collapse. Seeing that as soon as Kinyi made a bet, it was 200,000 cash, the gamblers sitting around the gambling table couldn't help but be shocked, looking at him with wide eyes, unable to believe it. In their eyes, Kinyi is a child, who should not have any ability, but as a result, he is so generous that he does not feel sorry for money at all, and he bets like a leaf. Even though many of the people present often wandered around casinos and gambled an unknown number of times, few people were able to bet 200,000 cash in one breath so decisively without even blinking their eyes. Under so big, be careful to lose you. Someone gloated. Some people feel that Chiba is just a little ghost after all, who wants to win money in the casino, and with this reckless behavior, it is impossible, and will only lose the money quickly. Haven't you heard the phrase that the bold die of hunger and the faint? If you don't have money to bet, don't be blind, otherwise I won't be polite to you. Kinyi said coldly, too lazy to pay attention to these people. Seeing Kinyi's arrogant appearance, the gamblers sitting next to the gambling table all saw that he was a little unhappy, and even wanted to teach him a lesson after withdrawing the lawsuit. However, thinking that this is the Minjion casino, you can't make trouble here, so I endured it, snorted coldly, and ignored Kinyi. Brother Kinyi, you are getting more and more like my demeanor, and you should be generous with gambling money. Tsunade said with a smile, the wind is full of charm. As she spoke, she was in tune with Chiba's opinion and bought big. Buy and leave. The dealer still shouted calmly. Soon, the roulette wheel stops and the dice and the roulette will come to a standstill. 4464 points big. The dealer announces the result. It's just that the money won by the dealer this time is not enough to lose Chiba and Tsunade, and he has to lose a lot from the casino. You know, Chiba and Tsunade have placed a total of 300,000 bets, which is a lot of money. Of course, this bet is nothing to Mingyun Casino, and it can be paid. It's just that if such bets are always superimposed, Chiba wins more times, even if it is Minjion Casino, it will be a little unbearable. Haha, it's so happy that we won again. Tsunade said happily, and the flower branch laughed proficiently, and reached out to put his hand on Chiba's body, not the slightest bit reserved. It's just the beginning, we're going to win more and win all the money in the casino. Kinyi was equally happy, with a bright smile on his face. Kinyi feels that it is very crazy for a beautiful woman like Tsunade. It is a very good thing, it can be regarded as a vacation for yourself, relax, otherwise practice and kill people all day, life is also boring, without the slightest bit of fun. Kinyi sat at the gambling table, and every time he placed a bet, he left 100,000 cash for himself and bet all the rest of the cash into it. Seeing his crazy gambling behavior, not only the gambling of this table, but also the gamblers at other gambling tables were also shocked and looked sideways and paid attention to gambling. Moreover, there were quite a few gamblers who gathered towards the table where Chiba was, crowded the gambling table, and followed Chiba to place bets. They felt that since Kinyi dared to make such a big bet, he would definitely have the certainty of winning, and if he followed him to bet, the chance of winning was absolutely great. Tsunade was no exception, feeling that Chiba could bring her good luck, and as long as she followed him to bet, the chances of winning would be much greater. As they thought, those who bet with Kinyi and everything were able to win every time and did not lose once. Some gamblers are not convinced in their hearts and work against Kinyi. If Kinyi presses big, they will press small, and as a result, within a few minutes, the bets on their bodies have been lost, and they can only become spectators and watch people win. After they lost all their money, they suddenly regretted it, feeling that they should bet with Chiba. In that case, they could win more instead of losing all. Such thoughts appeared in their hearts, they regretted it, but there was no way, and they couldn't wait to give themselves a hard slap in the face. Seeing that he wins money and others lose, especially those who are against him, loses money, Chiba's mood is better. This little devil is really powerful, playing dice with him like this is almost losing to the point where you don't have pants. Hee, Minjion Casino has a big business, I don't know how much money I make every day, let them spit out some money, that is as it should be. It's great that we bet with him and can win a lot with him. The gamblers gathered around the gambling table talked excitedly, admiring Chiba's gambling ability and thanking Chiba. If it weren't for Kinyi's existence like a gambling god, who had never lost once, and let them bet with them, where would they get any benefits? Some of these gamblers, originally at other gambling tables, have already lost almost the same, only have the most capital, and finally try their luck, follow Kinyi to bet, and the result is to win back with profit, not to mention how cheerful the mood is. In less than half an hour, Kinyi bet 15 times, and each time he was able to guess the size of the dice points, allowing him to directly increase his capital from less than 400,000 to more than 10 times to 6 million chips. Chips of different denominations, large and small, were scattered on the gaming table in front of him, piled up, like a hill, which looked conspicuous. The gamblers standing around the gambling table, seeing so many chips, are difficult to calm down, their mood becomes excited, their eyes become fiery, and they have the idea of robbery. However, they just dare to think and do not dare to really act. At this time, they gradually understood that since Kinyi is so powerful in gambling, he can guess the size of the dice points every time, then the strength must be good, otherwise, how can he come to the casino alone? It is simply fatal. After all, people who win too much money in casinos are sometimes targeted by casino people, and it is not new to do it in secret. Brother Kinyi, you are really my little god of wealth. Thanks to you today, I won 3 million, give me a kiss. Tsunade laughed happily, in a really good mood with a big smile on his face. As she spoke, she turned around, directly hugged Kinyi, and kissed the latter's cheek, and the snow-white flesh was even pressed on Kinyi's body, which was extremely tactile. Tsunade is really fierce, not sticking to such details at all, and doing things completely depending on the mood. Although Tsunade likes to gamble, she is almost the attribute of losing every gamble, rarely winning, and even if she can win, she only wins a little, and she will definitely lose more the second time. Like today, she won close to 3 million chips, and her mood goes without saying, it must be very beautiful, making her want to give Chiba a little reward as a gesture. Therefore, she kissed Kinyi very directly. Suddenly kissed by Tsunade, Chiba was a little stunned, and he couldn't react, feeling that happiness came too quickly, like a tornado, making him like the bold Tsunade more and more. Tsunade just kissed Chiba, and then turned around, without making too many movements. After all, with so many people watching, she would inevitably be a little embarrassed. Chiba felt a little lingering, wanting Tsunade to continue, but he could only imagine it. Let's go on, you continue to invest in roulette, I haven't won the Guo addiction yet. Kinyi came back to his senses, looked at the dealer across the gambling table, and spoke, revealing a smile. At the beginning, the dealer who presided over the table was able to remain calm, indifferent and without pressure. But in just half an hour, the chips lost from his hands had reached more than 10 million, making him unable to calm down, breaking out in cold sweat, and his body trembling. Losing more than 10 million chips from him is a very serious matter, and after this matter is over, I am afraid that it will be cleaned up by the casino, making him very uncalm and panicked. The dealer, who was probably in his early 20s, wearing a dress, with a thin face and fair skin, looked at Chiba and Tsunade, and the whole person was stunned, not knowing what to say well, or unable to speak. You guys have already won a lot today, forget it today. The dealer spoke slowly, in a very low tone, almost begging for mercy. He really didn't want Chiba and Tsunade to continue gambling, that would only make the casino lose more money, although it was not his money, but it was lost from him, but he would have to take responsibility. We haven't won yet, how can we forget it? Can it be that the Minjian Casino, which has a big business, is bankrupt because of this money, can't continue to operate, and needs to close its doors? Kinyi said coldly, supporting his chin with both hands, looking at each other, and putting on an unflattened expression. Hearing Kinyi say this, gamblers who followed Kinyi to bet and won a lot of money echoed one after another and reprimanded this dealer, which made the atmosphere rise a lot. When the dealer saw this situation, he immediately became flustered and at a loss, not knowing what to do. Why, you still want to make trouble here? At this moment, a majestic voice sounded, appearing very loud, suppressing the noise in the casino. This voice was familiar to those present, because that person had appeared before, and he also aimed at Tsunade, wanting Tsunade to use his body to pay off his gambling debts. Yoshiki walked over with two subordinates, appeared next to the dealer, glanced at everyone, and finally landed on Chiba. Yoshiki really thought that this little ghost actually won so much money in the casino, making the casino lose more than 10 million, which is really strange. He originally thought that Kinyi, a stun boy, with hundreds of thousands of cash in his hand, would lose it most at once, but he didn't expect to win so much. Yoshiki was originally drinking tea in the office and enjoying the services of a girl, but when he heard that Chiba was in the casino, he had won millions, and together with the others, he had won a total of more than 10 million, which made him immediately restless and walk out of the office. Seeing Yoshiki appear, Chiba was not surprised at all, and felt that it was a matter of time, so he acted very calmly, still keeping a smile on his face. Minjian Casino, isn't this going to let us continue to gamble money here? Chiba looked at Yoshiki and spoke, revealing a playful smile. He has great strength in his own right, and he doesn't need to be afraid of Yoshiki at all, so there is no need to give him a good face, almost for tat. If everyone is sincere to come here to play, Minjian Casino is naturally welcome. If you use some means to win, then don't blame me for being unkind. Yoshiki looked at Kinyi and said coldly, his eyes becoming cold. Hearing Yoshiki say this, the gamblers standing around immediately had some commotion, looked left and right, and opened their mouths to talk, looking very unhappy. Obviously, they can understand the meaning of Yoshiki's words, and feel that they are using means to win money here, and they are not at all above board. Feelings enter Min Jae-un casino to gamble money, only lose, cannot win, but if you win, you use the means. Kim Yi said playfully, without concealing his sarcasm. That is, what do you mean by this? Only we are allowed to lose, and we are not allowed to win. Someone drank it, obviously very unhappy. After someone spoke, they immediately led the others to rebuke Yoshiki one after another. Although Yoshiki is the steward in the casino, he is arrogant and domineering on weekdays, but so many customers reprimanded him like this, which makes him difficult to get angry. After all, among these gamblers, there are many regular customers, and they cannot be easily offended, otherwise they will cheapen other casinos and send these customers away. Although Yoshiki can't be angry with those customers, it doesn't mean that he has to endure it and not burst out. He can't do anything to other people, but he thinks that he can deal with this little devil of Kim Yi, and he can handle it casually. There is still no problem. Boy, you made a fortune in the Min Jae-un casino and won so much money, do you think no one knows? Yoshiki looked at Kim Yi angrily and drank coldly. Hearing Yoshiki say this, Kim Yi looked clear, and he was not surprised at all when he had already predicted it. It's such a big hat buttoned down, can I choose not to wear it? Kim Yi shrugged and said playfully. Don't you still admit that you are out of the old age, and you still want to quibble? Yoshiki drank coldly, ran the chakra, and made the momentum increase a lot, exuding a coercive pressure towards the Kim Yi suppressed the past. Yoshiki is just a strong person at the level of upper ninja, even the elite upper ninja is not comparable, bursting out this bit of coercion. If you want to suppress Kim Yi, it is an impossible thing. Kim Yi could feel the coercion that Yoshiki burst out and shrouded him, and it felt like tickling, without the slightest pain at all, without any pressure. What do you want? Want to rob it? Chiba looked at Yoshiki and said unimpressedly. Seeing Yoshiki's current attitude and hearing Gao's words, the gamblers gathered here realized that Yoshiki wanted to target Chiba and did not intend to let the latter leave easily. Even if Kim Yi can leave, he can't take away so many bets. After all, more than 6 million chips are a lot of money for Min Jae-un casino. Although they bet with Kim Yi and won a lot of money, when they saw Kim Yi fall into such a situation, they didn't want to help, and they didn't want to go against Min Jae-un casino, lest they be retaliated against in the future. Since Min Jae-un casino can become the largest casino in a neutral place, Beijing will definitely be terrifying, with big forces behind it. If anyone works against Min Jae-un casino, then they will undoubtedly offend many big people, and they may not know how to die. Although these gamblers were a little grateful to Chiba, they didn't want to get into trouble, so they retreated one after another, walked to other gambling tables and continued to gamble, as if they had not crossed paths with Chiba, and they were not even willing to say a word for Chiba. Seeing the gamblers around him retreat without saying a word, indifferent to this matter, Kim Yi couldn't help but laugh playfully, not very concerned, just felt that this was human nature. Tsunade still sat in his seat, did not move his body, and still maintained a forward posture, so that the scenery in front of Xiong was exposed, showing a snow-white valley, and his posture was lazy, not worrying about this matter at all. Since she didn't speak, it was to let Kim Yi solve it and give him a chance to perform. Do you have any evidence to say that we are out of the old age? Or is it just your words? Kim Yi said, seemingly planning to reason with the other party. He can prove it. Yoshiki looked at the dealer, who had cold sweat on his forehead and his body was still trembling slightly, and said, making a look at the latter. Seeing Yoshiki making a look at himself, the dealer immediately understood that Yoshiki wanted him to plant Chiba. If the dealer wants not to be punished, he can only behave at this time. No matter what, he must slander Chiba out of the old age. That's right, it's because he's out of the old age, that's why he won so much money. The dealer spoke, looking firm and not feeling the slightest bit guilty. Obviously, it is not the first time he has done this kind of thing, he already has experience, so he is not panicking, and it is not difficult to say what he does not have as a fact. Anyway, this is your territory, it's no problem for you to say black to white, whatever you want. Kim Yi shrugged and said indifferently. No matter how cunning Kim Yi is, the other party will definitely bite him out, and no one will help him speak, so he is too lazy to explain too much. Yoshiki is doing this now, it is nothing more than seeing that Chiba has won so much money, and he doesn't want Chiba to take the money away, so he wants to forcibly withhold it. However, if Yoshiki wants to withhold Chiba's money, it is equivalent to pulling teeth from the mouth of the tiger, which is an act of looking for death. Since you admit that you are out of the old age, for the sake of your young age, you leave all the money you win, you can roll now, you only have 1 minute, you have to disappear in front of me, otherwise, don't think about walking out of the gate alive. Yoshiki squinted at Kim Yi and said coldly, looking sure of the latter. Brother Chiba, aren't you very powerful? How can you tolerate such bullying by others? Is it possible that you want to return all the money you win back to others? Tsunade changed his posture, supported his head with his right hand, tilted his head, looked at Chiba, and said lazily. How is it possible, since I have already won it, it is my money, and others want to snatch it back, it also depends on whether he has the strength. Chiba responded seriously and showed his attitude. Well, you solved this little thing, I'm afraid to get my hands dirty. Tsunade said with a smile, it was really charming and moving. No problem, just take a little more time, wait until I'll treat you to dinner, Kinyi said. Hearing such a conversation between Chiba and Tsunade, and he was completely left to the side, Yoshiki's heart surged with anger, and he didn't wait to see Chiba even more, feeling that this little ghost was really indebted. Why, let you leave now? You are still reluctant to leave, you want to stay here, Yoshiki said coldly. I tell you, don't mess with me, or you'll regret it. Chiba and Yoshiki looked at each other, their eyebrows raised slightly, and their eyes changed and became sharp. Boy, since you said so, I want to see how capable you can be as a smelly brat. Yoshiki couldn't stand this kind of stimulation, and when he got up coldly, he had to do it. As he spoke, he had already acted, exerted force under his feet, stepped over the gambling table, rushed towards Kinyi, appeared in the air, the movements in his hands changed, and a kunao appeared, attacking towards Kinyi. Obviously, he didn't want to rush to Kinyi's life, and when Kuwu attacked, it was not a critical position. Seeing Jimmu rushing over like this, all kinds of flaws appeared in front of him. Kinyi couldn't help but sneer, feeling that Yoshiki was too confident and dared to fight against himself like this. However, since Yoshiki wants to find death, why not do Chiba? It is convenient to kill. Kinyi snorted coldly, the figure disappeared from the place, just blinked time, and appeared in front of Jimmu. The speed was much faster than Jimmu, so that Jimmu was not surprised at all, and could not react. Yoshiki was still holding Kuwu in his hand, and he had not yet made a forward stabbing motion, but he was surprised when he saw Kinyi suddenly appear, and his body was slightly stunned, and he wanted to adjust his state and withdraw to the right to avoid Chiba's attack. It's just that his speed is not fast enough, and if he wants to dodge Kinyi's attack, it is impossible. Boom! Chiba launched Arashi's foot, and his right foot swept directly and landed on Yoshiki's waist, sending the latter sweeping out and crashing into a gambling table, causing the gambling table to be shattered. Since he has already chosen to do it, then Kinyi will not be polite, will not talk a lot with the other party, and waste precious time. He rushed directly towards Yoshiki, who flew out upside down. His speed was still very fast, like a ghost flickering, just blinking time. He came to Yoshiki. When Chiba approached Yoshiki's side, Yoshiki had just fallen to the ground and had not yet stood up to dodge the attack. It's just that he saw Kinyi appear. The speed was so fast, it was simply shocking. He didn't expect a little ghost, the strength was so strong, unexpected. Even if Yoshiki wanted to dodge and resist Chiba's attack, he couldn't react, and there was no time at all. Moreover, he was surprised that Kinyi's physical skills were just a little ghost, and it was unbelievable that the physical skills were so terrifying. In Yoshiki's opinion, the ninjutsu that Chiba has performed is already much stronger than ordinary shinobi, and if he simply compares to the physical technique, he is not his opponent at all. Boom! Chiba appeared next to Yoshiki, raised his right foot, and quickly kicked down, landing on Yoshiki's back. Suffering such a heavy blow, Yoshiki could not bear it at all, and was directly kicked to the ground, and the floor was smashed a lot, and a dog directly came to eat, and his whole face was hit into the floor. Tsunade, who had been sitting lazily, scratching his head, and maintaining a faint smile on his face, couldn't help but light up when he saw Kinyi performing such a sharp physical skill, and felt that Kinyi was really good and promising. Brother Kinyi, I have a fear of blood, I can't see blood, you should pay attention, Tsunade said leisurely, leaning forward, and his snow-white skin was revealed, and his charm was extraordinary. Hearing Tsunade say this, Chiba naturally knew what it meant. Tsunade wants Chiba to solve Yoshiki, but he can't get blood, and the means should be as spent as possible. Before, when Yoshiki surrounded Tsunade, his fiery gaze was no longer hidden, and he looked at Tsunade playfully, like a beast about to move, wanting to conquer Tsunade. For this kind of person who wants to take advantage of her, looks ugly, and is self-righteous, Tsunade has no good feelings at all, and is full of disgust. Besides, Tsunade is not a good man and a woman. How can she tolerate others treating her like this? Then she will definitely have to pay a price. Another point is that this is a neutral place, there is almost no order, there is no law. Even if you kill people casually, as long as you have enough strength to deter others, there will be nothing at all. Even if you don't kill 1 or 2 people, others will think that she is a bully, and maybe they will continue to beat her idea. Don't worry, Sister Tsunade, I will definitely not let blood splash out, Kinyi said with a confident smile. What do you want to do? When Yoshiki heard Chiba's words, he couldn't help but be startled, tried to raise his head, looked at the latter, and asked, What do you say I want to do? Kinyi responded coldly, his eyes shining with murderous intent. Since Yoshiki wants to deal with him, Chiba definitely doesn't, and he wants the other party to pay with his life. I am the steward of Mingyan Casino. If you dare to kill me, the forces behind Ming will not let you go. As long as you are still in Yangming City, you will continue to suffer until they kill you. Yoshiki gritted his teeth and said, which was a threat to Chiba. In this case, if Jimmu wants to save his life, there is no other way to do it except to move out of the forces behind the Minjian Casino, hoping to deter Chiba, make him afraid and converge somewhat. Yoshiki wants to try to burst power, break Chiba free, bounce up, cast ninjutsu, and blast the latter. Yoshiki still thought that although Chiba was very strong, if he competed in ninjutsu, he still had the advantage and could defeat Chiba with the help of ninjutsu. After all, many ninjas are good at one of ninjutsu, physical arts, and illusion, and they can't have them all. Even if it is a competition in ninjutsu, Chiba will not lose to Yoshiki, and there is no chance to give Yoshiki the leisure, which will only waste precious time. I don't like people threatening me the most, and I'm not afraid of others threatening me, no matter what will happen in the future. It's a pity that you don't have the opportunity to see it, Kinyi said coldly, just like the death god's sentence to Yoshiki. Yoshiki became terrified, became very restless, his body couldn't help but tremble, he wanted to resist vigorously, wanted to break free. It's just that Chiba's right foot landed on Yoshiki's back, pressing the latter's body fiercely, like 1,000 pounds of heavy things pressing on his body, and he couldn't break free at all. No, you can't kill me, you can't kill me, Yoshiki shouted in trepidation, as if begging Chiba for mercy. Before this, Yoshiki was very arrogant, confident and did not put Kinyi in his eyes at all, boasting that he could kill Kinyi by turning his hand. However, he has now become Kinyi's defeated subordinate, and he has to ask Kinyi for mercy. The contrast is really too great, which is shocking. At this time, everyone in the casino turned their eyes to Kinyi, paying attention to his every movement and listening to his every word. Most people in the casino were shocked and felt extremely surprised. They did not expect that Kinyi's strength was so strong and so arrogant. He really dared to make a move against Yoshiki here, and he was not threatened, and he wanted to kill Yoshiki in front of everyone. If Kinyi started to kill Jimo here, then it would be tantamount to hitting Minjayun Casino in the face and making a vendetta with the casino, and it would not be good at all. However, everyone in the casino did not dare to speak, nor did they dare to intercede for Yoshiki, for fear of getting into trouble. They now finally realized that although Kinyi is still a little ghost, he is definitely a ruthless character, and he can't be offended easily, otherwise he will have to pay a heavy price. After speaking, Kinyi did not hesitate, slowly squatted down, looked at Jimo on the ground, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a cold smile, like an Asura who took pleasure in harvesting his life. Chiba stretched out his right hand, extended his index finger, and pointed at Yoshiki's body, and immediately activated the frozen fruit ability. In the next instant, a strange ice power, like a raging tide, surged towards Yoshiki's body, as if a beast had discovered its prey, launched a strong attack, and hunted. Yoshiki felt this cold ice power invading, and the whole person was panicked, constantly shaking his body, and running the chakra in his body, wanting to resist this ice force. However, even if he resisted, he still could not resist the attack of the ice power, and constantly submerged into his body, freezing his body. In less than 3 breaths, Yoshiki was completely frozen and turned into an ice sculpture, unable to move, as if he had lost his life. Everyone in the casino saw that Yoshiki turned into an ice sculpture like this, unable to move, explaining that their eyes widened, revealing a surprised look, and became unable to calm down. The strength and means that Kinyi showed were really very unexpected. After Chiba turned Yoshiki into an ice sculpture, he did not hesitate, and gently slapped down with his right hand, sending out a force to smash the ice sculpture. After all, Yoshiki was just frozen into an ice sculpture. As long as he melted the cold ice, he could still continue to live, and he would not die because of it. Kinyi wanted to erase Jimo in his heart. Naturally he would not give the latter a chance to live, and directly smashed the ice sculpture, causing Jimu's body to collapse and turn into countless ice blocks, and the dead could not die again. Yoshiki's body collapsed and turned into a certain amount of ice, scattered on the ground, colliding with each other, and making a gurgling sound. In the entire casino hall, everyone fell silent, making the place silent, needles falling audible, only the sound of ice clashing echoed. After solving Yoshiki, Chiba straightened up again, turned around, and faced everyone. His expression returned to calm, like a sunshine boy, who didn't look like he had killed someone. However, when everyone saw Kinyi with this demeanor, they were still a little jealous in their hearts, and couldn't help but take a step back. Sister Tsunade, I solved this Yoshiki, you are still satisfied? Chiba walked up to Tsunade and spoke. Kinyi is low, I really didn't expect that you still have such a means, killing people without blood. Is this your blood succession limit? Tsunade turned around, looked at Chiba, and said leisurely. That's right, it hasn't been long since I woke up, and I'm constantly honing. Kinyi nodded and said, acknowledging the matter. After all, the ability of the frozen fruit does not belong to the Hokage world. Even if Chiba says it, Tsunade will not understand, and there are more things that need to be explained. It is better to say that it is the blood succession limit, so that everyone can understand without explaining too much. It's really a good ability. I think you still have a lot of secrets in you, and I have the opportunity to explore your secrets well. Tsunade giggled. Killing Yoshiki like this didn't affect her at all. If Tsunade-san wants to know my secret, I'd love to. Kinyi also laughed, completely in a state of indifference, not caring what the people around him looked at. I think it's time to get down to business, like the chips we won. Tsunade looked at the chips on the gambling table, his eyes brightened again, and he spoke. Since we have won so much money, we definitely can't cheapen the casino, so naturally we have to take it away. Kinyi said seriously, turning his head and glancing at the dealer who had slandered him before. You go and call me the person who can talk here. Hearing Kinyi speak, this dealer, who was originally afraid and trembling, became even more afraid, and almost stumbled and sat on the ground. The one who can speak has been killed by you. The dealer glanced at the ice cubes everywhere, gritted his teeth and said, without the slightest confidence, he still felt very frightened. Is there no one else? Since the chief is dead, then find a deputy chief to come over. I don't have time to delay here, and I have to have dinner with Tsunade's sister. Kinyi said coldly. The dealer answered, and fled to find the deputy steward. A minute later, a pot-bellied, oily-faced, middle-aged man in his early 40s with a cunning look came over. Korida is the deputy director of Meianian Casino, and after Yoshiki is now killed, big and small affairs are handled by him, and he has no strength, but he has a hand in running the casino, and he is relatively smooth in the world. Korida walked over, although he was a little apprehensive in his heart, but his face could remain calm, showing a friendly smile, and he could pretend to be more similar. Two adults, I'm really sorry to cause you trouble, I'm here to make amends to you. Korida said with a smile, as if Yoshiki was killed. For him, it was nothing at all. Moreover, Yoshiki often opposes him on weekdays, looks down on Korida as a person, feels that he has no strength, and can sit in this position, completely by stubbornness. Korida has long been unhappy with Yoshiki, and when he saw Yoshiki killed, he did not have the slightest sympathy and grief in his heart, and even a little rejoiced, feeling that Yoshiki was dead. Don't come with me to this set, let's just order it. Kinyi said coldly, although it is the body of a child, he is very mature and resolute, and he does not want to waste time. We will lose every cent of the money you win in the casino, and we will exchange it all for cash. Is this okay? Korida spoke, with an apologetic smile on his face and a sincere attitude. If this hadn't happened, it would have been a big deal, but now, it's not that simple. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and spoke. Sister Tsunade was frightened a lot because of this matter. No matter what, she also has to give a little compensation to make up for the mental loss. Hearing Kinyi say this, Korida came over immediately, knowing that Kinyi planned to blackmail, although he was unhappy in his heart and had some hatred, but there was no way. Here in Minjian Casino, even the strongest Yoshiki was easily defeated by Chiba. Even if the people of the casino were angry and besieged Chiba together, there was no chance of victory, and they would only be easily killed. Korida is now in a weak position, and he does not dare to confront Kinyi arrogantly, so he can only relent, agree to Kinyi's request, and quickly send this killing god away, so as not to cause more trouble. As for this guy Yoshiki, he really died in vain. Lord Chiba is right, this matter is not done right by our casino, we should compensate for the mental loss. What do you think of 1 million? Korida took a deep breath, adjusted his state and spoke. 1 million cash as moral compensation, which is a very high amount of compensation. If it is replaced by someone else, there will definitely be no hesitation and immediately agree. However, for Kinyi, then this door is possible. He wants the lion to open his mouth. Anyway, Minjian Casino has a big business. The assets will definitely be tens of millions. If you don't make a fortune, you will feel sorry for yourself. A million? Are you calling a beggar? Kinyi said coldly, exuding a kind of majesty and disdain. Hearing that Korida proposed to give 1 million as spiritual compensation, there were already many gamblers in a commotion, feeling that it was really easy to make money in this way, casually 1 million, and they were really envious in their hearts. However, there was not a few breathing hours. Kinyi could not see 1 million at all, and did not agree to this condition, which suddenly made them even more shocked and unable to calm down. They felt that 1 million was already a large amount, but Kinyi actually did not agree. It was really a lion's mouth. Korida was also surprised, thinking that with such a high price, Kinyi would agree to come down and not continue to make trouble, but he did not expect this. He was a little angry in his heart, feeling that Kinyi was not a thing, but he didn't dare to show it, and his face was still pleasant. Why don't you make a price? Korida groaned slightly and spoke. The main thing he has to do now is to send Kinyi away and prevent the latter from continuing to make trouble here. After Kinyi leaves, Korida can report this matter to the high level, and let the high level send some strong people to ask for this kid's life. You know, Minjian Casino is not a good place. Dare to take so much money here, but also have a life to spend. I don't want much, just give 5 million, you see. Kinyi smiled slightly, opened his mouth to report a number, and looked very relaxed, looking like a matter of course. Rumble. When Kinyi said this number, Korida had not moved, and the gamblers in the casino were sensational, excited, unable to hold back, making noise, and talking. 5 million, so much money, he is really a lion. Sure enough, he has courage and strength, he can really act arrogantly, without scruples, even others are afraid of him. The two of them won 10 million together, and now they can get another 5 million, then Minjian Casino is really going to bleed heavily, and directly lost 15 million. Everyone around couldn't help but talk, and they were very excited, wishing that they were Kinyi and could get so much money. However, Kinyi is only reporting the amount now. Whether Korida will agree, it is still unknown, and no decision has been made. The crowd in the casino turned their eyes to Korida to see how he made his decisions. To give Chiba 5 million, that is a large amount. Even Korida could not decide immediately and became hesitant. Okay, the casino will compensate you 5 million as a mental loss. I hope you will not continue to pursue this matter and stop making trouble. After a minute of silence, Korida finally spoke and made a decision. Everyone in the casino was still surprised to see Korida agree. After all, 5 million is not a small amount. At the same time, they are very envious of Kinyi. They can easily earn 5 million, just to say a few words. It simply fell from the sky. Sure enough, it's bold enough. As long as I get the money, I won't make trouble here. I still have this credit. Kinyi nodded and said, happily agreeing. I'll go and get people to prepare money now, and by the way, help you exchange your chips for cash. Korida's face was a little ugly, but there was no way but to hold back this evil chi. Well, you don't have to give us cash, just divide the 15 million into 2 parts and deposit them into 2 common bank cards, Kinyi said. Korida had no opinion, agreed, and asked people to take away the chips and go to prepare money for Kinyi. Kinyi was not worried about what Korida dared to do and not give him enough money. If he really dared to do that, he would not mind and destroy the Minjian casino. With Chiba's strength, let alone a casino, even half a city, it also has the ability to destroy. Chiba and Tsunade were not in a hurry, sitting on the chairs at the gambling table and waiting, chatting casually, just like an ordinary restaurant, enjoying a casual afternoon. Kinyi, you are really powerful. You actually made 5 million easily, which is faster than gambling money, Tsunade said leisurely, letting out some sighs. The money in these 5 million also has Tsunade's sister's share. Isn't it someone who wants to give you a mental loss fee? Kinyi said with a smile, not intending to swallow this money alone. Giggle, Chiba, I really like you so much, you make my sister very happy. Hearing Chiba say this, Tsunade immediately laughed, and there was a tendency to lean forward and backward, causing her snow-white landscape to meet Chiba's eyes again. Seeing this beautiful landscape, Kinyi was a little difficult to calm down, and the evil fire in his heart churned, and he became impulsive, and he had the urge to spray nosebleeds. In less than 10 minutes, Korida returned to the side of the hall, holding 2 bank cards in his hand and respectfully handing them to Chiba. Of the 2 bank cards, one has 7 million and the other has 8 million, please put it away, Korida said respectfully, not daring to have the slightest disdain. No tricks, right? If I find out what you're doing, the consequences will be horrible. Kinyi took the bank card and said, which was regarded as shocking the other party. How dare I play tricks, to know that Yoshiki can't even put the corpse together, I still don't know your means. Korida shook his head and said, looking helpless. It's good to know, I'm afraid you need me to remind you, Kinyi said casually. He turned around and casually handed a bank card to Tsunade, not caring how much money was in it. Anyway, it was either 7 million or 8 million, and he would never be able to run. Cluck, I won a lot of money today, I haven't won that much in a long time. Tsunade didn't mind, took the bank card, and kissed it directly, showing a happy smile. She likes to gamble, but she gambles so many times, she always loses a lot, and if she wins, she has never won so much. She won 7 or 8 million today, the most ever. How to make him unhappy, eager to cheer and sing a song. Sister Tsunade, we have money now, I will invite you to eat and let you eat delicious. Kinyi was also in a good mood and spoke. Okay, we can eat today, we can eat whatever we want. Tsunade agreed. Korida stood in the lobby of the casino, looking at the back of Chiba and Tsunade leaving, and finally revealed his dark side. His eyes became sharp, revealing a murderous intent. Lord Korida, what are we going to do now? Do we want to follow them? A casino man came over and asked Korida's opinion in a low voice. What's the use of following them? It will only scare the grass. As long as they are still in Yangming City, it is not a simple matter to know their whereabouts. Korida spoke, his voice cold. So what's your plan? The person next to him asked. This matter is not something I can decide, I have to ask the high level for instructions, otherwise, with our ability, we can't compete with that little devil in Kinyi. Korida spoke, his gaze couldn't help but fall on the ice not far away. Those are all Yoshiki's corpses that have broken apart and turned into ice cubes, which look dazzling, making people think of it and become terrified. Chiba and Tsunade left the Mayan casino, ignoring other things, completely relaxed, in a happy mood, with a bright smile on their faces, and the setting sun shining on their beams, looking good-looking. If Chiba's height were taller, and he walked with Tsunade, it would be even more compatible, like a lover walking in the sunset, which was particularly warm. Sister Tsunade, I'm only coming to Yangming City on the first day today, and I don't know where the food is delicious, do you know? Kinyi did not pretend to be forced and told the truth. In this way, then I will take you to eat delicious. I have been staying in Yangming City for a while, and only a few restaurants have good meals, Tsunade said with a smile. Okay. Kinyi nodded and said, and had no opinion. I'll treat you, you have to pay. Tsunade giggled. In fact, when she laughs, she is really good-looking and charming, but she has encountered many things and lost her relatives and lovers, which has hit her a lot, and she rarely shows a smile from the heart. No problem, you can eat it with confidence, I will raise you into a white fat person, Kinyi said with a smile. I don't want to be fat, I want to stay in shape and be a slim beauty, Tsunade said proudly. While they were chatting, within a few minutes, they came to a luxuriously decorated, tall-looking dining room. Chiba now has money, so he won't be bound by how high the consumption is, and without even glancing at the name of the restaurant, he and Tsunade went straight into the restaurant, found a quiet place to sit down, and began to order. Chiba's style of ordering is that it is not the most delicious, only pick the most expensive point, and the temperament of the local tyrants is completely exuded, and they don't care how much it will cost. Seeing Kinyi order those more than a dozen very expensive dishes, Tsunade's eyes couldn't help but change, feeling that this little guy was really a proper loser, and he wouldn't feel sorry for money. Kinyi, you are really not stingy. After this meal, we will eat 60 or 70,000 yuan. Tsunade spoke, keeping a smile on his face and commenting, just sighing. Didn't we make 15 million today, just enough to enjoy it? 60 or 70,000 is nothing at all, as long as Tsunade's sister is happy. Kinyi said calmly, not distressed by spending this little money, and did not care at all. You guy, your mouth is too sweet, too good at talking, but I like it. Tsunade laughed again, and she sat across from Chiba, making her snow-white chasm even more visible, almost jumping out. Sister likes it. Kinyi spoke, but his gaze fell on Tsunade's snow-white position, and he couldn't move. In less than a moment, the dishes ordered by Chiba were served one after another. Chiba rushed for a day today, and gambled money in the casino, consuming a lot of brain power. His stomach was already very hungry. Seeing these delicious dishes with all colors and aromas, he did not hesitate at all, greeted Tsunade, and immediately ate happily, no image, completely gobbled up. Seeing Chiba gobbling up vegetables like this, Tsunade saw the shadow of the rope tree and the broken from him, because when the two of them were hungry, they also gobbled up food, and there was no image at all, just like fighting. Thinking of the rope tree and the break, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little sentimental, a little missing them. Kinyi, you eat slowly, and no one robs you. Tsunade spoke, his eyes becoming much softer. I'm so hungry, so I didn't hold back. Sister Tsunade, you can eat too, don't just watch me eat. Chiba paused slightly, but his mouth was still full of food, and he said to Tsunade as he chewed, okay. Tsunade replied and began to eat as well, but much more than Chiba Sven, but like a lady. Chiba and Tsunade had a dinner together, occasionally talking and laughing about something, and the atmosphere was very good, narrowing the distance between them and giving them a different feeling. They also ate this meal for a long time, and did not leave the restaurant until 10 o'clock in the evening. In the neutral place, when it was evening, the average resident did not dare to move around easily, and had already stayed at home honestly, so the street quickly quieted down, and there were few pedestrians. After all, this is a city of chaos, there is no order, murders may occur at any time, and there is no need to bear legal responsibility. From time to time, some civilians walked on the streets at night, and as a result, they were inexplicably killed by others, and they didn't even know the reason, and the death was unknown. The cold wind was blowing, and the empty streets were full of desolation, which looked a little bleak. The two figures were illuminated by dim street lamps, and the figures stretched longer and longer, like two people relying on each other in the dark. It's been a long time since I was with anyone, and it's a nice feeling to walk under the street lamps at night. Tsunade spoke, with some emotion, recalling the time when she was a girl, and when she broke off love. If Tsunade-san likes to have someone walk with you, I can accompany my sister more in the future. Chiba turned around, looked at Tsunade, and spoke. You little one, you can really talk. Tsunade looked at Chiba and laughed. They stopped and talked, laughing and rushing towards the hotel where Tsunade was staying. The huge street seemed empty, only the two of them, and the surrounding area was very quiet. While passing through a street that was not inhabited, Chiba and Tsunade sensed something wrong at the same time, stopped in unison, looked slightly sideways, and looked at both sides of the street. Chiba and Tsunade are both strong, but if there is any sound of wind and grass, or even a murderous aura permeating it, they can sense it and prepare for battle. Kinyi spread out the domineering aura of seeing and smelling, and could sense that at the end of the street, hidden in the darkness, there were three people with good strength waiting for them there. Obviously, these three people waiting there came towards Chiba and Tsunade, and it is estimated that they are the follow-up to the matter of Minjian Casino. Minjian Casino lost more than 10 million, and a master was killed by Kinyi. How could he easily let Kinyi go? Otherwise, his face would not be able to hang up, and he would inevitably take action. Kinyi didn't expect that Minjian Casino's action was so fast. It was really revenge overnight. Sister Tsunade, it seems that someone is worried about us and won't let us go back to sleep. Kinyi spoke, looking relaxed without the slightest hint of nervousness. I'm a little sleepy, these people are still so unscrupulous, it's really damn it. Tsunade said leisurely, also unafraid, looking joking. Sister Tsunade, just wait, I'll deal with them. Kinyi spoke, appearing very confident, and walked forward. Kinyi, you should pay attention, these people are not easy to deal with, they are stronger than today's Yoshiki. Tsunade opened his mouth to remind Chiba, lest Chiba suffer a loss. After all, Kinyi is just a child, even if the strength is strong, it is not strong, and facing three strong people of the upper ninja level at the same time, it may be a little overwhelming. However, if Kinyi really can't resist, Tsunade won't stand idly by, and naturally deal with these guys who don't know how to be evil. Although Tsunade has a fear of blood, it is not impossible to shoot, as long as the opponent does not bleed. With the strength of her shadow-level powerhouse, it can still be done. Kinyi answered, walked forward, and stepped into the dark street. His figure was not tall, but he was carrying 2 treasure knives, which made people dare not underestimate. Since you are here, don't hide and hide, just show up. Kinyi walked into the dark alley and spoke. With 2 strokes of his voice, he appeared in front of Kinyi with 2 soft sounds, looking at Kinyi coldly. Presumably, Minjayun Casino sent you here, or hired you to kill me. Kinyi glanced at the 3 upper ninjas, and said without saltiness, his mood relaxed, without the slightest fear. Just know it, just blame you for being too arrogant, not only winning money in the casino, but also daring to kill people in the casino. Do you really think that you are invincible and can do whatever you want? The ninja standing in front said coldly, looking at Kinyi's eyes. It was like seeing a dead man. The 3 of them are 3 killer ninjas hired by Mayun Casino, and they usually deal with some people who win money from the casino in secret. Although I don't think I'm invincible, it's more than enough to deal with you 3 trash. Let the horses come together, so as not to waste my time. Kinyi squinted at the 3 upper ninja and spoke, revealing disdain. People are not big, the tone is not small, I see what you have to do, able to fight the 3 of us. Shangnan on the left spoke, coldly. They are decisive and do not want to waste time lest accidents happen. The 3 of them rushed towards Chiba, each sending out 3 shurikens, cutting different arcs, encircling Chiba, and there was no angle to dodge. Seeing the 9 shurikens attacking, Kinyi was not nervous, rushed forward, waved his right hand, and a stream of flames burst out, forming a drill, blocking all the shurikens that attacked over. At the same time, with a wave of his left hand, he launched the frozen fruit, forming 9 ice picks, breaking through the air and attacking the past, much faster than the shuriken that attacked. Although it was dark here, the 3 upper shinobi were still able to see the situation around them clearly and saw the ice picks attacking. They watched the ice pick attack, did not dare to slack, did not retreat or maintain the speed and rushed over, holding the kunao in their hands, blocking the ice pick and defusing the attack. Fire escape dragon fire art. Shangnan, who rushed to the front, blocked the ice pick, immediately ran chakra, and his hands quickly froze, and chakra spewed out from his mouth, forming a dragon-shaped flame, and attacked towards Chiba. After the dragon-shaped flame appeared, it quickly attacked towards Kinyi, and its speed and strength were very good, which could not be underestimated. In the face of the dragon-shaped flames that bombarded him, Kinyi was not polite at all, took a step forward, and immediately blasted out a fire fist with his right hand. The fire fist burst out, illuminating the space, like a fierce beast, carrying powerful power, and bombarding the dragon-shaped flames in front of it. Compared with the dragon-shaped flame and the fire fist, the gap was too far to resist at all, and it was directly defeated, and the fire fist continued to attack towards the upper ninja. The speed was very fast, and it was in front of the opponent in a blink of an eye. Shangnan, who cast the fire, saw the fire fist impacting over, his eyes widened, a little difficult to accept, did not expect that his attack would be easily defeated, and Kinyi's attack was still raging. However, at this time, he can't be like too much, immediately dodging to the right and dodging the attack of the fire fist. The other 2 kami shinobi were not attacked, and took advantage of this opportunity to quickly approach Chiba, attacking from the left and right, pinching Chiba. Wind escape wind blade. The upper ninja on the left rushed over, holding the Teideo in his hand, wrapped around the wind attribute chakra, blessed on the Teideo, and slashed out strongly, greatly increasing his power, splitting the person in half, absolutely no problem. Seeing the sword chopping down, Kinyi can easily dodge. As long as he launches the shaving, he can move quickly and avoid the opponent's attack. However, with Chiba's ability, there is no need for that at all. Kinyi launched the burning fruit, his body shook, and he immediately turned into flames, quickly swooped up, and rushed towards the upper shinobu on the left, drowning the other party in it. Shangnan's Teidao carries the wind attribute chakra, and it slashes down strongly. Although it is very powerful, it cannot hurt Kinyi after elementalization. Chiba transformed into flames and surrounded the wind in the middle. Soon, Kinyi's body appeared in the divine fire of Shangnan in the wind, and the surrounding flames moved extremely quickly, evolving into 9 flame spears, directly stabbing towards the upper shinobi in the middle. Seeing the 9 flame spears piercing straight over, the wind escaped and became horrified, instinctively feeling panic, life threatened, and wanted to dodge. However, he was surrounded by flames, and several flame spears were distributed around his body, sealing all the directions he could escape, and it was impossible to escape. Die! Kinyi's cold voice sounded. Poof, poof. 9 flame spears pierced straight through, submerged into the body of Fengdu and Shangnan, pierced his body, blood splashed out, and was immediately evaporated by the flames. Fengdu and Shangnan was wiped out by Kinyi like this, and he didn't even have a chance to resist, just a face. When the other 2 Shangnan saw this scene, they all rushed to the shock, and they couldn't believe it. They didn't expect a little ghost, so strong, strange ability, and ruthless means, obviously rich combat experience. Before rushing to intercept Chiba, the 3 upper shinobi learned from Korita about Kinyi's strength. Knowing that he was a little devil with good strength, but they did not expect that he was so powerful. They just underestimated Chiba a little, and as a result, one person was killed, and they didn't even have a chance to resist and struggle. Be careful, this kid's ability is weird, can't be careless. Huo Shangshen Shinobu spoke, and his face covered in the mask became solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Tudun split earth turn palm. Kami Shinobi, who had originally rushed over, now turned back again and cast a ninjutsu attack. As he slammed chakra into the ground quickly cracked, setting off a shockwave that raged towards Chiba. In the face of such an attack, Kinyi has no fear at all, can be ineffective, there is no need to be afraid. He launched a shave under his feet, and his figure appeared in front of Tadao Shinobu in the blink of an eye, and Arashi's feet swept over, bursting out with great power. Seeing that Kinyi had the ultimate speed again, he approached in front of him, and suddenly became awe-inspiring, did not dare to hesitate, and immediately cast the Tudun ninjutsu to avoid the attacking Kinyi. Tudun Iwane technique. As he performed this ninjutsu, his body immediately submerged into the ground, disappeared, and moved to another place, dodging the attack and saving his life. Otherwise, in this state, if Kinyi launches an attack and falls on him, he will not be able to withstand it at all, and it is estimated that he will die because of this. Seeing that Tudu Shang Shinobu actually avoided himself like this, Kinyi was really helpless, and there was no way. Seeing Chiba attacking Tsukido Shinobu, he seized this opportunity and immediately cast ninjutsu to attack again. In this case, there are almost only two outcomes, either Kinyi is killed by them, or they explain here, and there is no reconciliation at all. Fire Dragon Art. Fire Shinobu sealed his hands and spewed out the fire attribute chakra from his mouth, immediately forming a three-headed fire dragon, quickly rushing over, attacking Kinyi. Because the environment of the battle is in the alley, the space is not spacious, and the three-headed fire dragon rushes out, almost occupying the space, and it must not be able to dodge it with pleasure. Play with fire for me, it's really death. Kinyi said playfully, revealing a cold look. Mirror flame. Kinyi slammed his right hand again, and a stream of flames erupted, like a mirror, forming a wall of fire, crushing towards the three-headed fire dragon. Thundered as the mirror fire flame crushed over, the walls on both sides of the alley were destroyed, and the three-headed fire dragon was defeated, turning into flames and scattering around, ceased to exist. Moreover, the mirror fire flame still did not calm down, and continued to attack towards the fire escape, and the power was more powerful than the fire fist. Seeing such a situation, Huo Shangnan was really shocked, did not dare to hesitate, and quickly withdrew backwards, opening up a distance. When he withdrew backwards, the two-handed movement did not stop, but continued to seal, casting fire ninjutsu, attacking the mirror fire flame that rushed over. After he cast 3 fire ninjutsu in a row, Kagami Huoyan was finally blocked, stopped, and could not attack forward, giving him time to breathe and not worry so much. Do you think this is the end of it? A cold and harsh voice suddenly sounded, like the whisper of death, which made people shudder. Hearing this voice, Huozhang couldn't help but be terrified, his nerves tensed, and he looked at the direction of the falling mirror fire, his eyes widened, as if he saw the devil. He couldn't believe that Kinyi was hiding in the mirror fire, waiting for him to relax, then suddenly appeared and dealt him a fatal blow. At this time, the falling mirror fire Yan was only 2 meters away from the fire and Shinobu, and this distance was nothing at all. After Kinyi appeared, he immediately launched a shave, and instantly came to the body of Huo Dun Shangnan, holding the snow in his right hand. The blade flashed, emitting a cold light, and streaked through Huo Dun Shangshinobi's neck, allowing a thin line to be imprinted on the latter's neck. Kinyi's body rushed forward 5 meters, stood on the ground, and after taking the snow back into its scabbard, the thin line that appeared at the neck of the Shinobu on the fire gradually spread, instantly collapsed, blood splashed out, and bloomed enchanting blood flowers in the air, which looked very gorgeous. Shinobu reached out and touched his neck, feeling blood splashing out, his eyes immediately widened, his movement stiffened, and he fell behind him with a bang, and when he fell to the ground, he was already dead. The 2 Shang Shinobu who had escaped into the land, just came out, and saw that his other partner had been killed by Kinyi, fell in a pool of blood, and was completely killed, and he couldn't help but be shocked, unbelievable, and panicked in his heart. How could this be? Suki Shinobu exclaimed, this was the most shocking thing he had seen in all these years. A child who was no more than 7 or 8 years old showed such great strength, defeated 3 upper shinobi, and also killed 2 of them. This is in the case of a joint siege, the 3 upper ninja did not have the advantage, but the people who were killed by Kinyi turned on their backs, and they didn't even have the ability to parry, and no one would believe it when it was passed out. 2 Dushang endured panic, and the look in Kinyi's eyes was completely a god-killing existence, and he could not resist. Sukade Shangnan no longer had the intention of fighting again, and he was panicked in his heart, and he wanted to retreat as soon as possible, not to stay here. I was afraid that if he was 1 step later, he would be killed here, just like the other 2 companions. Tadao Shang couldn't help but hesitate, once again performed the rock-hidden technique, retreated into the land, took advantage of the darkness of the night, quickly left the place, and no longer fought with Chiba. Seeing this 2 Shu Shang Shinobu leaving, Kinyi did not pursue, because of the opponent's ability, he could not pursue at all, so he gave up. Minjayun Casino, since you came to provoke me, then I will always make you pay the price, let's go and see. Kinyi spoke, his eyes flickering, full of chill. Bite. The host kills 2 upper shinobi and rewards 10,000 points. The sound of the One Piece system prompt sounded. After killing the 2 kami shinobi, Chiba waved his hand and sent out 2 flames that fell on the 2 corpses, completely incinerating their corpses, so as not to wait for Tsunade to come over. After seeing the blood, the hemerophobia would attack. In less than a moment, Chiba came out of the dark alley and saw Tsunade still standing in place, pavilion and jade, slender posture, graceful figure, giving people a hazy beauty. Kinyi, you're not hurt, are you? Seeing Chiba come out of the darkness, Tsunade immediately walked over and spoke, full of care. Sister Tsunade, don't worry, I'm not injured, just rely on the 3 of them to endure, and they are not my opponents at all. Kinyi said proudly, showing a confident smile. You kid, it's really hard to see, it's so strong, even the 3 upper ninja are not your opponents. If you grow up a little more, then you have to go, even I am not your opponent. Tsunade reached out and talked about Chiba's forehead and said with a smile. Of course I have to become stronger, otherwise how can I protect Sister Tsunade in the future? Kinyi laughed happily, in a very good mood. Okay, it's not early, let's go back to the hotel, he said, directly taking Chiba's hand, walking through the dark alley, towards the hotel being held by Tsunade's hand and feeling the soft shot of her jade hand. Kinyi felt that this feeling was good, and he really wanted to keep holding her hand like this. After returning to the hotel, Tsunade asked Chiba for a room next door, and they returned to the hotel room together. Chiba originally wanted to go to Tsunade's room to discuss her life ideals with her, but Tsunade blasted out, and could only return to his room in embarrassment. The next day, Chiba was still tired with Tsunade, and in Yangming City, you went to various casinos to gamble money. Anyway, Chiba now has enough time to take a good vacation, and it is also a good choice to spend more time with Tsunade. For 5 days in a row, Chiba and Tsunade lingered in various casinos, winning 3 to 5 million a day, but Tsunade was so happy that he always had a smile on his face, like a blooming rose, which looked very beautiful and charming. In order to win the smile of the beauty, Kinyi did a lot of things, and won all the several big casinos in Yangming City, so that these big casinos were very helpless and could only endure losses. Because what happened in Minjayun Casino spread in Yangming City the next day, it was known by many forces in the city and understood the specific situation. You know, Minjayun Casino is the largest casino in Yangming City, but the most powerful background, but the master Yoshiki was killed. Minjayun Casino can only suffer dumb losses, dare not take revenge. Moreover, the forces behind the Minjayun Casino, on the evening of the same day, sent 3 upper shinobi to join forces to attack Chiba, wanting to take his life, but in the end it ended in failure. 2 upper shinobi were killed, and only 1 person was able to escape. After this matter spread, it caused a sensation in Yangming City, making Kinyi a stormy figure and noticed by many people in the city. Knowing that Kinyi's strength was strong, even Shangnan was not his opponent, but many people in Yangming City were afraid of him and did not dare to provoke him easily, lest they bring disaster to themselves. Therefore, when Chiba and Tsunade patronize other casinos, even if they win, the casino people do not dare to come to trouble, and can only treat it as a dumb loss, and the money lost to Chiba and Tsunade is regarded as disaster elimination money. Sister Tsunade, how much do you guess we won in these 5 days? Kinyi waved the 10 bank cards in his hand and showed a bright smile, and he was in a very good mood. How come there are 40 million? Tsunade giggled, feeling very happy, and the Snow White in front of Xiong was even more dazzling, making Chiba feel a little like a horse. Ha ha ha, a total of 53 million. Kinyi said with a smile, feeling excited. When I used to gamble money, I always lost money, but I didn't expect that after meeting you, my luck turned out to be so good. I kept winning money, and I won tens of millions. You are really my god of wealth. Tsunade said happily, without the slightest reserve. He directly opened his hands, took Kinyi into his arms, and hugged him fiercely. Being held by Tsunade like this, Kinyi didn't want to break free, wanted to be held by her like this, and enjoy this moment of warmth. Sister Tsunade, since I am your god of wealth, then you will fool around with me in the future. I promise you will become the richest woman in this world. Kinyi spoke, as if he was tricking her into his side and following him later. If Tsunade really agreed, it would be great, and Chiba would definitely be even happier with a big beauty by his side. I don't want to do it, just want to use this money to buy me. Am I such a superficial woman with only money in my eyes? Tsunade snorted softly and said proudly, seemingly proud of his firmness. Sister Tsunade, if you are not superficial, then you will definitely not look at my little money, and I will not share the loot for you. Kinyi shook the bank card in his hand and said with a smile, don't, although I'm not superficial, I still like money, you can't do that. Hearing that he couldn't share the loot, Tsunade immediately couldn't calm down, and said. As she spoke, she had already pounced on Kinyi, scuffled wildly, and snatched 5 bank cards from Kinyi's hands, which was regarded as the one that took her share. Seeing Tsunade's fierce appearance, he simply turned into a violent maniac, and Chiba couldn't help it. Chiba and Tsunade walked all the way to the shore of a lake, facing the lake, blowing a cool breeze, and the ends of Tsunade's hair flew up, looking even better. Kinyi, you have won a lot of money with me these days, which makes me very happy. Tell me what you plan to do. Tsunade looked into the distance and spoke. Sister Tsunade knows all about it. Kinyi laughed, but there was no embarrassment. I am a beautiful woman full of wisdom and beauty, and I can't see it with your plan. Tsunade snorted lightly and said with disdain, as if he had seen through Chiba's thoughts. Sister Tsunade, I want to learn medical ninjutsu from you. Kinyi groaned slightly and spoke. Tsunade was in the Second Ninja World War, but it was the medical ninja on Kanaha's side. Medical ninjutsu is very smart, but the rope tree and the broken thing, for her, caused a great impact, so that she had a phobia, so she did not dare to continue to treat people, faded out of the name of medical ninja. Hearing Chiba say this, Tsunade was surprised, and turned to look at the latter, looking incredulous. In Tsunade's opinion, Chiba's strength is very strong, but he has never shown the talent to become a medical ninja. You know, wanting to become a medical ninja is not a simple thing. It is not more difficult than simple cultivation. You need to have talent, otherwise, you can't achieve much. Tsunade felt that instead of spending time in medical treatment, Chiba should practice more to make himself stronger and more promising. Chiba, are you suitable for studying medicine? It's not something that can be forced. Tsunade looked at Chiba and said seriously, hoping that Chiba would think about it seriously, not blindly, so that it would affect many things. Sister Tsunade, don't worry, I have already thought clearly, another blood succession limit, suitable for learning ninjutsu. Kinyi nodded and said, his expression serious, not a joke. Kinyi can't say the results of the operation, otherwise it will take a lot of time to explain. If you say the blood succession limit, then it is easier to explain a lot, and Tsunade does not ask the bottom and continues to pursue it. Hearing Chiba say that he had an unexpected blood succession limit, Tsunade was surprised again, his eyes lit up, and he stared at Chiba, wanting to see him inside and out. The medical blood succession limit, which is very rare, if developed, will be of great help to the medical side, and can reduce more sacrifices on the battlefield. I'm really getting more and more unable to see through you, little guy, and you actually have an unexpected blood succession limit. How many secrets are you hiding from me? Tsunade squinted his eyes, looked at Chiba, and spoke, looking like he was going to pick him up. Hee, that's all, it's gone. Kinyi laughed, not nervous. Although you have a blood succession limit in medical treatment, it is not an easy thing to follow me to learn medical ninjutsu. I am not a person who casually teaches others medical ninjutsu and has his own requirements. Tsunade hummed softly, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, and said proudly, Sister Tsunade, if you have any requirements, I will definitely meet your requirements. Kinyi leaned over and said with a smile, since Tsunade is willing to teach medical ninjutsu, then no matter what the requirements, Chiba will definitely be able to meet them. If you want me to teach you medical ninjutsu, it is necessary to pay tuition, and you have to pay 1,000,000 tuition fees every month until you can become a teacher. Tsunade said leisurely, thinking that he could charge tuition. His mood became very happy, and a good-looking smile appeared on his face, and he could hardly close his mouth. 1,000,000 tuition fees, for others, is very high. Under normal circumstances, you can't get it at all. However, for Kinyi, it is nothing at all. And this is still a neutral place. If you want to make money, you can burn and loot, you don't need to fear too much. With Kinyi's strength, there is no problem. Okay, I'll pay Tsunade's sister 1,000,000 tuition every month. Kinyi nodded and said, agreeing to come down. I can't see it, you are quite cheerful, you don't bargain at all, so you agreed. Tsunade said with a smile, feeling that Chiba was cute and liking him more and more. That's natural, as long as it can make Tsunade's sister happy, 1,000,000 is nothing. Kinyi said boldly. You guy is so talkative, I like it very much, but if you want to learn medical ninjutsu with me, it's not that simple, and there are conditions. Tsunade reached out and touched Chiba's head and said leisurely, what other conditions? Say it all at once. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, not imagining toothpaste, you need to squeeze slowly to know all the conditions. There is another one, if you can complete it, I will teach you medical ninjutsu. Tsunade's retracted smile, his expression became serious, and he spoke, last time I gambled with Blood Shadow in the east of the city, and I lost a lot to him, and he still stared at me with a squint, which made me very annoyed in my heart, so I want you to help me solve him. If you can solve him, then I will teach you medical ninjutsu. Blood Shadow, Kinyi has heard of such a figure, and knows that it is a tyrant in the east of Yangming City, and his own strength should be very strong, at least reaching the level of elite upper ninja, or even upper ninja, and many people in the neutral place are afraid of him and dare not provoke him. Blood Shadow is not only a tyrant in the east of Yangming City, but also has another identity, that is, the leader of a criminal group, controlling this criminal group. This criminal group is mainly engaged in robbing caravans, smuggling, and trafficking human organs. If this criminal group exists, whether it is in Yangming City or other places, it will be particularly harmful. Moreover, the headquarters of the Blood Shadow criminal group is in a neutral place, which is not subject to legal constraints and sanctions, and will only be more powerful, and there is no need to fear anyone, and it can act more arrogantly. If the Blood Shadow criminal group is no longer restrained, then its scale will be even larger, and it will do more illegal and criminal things, and trafficking in children, organs, and smuggling will only become more rampant. Although Tsunade did not want to participate in this kind of thing and act as a messenger of justice against the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, when she learned that the Blood Shadow Criminal Group trafficked children and human organs, she felt a sense of anger in her heart and wanted to destroy the Blood Shadow Criminal Group. It's just that she has a phobia of blood, and she really wants to find trouble with the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, start a violent battle, and will inevitably see blood, and then she will become panicked and lose her combat effectiveness, only to let herself fall into the hands of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group. Although Tsunade wanted to deal with the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, he had no confidence in his heart and did not dare to act. Now, Tsunade saw that Chiba's strength was good, and if he wanted to deal with the Blood Shadow, it should not be difficult, as long as he was cautious. Thinking about it, this can also be regarded as Tsunade's test for Chiba. If she can pass, she will naturally teach Chiba to learn medical ninjutsu. Do you want to deal with Blood Shadow? No problem, watch me teach him how to be a human being in minutes. Kinyi said confidently, very confident about this, as if it was a trivial matter, and there was no difficulty at all. Okay, when you can solve the Blood Shadow, I will teach you to learn medical ninjutsu, but you have to hurry up, I will give you 3 days. Tsunade winked at Chiba and showed a good-looking smile, obviously in a good mood. I'll go and put an end to the Blood Shadow Criminal Group tonight, so that we can no longer do evil. Kinyi said confidently, looking like he had sharpened his knife and became very excited. Bite. The host has a new mission: dismantle the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, reward 20,000 points, sword skill, 1 sword flow Urgong bird. The mission time is limited to 3 days, the mission fails, and the surgical fruit is deprived. The voice of the One Piece system sounded in Kinyi's mind. Hearing such a task, Kinyi was slightly surprised, and at the same time a little expectant. Since I got the fruits of the operation, how can I let you deprive you? I will definitely complete this task. Kinyi muttered in his heart, and his eyes became sharp. Kinyi, you go and prepare well. You want to pay the Blood Shadow? I have a little itchy hand now, go to the casino. Tsunade said with a smile. Sister Tsunade, don't gamble, or your bet wouldn't have been. Shiba kindly reminded. With a woman like Tsunade, who will lose every gamble and have little chance of winning, with so much gambling money in hand, it is impossible to make a small fight, and the bet will definitely be very large, so that the root cannot withstand losing. Don't worry, haven't I been very good lately? I've won tens of millions. Tsunade waved his hand, giggling, his posture swaying, really slim and sexy, very mimic. Where can Chiba rest assured? Tsunade has been very good recently. It is because he is by his side, so he will win so much money. If not by his side, I don't know how much Tsunade will lose. However, Chiba didn't care much. Anyway, Tsunade had a lot of money, and there was nowhere to spend it. If you lost, you lost. Anyway, it was won back from the casino. Chiba did not go to the casino with Tsunade, but began to ponder how to act tonight, enter the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, and bring this criminal group to the end. With Kinyi's strength, even if he swaggered, he went directly to the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, swept through the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, and obliterated its members. There was no pressure at all. Kinyi stood by the lake and pondered for a long time, but still did not come up with a good plan. After all, he didn't know anything about the headquarters environment of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, and he didn't know where it was located and how he could come up with a specific plan. Don't think about it, wait until the evening comes, go directly to their headquarters and solve them all. Kinyi shook his head and spoke, looking very domineering. Kinyi left the lake, rushed towards the east of Yangming City, and first went to the periphery of the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group to briefly understand the general situation of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group. After Chiba came to the east of the city, even if he didn't go to inquire about the information of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, he could still learn more or less information from some passersby around him and learn about the situation of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group. Even, the passersby who passed by Chiba, Du Jiyu, may be a member of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group. The Blood Shadow Criminal Group is located in a chaotic place like Yangming City, and there will be no one to restrain it. It can develop at will, and no one will condemn the various criminal acts of the Blood Shadow Small Criminal Group. In a place like chaos, it is good to be alive, and it is the law of the jungle, and the inhabitants living here have lost even their basic morality, and whoever cares whether they have violated the law or committed crimes, as long as their own interests are not endangered, then it does not concern themselves. According to the conversations of some passersby, the boss of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, Blood Shadow, generally does not go to the headquarters during the day, and only after late at night, he will go to the headquarters. If Kinyi wants to take down the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, he must first kill their leader, Blood Shadow, so that he can defeat the Blood Shadow Criminal Group in one fell swoop. As for those small miscellaneous fish of the criminal group, as long as the Blood Shadow falls, they will not be able to become the climate at all, let alone harm Kinyi. Kinyi can be crushed at will, there is not much pressure. Therefore, Kinyi wants to overturn the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, and it is necessary to ensure that the leader Blood Shadow will be at the headquarters, and then he can act, otherwise he will only hit the grass and startle the snake, let the Blood Shadow react, maybe hide, but Kinyi will not be able to complete the task. Anyway, now that it is nightfall, there is still a period of time. Kinyi is not in a hurry, found a restaurant, sat down to eat a little. In this kind of place where you can die at any time, it is very good to have a restaurant, don't think too high, and Chiba doesn't have many requirements, so he will eat a little. After eating, Kinyi was not in a hurry to leave, so he asked for a drink and waited for the night to fall. As night fell, darkness enveloped Yangming City, causing the city to fall into silence. However, in the east of the city, Oa is still lively. Even after nightfall, everyone is not in a hurry to go home, shrinking at home and not daring to walk around. Probably, in the east of the city, all of them are some outlaws, who have good strength in themselves, and are not so afraid. Even after nightfall, they are still active as usual. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chiba left the restaurant, and under the cover of night, a thin figure rushed towards the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Crime Group. Although the Blood Shadow Crime Group is in the east of the city, its location is not close to the city, but in a more remote place, which is an abandoned factory building, and after some renovation, it has become the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Crime Group. In a city like Yangmingchinch, there are still many such places. In less than a while, Kinyi came to the outside of the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Crime Group, looking at the building of a good scale, a little sighed in his heart, not nervous, but a little more expectant. The headquarters of the Blood Shadow Crime Group is not very heavily defended. It can be said that it is very lax, only 2 guards guarding it, a drowsy look, listless, without the slightest vigilance. As for other places, there are no guards at all. As long as the slightly stronger people want to sneak inside, it is not difficult at all. Through his sturdy posture, Kinyi moved quickly, and soon came to a building opposite the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Crime Group, taking advantage of the cover of night, sitting quietly on the roof, waiting for the rabbit to return to the headquarters. As long as the Blood Shadow appears, Kinyi can launch a killing feast and put the Blood Shadow Criminal Group to the end. Blood Shadow, I hope you don't make me wait too long, otherwise, I definitely won't let you die a painful death. Kinyi looked at the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and muttered. Time is slowly passing, and Kinyi is sitting on the roof waiting, still has this patience, and will not easily get irritable. Nearly 3 hours passed, and finally a group of people, carrying lanterns, came from a distance and walked towards the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Crime Group. Seeing this group of centaurs appear, Kinyi immediately cast his gaze over. In less than a moment, this group, a total of 7, finally arrived at the gate of the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Crime Group, and Kinyi was finally able to see their appearance clearly. Among these 7 people, the middle-aged man who walked in, burly, looked very hairy, had a rough face, had a beard, a big nose, sharp eyes, and a scar on his face, was the famous Blood Shadow Yashaluo in Yangming City. These 7 people talked and laughed, and the others were obviously Yashira's subordinates, but their strength was not bad. There were 2 upper shinobi levels, 4 were particularly upper shinobi, and they still respected Blood Shadow Yashaluo. Ha ha ha, in 2 days a batch of goods, we can have fun, and then take it to change hands. Blood Shadow Yasha laughed maniacally, and seemed to be in a good mood. When the subordinates around him heard him say this, they all echoed them, and all of them showed a smile on their faces, and they looked like they were lustful. There is no need to guess what they are talking about, it is nothing more than something related to women, otherwise their expressions will not be so wonderful. According to the information that Chiba had obtained in advance, as well as the news he had heard on the street, it could basically be concluded that all the 7 high-level officials of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group had gathered here. Seeing these 7 people appear, Kinyi also showed a smile, and he could serve it in one pot, without having to find someone else. As long as the high level of the 7 criminal groups can be solved, then this criminal group will no longer become a climate and will be disintegrated. Moreover, in Yangming City, the forces that hate the Blood Shadow Criminal Group are no longer few, and after seeing the 7 high-level leaders of Blood Shadow being killed, they will inevitably counterattack and directly obliterate other members of the criminal group, so that this large-scale criminal group will be annihilated in one fell swoop and completely disappear from Yangming City. Kinyi stood up, stepped forward, slid his body in the air, cast a moonstep, and leisurely rushed towards the 7 people of Yashira. I don't think you need to think about it, you won't live tomorrow. When Kinyi landed in the air, he slowly spoke, his voice was a little cold, full of murderous intent. Suddenly hearing someone say this, the Blood Shadow 7 were immediately startled, and quickly turned around, looking for the person who spoke. Soon, they found that the voice came from the air, and they quickly raised their heads and were surprised to see Kinyi descending from the air. They really couldn't believe that someone had actually descended from the air, and it was so slow, like a light gliding landing without much weight. Seeing Kinyi descend, the Blood Shadow 7 withdrew backwards, opened a distance, looked at Kinyi vigilantly, and even prepared for battle. After all, this is Yangming City, the order is very chaotic, and the occurrence of battles is commonplace, just like a common thing. If anyone is careless, maybe the unlucky one is himself, and even pay the price of his life. Kinyi landed down, stood on the ground, carrying 2 good knives, less than 10 meters away from the Blood Shadow 7, his expression was calm, and a sneer was maintained on his face. Seeing that the landed Kinyi was actually just a little furry child, the Blood Shadow 7 were surprised, and couldn't believe it, thinking that the script would go wrong. However, they did not dare to be careless, and quickly turned around and looked around to determine if there was anyone else, lest they fall into some trap. Pirate God level copy chapter 068 MTL Books logo MTL Books report settings term replacer toggle play / pause TTS add to library reading history chapters toggle invert mode previous next 68 chapter 068 doc tai sang tak viet.tk you don't have to look, it's just me. Qin Yi spread his hands and said casually. The Blood Shadow 7 turned around and looked around, and even not far away, they didn't find anyone else, and finally determined that there was only Qin Yi alone. The strength of the 7 of them, that is not bad, in the face of such a little hairy child, naturally will not be afraid, feel that Shi Yes appearance here, is tantamount to sending death. Boy, could it be that you want to kill us all with the power of one person? Blood Shadow Yashalua walked to the front, squinted at Qin Yi, and said coldly, not believing it at all. They felt that the people who dared to appear here at this time and make trouble for them had some skills, but after all, Qin Yi was too small to have any ability at all, and it was impossible to defeat them. That's right, Qin Yi said calmly. It's ridiculous that you little ghost still wants to kill us, don't you know who we are? A special shinobu came out and said with disdain, as if he felt that he could defeat Qin Yi with just one finger. You are the 7 high-level leaders of the Blood Shadow criminal group, right? The person I am looking for is you. Qin Yi spoke, revealing a sneer. Knowing who we are, and daring to be so rampant, you may be too confident to come and kill us, but since you are here, don't want to leave alive, I think the various organs in your body should be good and will be of good use. The Blood Shadow became cold, his eyes became fierce, and his momentum climbed a lot, making his hair dance and his clothes stir. If you want my life, then see the real chapter under your hands and see who can have the last laugh. Qin Yi said with disdain. Boy, you're crazy enough, I hope you wait, don't ask for mercy. A special supper said coldly. I'd rather see what you're capable of. A special shinobi rushed over and rushed towards Chiba. When he acted, he had already taken out 2 short knives, held them in his hands, launched the wind attribute chakra, blessed them on the short knives, and attacked towards Qin Yi. Blessed with the wind attribute chakra's short knife, the power of the slash out, that is very strong, several times more powerful than ordinary slashes, destroying stones is simply a trivial matter, without the slightest pressure. Seeing the special shinobi holding 2 short knives rushing over and launching a sharp slash, Qin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, not polite at all, waved his right hand, launched the burning fruit, and blasted out with a fire fist. Rumble! This special shinobi who rushed over, before he could approach Qin Yi's side, he was bombarded by fire fists, and the whole person flew out backwards, suffered heavy damage, fell a few meters away, and his body rolled several times before gradually stabilizing. Although this special shinobi was not killed with a single blow, he was seriously injured and could not stand up when he fell to the ground, and it was impossible to continue fighting. When the Blood Shadow 6 saw this situation, they couldn't help but be surprised, and they didn't expect that a little furry boy actually had such strength. Moreover, when they saw the Qin Yi attack, they didn't even need to tie the knot, and they could directly launch ninjutsu, which was a demon-level figure to have this ability. Before that, they were still very contemptuous of Qin Yi and did not take him seriously at all, but now, their expressions became solemn, and they did not dare to underestimate each other, and they needed to go all out. Boy, we looked away, we didn't expect your strength to be so strong, but you are a little capable, but it still can't change your fate, you must die. Shangnan, who has a cold face, is not tall, only 1 meter and 6 years old, and has many small scars on his face, looks at Qin Yi and drinks coldly. Tell me so much nonsense and do something, if you have the ability, let the horse over, if one can't work, come too. Qin Yi said indifferently, full of confidence in himself, and had nothing to worry about. He also didn't want to waste time here, so he could quickly end things here so he could go back to Tsunade. Maybe Chiba is not by Tsunade's side and has already lost all the money in his bank card. Thinking of this situation, Qin Yi still felt a little pain in his heart. After all, it was at least more than 20 million, and it would be lost in such a period of time, and no one would be calm. As he spoke, Qin Yi had already made a move, began to run chakra, his hands quickly sealed, and performed the shadow doppelganger technique. 2 shadow doppelgangers who looked the same as him and had the same momentum, appeared beside him, looking at the Blood Shadow 6 people a few meters away, and confronted each other. Let me torture these rookies. In front of me, still want to resist, what a stupid person, tremble mortal. After all, the shadow avatar carries some of the character of the Buddha figure, so after appearing, he immediately shouted at the Blood Shadow 6, which was really very arrogant, even more arrogant than the Qin Yi Buddha figure. Hearing such arrogant words from the 2 shadow doppelgangers, Qin Yi was a little speechless, feeling that these 2 shadow doppelgangers were strange, and they wanted to pretend that they didn't know them. Now, there are already 3 people on Qin Yi's side, and their strength is not weak, and there is absolutely no problem in competing with the 6 people of Blood Shadow. Don't think that you can shadow the art of Avatar, you are our opponent. A special shinobu spoke. Stop talking to him, let's do it together and take him down. Blood Shadow said solemnly, waved his hand, and gave the order. Saying that, he did not hesitate, and was the first to act, rushing forward to Kianba, and was about to attack. His 5 subordinates did not hesitate, and they all took action, arcing around the city and besieging Chiba, not allowing Kinyi to escape easily. Seeing the Blood Shadow 6 attacking, Kinyi did not hesitate, roared, and the 3 people rushed out, attacking each other, setting off a fierce battle. Kinyi did not intend to directly fight the Blood Shadow, but let a Shadow Avatar deal with the Blood Shadow, and his Shadow Avatar to entangle the 2 upper shinobi, and his Buddha figure went to deal with the 3 special upper shinobi. At the moment of starting, Kinyi could clearly see that the strength of those 3 special upper ninja was not strong. It could be said that it was only a little stronger than the middle ninja, and it could not be compared with the middle ninja who opened the hanging. With Kinyi's current strength, it is not a problem at all to easily defeat 3 special superior ninja of this level, and there is no pressure to crush. Therefore, Kinyi will plan to start with the weaker ninja first, so that the battle will be easier and save more time. Chiba's 2 shadow doppelgangers rushed towards Blood Shadow Yashira, and the other 2 Kami Shinobi, while the Buddha figure faced the 3 special Kami Shinobi. He directly launched the shaving, the speed was very fast, almost in the blink of an eye, and he came to a special upper shinobi, and the fire fist immediately blasted out. The power was very powerful, like a fierce beast pounce. The fire fist bombarded the past special upper ninja, originally rushed towards Chiba, but before he could run the chakra and perform ninjutsu, he saw Chiba appear, and the fire fist roared, and it was about to drown him. Seeing such a situation, this one was particularly shocked, panicked in his heart, and wanted to dodge to the right to avoid the attack of the fire fist. Rumble! The fire fist blasted out, drowning this special superior ninja in it, like a giant beast devouring him, carrying out strong damage, so that he had no way to resist, and he didn't even have a chance to defend, and was immediately killed by the fire fist. When his body flew out upside down, landed on the ground a few meters away, and kept rolling a few times, before stopping, it was just a charred body, without the slightest bit of life. A particularly superior forbearance, under Kinyi's strong attack, he couldn't even carry around, and was directly killed, but he couldn't let out a scream. The other 2 were particularly shinobi, affected by the fire fist, and originally wanted to approach Chiba, but they were shocked out, and under some influence, even chakra became disordered. When they saw a partner being bombarded and killed like this, they didn't even have the ability to resist at all, and they couldn't help but be frightened and inexplicable, feeling extremely surprised, and unable to calm down. They were still very young in Kinyi before, and they didn't pay much attention to it, feeling that even if they couldn't win Chiba alone, but if the weak people joined forces, if they wanted to defeat Kinyi, it was not a problem at all, and they could easily do it. However, seeing Kinyi's fire fist, he defeated a partner and easily wiped it out, making them panic, looking very uneasy, and had no confidence to confront Chiba, did not dare to confront Chiba, and wanted to withdraw backwards, open the distance, and stay away from Kinyi. They knew that even if the 2 joined forces, they could not compete with Chiba, and only the 3 upper shinobi of Blood Shadow Yasha could be Chiba's opponent and defeat Chiba. What they have to do now is not to fight Kinyi hard, but to withdraw backwards and find a way to deal with Kinyi. Seeing that the 2 special shinobi withdrew backwards, and left a short distance, and wanted to cast a ninjutsu attack, Kinyi understood that the other party wanted to maneuver, delay Zuta, and wait for the Blood Shadow to come and support. If you want to delay time, you don't have that ability. Kinyi said coldly, his body moved rapidly, almost flashing close to the other party, launching a sharp attack. Kinyi rushed over, holding the snow in his right hand, approaching a special shinobi, suppressing the opponent with physical skills, and launching a rapid attack. This particular thing that is entangled in Kinyi is not good at physical skills, the best is still illusion, and if it is against the flesh, it is not Kinyi's opponent at all. This sticker hurt people and retreated continuously, and after withstanding 10 attacks, he was able to resist, and was swept by Chiba with Arashi's foot, and blasted out, and it is estimated that several ribs were kicked and broken as Kinyi kicked a special shinobi out. His body did not pause, but quickly moved forward, launched a shave, and approached the opponent, the snow in his hand. Burst! The body of the special shinobu was pierced, even the heart was pierced, and blood splashed out, like spring water gushing out, staining the battle uniform red. The remaining one was particularly shinobi, who was originally forced to retreat by Chiba, and seeing that Kinyi showed great strength, suppressed the other party, did not dare to come to fight at all, withdrew backwards, turned and fled. Since both died too, you don't want to escape. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, as if it was a ghost, "Ice cubes, 2 spears." Kinyi rushed over continuously, this time not to launch the burning fruit, but the frozen fruit, in the space in front of him, condensed into 5 ice spears, quickly attacked the past, and attacked the back heart of the fleeing special Shangren. Still a dull sound sounded, and an ice spear pierced through the body of the special tolerant, pinned him to the ground, and then fell down, blood spraying out. Suffering such an attack, this special superior forbearance basically cannot live, and will inevitably fall here. It didn't take long for Kinyi to wipe out the 3 special upper ninjas, who could pull away and deal with the 2 upper ninja subordinates of those blood shadows. After the joint efforts of the 2 upper shinobi, Kinyi's shadow doppelganger could not resist, and had already been defeated, turning into a wisp of white smoke and collapsing. However, Kinyi has now killed the 3 special shinobi. Even if the shadow doppelganger is defeated, it is nothing to him, it does not matter. Kinyi's left hand lifted up, activated the surgical fruit, and condensed a semicircular space on the palm. In the next instant, Kinyi's left hand flipped, spreading out the space of this hemisphere, quickly enveloping this place, and shrouding all the people in the battle in space. The 3 of Blood Shadow could feel that there seemed to be a force sweeping through the body, forming a strange space, but they were not harmed, and although there was some surprise in their hearts, they did not pay much attention to it. If we go up together, we can definitely beat him. A shinobi spoke. Seeing that Kinyi killed 3 special shinobi, and severely injured 1 special Shangnin, the 2 Shangnin were angry in their hearts, wanting to unload Kinyi into 8 pieces, slowly torturing him, making him worse than dead, and avenging the 3 dead partners. Although the Blood Shadow 7 are the high-ranking members of the criminal group, they are born into death with each other, have experienced countless battles, and have a deep friendship with each other, like brothers. Now, when they see their brother being killed, where they can calm down, their hearts are raging with anger, and it is difficult to calm down, and they want to avenge their partners. He must use his head to pay homage to his dead brother. The other one shouted. They knew that Kinyi's strength was good, so when they rushed over, they did not hesitate in the slightest, and they had already run the chakra, sealed their hands, and launched a ninjutsu attack. Shangnin launched a ninjutsu attack, his hands were sealed, and chakra erupted from his mouth, which immediately evolved into lightning and flames, blended together, and blasted towards Kinyi. The speed was fast, and the power was equally good. Wind escape fierce wind palm. Another Shangnin rushed over, concentrated the wind attribute chakra on his right hand, and blasted out with his palm, and also burst out with a good power, causing the space in front of him to vibrate, emitting a roar. Facing the joint attack of the 2 upper ninjas, Kinyi did not hesitate, waved his right hand, and launched the frozen fruit. Violent pheasant beak. Suddenly, as his right fist swung, the ice cube quickly looked out of his eyes, forming a huge ice bird, which faced the attacks of the 2 upper shinobi, completely blocking their attacks. Thundered. The powerful forces collided together, the flames teased, and the fierce wind palm bombarded the icebird, which could not defeat the icebird, but only slightly melted the ice, and it was far from hurting Kinyi. After Kinyi burst out of the violent pheasant mouth, his body had already disappeared from the place, and by the time the 2 Shangnin rushed over, Kinyi's figure could no longer be seen. The 2 upper ninja didn't see Kinyi, and they couldn't help but be shocked, looking left and right, but still couldn't find that Kinyi seemed to disappear out of thin air, making them very uncalm. The strength displayed by Kinyi is not only powerful, but also strange, making it difficult for them to figure it out, and they feel that they have never understood, so they are uneasy and a little apprehensive. Where did that kid go? It's time to run away. A shinobi spoke. Although he said so, he did not dare to relax, but remained vigilant and maintained a state of fighting at any time. He won't run away so easily, continue to look for it, can't be careless. The other man spoke. At this time, the Blood Shadow Yashiro, who was fighting in the distance, finally defeated Kinyi's shadow doppelganger, and blood chi appeared around him, and the momentum was very powerful, which looked strange. After solving Chiba's shadow doppelganger, Yashiro did not hesitate and was ready to rush over and join the 2 upper shinobi. He felt that as long as the 3 of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to defeat Kinyi, and Kinyi did not dare to be so arrogant. Just as he was about to rush over, he saw that among the ice blocks that had originally fallen to the ground, several ice cubes squirmed and gradually condensed into a figure. Yashiluo was not stupid. Seeing the ice cube forming a figure, he immediately realized that this was the Chiba that the 2 subordinates were looking for, and before he used strange means, he fused with the ice cube to become one, and appeared behind the 2 upper shinobi. Be careful, he's behind you. Yashiluo opened his mouth to remind. He is now considered to have lost 4 brothers, but he doesn't want something to happen, otherwise even if he can avoid this calamity, there will be no way for the Blood Shadow criminal group to mix in the future, and it will inevitably suffer from other forces and make the group collapse. Thinking of this situation, Yashiro did not accept it, and there was reluctance and anger in his heart. Hearing Yashiro's reminder, the 2 Shangnin were stunned, couldn't believe it, quickly turned around, and really saw that Chiba's body was condensing from ice cubes. Oh, it's late. Kinyi said coldly. His voice was cold, without the slightest emotion. In the next instant, he had already drawn out the demon knife and cried, launched the surgical fruit, condensed the laser on the blade, and then slashed forward, sending out a stream of sword chi and attacking the 2 upper ninjas. Slaughterhouse. As the sword chi attacked out, the laser accompanied by the surgical fruit fell on the half position of the 2 upper shinobi, and did not cause serious damage. However, as the sword chi passed, the bodies of the 2 upper shinobi separated, originally dodging to both sides, bypassing Kinyi, only with their feet forward, and their upper bodies rushed forward with the momentum and fell to the ground. Within the space of this hemisphere, their bodies are cut, and they do not bleed or feel pain, but because of such things, they will temporarily lose their ability to move, making their bodies unable to adapt. If you can put your body back together, it's okay to continue moving and fighting. How so? Why is his ability so weird? Shangnan was surprised in his heart and sighed and said, he really couldn't understand what kind of ninjutsu this was. The dying don't know too much. Qin held the ghost cry in his hand, exerted strength under his feet, and instantly came to the two upper shinobi. Although the bodies of the two upper shinobi were cut into two and the upper and lower bodies were separated, they were not harmed and could still continue to move, but they were surprised at the moment and couldn't react for a while. Seeing Qin approaching, the two Shangnan didn't want to sit still and wanted to dodge. They tried it and found that the body could still move, so they didn't hesitate and wanted to stay away from Chiba. It's just that where will Qin give them a chance? Frozen moment capsule. Qin's left hand reached out, the cold and ice aura spread out, and a shock wave spread out, shrouding the two upper shinobi, making their bodies immediately stiffen, and soon turned into ice balls, unable to move, unable to break free, and could only be slaughtered by Qin. You smelly boy, hurry up and release them, otherwise, I will make you live better than die. Yashira, who was shrouded in blood, quickly rushed over and roared, appearing very angry, and was already in a violent state. You don't have this ability yet, Qin said playfully, not having the slightest fear at all. As he spoke, he waved the ghost cry in his right hand and struck the ice with the back of his knife, sending out a force that crushed the ice that sealed the two upper shinobi. As the ice was shattered, the two frozen Shangnan could not be spared at all, and their bodies shattered with the ice and scattered on the ground, and even blood could not flow out. Even, they still maintained a look of trepidation on their faces, and died in this state. Seeing his two brothers with his own eyes, their bodies like ice cubes, shattered into many fragments, Yashaluo simply couldn't accept it, and let out an angry roar, like a mad beast, unscrupulous, rushed towards Chiba, ran chakra, quickly sealed his hands, and launched a rapid attack. Facing the violent blood shadow Yashaluo, Qin still looked relaxed, without the slightest trepidation, and even showed a look of contempt. It would take a little time for him to deal with the two Shang Shino before, but against Yashira, he didn't even need that little time. I'm afraid he could end the battle in an instant. Blood secret art blood sword. Blood shadow Yashaluo rushed over, his hands were sealed, and the blood chi around his body reversed, gathering in front of him, and as the seal was completed, it evolved into three blood swords, attacking out horizontally and horizontally, directly hitting Qin, extremely fast, and the power was not bad. The secret art performed by Yashira, although it is not ninjutsu, but the interest is similar, and it needs to run chakra. However, to perform such a secret technique, he needs to add his own blood chi, and he needs to draw blood out and evolve into blood chi in order to perform the blood secret technique. Moreover, if he performs such a blood secret technique, it is equivalent to a 7-wounded fist, and if he wants to hurt others first, it will shorten his lifespan, and if he casts more times, it will cost him his life. At this time, seeing his brother being killed by Qin one after another, Yashaluo could not tolerate it, and he was angry in his heart, wanting to kill Chiba and crush the corpse to avenge his dead brother. Seeing the three blood swords attacking fiercely, Qin didn't even have the idea of dodging, and directly rushed over to meet the blood swords. Seeing such a situation, even Yashaluo was shocked, thinking that Qin was stupid, and actually bumped into the blood sword himself. Isn't this looking for death? It's just that when Qin rushed to the blood sword, his body immediately turned into flames, allowing the blood sword to rush over, piercing his body, completely immune to the attack, and did not suffer the slightest damage. Qin rushed over, as if the devil had descended, approaching Yashira, still holding the demon knife in his right hand and crying, shrouded in a layer of laser, flashing with cold light. Port! Qin held the ghost cry in his right hand and stabbed straight forward, pointing at the heart of Yashiro. He did not want to penetrate Yashira's body and heart, but only to transplant Yashira's heart into his body. In the next instant, Yashira's heart flew out from behind him, wrapped in a membrane, still beating vigorously, and was not harmed. Chiba moved his body and quickly came behind Yashira, holding the latter's heart in his hand and pinching it slightly. As his heart was held by Chiba, Yashiro felt a sharp pain in his body, and he was weak, fell to the ground, and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Now, Yashiro's heart fell into Chiba's hands, which is equivalent to his life falling into his hands. As long as he is happy and easily crushes Yashiro's heart, Yashira's life can be easily ended. Yashiro fell to the ground, feeling a sharp pain. It was difficult to stand up, and his body was very uncomfortable. Qin also planned to kill Luo directly, which would be a pity. What kind of monster are you? All kinds of abilities are actually such as. Yashaluo gasped for a moment before feeling better, turned around, looked at Chiba who held his heart, and said, incredible. He finally realized now that Qin was an absolute existence, and if he was an enemy, he would probably be like a nightmare, and he would have trouble sleeping. You don't need to know this. Qin spoke, not intending to explain too much, nor did he have that leisure. I am now in your hands, you kill me, let me go and reunite with my brother. Yashaluo said, but he was a little spineless and did not ask for mercy. It had come to this point, Yashaluo knew in his heart that begging for mercy had no effect at all, and it was impossible for Qin to let him go, so he was too lazy to beg for mercy, and it was better to die like a man. Wandering around in a neutral place, doing countless evil things, staining his hands with countless blood, and destroying countless families, Yashara has long known that he will not have a good end, and this day will come sooner or later. However, he still did not expect that what made him go to death was a little furry child, which was an unexpected and unacceptable thing. Hey, sooner or later you're going to die, you don't have to rush for a while, Kinyi said playfully, not in a hurry for this time. He's going to bring this gift to Tsunade. Kinyi took Yashira's heart and walked towards the special shinobu who was the first to move before and was seriously injured by Chiba. Until now, special shinobu still can't stand up, although he has not passed out, but he has lost his mobility, his clothes are burned, and many parts of his body are burned, making painful sounds. I'll help you get free, Kinyi said. Without waiting for Special Shangnan to respond, he condensed an ice sword, pierced the opponent's throat, and let the blood gush out, ending this Special Shangnan's life. Such a fierce battle in front of the gate of the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group is bound to attract the attention of many members. These members originally gathered to see the 7 people of Yashaluo kill Chiba, but they did not expect that the result would be like this, and all 7 of Yashaluo were defeated and crushed by Chiba. Seeing that the situation was not right, after the 7 Yashiro were defeated, these gathered members immediately became panicked, and did not want to put their lives here, so they did not dare to stay here, and they all retreated and fled here. By now, the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Criminal Group has long been empty, and no one has stayed here, doing birds and beasts scattered, and each escaping for his life. After this happens, the Blood Shadow Criminal Group will collapse, and other forces will definitely attack it en masse. Even if Kinyi no longer does anything, it will be difficult for this criminal group to maintain. Chiba no longer entered the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Crime Group and turned and walked towards the hotel, leaving Yasha in place. Anyway, Chiba holds Yashira's heart, even if he goes to the ends of the earth, as long as he crushes the latter's heart hard, Yashaluo will lose his life. Looking at the figure of Chiba leaving, Yashaluo stood up from the ground, his eyes kept changing, and he even wanted to rush over, sneak up on Chiba and regain his heart. However, his heart fell into Kinyi's hands. As long as Kinyi pinched his heart hard, it would be extremely painful, his body was in severe pain, and without the slightest strength, he could not fight at all, let alone sneak attack. In the end, Yashiro still did not act, standing in place, watching Kinyi walk away, and he was hidden in the darkness. What else he can do is bury his 6 brothers and wait for death to come, waiting for the end of his life. Half an hour later, Chiba returned to the hotel where he was staying. Fortunately the lights in Tsunade's room were on, otherwise he would have thought that Tsunade had entered a state of madness when gambling money in the casino, and he was out of control at all, and he would have to lose all the money before returning. Sister Tsunade, I'm back. Chiba walked outside Tsunade's room door and knocked on the door, and spoke. I'm coming. Tsunade heard Chiba's voice and immediately answered, and walked over to open the door. As the door opened, Chiba saw Tsunade, who had shaggy hair and a lazy expression, appear in front of her, and felt that she was very attractive. Is it hurt? It's been so long. Seeing Chiba return, Tsunade was slightly relieved, and he was still a little worried in his heart. I'm fine, those people alone want to hurt me, but it's not that simple. Kinyi shook his head and said, still as confident as ever. Then you explained your things, and you finished? Tsunade asked, a little surprised in his heart. Regarding the strength of the Blood Shadow 7, Tsunade has heard a lot and knows that the strength of these people is very strong, and it is not a simple matter to defeat the Blood Shadow 7. After all, Yashira's blood secret technique is very weird, and the combat power is extremely powerful, and if you want to deal with it, it will be tricky. That's of course, the things that Tsunade's sister explained, no matter what, must be completed. Kinyi nodded and said, appearing very relaxed. You little fellow, you are really powerful, you can actually defeat the Blood Shadow 7, it is really getting stronger and stronger. Tsunade sighed and said, looking at Chiba's eyes like a monster. As he spoke, Chiba entered Tsunade's room and, without politeness, sat on her bed. Sister Tsunade, I brought you a gift back. Kinyi remembered this and spoke. You guy just went to kill people and you can bring me back gifts, won't it be the whole thing? Tsunade looked at Chiba with a curious look and spoke. I think of you in my heart, so naturally I remember to bring you a gift. Kinyi said with a smile. What's that? Show me. Tsunade spoke, already a little impatient. Chiba did not hesitate, took the heart he brought out from behind and presented it in front of Tsunade. Seeing Chiba take it out and have a heart beating frequently, Tsunade's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. How did you do that? Tsunade asked, really unable to calm down, almost exclaiming. Tsunade knew that this heart was still alive and had not lost its life. It was too weird, and it required a strange ability to be able to remove a person's heart and stay alive without letting the heart die. This is my ability to follow the blood limit, which can take off the opponent's heart without letting the opponent die, and continue to maintain vitality. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, just an understatement, and did not explain too much, so as not to have loopholes himself. It's really terrifying strength. Tsunade sighed and said, a little difficult to calm down. If you have this ability, it is really a death-like existence, which can control the life and death of others. Thinking about the horror of this ability, Tsunade is afraid, thinking that what kind of existence Chiba will achieve in the future. I am afraid that it will be a character like the god of death. Sister Tsunade, this is Yasha's heart, what are you going to do with him now? Chiba asked, wanting to see Tsunade's opinion. I don't have any good feelings for this kind of person, and keeping his life will only let him continue to harm people or erase it. Tsunade opened his mouth and said, there is no mercy for people like Yashara, and if he dies, he will die. Then I'll fix him. Kinyi said softly, there was no pressure to do this kind of thing. As he spoke, the right hand holding Yashara's heart was already slowly permeating with a trace of cold air, and cold ice began to form, freezing the heart and forming ice cubes. With his heart frozen into ice, Yashara, who was more than 10 kilometers away, had just buried his 6 companions and sat next to the grave, just gasping for 2 minutes. Not long after he sat down, he felt a chill in his heart, which quickly hit him, making him feel extremely cold, trembling, and extremely painful, and it was difficult to speak. Chiba froze Yashara's heart, then walked to the window, threw the frozen heart out and fell into space. Immediately afterwards, Kinyi condensed another ice cube and accurately hit the frozen heart. Duh! As the ice hit the heart, it immediately shattered the heart, turning into countless ice particles and falling to the ground. Yashara's heart was shattered, so that Yashara could not be spared at all, fell to the ground, his body convulsed, and completely killed. Until this moment, the famous blood shadow Yashaluo in Yangming City fell and was removed from Yangming City from then on. Bite. The host completes the task, rewards 20,000 points, and obtains a sword technique, Bird. The voice of the One Piece system sounded, issuing rewards to Chiba. Receiving these rewards, Chiba's mood was very good, and a smile appeared on his face. After solving Yashara, Chiba had no other emotions, would not pity, and turned back to Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, I have met your conditions, you can't refuse now, you have to teach me medical ninjutsu, Kinyi said with a smile. Being able to learn medical ninjutsu makes Chiba's mood very much looking forward to it, and he can't wait. Since you have met the conditions, of course I will teach you medical ninjutsu, and you can also provide me with a lot of gambling funds in the future. Tsunade said with a smile, no longer pushing and refusing, and agreed. Okay, then we'll start tomorrow. Chiba nodded and said, by the way, Sister Tsunade, after you go to the casino today, how is the effect? Speaking of the casino, the smile on Tsunade's face converged a lot, revealing a hint of embarrassment, reaching out and touching his fair cheek, looking embarrassed. A little bit lost. Tsunade spoke, obviously lacking confidence. You should have lost a lot, honestly. Chiba squinted and looked at Tsunade. There are not many, just over 10 million. Tsunade giggled, not embarrassed. Hearing Tsunade say this, he only lost more than 10 million, and Kinyi almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood, which was really helpless. Tsunade Kai is really a loser, actually lost more than 10 million in this way. If you take it to do other things, you can do a lot of things. Sister Tsunade, you are really a loser. Kinyi was really a little unsure, and sighed and said, wherever, I'm very virtuous. Tsunade said embarrassedly. Chiba felt that the word virtuous when used on Tsunade was really untouchable, separated by 108,000 li. Well, Tsunade's sister is the most virtuous, and if she loses her money, it's a big deal to earn it back. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, there is no way. It should be like this, otherwise I can't concentrate on asking you to learn medical ninjutsu. Tsunade giggled, and his mood became very good, with a bright smile. It's not too early now, you go back early to rest, and tomorrow I will start teaching you medical ninjutsu. Tsunade spoke. Chiba didn't linger, left Tsunade's room, returned to his room, took a simple shower, and went to sleep. The next day, Chiba and Tsunade began to practice medical ninjutsu. For medical ninjutsu, Kinyi is still very serious and wants to master more and improve his ninjutsu. According to the development of the plot, as long as it takes more than 2 years, the Third Ninja World War will begin, and one don't know how many people will die because of it. As long as Chiba can master medical ninjutsu, then with the ability of surgical fruits, it can play a great role in saving many ninjas in need. Of course, Chiba learns medical ninjutsu, and the main thing he wants is to heal his injuries, as well as to treat the people around him and reduce the harm of the people around him. Tsunade taught Chiba medical ninjutsu for the first time, not with real samples, not directly in practice, but on many principles, as well as explaining the structure of the human body, as well as medical principles. Learning medical ninjutsu is such a thing, you can't be frivolous, there is no way to be in a hurry, you must be gradual, otherwise, there will be various problems. Kinyi can understand this, so he studies patiently and does not feel the slightest impatience. Moreover, his learning ability is very strong and fast, and it only took half a month to complete the basic knowledge of medical ninjutsu and begin to enter the practical stage. Because Tsunade has a fear of hemophobia, there is still no customer service problem, so he can't carry out practical exercises, so he can only teach the basics to Chiba and let him try it himself. In a chaotic place like Yangming City, there will be countless wounded people who need to be treated every day, Kinyi wants to find some free practice objects. There is no problem at all. As long as he says that he is a doctor, there will be many people who take the initiative to seek medical treatment and let him treat. Although Chiba has initially mastered medical ninjutsu, the ability of surgical fruits to defy the sky has made his medical skills superb and can shorten the learning time. Moreover, the medicine that Chiba has learned can be applied to the body of a living person, so that he can be verified, which is still of great help to him in improving medical ninjutsu. Chiba studied ninjutsu with Tsunade, and Tsunade's life was very relaxed, and there were a lot of gambling funds every day. Moreover, she only taught Chiba medical ninjutsu before the afternoon, and after the afternoon, she went to various casinos in Yangming City to gamble. If Chiba relaxes and follows Tsunade to the casino, she can win a lot of money, but if she goes alone, she will only lose money, and basically return the won money to the casino. Chiba is not the master who cares about money. Although Tsunade loses money, he does not complain. If Tsunade does not have gambling funds, he will fund a lot. It can be said that thanks to Chiba's blessing, Tsunade has lived a very moist life during this time, and there is no need to worry about gambling funds. In order to master medical ninjutsu more deeply, Kinyi can be regarded as spending a lot of time and effort, staying in Yangming City for half a year, delving into medical ninjutsu, developing the ability of surgical fruits, combining these two abilities to improve his medical ability. Tsunade can be said to be an irresponsible teacher, teaching Chiba to cultivate medical ninjutsu. Just to illustrate some truths, out of thin air, because of the fear of blood, she has not conducted physical exercises, completely relying on Chiba's ability to explore. As long as Chiba said that he basically mastered medical ninjutsu and did not need to learn from her again, Tsunade would stop teaching and could completely relax and continue his life at his original pace. Tsunade was originally trying to avoid some things, so he would leave Konoha village, wander around, gamble everywhere, and just don't want to take responsibility, so there is nothing to do, but for her, it is a very good thing. Chiba, you have mastered a lot of medical ninjutsu now, right? Tsunade stood by the lake, standing against the wind, letting the breeze ruffle the ends of her hair, revealing her fair neck, and looking into the distance. Well, it's almost. I will teach everything. Combined with my own blood succession limit, the effect is still very good. Kinyi nodded and said, revealing a bright smile. It seems that you can already become a teacher. Tsunade spoke, with an exclamation. Teaching Chiba medical ninjutsu, and seeing Chiba's rapid progress and achievements against the sky, Tsunade was a little excited and very relieved in his heart. Chiba can achieve good results just by following Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu for a year, and he can heal many patients, and he has successfully reached 90%, which is already a very evil and cannot be achieved by others. After all, medical ninjutsu is not simple, even more difficult than cultivating ninjutsu. It requires good patience, and it must be very careful and not frizzy. An 8-year-old kid, at such an age, shows the calmness that an adult should have, and has the ability to learn quickly, which is very rare. Seeing that Chiba had achieved excellent results and was already able to become a teacher, Tsunade was happy about this and proud of Chiba. Tsunade was originally a medical ninja, but various things happened to her, so that she had a fear of blood, could not see blood, could not treat the vast majority of people, and she was helpless in her heart. Now, Chiba can master medical ninjutsu. For Tsunade, it can be regarded as inheriting her mantle. Finally did not let her medical ninjutsu go to waste. If there is a war in the future, Chiba can play a great role and can save many ninjas. You can teach your medical ninjutsu, basically already taught you, you can become a teacher, and the road in the future will depend on you. Tsunade turned around, looked at Chiba, and said calmly, his eyes shining with expectation. She felt that Chiba's future achievements would definitely be much higher than herself, reaching heights that she could not reach, and she looked forward to that day. Sister Tsunade, you won't teach me medical ninjutsu. Hearing Tsunade's words, Chiba felt a little sad, perhaps helpless to part. Since Tsunade said this, then he must have planned to leave Yangming City and did not intend to continue to stay here. After all, Tsunade had been staying in Yangming City for more than half a year, and if it weren't for teaching Chiba unexpected ninjutsu, she might have left long ago and gone somewhere else. In fact, the three shinobi of Konoha have a common characteristic, that is, they don't like to stay in Konoha, and they like to walk everywhere in the ninja world, but their respective purposes are different. You've learned everything I know, what else can I teach you? Tsunade said helplessly. Besides, I'm going to leave here too. I've been here for too long. Where is Tsunade-san going? Chiba asked, knowing that he couldn't keep Tsunade, so he didn't say any other nonsense. Anyway, it's not Yangming City and Konoha, you can go anywhere. Tsunade shrugged his shoulders and spoke, causing the Snow White in front of Xiong to tremble, forming a beautiful landscape. By the way, where do you plan to go next? Should you stay in Yangming City all the time? Tsunade remembered this and asked Chiba about his whereabouts. I plan to go to the Land of Rain and go there to experience. It is said that it is still very chaotic, and small wars often break out, which is just right for me to experience and improve my strength. Kinyi did not hide it and said his purpose. Half a year ago, Chiba planned to go to the Land of Rain, but he met Tsunade in Yangmei City and stayed to learn medical ninjutsu. Moreover, the Rain Country Yuxiao organization, according to the time calculation, should be in a period of vigorous development. If Chiba goes to the land of rain, he may be able to become a member of the Xiao organization, mix with an elder, and call the wind and rain. You guy, now you are only 8 years old, the strength is so terrifying, if you give you a few more years of training, wouldn't it reach the shadow level, even I can't compare to you. Tsunade gave Chiba a blank look and spoke. However, she really hopes that Kinyi will become stronger and reach the level of a shadow-level powerhouse. In this era where war may break out at any time, only with great strength can you survive on the battlefield and protect the people around you. The Thousand Hands rope tree is not strong enough, and finally dies on the battlefield. Seeing Chiba at this age, Tsunade sometimes can't help but think of the rope tree, so he hopes that Chiba will become stronger, and definitely doesn't want him to die on the battlefield in the end. As long as you become stronger, you will have the ability to protect your sister, prevent your sister from being hurt, and protect more people. Kinyi spoke, looking confident. You guy, you're still so talkative. He was very satisfied with yeah, by the way, I have something for you. As she spoke, she threw an arc out of a scroll she had been holding and fell into Kinyi's hands. This is a psychic art. I see that you don't have a psychic beast yet. I plan to let you sign a psychic contract with my psychic beast slug. If you want to transmit information to me in the future, you can also pass through the slug, it will be much more convenient. Tsunade spoke. Hearing Tsunade say this, Chiba was a little touched in her heart, and she originally planned to ask her personally for the psychic scroll of the slug, but unexpectedly, Tsunade took the initiative to bring it up. It's great, I heard that Tsunade's sister's psychic beast is a rare medical slug, and if it goes to war in the future, it can play a strong role. Kinyi said happily. Among the psychic beasts of Konoha's 3 shinobi, the slug's combat effectiveness is the weakest, but the medical effect is the strongest, and it can play a pivotal role when it comes to the battlefield. In my state, it is difficult to go to the battlefield again, so if you use slugs, the effect will be much better than mine. Tsunade sighed and said, but he didn't want the ability of slugs to be buried by him in vain. As he spoke, Tsunade bit his fingers, stained with blood, and quickly sealed his hands, completing the psychic seal. Although Tsunade has a fear of blood, it is still not a big deal to see her own blood, otherwise, her aunt who comes a few days a month will not take her life. After the seal was completed, Tsunade pressed his hands on the ground, and a psychic formation with complicated runes quickly appeared on the ground, entering chakra into the formation. Boom! With a soft sound, a huge body, like a hill, with a wet body, a blue back, and a white belly area, looking cute and a little cute. Tsunade, you summoned me over, is there something wrong? A nice woman's voice came from the slug's body. The body of the slug's body is in the wet bone forest, and it is a whole, and what Tsunade is summoning now is only a part of the slug's body. The more chakras used to summon slugs, the larger psychic beasts can be summoned, which is the difference between slugs and the 10,000 snakes and toads, which is completely the strength of the contractor. Lord Slug, I want you to sign a psychic contract with Chiba, and you can help him more in the future. Tsunade did not hide it and said it truthfully. Since it was recommended by you, there is no problem, just sign the contract. The slug spoke. Kinyi, quickly open the ruling contract in your hand, cut your finger, and press a handprint on it with blood. Seeing that the slugs agreed to come down, Tsunade did not hesitate and immediately urged Chiba. Kinyi answered, and immediately took action, opened the scroll in his hand, bit his finger, and pressed a handprint on the scroll with blood. After Kinyi pressed the handprint, the slugs did not hesitate, and from the huge body, a slug, which was very small but palm-sized, fell into the scroll, climbed onto those bloody handprints, and drank a little blood. Immediately afterwards, on the scroll that was originally depicted with complex runes, an invisible force suddenly emitted, which seemed to pull something in the void, forming a kind of contract. Today's fifth change, the growth rate of subscriptions is much slower than yesterday. I don't know if it's because of school, so everyone can't subscribe. Recently, because of the code word, my back is sore, and I am particularly uncomfortable, and I have suffered a crime. I hope to maintain this achievement, and please continue to read and support. Signing a psychic contract with slugs not only means that Kinyi can summon slugs, help him fight, and treat some patients, but also enter immortal mode and practice immortal arts in the future. The combat power of slugs is not very strong, but after entering the immortal mode, the power of the immortal art exerted cannot be underestimated, which will make Kinyi's combat power more powerful. After signing the contract, the slugs did not linger, but made a noise, forming a white smoke and disappearing in front of them. You basically have my skills now, you can't weaken my name in the future, I'm one of the 3 forbearances, you can't let you don't bully, you have to protect yourself. Tsunade looked at Chiba, a certain kind of true emotion. When it was close to parting, it was inevitable that there would be some sadness and some reluctance. Chiba and Tsunade have been getting along for more than half a year, and their feelings are already very heavy, and now it is time to separate, and they are definitely reluctant to each other in their hearts. Sister Tsunade, with my strength, who can bully me, I will definitely not weaken your name and prove my strength. Kinyi nodded and said, also with reluctance in his heart. Chiba made up her mind in her heart to protect Tsunade in the future and not let her get hurt. Good boy, you shouldn't bear the old lady and cry your nose in front of me. Tsunade looked at Chiba and spoke, a good-looking smile on his face. How come? I am a strong man, and men do not flick tears, Chiba said seriously, denying Tsunade's statement. In the next moment, Kinyi was embraced by a warm embrace, taken into his arms, and rubbed on a certain snow-white plumpness, and could feel the delicate touch. Tsunade stretched out his hand and hugged Chiba. His eyes were a little moist, and he was a little reluctant to Chiba in his heart, and he couldn't bear to part. Little Kinyi, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, you must save your life, you can't die on the battlefield, give your sister a good life, and promise me. Tsunade held Chiba in his hand and spoke, his voice a little choked and a little hoarse. Tsunade didn't want something to happen to Chiba, whether it was on the battlefield or somewhere else, and hoped that he would be alive. Don't worry, sister, no one can kill me, I'm very strong. Kinyi was slightly silent, and then spoke, his tone was firm. He didn't break free from Tsunade's hand, just let her hold him, and the two stood by the lake, silent with each other, enjoying this quiet time. After a few minutes, Tsunade let go of Chiba, did not linger, and turned, and walked towards the distance, leaving Chiba with a back. At the moment she turned around, tears welled up in her eyes, and finally she couldn't help it, and they came out of her eyes and flowed down her cheeks. Remember my words, take good care of yourself, and live well, otherwise I want you to look good. Tsunade's calm voice floated from not far away. Chiba looked at Tsunade's back, watched her gradually stop speaking, and fell silent. The moment of parting is coming after all. Chiba stood in place, looked in the direction Tsunade left, stayed for 10 minutes, then turned around and walked towards the center of Yangming City. Before leaving the chaotic place of Yangming City, Kinyi still had one more thing to do, that is, to deal with Minjian Casino. Half a year ago, Minjian Casino sent 3 Shangnin to deal with Chiba, wanting to wipe him out, recover the loss of the casino, and restore its prestige. It's just that of the 3 Shangnin sent by Minjian Casino, 2 of them were killed by Kinyi, and only 1 Tadao Shangnin was able to escape. Since that incident, the high level of Minjian Casino was jealous in their hearts and did not dare to come to Kinyi's trouble. And Kinyi has been learning medical ninjutsu for half a year, but when he has no special leisure, he has no trouble going to Minjian Casino. However, Chiba did not take revenge on Minjian Casino, which does not mean that he forgot about this matter, but he has always remembered it in his heart. Now, he is finally leaving Yangming City, and some grudges are time to be resolved, otherwise, he will be very unhappy in his heart. Besides, those who have offended Chiba must pay the price, give them a lesson that will never be forgotten, or let them go to hell with trepidation. 10 minutes later, Chiba, who had silver hair, a handsome face, wearing a combat uniform and carrying 2 long knives, appeared in the center of Yangming City and walked towards the Destiny Casino. In the past half a year, Chiba's height has grown a lot, a little taller than his peers, and he doesn't look like an 8-year-old child, but like he is 11 or 12. The age of 11 or 12, in a place like Yangming City, is already a lot of age, and it is almost regarded as an adult. Therefore, when he walked into the Minjian Casino, he was not blocked at all and could enter it directly. Half a year passed, because Chiba rarely made sensational things, and as time passed, many people forgot the #1 figure of Chiba and did not have much impression. After all, in a place like Yangming City, half a year is a long time, and it can be used to change the dynasty. Chiba walked all the way to the inside of the Destiny Casino, and was seen by some stewards of the casino, only to recognize him, and couldn't help but be inexplicably panicked and became uneasy. Chiba-sama, what wind is blowing you over? Korita, the master who was originally inspecting the casino, couldn't help but become uneasy after his subordinates informed, did not dare to delay, and immediately walked over to greet Chiba. Although Korita wanted Kinyi to die, he once had an idea to deal with Kinyi, but in front of Kinyi, he did not dare to have the slightest temper, his posture was very low, and he was in awe of Kinyi, more polite than those high-ranking people. Korita knew that Kinyi's strength was very strong, even the 3 upper ninja and the 7 of the blood shadow could easily defeat it, and where did he dare to have a temper, his heart was completely in awe. In Yangming City, there has been no news of Kinyi for a long time, and everyone thought that the constant killing gods at this age had left Yangming City, but they did not expect that now that they appeared in the Minjian Casino, this matter would be troublesome. If Kinyi appeared in the Minjian Casino, it would mean that nothing good would happen. You know, Minjian Casino originally wanted to send a strong person to solve Kinyi, but it didn't succeed. The beams of Kinyi and Minjian Casino have long been formed, and they cannot be resolved. The casino guards who followed Korita had heard about Kinyi's deeds and knew that it was a terrifying existence, and they definitely couldn't just look at his appearance, they were very respectful to him, and they all opened their mouths to ask, not daring to have the slightest sense of pride. Even if they are unhappy in their hearts now, they dare not show the slightest, and they must hide it all in their hearts, otherwise they will provoke Kinyi, and the consequences will be serious. Kinyi rolled his gaze and glanced at the few people of Korita, his expression contemptuous, and he did not hide it in the slightest. Minjian Casino has been doing good business recently, Kinyi said leisurely, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a smile. This is where, it's been a lot deserted lately, Korita said with a smile. He felt that since Kinyi came here, it must be a good thing to be uneasy, and something would definitely be troublesome. When he rushed over, Korida had already arranged for his subordinates to go and inform the casino executives and let them make some preparations, so as not to make trouble here if Kinyi was too arrogant. Although it is said that Minjian Casino is more afraid of Kinyi, if it is bullied to the head, it will still be angry and deal with Kinyi. Minjian Casino can take root in Yangning City, or in the bustling and lively area of the city center. It must have a strong background, and the forces behind it are very strong, and it can send a stronger existence to deal with Kinyi. In this case, it depends on what Kinyi plans to do, whether he intends to make trouble. If Chiba just has no money recently, then Minjian Casino can take out some money even if it loses some money, send Kinyi away, avoid escalating things, and the casino can continue to do business. Bite. The host has a new mission, dismantling the Minjian Casino, destroying the casino, rewarding 10,000 points, and sword skills, Urdeo Flow ascending the building, failing the mission, depriving the fruits of surgery. One Piece Fruit has released a mission. Kinyi pondered this task, feeling that the reward he received and the punishment for failure were seriously asymmetrical, but there was no way but to complete this task, otherwise, he would have to lose a lot. I've been in a bit of a hurry lately, so I come to you guys to play a few hands, you won't mind. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, he was not in a hurry, anyway, he had time, and he was not in a hurry for this short meeting. That's naturally welcome, and it's undesirable, Korida said with a smile, appearing very hospitable. In fact, in his heart, it was very unhappy, and he couldn't wait to blast Kinyi away as soon as possible, otherwise, he didn't know how much the casino would lose, and what trouble would be caused. Go and get 500,000 chips for Lord Chiba, Korida said to his subordinates. The subordinates did not dare to slacken, answered, and immediately went to get the chips. Now, Kinyi is in the Minjian Casino, like an ant being enshrined, dare not snub the slightest, all with the most thoughtful courtesy, for fear of annoying him. Since someone else gave him chips, Chiba-Chi walked directly to the table where he had gambled with Tsunade last time and sat down in his original position. Although Chiba has been to Minjian Casino for half a year, there are still many regular customers who remember him and know that he used to be in the casino, but he won tens of millions of money. Now, seeing Chiba coming to the casino again, the regulars of these casinos have become shrewd, and without the slightest hesitation, they want to immediately go to the table where Chiba is and bet with Chiba, so as to ensure that they can make money. They did have an idea, but the people in the casino were not stupid, and when they saw that these people wanted to come, they all stopped them, prevented them from approaching Chiba's gambling table, and drove away the people who were originally gambling money at the gambling table. The people of the casino dare not offend Chiba, but some ordinary customers, they are not afraid at all. It is okay to offend, it is better than letting the casino suffer huge losses. If the casino wants to send money to Chiba, then forget it, and if it wants to send money to these ordinary customers, it is impossible. Although these gamblers who were stopped and rushed back to their original positions, although they were unhappy in their hearts and even a little annoyed, they could only complain twice, and did not dare to do anything, or they could only stand in the distance, watch Kinyi gamble money, and slaughter Minjian Casino fiercely. Today, the dealer who presides over this table is no longer the previous youth, but another person. This is a woman with a graceful figure, extremely plump figure, convex and upturned back, excellent skin, fair complexion, red teeth and white teeth, delicate face, good temperament, wearing a loseong tight skirt, a pair of beautiful legs are extremely white, and it is really enchanting. Any normal man who sees such a beautiful woman must have some thoughts in his heart, unable to calm down, and wants to conquer her. I have a different dealer, I look very beautiful. Kinyi looked at the dealer, showed a smile, and spoke, without saying much. Thanks for the compliment, the beautiful dealer said with a smile, and a good-looking smile bloomed on her face, which added to the charm. Soon, the 500,000 chips that Minjian Casino gave to Kinyi were sent over and placed on the gambling table in front of him. Beauty, let's start, you have to bless me with more money, otherwise I will run out of money to eat. Chiba looked at the beautiful dealer and spoke, revealing a confident smile. Although his gaze fell on the snow-white position of the beautiful dealer from time to time, he was not disturbed, and he was able to remain calm. The beautiful dealer smiled, did not hesitate, shook the wheel, and then threw 3 dice into the wheel, and with the rotation of the wheel, the points kept changing. Chiba is not in a hurry to bet, anyway, before the roulette speed slows down, you can bet at will. After the dice entered the roulette, Kinyi remained silent, his expression was as usual, and he activated his domineering appearance, perception and speculation about the size of the points. Just rush at you, this pair of Haoru, I think it's big. Chiba looked at the beautiful dealer's Haoru and said with a smile. As he spoke, he did not hesitate and pushed all the 500,000 chips on the gambling table to the area where he bought the big one. Seeing Chiba's unreserved gambling, everyone in the casino was inevitably a little excited, and their eyes fell on the wheel, looking forward to the final result. However, after seeing Kinyi's strength, many people in the casino thought that since Chiba bought big, it would definitely open big, but they couldn't bet, and they couldn't help but feel helpless. 3, 4, 52 points. After the roulette wheel was stationary, the beautiful dealer had not yet announced the result, and there were already gamblers who could not hold back and said it first. Sure enough, there is no mistake, he guessed correctly again. It would be great if we could buy it with him, and we could take the opportunity to win a lot of money and make the casino bleed. Some gamblers standing in the distance talked, unable to calm down, and they all became excited. However, they can only sigh and cannot participate in gambling. Since many gamblers have already helped announce the result, the beautiful dealer is exempt from even announcing the result. It seems that my luck is still very good, so I can guess correctly. Kinyi laughed, and the mood was really good. The beautiful dealer looked at Chiba, still with a smile on her face, and did not say much, launched 500,000 chips from the dealer and pushed them in front of Kinyi. With her movements, her body leaned forward, so that the scenery of her neckline was presented without omission, and it was reflected in Kinyi's eyes. It was a deep snow-white ravine, like a 1,000-meter deep trench, which could make people sink into it and couldn't extricate themselves. Seeing such a scenery, Kinyi was naturally a little excited, and he didn't expect this beautiful dealer to be so material. However, it is impossible to distract him and cause him to lose money by seducing. The beautiful dealer did not speak, her expression was still calm, and she began the second round of gambling. Kinyi looked at the million chips of the gambling table in front of him, did not hesitate, or all down, and directly pressed the small. The result of the second round of gambling appeared. 1, 2, 3, 6 points were small, and Chiba naturally won the money, and the gambling capital reached 2 million. In the next gamble, Kinyi still pressed down all the chips, and every time he was able to win, he never lost. At the end of each game, Chiba's solitude was able to double, and by the end of the 5-game game, Chiba's gambling capital had grown to 16 million, and chips were stacked on the table in front of him. When everyone in the casino saw such a situation, they couldn't keep calm, they all became excited, they talked about it, their eyes became hot, and they fell on the gambling funds on the gambling table, hoping that all these chips would fall into their hands. Korita, who was standing on the side watching the gambling, could still remain calm at the beginning, thinking that with the posture of this beautiful dealer, he could completely make Kinyi confused, and it was impossible to win every time. However, after he saw that Kinyi's gambling capital reached 16 million, he finally couldn't keep calm, his face showed cold sweat, and his fat body was trembling. If he has enough strength, he will make a move and blast Chiba out of the casino, preventing Chiba from continuing to win and causing losses in the casino. However, he informed the top level about Chiba's appearance in the casino, hoping that the top level could make a decision and send a stronger existence to defeat Chiba and solve the scourge. What Korita can do now is to let Kinyi continue to win money here, waiting for the high level to send strong people over to deal with the arrogant Kinyi. In fact, Korita waited for the gambling to send the strong over, and why didn't Kinyi wait for the strong to come, and when the time came, kill a few strong people, destroy the Minjian casino, and then fly away? That's what Chiba thinks now, so he doesn't mind spending a little time and winning a little more money to use as a pastime. Let's go ahead, take advantage of the good luck and play a few more rounds. Kinyi spoke, with a smile on his face, not caring about anything else at all, and appearing relaxed and indifferent. On the other hand, the beautiful dealer opposite the gambling table seemed to be unable to calm down, cold sweat, his face turned pale, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. She prides herself on her beauty and charm enough to seduce most men and make them mess around at the gaming table and easily win their chips. She didn't expect that her tried and true means would actually fail in Kinyi. Kinyi often looked at her figure and looked at her snow-white ravine, but she was still very calm, and she didn't mess up, which made her very helpless. That is, she lost her wife and broke the army. The beautiful dealer looked at Korita and wanted to ask for advice on whether to continue, but Korita did not have any special instructions, she could only continue. She has now lost 16 million in bets, which is a large amount, and if Kinyi continues to press and continue to win, it will be 32 million, and the amount will be doubled. Although the psychological quality of the beautiful dealer is good, but after losing so much money, he still has trepidation in his heart, fearing that he will be punished afterwards. Moreover, the beautiful dealer knew that Chiba was powerful, and did not dare to offend Chiba and terminate the gambling casually. The dice fall into the wheel and spin, and the points are constantly changing, not the slightest bit different from before, as if repeating the previous thing all the time. At the beginning of the 6th game, Kinyi closed his eyes slightly, groaned a little, and pushed out 16 million chips, not to buy the size, but to press individual points. I like stimulation the most, see how the luck is this time, press 36S. Kinyi spoke, looking very confident, but his eyes were a little crazy. Rumble. As soon as Kinyi's words came out, the entire casino became a sensation, and everyone here could not calm down, their heartbeats much faster, their eyes widened, staring at the dice that kept rolling in the roulette, looking forward to the final points. Kinyi bought 36S alone, and if he guessed correctly and really gave 36S, then he would make a lot of money. According to this gambling game, if the dice appear 36S, the odds will be 6 times, not simply doubled. If Kinyi really guessed correctly this time, then the bet he pressed on 16 million would be increased 6-fold to 96 million, close to 100 million chips. Thinking of the chips that might be obtained in the end, the people in the casino were shocked, and even their breathing became slow, and they did not dare to make a sound. For them, 100 million is already astronomical. Even if they are in a lifetime, they cannot earn so much. And Kinyi just sits at the gambling table, and it is possible to get 100 million funds under an understatement, which is simply small from the sky, making the eyes of the people in the casino red. Of course, the people in these casinos of Korita do not want Kinyi to be able to guess correctly, and really hope that Kinyi will lose, so that he can send the big Buddha away without hurting his anger and not suffering any losses. Everyone in the casino focused on the roulette wheel and waited until the 3 dice stabilized and the final points were determined. Now, they are even more nervous than Kinyi, clenching their fists one by one, holding their breath, and not daring to speak, as if they speak, they will change the points of the dice and change the final result. Looking at this situation, they seemed even more nervous than Chiba. The sound of the dice rolling gradually subsided, and the roulette wheel gradually stopped, and the result immediately appeared in front of everyone, knowing whether Chiba won or lost. 3-6s, really 3-6s. When the points of the 3 dice stabilized, the inside of the casino completely exploded, and there was an irrepressible exclamation. After one person exclaimed, others exclaimed, it was really difficult to calm down. They were witnessing a miracle, their eyes locked on the 3 dice. Seeing that it was really 3-6s, the beautiful dealer in Korita felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. 16 million bets, if you multiply it 6-fold, that's 96 million, which definitely makes the casino bleed and suffered serious losses. Haha, it seems that Lady Luck still cares for me very much, and such points are all issued to me. Kinyi looked at the dice points in the roulette wheel, and his mood was also very happy, revealing a happy smile. In just a short time, he won nearly 100 million, which is really a big profit, and it is natural to be happy. It's almost time to play today, help me exchange chips and deposit them in the bank card. Kinyi spoke, a bright smile on his face. Seeing Kinyi like this, everyone in the casino didn't know what to say, and they envied it in their hearts, and even had the idea of snatching it. It's just that they know that Kinyi's strength is strong. Even if they snatch it, they are not opponents, and they will only be sent to death for no reason. Although Kinyi is still a teenager, his strength is very strong, and his wrists are fierce, and killing people is nothing to him. Everyone around wanted to see what the reaction of Minjian Casino would be, how it would deal with this matter, and whether it would really hand over nearly 100 million gambling funds to Kinyi. An amount of 100 million, that is not a small amount. In other words, anyone will be moved. Everyone in Minjian Casino did not say anything or act, and turned their eyes to Korita, hoping that he would preside over this matter and how to deal with it. Now Korita is also a little surprised. Emotional, difficult to calm down, not knowing what to say, so there was no movement. He originally thought that the high level would soon send a strong person out and come to a thing, but it was delayed until now, and no strong person had arrived, and this kind of efficiency was really true. Why, does Minjian Casino just like to do this kind of thing? Does winning count if you win? Kinyi spoke coldly, his voice rose a lot, echoing in the casino, so that people could hear it clearly. When the gamblers in the casino heard such words, they all felt indignant at the behavior of the casino, and there was resentment in their hearts, but with the power of the casino, they were still a little jealous and did not dare to say more, lest they be retaliated against. They don't have the same great strength as Kinyi, they can't be unscrupulous, and they still have to consider the consequences when they speak. Hearing Kinyi say this, the people in the casino were still a little jealous, inexplicably panicked, and uneasy, because they did not have the right to speak, but did not dare to make a decision. Korita, you are the manager of the casino, what do you say you will not give me the money you won? Kinyi looked at Korita and spoke, his eyes became fierce, full of murderous intent. He was originally going to make trouble, and now that the money has won almost, it is his turn to make trouble. Otherwise, if the strong man sent by the casino high level is delayed, then he will not have to wait forever, he does not have that leisure. The task issued by the one-piece system is to destroy the casino, even if the people of Minjian Casino are not killed in the end, as long as they can destroy this palace-like casino, it can be regarded as completing the task. In this situation, Korita became nervous and scared. He himself has no strength, he will only look at people's eyes and do things, like to befriend others. If he really wants to do it, even Kinyi's attack, it is estimated that he will not be able to resist, and he will be easily killed. So, really faced with this dangerous situation, Korita became nervous, scared, and a little overwhelmed. Yellow-haired boy, you still dare to come here to make trouble, I see that you are living impatiently. Just when Korita was overwhelmed and panicked in his heart, a majestic voice came in from outside the casino, like thunder, echoing in the space of the casino, forming an echo. Hearing this voice, many people felt a trace of shock, involuntarily, raised their heads, and looked towards the passage. What caught their eyes was an old man with gorgeous hair, a burly figure, a somewhat old face, wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, a beard, and gray loose clothes, walking into the casino with steady steps. As this old man walked into the casino, he exuded a majestic momentum, making everyone here feel an invisible coercion, wanting to kneel in front of each other and submit to each other. The eyes of this Hwafa old man are very sharp, like thunder and lightning flashing in his eyes, and he will stab straight out at any time like a sharp blade. If he does not have a firm will, he can't look at him at all, otherwise, he will be defeated by one of his eyes, and the whole person will collapse. Seeing such a character appear, everyone in the casino was shocked, their eyes widened, they couldn't believe it, they didn't expect that Minjian Casino would actually invite such a strong person, really no one expected it, unexpected. In their cognition, the old man Hwafa who appeared in the casino was very powerful, just like a godlike existence, invincible and unable to compete. The old man who appeared in the casino was in a neutral place like Yangming City, but he had a great reputation, he had been famous for a long time, his own strength was very strong, and he would not make a move easily, and once he made a move, no one would be able to survive. In the hearts of everyone, he is not only powerful, but also synonymous with death, and no one dares to fight him, or even look at each other. Silver Thunder. Seeing this burly old man appear, the people in the casino exclaimed, gasped, and seemed surprised and could not calm down. They didn't expect that the high level of Minjian Casino could invite this strong man, which was really unexpected. It can be seen that in order to deal with Qin Yi, they have laid down their blood, determined to solve this little devil and restore their prestige. Silver Thunder. When he heard this title, Qin Yi was also slightly startled, showing a surprised look, a little moved. Silver Thunder, a rebel in Union Village, finally came to a neutral place, gradually stabilized, hit a piece of heaven and earth, and had a god-killing name. After Silver Thunder came to Yangming City, with his own strength, he shocked many strong people and showed the strength of the hegemon, allowing him to gain a firm foothold in Yangming City. In Yangming City, Silver Thunder has the title of Three Saints, and is one of the three supreme beings. Because of his age, he rarely moves, but his prestige is still there, and no one dares to underestimate it. For the information of Silver Thunder, Qin Yi does not know much, but he can understand approximately, knowing that the strength of Silver Thunder is really strong, at least reaching the peak of Shangnan, close to the point of shadow-level powerhouses, and a little stronger than the elite Shangnan. Since he is a traitor of Union Village, then physical skills are inevitable, even if he is old now. If he wants to compete with him in physical skills, it is a big mistake. I am afraid that he will be killed by one punch. Moreover, he has the name of Thunder, and the Thunder ninjutsu is probably not simple, and it can also burst out with terrifying power. After seeing that the Silver Thunder appeared here, and it was obviously aimed at Qin Yi, everyone in the casino began to think that Qin Yi was going to carry this time, and it was impossible to compete with the Silver Thunder. If the Silver Thunder makes a move, even if Qin Yi's strength is strong, it will not be able to resist. He is too arrogant, and now he is causing trouble for himself, and I am afraid that he will have to pay with his life. He's going to die, and no one can save him. Everyone in the casino sighed, sighing a little at Qin Yi, as if they had seen the result. There was no way to change it, Qin Yi would inevitably fold here. Many gamblers in the casino didn't even dare to turn their faces with Minjian Casino, let alone confront one of the three saints of Yangming City, and they didn't even have that confidence, so they could only watch. Besides, they are not familiar with Qin Yi, and they will not stand out for Qin Yi and cause trouble for themselves. At most, they will feel that Qin Yi is dead like this, and they are not worth it. And the people of Minjian Casino, who were a little worried before, were afraid of Qin Yi, but now when they see the appearance of Silver Thunder, they don't need to be nervous at all, they can relax, and even give Qin Yi's look. Qin Yi, you dared to make trouble in the casino, you are dead, and no one can save you today. The owner of the casino, Korita, almost jumped up and pointed at Qin Yi and scolded, venting the anger in his heart. He was originally unhappy with Qin Yi, and he had accumulated a lot of anger in his heart, like a tsunami brewing, and now he could finally burst out, and he didn't have to be afraid so much. That is, even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, you can't save your life. Are you too arrogant? Think that this place is somewhere, you come to spread wilderness at will. The people in the casino opened their mouths, one by one, indignant, and Hyundai was very angry, as if everyone had the strength to deal with Chiba and could easily defeat him. If you want to suffer less, cut yourself now, otherwise if I make a move, you won't even have the opportunity to cut yourself. The Silver Thunder walked over, squinted at Qin Yi, and spoke. His voice was very majestic, and he was also very proud. In his eyes, even though Qin Yi is a little capable, he is just a little ghost, not powerful, and it is certain that he will be defeated, but it will take some effort. Hearing the Silver Thunder speak, the people in the casino drank again, and their attitude became extremely arrogant, as if Chiba was a rookie who could be ravaged casually. Qin Yi stood in the casino, fighting against the Silver Thunder, and glanced at the people in the casino. His expression was still very relaxed, without the slightest panic, let alone fear, frightened to the extent of self-determination. Silver Thunder, this title is very bullish. I also had a title before, called Silver Shura. I don't know which of us is stronger. Qin Yi looked at the Silver Thunder, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a cold smile, and said playfully, with a provocative meaning, without the slightest fear of the other party. As his words came out, the atmosphere in the casino immediately changed, and it seemed that the smell of gunpowder was permeated, and a battle would break out at any time. And the gamblers watching around were also awe-inspiring in their hearts, and they did not expect that Qin Yi was fearless and dared to fight in the face of Silver Thunder. which required a lot of courage and confidence in himself. However, they still think that regardless of Kinyi's strength, dare to confront Silver Thunder. In the end, they will not be able to change the result, they will only be defeated by Silver Thunder and bombarded. There is no suspense. Silver Thunder in Yangning City, the murderous name is too strong, so that everyone feels that he is invincible, and he can't resist at all. If anyone provokes, it is a dead end. Little ghost, you are a little bold. Even if you face me, you still don't panic. But do you think you can compete with me? The Silver Thunder looked at Kinyi and said coldly, as if the thunder spread out, revealing a coercion. Then I don't know, maybe I can defeat you and remove Silver Thunder from now on. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, there was no fear at all. In his opinion, although the strength of the Silver Thunder is strong, it is not impossible to defeat the other party, and it may waste more time than others. I'd rather see what you can do against me. Silver Thunder clanged coldly. In the next instant, he had already rushed out. The speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he approached in front of Kinyi, and a punch burst out strongly, bursting out with great power, making the fist pounce out, like a fierce beast, crashing towards Kinyi. Seeing the Silver Thunder blatantly shot, the power was so powerful, everyone present was shocked, feeling that this blow burst out, Kinyi would definitely be unable to resist, and was seriously injured by a punch. That was all possible. And the people in the casino waited to see Kinyi being blasted out, unable to stand up, waiting for death to come. Even if they struggled and begged for mercy, it would be useless. Just when everyone thought that under the powerful punch bombardment of the Silver Thunder, Kinyi could not resist and would be killed by the Silver Thunder, Kinyi did not have the slightest panic, and did not even have the idea of dodging. Kinyi just showed a cold smile, looking at the Silver Thunder, full of jokes, and a little mocking. Rumble. The Silver Thunder blasted out with a punch, bursting out with absolutely powerful power. Even if a giant elephant was attacked, I am afraid that it would be killed by a punch. There was no suspense. However, Kinyi was not afraid at all, and he didn't even have the idea of dodging. Such behavior was surprising, and he didn't understand what Kinyi was planning. With everyone's understanding of Kinyi, even if his strength is not as strong as Silver Thunder, if he wants to dodge such an attack, he can still do it, so that he can't do it at all, and watch the Silver Thunder attack. The Silver Thunder did not hesitate in the slightest, and a terrifying fist burst out, bombarding Kinyi's body, and the fist completely burst out. It's just that when the Silver Thunder's fist blasted over and was printed on Chiba Xiong's chest, it was not hindered at all, and it directly passed through his body and blasted behind him. On Kinyi's body, flames permeated, constantly churning as the powerful fist struck. Facing the powerful punch of the Silver Thunder, Kinyi launched the burning fruit, carried out elementalization, and was completely immune to physical attacks. If the Silver Thunder casts a ninjutsu attack, he may be able to restrain Kinyi, so that he cannot always be elementalized and immune to ninjutsu attacks. Rumble. The Silver Thunder's fist passed through Kinyi's body, and the fist burst out, blasted out towards the space behind Kinyi, and the power burst out, destroying everything behind him. Behind Kinyi, there was a gambling table full of chips, and under the bombardment of the Silver Thunder terrifying fist, it was directly blasted into debris, and the debris flew all over the sky, and a pillar was broken, emitting a roar. This time the attack erupted, generating a wave of power fluctuations that spread out towards the surroundings, shaking the people standing around to withdraw. Such a powerful punch could not actually cause damage to Kinyi, which made many people shocked and couldn't believe it. Silver Thunder was also surprised, and failed to hurt Kinyi, so he immediately withdrew, opening up a distance. Kinyi did not rush to pursue, still standing in place, surrounded by flames, and the position of his chest was a hole appearing, and under the supplement of the enveloping flames, he gradually returned to his original appearance, and he was not harmed at all. It was incredible to see Kinyi show such an ability, immune to physical attacks, and not being harmed. He is actually immune to attacks. What a terrifying strength! Exclaimed, feeling extremely shocked and difficult to calm down. I don't know if it's your Silver Thunder or my Silver Shura, it's fun now. Kinyi looked at the Silver Thunder 10 meters away, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said. Seeing Kinyi's arrogant appearance, Silver Thunder was unhappy in his heart, and wanted to defeat Kinyi fiercely and tear him to pieces. Little ghost, you are too arrogant, even if you are immune to physical attacks, but I still have ninjutsu, I can also defeat you, just wait for you not to beg for mercy. Silver Thunder looked at Kinyi and drank coldly. People who have nothing to do with Minjian Casino, hurry up and leave here, otherwise, you may be killed by mistake, Kinyi said. What he had to do next was to launch a killing and kill the people of Minjian Casino, even if not all of them, but at least kill those who were not inferior before. Kinyi is a very hateful person, others treat him badly, he will remember it in his heart, and then take revenge. Seeing the ability that Chiba displayed, everyone in the casino knew that there must be a big war between Chiba and Silver Thunder, and it was widespread, and if they stayed here, they might suffer and pay the price of their lives. Hearing Kinyi say this, everyone did not dare to hesitate, and rushed out to the exit, for fear that if they took a slow step, they would lose their lives and never have the opportunity to leave here again, appearing very flustered, making the scene chaotic. The people in the casino are also a little jealous in their hearts, they dare not be as arrogant as when the Silver Thunder appeared, and they are still a little afraid when they look at Kinyi's eyes, and they also don't want to stay here and want to leave the casino. After all, their strength is not strong. The battle between the two strong people will definitely cause a big ripple. They don't want to fall here, so they follow many gamblers to leave the casino. Korida himself has no strength, let him stay in the casino, it is simply his life. He also followed everyone and left the casino together. It's just that how could Kinyi let him go? When the Silver Thunder appeared just now, Korida could be regarded as the most arrogant person, pointing at Kinyi and scolding angrily. His eyes were like looking at a dead person, full of mockery. If Kinyi is willing to let Korida go, he can really be the spokesperson of a good person. Seeing that Korida wanted to leave, Kinyi launched a shave, dodged directly, approached Korida, and swept the latter with a kick, forcing him back. Boom! Korida hit a pillar, and his fat body made a dull sound, and several ribs were broken, and he fell to the ground, screaming, as if killing a pig. Kinyi did not give Korida too many opportunities to scream, flashed, and approached the past, appearing beside the ladder. Room Chiba's ability to activate the fruit of surgery, his left hand reversed upwards, forming a hemisphere, which quickly spread out of his hand and spread around, shrouding the entire casino inside, forming his hunting ground. Although the Silver Thunder felt that the space of this hemisphere spread, it was not affected itself, so it didn't care much. Because Kinyi showed a strange ability, so that the Silver Thunder did not dare to underestimate, treat it cautiously, and prepare for battle. Chakra has been mobilized, all over his body, flashing thunderlight, constantly making a light sound, exuding a strong momentum. The whole person looks terrifying, just like a god-killing existence, invincible, unable to resist. After Kinyi released the hemispherical space, he did not hesitate at all, pulled out the demon knife on his back and cried, launched a laser, wrapped it around the knife, and stabbed towards Korida's heart. Seeing the demon knife stabbing straight over, Korida was terrified in his heart, feeling that the end was coming and dying in the hands of Kinyi, becoming overwhelmed, and his body was stiff and could not be avoided. Don't! He could only instinctively shout out and beg Kinyi for mercy. As the devil's cry pierced through, it did not sink into Korida's body, but only sent out a force that forced his heart out of his body and appeared behind him. Burst! Korida's heart flew out, fell to the ground behind him, wrapped in a membrane, still alive, kept rhythmic, and there were no accidents. However, because of the panic, Korida's body stiffened, fell to the ground, could not move, and almost peed his pants. Kinyi beckoned Korida's heart over, fell into his hand, and squeezed it hard, causing Korida's heart to contract, making the latter feel a sharp pain, let out a painful scream, and curl up on the ground. If you want to survive, go into your account room, deposit 200 million yuan into a bank card, and give it to me, otherwise I will take your life now. Kinyi said coldly, and then kicked Korida out and hit the gambling table a few meters away. The reason why Kinyi asked for 200 million yuan was because he had already won 96 million, and the right was regarded as 100 million, and the other 100 million was regarded as compensation from the casino. Korida did not expect that he could still save a life under Kinyi's knife and was not directly erased, which is simply rejoicing. However, his heart was taken away by Chiba and held in his hands, dominating his life and death, making him very helpless. If Korida wanted to save his life, he could only obey Kinyi's order, go to the account room, deposit 200 million yuan for Chiba into the bank card, and give it to Chiba. After telling Korida to deal with the matter, Kinyi did not pause, his figure disappeared from the same place, and immediately appeared next to the casino guards who wanted to escape. Before, these casino guards did not despise Kinyi, thinking that he would definitely be killed by the Silver Thunder. The words of these guards made Kinyi angry in his heart, so he wanted to take revenge on them and refused to let them leave. Do you still want to leave? You don't have this opportunity. Kinyi appeared beside the casino guard, and a cold voice sounded, full of disdain. As he spoke, he had already waved his hand and slashed at the guards. Because this place was still in the slaughterhouse, he did not directly wipe them out by striking these guards, but cut off their bodies and became two segments, and their bodies stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing Kinyi exert the strange power again, easily cutting their bodies, and letting them not die immediately, maintaining a state of life, this made him shocked, and he couldn't understand what kind of ability this was. It was so weird. However, they were glad that they were able to survive for a short time, and they had not even recovered from their state of consternation. After Kinyi cut their bodies in two, his left hand was raised, and a blazing flame was emitted, shrouding the 5 guards inside and burning them. As the blazing flames erupted, enveloping the 5 guards and burning wildly. Even though the 5 guards struggled and resisted constantly, they could not extinguish the flames on their bodies, and they let out a terrible scream, appearing very frightened and desperate. In the midst of the screams and wails of the 5 guards, they failed to change anything, and were eventually burned to death and reduced to ashes. The Silver Thunder stood not far away, his body was still flashing with thunder and lightning, his eyes were locked on Kinyi, and he was not in a hurry to attack. Silver Thunder has his own arrogance, and he doesn't want to attack when Kinyi is dealing with things, and he disdains to join forces with others to deal with Kinyi together, which is his respect for his opponent. As for the guards of those casinos, whether they are dead or alive, it has little to do with him. He was invited out of the mountain by the high level of Minjian Casino, just to deal with Qin, but he will not care about other things, and will not pay attention to the loss of Minjian Casino. Your business is over. Silver Thunder looked at Qin and spoke, his voice was still so majestic. Qin turned around and confronted the Silver Thunder, his expression was still indifferent, and he seemed very calm. I didn't expect that this old man of yours was so polite, but he was a little arrogant and didn't make a sneak attack, Qin said with a smile, which was regarded as a praise for the Silver Thunder. It's just a little ghost to deal with you. If you still need a sneak attack, then my name of Silver Thunder can be used without asking for it, and I can go home directly to retire. Silver Thunder spoke, exuding pride. Okay, I'll leave you a whole corpse. Qin spoke, and the flames around his body were already enveloping, which was in sharp contrast to the thunder and lightning surrounded by Silver Thunder. The tone is not small, I see what you are capable of, Silver Thunder said solemnly. Then let's get started, Qin said playfully. In the next instant, the two acted at the same time, rushed towards each other, and officially launched an attack. Qin held the demon knife in his hand and cried, flames erupted from his body, and directly slashed over. And the Silver Thunder did not use any special weapons, that is, a pair of metal gloves connected to the arm guards, gathered thunder and lightning, and the right fist burst out strongly. Rumble! The attacks of the two collided together, flames and thunder burst out, like a galloping giant beast, madly rushing together, producing a very rapid and violent power, wanting to devour the other party, blast the other party away, and drown in the powerful force. However, the power of the two of them is equal, unable to drown each other's strength, can only form a clear confrontation, lightning and flame impact. The picture looked shocking. The Silver Thunder was still quite shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that the little ghost in front of him was so powerful, and the confrontation of simple strength could compete with himself, on par. Their confrontation was very short, but after a stalemate for a little time, they could not suppress each other, so they quickly withdrew and then attacked. Qin and Silver Thunder collided together, the roaring sound sounded, thunder and flames burst out, constantly raging, constantly colliding. The scene looked shocking. In just a few seconds, Chiba and Silver Thunder collided for more than a dozen rounds, and each encounter was very strong, bursting out with powerful power, flying the surrounding gaming tables, and causing serious damage to things in the casino. There is a battle of this magnitude in the casino, and it is estimated that when the battle is over, the place will be in ruins and the casino will collapse. But who cares? I have to admit that the Silver Thunder's physical skills are very strong, accompanied by thunder and lightning. It can burst out with terrifying lethality, and it is very difficult to resist him. Although Qin's physical skills are good, after all, he is still a teenager, his physique is not strong enough, and if he simply competes in physical skills, he is also not the opponent of Silver Thunder. However, he calmly remembered his special ability, but he could compete with the Silver Thunder, could deal with the other party, and would not easily fall behind. Fighting against Qin for more than a dozen rounds, Silver Thunder also knew some of Qin's strength, and sighed in his heart, if he gave Qin a few more years, even if he was in his prime, I am afraid that there would be no way to defeat Chiba. Therefore, he must kill Qin now, and he can't let Qin grow up again, otherwise, he will have something in the future. I have to admit, you little devil is a little capable. Give you a few more years, I'm afraid you will reach the level of a shadow-level powerhouse, but it's a pity that you met me today, you won't have this opportunity. Silver Thunder said coldly, his expression became very solemn, revealing a trace of hideousness. On his body, there are constantly thunder and lightning jumping, thunder flashing, reflecting his face, looking very hideous, like a powerful ghost, full of killing intent. Then you can try it. After Qin and Silver Thunder collided with each other, his body quickly withdrew backwards with the power of countershock, and suddenly landed several meters away, still surrounded by flames. If he simply competes in this way, Qin will not be afraid, because he can make his body elementalized, immune to weak attacks. Even if he is suppressed by Silver Thunder, he will not be easily harmed. Thunder Shield. The Silver Thunder drank up, quickly mobilized the Thunder Attribute Chakra, and sealed his hands, causing chakra to burst out, madly surrounding his body, forming a set of armor, protecting his body, making his defense power extremely improved, and greatly increasing his speed. In this way, the speed of the Silver Thunder will increase a lot, and the combat effectiveness will be more amazing. Seeing Silver Thunder perform such a ninjutsu, Qin was still quite surprised. Originally the body ninjutsu that Union Village Thunder Shadow was good at, Silver Thunder actually knew how to use it. It was really a little unexpected. Moreover, if the Silver Thunder is cast like thunder, even if Qin can be elementalized, it is not completely immune to the attack of thunder, and it needs to be dealt with carefully, and some attacks are still available, and they cannot be directly resisted with their bodies. The Silver Thunder cast this thunder body, and he wanted to make a big splash, completely based on the advantage, defeat Qin and wipe it out here. Therefore, he rushed towards Qin without the slightest delay, and the speed was very fast, almost in the blink of an eye, he came to Qin's original position. If it weren't for Qin's speed not being slow, he had already been blasted out by the Silver Thunder's furious punch, and it was estimated that the whole person would have been shocked out. When the Silver Thunder rushed over, Kinyi had already launched a shaving, his body disappeared from the spot, appeared above, and swung his right fist, and blasted out forcefully. Fire Fist. Kinyi blasted out a fire fist towards the Silver Thunder, and the flames burst out, and the power was very powerful, like a fierce beast rushing, colliding with the Silver Thunder below. The Silver Thunder could sense that there was an attack raging down from above, and it also swung its fist, bursting out of thunder and lightning, and met it with a strong punch. Bang! The attacks of the two collided together, and thunder and flames collided, strongly impacting each other, wanting to defeat the other party, but they were equal, and they could only set off a wave of power fluctuations, sweeping towards the surroundings, blowing things around, or even tearing them apart, turning them into debris. Flame Dragon Claw Hand, Flame Dragon King. Kinyi rushed down from above, but the flames still burst out, wrapped around his right hand, and his right hand posed as 3 dragon claws, quickly probing down and attacking the Silver Thunder. Suddenly, the furious flames burst out, quickly forming a fire dragon, carrying great power, and attacking the Silver Thunder strongly. In the face of such an attack, the Silver Thunder did not dare to be careless, directly swung his right fist, and another violent punch, bursting out a powerful thunder and lightning, raging out. Thundered. The furious forces slammed together, immediately roared, the power rioted, and a big pit was blasted in the casino, and everything around was destroyed, turning the inside of the casino into a battlefield, without the appearance before. When the fire dragon rushed out strongly and bombarded the Silver Thunder, Kinyi elementalized, fused with the fire dragon, and rushed forward, looking for an opportunity to bombard the Silver Thunder. In the face of the fire dragon that swooped down and carried powerful power, the Silver Thunder did not dare to underestimate and dealt with it cautiously. He still waved his fist and burst out thunder and lightning, sending out powerful attacks to attack against attacks, defending against the fire dragon's attack. Under the collision of this terrifying force, the fire dragon could not defeat the Silver Thunder, but only froze for a while, and then collapsed out towards the surroundings, losing its original power. However, Kinyi was elementalized and fused with the flames, and the surrounding flames were up and down, and he could appear at any time and launch a sneak attack on the Silver Thunder. Seeing that he was in the flames, the Silver Thunder was a little awe-inspiring. He seemed very cautious, did not dare to be careless, shouted, and a punch directly bombarded the ground, forming a powerful force fluctuation, forcing the surrounding flames back, or directly dispersing, not giving Kinyi the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Kinyi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Silver Thunder to be so cautious. It really didn't fit the image. If you want to launch a sneak attack, it will be more difficult. There is no right time. Kinyi appeared behind the Silver Thunder, surrounded by blazing flames floating and floating. He was like incarnating into a flame king, dominating the flames of the world, looking very powerful. Mirror Flame. After he appeared, he did not pause, his right hand waved, and another flame was emitted, like a galloping flame behemoth, rushing towards the Silver Thunder. Although the power is not as strong as the Flame Dragon King, but it should not be underestimated. Don't waste my time by playing this trick with me all the time. The Silver Thunder roared, always being maneuvered by Kinyi like this, unable to enjoy the fierce battle in close quarters, which made him a little annoyed in his heart and became impatient. As he spoke, he had already rushed towards Kinyi, waving his fist, emitting a powerful thunder power, and blasted towards the wall of flames. Rumble! Under his powerful attack, although these flames were powerful, it was impossible to hurt him and defeat him. Suffering from the impact of powerful forces, the interior of Minjian Casino was already devastated, and 2 large pits were blasted out, and none of them were intact, making this building crumbling and could collapse at any time. As before, after casting the mirror fire, Kinyi was elementalized and integrated into the flames, hiding his figure so that the Silver Thunder could not be captured. Faced with such a situation, Silver Thunder was really annoyed, and there was no way to pull Kinyi out and unload 8 pieces. The more annoyed the Silver Thunder was, the more Kinyi felt that such a method was feasible, and he didn't want any majesty, so he wanted to consume the Silver Thunder to death like this, make the other party impatient, create a suitable opportunity, and launch a sneak attack. Kinyi kept changing the position of his appearance, constantly bursting out fire fists, attacking the Silver Thunder. After 10 consecutive fire fists, Kinyi revealed his figure, no longer elementalized, and dodged the Silver Thunder. Moreover, a demon knife cry appeared in his hand, the blade fell downward, and his left hand swung upward, emitting a strange force. Conductor! A cold voice came from Kinyi's mouth. Silver Thunder saw Kinyi appear, the anger in his heart had accumulated to the extreme, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately rushed over, wanting to attack Kinyi madly. Just as he was moving, 3 stone pillars quickly rushed over, stopped in front of Kinyi, and rushed towards the Silver Thunder. Obviously, this is Kinyi's ability to use the fruit of surgery, manipulating these pillars to rush over, blocking in front of him, blocking the Silver Thunder. The Silver Thunder did not take these pillars at all, and went forward, quickly punched, burst out a powerful thunder power, and bombarded the pillars with his fists, wanting to stop everything in front of him, all. The Silver Thunder punched a strong attack, shattering, causing the rubble to fly outward. A piece of fragments, passing under Silver Thunder's arm, appeared behind him. Kinyi's eyes were very sharp, and when he paid attention to this detail, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a smile. Without hesitation, he waved Devil May Cry with his right hand, condensed the laser, and launched a skill. Scan. As the scan unfolded, he exchanged himself with the piece of splinter that appeared behind Silver Thunder, causing him to appear behind Silver Thunder. In just an instant, Kinyi appeared behind the Silver Thunder, like a ghost, without the slightest sound. As for his original position, there was only one fragment, which fell from the air. The Silver Thunder originally wanted to rush over and attack Kinyi strongly, but he didn't expect that Kinyi would disappear out of thin air, with only a broken piece. Seeing this situation, Silver Thunder's heart became awe-inspiring, knowing that it was not good, and instinctively had a bad premonition, and wanted to quickly dodge to the side. It's just that he wants to dodge now, it's too late, and Kinyi won't give him this opportunity. Scalpel. Kinyi held the Devil Cry in his hand, condensing the laser, and the sword light flashed, stabbing straight towards the Silver Thunder. Burst. Even if it was a strong person like Silver Thunder, he still couldn't dodge, and was successfully attacked by Kinyi, depriving him of his heart. As the heart was deprived, Kinyi naturally did not hesitate, flashed over, held the Silver Thunder's heart in his hand, and then squeezed it hard. Even if the strength of the Silver Thunder is strong, the most fragile and important organ of the body fell into Kinyi's hands, making him unable to resist at all, and his body was directly paralyzed, falling to the ground, and letting out a scream. Silver Thunder was surprised in his heart, knowing that Kinyi had such a strange ability. He was already careful enough, but he didn't expect that in the end, he was successfully attacked by Kinyi. Even if he still has a strong divine power, he has not burst out, but the heart fell into Kinyi's hands, and there is no need to continue the battle behind, his has been defeated, and life and death are in Kinyi's hands. Kinyi held the heart of the Silver Thunder, and floated down on a stone several meters away, pinching the latter's heart hard. He felt extremely painful, unable to stand up, let alone attack. Silver Thunder, the strength is very good, but compared with me, there is still a little gap. Kinyi stood on the stone and said unceremoniously, not modest at all. I am now your defeated subordinate, I want to kill, listen to the respect, but don't try to insult me. Silver Thunder opened his mouth and said, although he was defeated, he still had a backbone and would not ask Kinyi for mercy. Well said, I don't plan to let you go, nor do I plan to waste time with you, so let's send you on your way early. Kinyi nodded and said, agreeing very happily. Kinyi did not hesitate, his left hand directly exerted force, crushing the heart of the Silver Thunder. Just poof, blood splashed out, and the originally beating heart was directly shattered and became meat sludge. The heart was crushed, and for Silver Thunder, it was a very fatal injury, and he could not survive at all. He just let out a scream, spewed out a mouthful of blood, and then fell down with a whimper, completely killed. Originally a fierce name, Megatron Yangming City, very powerful, with a peak ninja level of Silver Thunder, died under the hands of Kinyi, was killed by a little devil less than 10 years old. After killing the Silver Thunder, Kinyi was not in a hurry to leave the casino, standing in it and looking around. The decoration of Minjayun Casino was originally very luxurious, but after this battle, it became devastated, like ruins, potholes, the decoration inside was destroyed, and some places were burned by flames and spread out. If no one is there to extinguish the flames, these flames can spread out and become fires, destroying all these buildings. Kinyi didn't want to leave any suspense. Holding the demon knife in his hand and crying, he directly slashed out a powerful sword chi, directly cutting the entire Minjayun Casino in half, completely destroying this casino. After the sword chi burst out, it immediately cut the casino, and there was not much difficulty at all. Thundered. After the casino was cut, the walls began to crumble, and the stones continued to fall, crashing together and making a roar. It was originally a giant casino, but after a while, it turned into ruins, filled with smoke, and the flames still burned inside, emitting black smoke. Those who escaped from the casino did not rush to leave, but stood tens of meters away, waiting for the final result of this big battle. During the previous battle, even if you stood outside the casino, you could still hear the roar of the battle inside, which was very intense. Now, seeing the original magnificent casino collapse and turn into a ruin, everyone standing outside can't help but be surprised, excited, and difficult to calm down. Because the casino collapsed, the sound of fighting inside stopped, and the people gathered outside the casino did not know what the outcome of the battle inside would be, and who would be killed. While these people were anxiously waiting to know the result, Kinyi walked out of the casino. His figure was a little embarrassed, his clothes were a little tattered, and his hair was a little scorched, and he didn't suffer much damage. Seeing that it was actually Kinyi who appeared, instead of the Silver Thunder of one of the three saints, the people standing here waiting couldn't help but be shocked, revealing an incredible look, and couldn't believe it. The Silver Thunder was in their hearts. It was definitely a very powerful existence, like killing gods. It could not be resisted at all, unable to compete. Now, Kinyi was able to defeat or even kill the Silver Thunder, one of the three saints, which really broke everyone's understanding of him. He was actually so powerful that he defeated the Silver Thunder. He's just a little ghost who is less than 10 years old. Is his strength so terrifying? He is simply a freak. Even a strong man like Silver Thunder was killed by him, who still has the ability to defeat him, who dares to offend him. It is simply looking for death. For Qin, this little guy, these people outside the field finally have a new understanding, and feel that Qin cannot be underestimated at all, and can be infinitely high, but definitely not low. If not, it will definitely be very troublesome. Bite. The host completes the task, rewards 10,000 points, and obtains the two-sword flow sword skill. Climb the building. The sound of the One Piece system prompt sounded. After completing this task, Chiba's mood was good, with a very bright smile on his face, harmless to humans and animals, and looked very sunny. Qin walked out, his gaze fell on the crowd gathered in front of the casino, and found several employees of Minjian Casino, and did not intend to pursue it. Anyway, they are just employees of the casino, and they have not done anything to be sorry for him. There is no need to kill them. Qin was in front of the crowd, seeing Korida, who was trembling and holding a bank card in his hand. His face showed cold sweat, and he looked very nervous. Korida is very conflicted in his heart. On the one hand, he hopes that Qin will be killed by the Silver Thunder so that he can solve this demon, and on the other hand, he does not want Qin to have an accident, because his heart falls into Qin's hands. If Chiba is killed, maybe his heart will also be crushed, and then he will die and not survive. Now, seeing Qin come out alive, Korida was slightly relieved, but became apprehensive and afraid. When the Silver Thunder appeared, Korida's attitude towards Qin was very arrogant and bad, pointing at Qin and scolding angrily, which was considered to have completely offended Qin. If Qin was willing, he could easily take Korida's life, and the latter didn't even have the ability to resist. After Chiba saw Korida, he did not hesitate and walked straight over. Lord Chiba, please spare my life, I know it's wrong. When Qin came over, Korida did not hesitate, did not scruple the slightest face, and directly knelt down for Qin, kowtowing to Qin and begging for mercy. What I want, do you bring me to meet? Qin said coldly, holding Korida's beating heart with his left hand. His expression was calm, and he couldn't see joy or anger. For Korida's behavior of kneeling down and begging for mercy, Qin did not feel the slightest, and would not be merciful and let him go because he begged for mercy now. No matter if Korida can hand over the bank card with 200 million cash deposits, Chiba will not leave his life behind, and will definitely erase him. When he was in the casino, Chiba had a murderous intention towards Korida. Here, there are 250 million in this bank card. I hope you can let me go once and don't kill me. Trembling, Korida presented a black gold bank card to Chiba with both hands. Qin stretched out his hand and took the black gold bank card, feeling that Korida was quite good at doing things. Let him deposit 200 million yuan, and now he actually saved 50 million more, obviously wanting to bribe him and let his subordinates stay merciful. It's a pity that Qin doesn't eat this set. Your life and death, when you were in the casino, was already a foregone conclusion. Now just let you live a little longer, and finally repent in fear. Qin said coldly, without the slightest emotion. He would not pity the other party. Hearing Qin say this, Korida trembled all over, his eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and his heart was extremely terrified, not wanting to accept such an end, not wanting to die like this. However, with this bit of his strength, it was impossible to compete with Qin who killed the Silver Thunder. Besides, his heart is in Qin's hands, and as long as Qin exerts a little force, he can end his life. No, please don't kill me. Korida cried out for mercy. Qin was too lazy to talk to him again, and with his left hand, he directly crushed his heart, ending his life, making him fall to the ground and swallowing his last breath. 2 days later, Chiba stood on a wet hillside, looking into the distance, looking at the raining sky in the distance, feeling a little touched and a little excited. In the distance, it is the destination of Chiba's trip, the land of rain. The country of rain, basically everyday rain effect. The air is very humid, and in the midst of civil war all year round, basically no peacetime, and the geographical location is very special. It is a buffer zone between major countries. Once a war breaks out, it will become the main battlefield. Because of the fear of spy invasion, the security of the rain country will be much stricter by other countries. Ninjas in the land of rain excel at assassination and are often hired by other nations to complete missions. It rains all year round, and it's really not a good place. Qin sighed and said, but did not plan to leave, but still wanted to enter the land of rain. On the way to the land of rain, Chiba made some preparations and bought a raincoat to protect from the rain, so that if you rush, it will be more convenient and will not become a falling soup chicken. Chiba did not linger, straightened his raincoat and cloak, then took a step and officially set foot in the land of rain, rushing inside. It often rains in the land of rain, but it doesn't rain all the time. Sometimes it only falls for a while, sometimes it falls for half a day, sometimes it rains all day. Therefore, there is no way to predict what the weather will be like today, and what the weather will be like tomorrow. In a simple word, that is, every day is rainy. Since the beginning of the Second Shinobi War, there has never been peace in the land of rain, and those who live here can be said to have forgotten the word peace. What they want to do is to survive in this chaotic Huo family. Not tomorrow will be erased, die inexplicably, I don't know why. In the land of rain, there are ninjas from other countries walking, not living in peace with each other, but retaliating against each other, wanting to kill each other, as if to vent the hatred in their hearts and vent their anger. Because small-scale wars often break out, the inhabitants of the land of rain are fighting to survive the war and disaster. Walking in the border of the land of rain, Chiba did not rush to find the Xiao organization, but first understood the situation here, wanting to know more about the land of rain. After all, his current understanding of the land of rain is completely in the plot of Naruto, a simple introduction, and there is no specificity at all. If you want to know the country of rain specifically, it is best to walk in the country of rain to know the specific situation. According to the development of time, the Xiao organization has, and with the original idea, has not fallen into darkness. Yahiko has not died, but is still the leader of the Xiao organization, wants a home, and brings rare peace to this country full of disasters. Chiba is not in a hurry to find Yahiko and the others. The country of rain is so small, go to 2 more places, maybe you can meet them. After Chiba entered the land of rain, it was still a little empty, but it didn't take long for it to start raining, driving away the original trace of the sun. Walking alone on such a rainy day, Kinyi is really a little unaccustomed, and his mood will become bad, and he really doesn't want to walk here alone, which makes him a little depressed. Walking alone in bad weather, even the mood will become bad. I wish there was someone to talk to, Kinyi muttered inside. In the territory of the land of rain, there are some factory buildings everywhere, and in the rainy weather, it is like a dormant beast, which will jump up at any time and devour people. Kinyi is carrying 2 knives, his figure is not tall, he is just a teenager. Compared with the vast world, he looks very small, like a drop in the ocean, and he is a single shadow. Just when Kinyi was careless, bored, walking forward, walking into the distance, with a forest of buildings, like a city, 5 shurikens suddenly attacked from the direction of his left, and the speed was not slow. Even if Kinyi is careless, in the face of such a shuriken, it is simply impossible to hurt him. Kinyi just glanced casually, and with a light movement of his body, he dodged the incoming shuriken without being harmed in the slightest. After dodging the shuriken, Chiba turned his head to look in the direction to the left and saw 2 ninjas in combat uniforms, quickly rushing over. In less than 5 seconds, 2 ninjas came to Chiba's side and stopped Chiba from front to back, not intending to let him leave. The 2 ninjas wore black combat suits and wrapped their bodies tightly. Although they were adults, their strength was not very good, and they had not yet reached the level of upper ninja. I really didn't expect that there was a little ghost left alone. A ninja spoke, looking a little surprised. Anyway, since he has fallen into the order, let him never go back. The other ninja spoke, sneering. You are really rare, you actually came to die, I should really have mercy on you. Kinyi slowly spoke, revealing a hint of mockery. Have mercy on us, how powerful do you think you are to be able to deal with us? The ninja who surrounded Chiba spoke, full of disinterest. In their opinion, Kinyi is just a little ghost, there is no strength at all, and if you want to deal with him, there is no difficulty at all. Otherwise, you think you're just rookies. Kinyi shrugged and said disapprovingly. Don't talk nonsense with him, just do it and take him down. Saying that, the 2 ninjas did not hesitate, immediately took action, and rushed towards Kinyi, holding Kuwu in their hands, and attacked Kinyi's key point. Seeing the 2 ninjas rushing over, Kinyi naturally would not be polite, launched a shaving, the body disappeared from the place, and in the next instant, he came to the middle of the 2 ninjas, while casting his land foot, holding Kuwu in his right hand, launched an attack. Seeing Chiba appear so suddenly, the 2 ninjas had not reacted, they were surprised, they did not expect that a little ghost, the speed was so fast, it was really unexpected to them. Moreover, they are the process of rushing over and are not ready to attack. Chiba quickly moved his hand, cast his land foot, and shocked a ninja out and fell into a puddle. At the same time, the kunao slash in his right hand went out and struck the throat of another ninja at an extremely fast speed. Seeing such a fierce attack, this ninja was shocked, instinctively felt panic, knowing that Kinyi's strength was strong, and did not dare to underestimate it. His reaction was not slow, holding Kuwu in both hands, quickly erected, blocking Kinyi's attack. Kuwu collided, and immediately emitted sparks and bloomed. It's just that he can block the attack on his hand, but he can't block the attack on his feet. Kinyi was not polite, but still launched land foot, kicked out strongly, and landed on the opponent's abdomen. Boom! The ninja was not spared, and was kicked out, also falling in a puddle a few meters away, leaving him drenched. The ninja who fell into the puddle before has now stood up and was attacked by Chiba like this, which made him angry in his heart, and he didn't want to let Chiba go, so he rushed over to defeat Chiba. However, he still overestimated his own strength, or underestimated Kinyi's ability. Kinyi rushed over, pulled out the snow with his right hand, and cast a sword attack. One knife flow irang bird. Kinyi's speed is fast, and the speed of the knife is also fast, that is, in the blink of an eye, the knife light flashes, then converges back, passes by the ninja, and rushes out a few meters, as if nothing happened. However, after Chiba rushed out, this ninja who still wanted to attack Chiba, his head immediately detached from his body and flew up, and accompanied by a stream of blood, splashed in the air, blooming dazzling blood flowers. After the head fell to the ground, the ninja's body fell backwards and fell on the muddy road. Blood and rain mixed together, staining the ground red and looking bright. Another ninja, seeing his partner, was easily killed like this, without the slightest difficulty, not even the ability to resist, killed with one blow, suddenly felt shocked, and his heart became terrified. He finally realized that although Kinyi didn't look big, his strength was so terrifying, it was simply something he could resist. After he stood up, he didn't even pay attention to his dead companion, didn't say a word, immediately turned around, and fled into the distance, trying to save his life. If these two ninjas were a little more sensible and didn't come to trouble Chiba, they wouldn't have lost their lives because of this. However, since they are here, then don't want to leave alive, they don't have this opportunity. Chiba turned around, activated the ability of the frozen fruit, mobilized the rain in the air, formed two thorn spears, and quickly broke through the air and attacked the fleeing ninja. Burst! Two ice spears broke through the air and attacked, and soon, the fleeing ninja dodged Nemo, and was directly pierced through the body, and then fell in a pool of blood, swallowing his last breath. When he was dying, he should regret it, came to find Chiba's trouble, and took his own life. However, where in the world can there be a regret pill, to be responsible for the decisions you make? The ninjas who haunt the land of rain are so weak that they can't even survive 3 rounds. After killing the 2 ninjas, Kinyi shook his head and said, revealing helplessness. He originally planned to train here and improve his strength, but if the ninja who haunts the land of rain is too weak, he can't improve his strength at all. Crushing people who are much weaker than themselves all the way, there is no challenge at all. How to break the shackles, improve strength, and develop more strength. Killing 2 ninjas casually, for Kinyi, it is nothing at all. There will be no psychological burden. Anyway, he has killed a lot of people, and adding 2 more places is not important at all. He was about to turn around and rush towards the city ahead. It's just that as soon as he turned around, he saw that from the direction of the city, 3 figures were rushing over. The speed was still extremely fast, at least much faster than the average ninja, and it could be seen from the side that the strength of the other party was quite good. Just killed 2, could it be that 3 more were sent to death? Kinyi muttered, not caring. Anyway, if the other party comes to find trouble, Kinyi doesn't mind doing it and solving them. At most, it will consume a little physical strength. Kinyi did not pause, still walking in the direction of the city, and ran into them halfway and started a fierce battle. When the distance between Kinyi and the 3 people who were rushing over kept getting closer, Kinyi finally gradually saw each other's appearance clearly. The 3 people who were rushing over were wearing loose clothes embroidered with red clouds on a black background. Seeing clearly the clothes that the other party was wearing, Kinyi's eyes widened, a little surprised, did not expect that shortly after entering the land of rain, he met the members of the Xiao organization, and it seemed that his luck was still good. Seeing the 3 of them acting together, it should be the 3 of Yahiko. Kinyi muttered, maintaining a certain speed and continuing to rush forward. Anyway, it is already run into, so a little more delay is nothing at all. Moreover, even if he meets someone from the Xiao organization, there is no need to be too excited, just treat it normally, and the effect will be good. 2 minutes later, Chiba finally saw clearly the appearance of the other 3. It was really the 3 people who founded the Xiao organization, namely Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. After another minute, Kinyi slowly stopped and stood 20 meters away from Yahiko. Don't worry, we have no malice, we just want to come over and see if you are okay. Yahiko saw Chiba stop, also stopped, showed a smile, waved his hand, explained, seemed very friendly, the whole person looked sunny. We just used the lookout mirror and saw the direction you came, and there are 2 ninjas who want to deal with you, so rush over to take a look. It is estimated that you have solved the problem, and we don't need to do it. Nagato added, lest Chiba misunderstand. I know you won't do it, so I'm not nervous. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and said very calmly, looking like he didn't have the slightest bit of pressure. Little brother, how can you walk alone in the land of rain? It is full of war, it is very dangerous everywhere. If you are alone, it is not safe. Xiao Nan opened his mouth and said, he seemed to care about Kinyi, and the whole person was usually full of love and wanted to protect the weak. I want to get stronger. I heard that the land of rain is chaotic and fights are often held, so I came here. Kinyi said calmly, saying his purpose, and did not hide anything. Anyway, there is no need to hide it. You little guy, you actually dare to walk outside alone. It's really bold, it's very chaotic here. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Yahiko looked at Chiba and spoke, with a smile and a little sigh. If you know the danger and dare not face it, then how can you become strong? How can you become strong? Kinyi spoke, looking serious. That's right, aren't we? Nagato spoke, feeling more and more good about Chiba. Since we can meet together, you can go back with us, follow us, and you can also practice. What do you think? Xiao Nan said. Xiao Nan is a girl with a lot of love. She doesn't want to see others hurt, and if she can help, she will try to help. Now, Xiao Nan is just a 15-year-old girl. It is a pavilion in jade, beautiful and moving, good temperament, always with a smile on her face, light blue-purple hair, and her overall match, it looks particularly suitable. If you don't mind, I can follow you, Kinyi said, not refusing such an opportunity. If you can follow Yahiko and them in the chaotic rain country, you can not only improve your strength, but also become the elder of the Xiao organization, and then you will have a good status. Well, in that case, we will have one more member, which is great. Yahiko was happy about this and didn't think much about it. It's okay for you to follow us, but you can't do anything to hurt your partner, otherwise I won't let you go. Nagato spoke. Nagato thinks about things a little more comprehensively than Yahiko, not so willful, rash, and always thinks of things that Yahiko can't imagine. Don't worry, I won't do anything to hurt my partner, I'm from Konoha village. Chiba responded calmly. Chiba knows that the three of Yahiko are students of Jiraiya, who practice fruit ninjutsu with Jiraiya, and have great respect for Jiraiya, and have a good impression of Konoha village, so if they say that they are from Konoha, the three of Yahiko will definitely trust Chiba more and will not suspect so much. Hearing Chiba say that it was from Konoha, the three of Yahiko were surprised, their eyes widened, and they showed an incredible look. You're actually from Konoha village, so do you have any news from Jiraiya-sensei? Yahiko asked excitedly, desperate to know the news about Jiraiya. Since Jiraiya left the land of rain, the three of Yahiko have not had him, and the news they can get is very little, and sometimes they can only hear some news about Jane. During the time that Jiraiya was away, Yahiko missed him very much and wanted to meet the teacher who taught them ninjutsu and taught them the principles of life. It's just that since they separated, they haven't had the opportunity to meet. Jiraiya's predecessors are very tall now, and they travel everywhere, they are still so old, and they are still so. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, briefly saying some things about Jiraiya. In fact, he didn't have the opportunity to meet Zilaya, and he didn't know how Zilaya was doing, but according to Zilaya's personality, he should be more relaxed. I really miss Jiraiya-sensei, but I haven't had the opportunity to meet. Nagato sighed and said, he also has deep feelings for Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya's predecessors have not come to the land of rain again, they will always pay attention to the news here, pay attention to your news, know what you have done, contribute to the land of rain, and be proud of you, Kinyi said. Hearing that Jiraiya had been paying attention to the land of rain and paying attention to their situation, the three of Yahiko couldn't help but be moved, and there was a sigh in their hearts, and thoughts of Jiraiya emerged. If I have the opportunity, I would really like to meet Jiraiya-sensei. Xiao Nan sighed and said, if we will definitely have a chance, as long as we can usher in a rare peace in the land of rain, we will have the opportunity to leave here and meet Jiraiya-sensei, which is the best gift for him. Yahiko said firmly, confident enough to bring peace to the land of rain, and firmly believed that he could do it. Seeing the three of Yahiko like this, full of confidence and expectation for the future, Kinyi sighed a little in his heart, thinking of what they would encounter in the future, he could only sigh. However, since he appeared here and met the three of Yahiko, he should always do something, hoping to change all this and prevent things from developing according to the original trajectory. Since you are from Konoha, you will be our brother in the future, follow us. Nagato spoke, no longer doubting Chiba. Actually, although I am younger than you, don't underestimate me, maybe you are not my opponents. Kinyi said, full of confidence in himself. Today, the three of Yahiko, all 15 years old, even if they have learned ninjutsu from Jiraiya, their own strength will not be too strong, at most, they are on the upper side of the middle ninja, reaching the level of special upper tolerance. With their current strength, they are not Kinyi's opponents. If they really want to do it, Kinyi can defeat them, and it is still very easy, and it will not consume too much physical strength. Among the three of them, the strongest is Nagato, who has the Eye of Reincarnation, but he has not been able to fully control it so far and cannot exert too much power. Yugai really has confidence in himself, and when I go back, I'll talk to you to see who is better. Yahiko came over, directly put his arm around Chiba's shoulders, and said happily, treating Chiba as a partner and no longer doubting him. If you really want to compete, you will definitely lose. Kinyi said calmly, but he seemed very serious and full of confidence. Let's go back to the base first. Nagato spoke, his attitude towards Chiba was much better, and a smile appeared on his face. Haha, don't be nervous, from now on, you will be one of us, Yahiko said with a smile, happy about it. Chiba was not polite, nodded, and the three of them returned to the direction of the city. Half an hour later, the four of Chiba entered the damp city, arrived at an abandoned factory, and entered the base Yahiko had set up. The terrain of this base is relatively complicated, surrounded by abandoned factories, the route is intricate, like a maze. If you do not pay attention to the route, it is impossible to easily find the base. When Chiba goes to the base, he remembers the route in his mind, and if he comes again next time, he won't get lost easily. After turning a few routes, led by Yahiko and the three, Chiba entered an abandoned factory building, and saw that the lights were bright inside, and there were 7 13 or 14-year-old teenagers gathered inside. Their expressions were vigilant, and they did not dare to relax easily. Moreover, their clothes are not good, they look a little tattered, their faces are thin, and they look haggard, looking like beggars. You don't need to be nervous, they are all our partners and members of the Xiao organization, Yahiko explained. Yahiko, they have just founded the Xiao organization, because the conditions are not good, the members recruited are some orphans, and they do not have much strength, and they have the ability to protect themselves, which is good. Even if the initial stage is a little difficult, Yahiko is still full of confidence. As long as they work hard, they can have unexpected results, and with their efforts, they will definitely be able to change the situation in the land of rain. I won't be nervous, on the contrary, you members have really not lived well, and you can't even eat enough. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and spoke, sighing a little. We're just starting out, we're a little tight, and everyone's life isn't good, but we're sure it will get better in the future. Xiao Nan spoke, his eyes were very firm and full of confidence. It is also said that everything is difficult at the beginning, as long as you have faith. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, without saying anything cynical. According to the development of the plot, the three of Yahiko can make the Xiao organization grow vigorously through this method, and develop into an organization with a good scale and strength that cannot be underestimated, and even Hanzo became jealous and restless. However, Yahiko was finally framed by Hanzo and lost his life, causing Nagato to begin to blacken, and his heart became full of hatred, no longer for the purpose of maintaining peace, but wanted to start a war and dominate the world, so that there would be no more war in the ninja world. From that time on, the Xiao organization began to be elite, no longer suffering ordinary members, and the members to be recruited were all very strong ninjas who reached the S level. In general, Yahiko's business philosophy is not wrong, but it is not bad, and it will always be unsatisfactory. Since he agreed to join the Xiao organization, Kinyi didn't complain much. Anyway, he had stayed in a worse environment. Would he mind here? You guys went out today, there were no accidents, right? Yahiko walked over and came to the new members, asking about what had happened to them in the day. There were no surprises, we were cautious. A 15-year-old boy spoke, his expression solemn, and Bing was not joking. It can be seen that he trusts and respects Yahiko and recognizes this leader. It's good that there are no accidents, our current strength is not strong, we need to act low-key, otherwise other forces will target us, we will be very troublesome. Yahiko spoke. Although he is only 15 years old, he is very mature, with a lot on his shoulders, and he must be cautious and not careless when considering things, otherwise, the organization may be attacked by other forces, and it may collapse at that time. Yahiko is not afraid to go to war with other forces, and even looks forward to going to war with other forces to let the enemy know the power of the organization. However, the Xiao organization has just been established, it has not been in operation for a long time, there are not many members, and its strength is not strong, and if it confronts other forces now, there will be no good results. Yahiko wants to prove that the organization can bring peace to the land of rain, and the first thing to do is to improve the strength of its members so that they become stronger enough to fight against people from other forces. Seeing that everyone was at peace, Yahiko was relieved and began to teach the members of the organization and practice ninjutsu. The members of the Xiao organization are all orphans, they have no strength, and they don't understand ninjutsu, and if they want to improve their strength, they also need to start from the basics, refine chakra, and practice ninjutsu. Okay, if everyone rests, let's start practicing ninjutsu. Yahiko opened his mouth and said that although this thing would be boring, he was able to keep it fun without the slightest irritation, as if he was doing something great. Under Yahiko's leadership, both Minami and Nagato threw themselves into teaching ninjutsu, patiently explaining the concept of ninjutsu to the new members, refining the method of chakra, and how to seal and perform ninjutsu. Although they are teenagers, they are not very good at teaching ninjutsu, but they can do it patiently and try to do it well, although it takes a lot of time. As long as they are patient and willing to spend energy, they can still do a good job. Kinyi sat in the corner of the factory building, watching Yahiko and the three teach these new members to practice ninjutsu, and he felt a little emotion in his heart, feeling that Yahiko was indeed a good leader. Although Yahiko's talent is not very good and cannot be compared with a genius like Nagato, because of his personality, he can become a leader, can gather people's hearts, and make everyone willing to follow him and work hard together. Moreover, Yahiko is willing to think about his companions, always puts them first, and is willing to give his life for his companions. If it weren't for this, according to the development of the plot, Yahiko would not have chosen to commit suicide and rescue Xionin later because of Xionin's affairs. Seeing the three Yahiko who were seriously teaching the cultivation of the new members, Chiba was a little infected, and he wanted to help them a little and shorten the time for the rise of the Xiao organization. Among the three Yahiko, Xionin's strength is the lowest, and he has the least experience in explanation, but he still explains very seriously, although the efficiency is a little slow, but he is meticulous. Some people say that serious women are the best looking, and Kinyi feels that this sentence is most appropriate when used on Xionin's body. Kinyi felt that Xiao Nan was now very attractive, exuding a charming temperament, and his eyes couldn't help but be attracted by Xiao Nan, looking at her fair cheeks. Xiao Nan turned around, just met Kinyi's gaze, couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then revealed a touch of shame, like a violet slowly blooming, full of charm. Why look at me? Xiao Nan came over, squatted beside Kinyi, still kept a slight smile on his face, and asked, I think you're good looking, so I can't help but take a look at it a few more. Chiba's calm response seemed to be taken for granted, and there was no intention of hiding it at all. Xiao Nan didn't expect Kinyi to be so honest, and actually said it like this, and he couldn't help but feel more ashamed, and his pretty face became rosy and embarrassed. You guy, a big ghost, want to pick up a girl at such a young age? Xiao Nan glanced at Qin Yi and snorted lightly, without reproach. His eyes were still very gentle. Any girl who is praised by others will be in a very good mood, and where will she be annoyed? In this era of war, where is my early love? It is already in line with the age. Qin Yi showed a bright smile and spoke, looking like a matter of course. Then which girl do you fancy? Xiao Nan said with a grin, obviously joking Qin Yi and wanting to tease him. Fancy this young girl in front of you. Do you want to match the marriage? Qin Yi said with a smile, not the slightest politeness at all, daring to confess and dare to admit. Hearing Qin Yi say it so bluntly, Xiao Nan was really a little embarrassed, and he didn't know how to talk. Qin Yi, if you want to practice ninjutsu with us, I can teach you. Xiao Nan turned his mind and changed the topic, not wanting to continue on the topic of the relationship between men and women. After all, she has known Qin Yi for less than a day, and even if she wants to talk about the love of her children, it is not now, it is too early. Sister Xionin, I'm afraid my strength is higher than yours. You teach me ninjutsu, is this really good? Qin Yi said with a smile, teasing Xionin. Although you are better than me, my strength is not bad. If you want, I can teach you. After all, I understand ninjutsu, you may not understand. Xiao Naneo. Thinking of Xiao Nan's magical secret technique, Qin Yi still felt in his heart that if he could cultivate the secret technique that Xiao Nan was good at, and he could launch countless pieces of paper, then his strength would increase a lot. Moreover, the secret art that Xiao Nan finally comprehended, the art of the paper of God, can form 600 billion pieces of paper, and they are all detonating charms, which can burst into terrifying explosions, lasting up to 10 minutes, and the scope of the impact is very vast, almost blowing up the soil of Uchiha Obito. It can be imagined that such a secret technique is very terrifying, but for such a strange ability as Shangyu's Haibo Obito, it can avoid a catastrophe. In other words, if it is someone else, maybe it will really be blown up alive. However, Qin Yi's chakra attribute is not suitable for cultivating this secret technique, so he can only think about it and sigh. It's also said that although my current strength is very strong, there are still many ninjutsu that I don't understand. If you have the opportunity, you can learn ninjutsu more. It will only be good for yourself, and there will be no harm, Qin Yi said. For a long time, Chiba mostly relied on the ability of the devil fruit and the skills of One Piece to fight, but he did not use ninjutsu much, and there were few ninjutsu he knew. If there is a chance, Qin Yi can delve into some ninjutsu. After all, the power of ninjutsu is still very strong, no worse than the ability of the devil fruit, and some are even above it. If you don't have something to do, you can also teach everyone how to practice ninjutsu. Everyone's strength has improved. It is good for the organization. You are now a member of the organization. Xiao Nan said with a smile, showing a cute smile, which really made people want to kiss her. For your sake, I can lighten your burden and teach them to practice ninjutsu. Qin Yi stood up and spoke, showing a smile. He just felt that Xiao Nan's character was very appetizing to him, so he wanted to help Xiao Nan reduce the burden and make her easier. That's great, everyone will be happy. Hearing that Chiba promised to come down, Xiao Nan was happy about this and cheered. Xiao Nan is a kind-hearted and simple-minded girl, who feels that what Qin Yi said is true, and does not deceive her. Since Qin Yi said that his strength is stronger than Xionin, she also does not doubt and recognizes Qin Yi's words, so she thinks that if Qin Yi is willing to teach these newcomer ninjutsu, the efficiency will definitely be good, and the effect will be better than herself. I'm good at fire and thunder ninjutsu. If the new members have these two types of chakra, they can let me teach them. Qin Yi opened his mouth and said, since he agreed, he would not stick to anything, pay attention to efficiency, and act decisively. There happens to be a member of chakra, which is the thunder attribute chakra, which allows you to teach and prove your strength. Xiao Nan said, showing a good-looking smile, excited about this. Nowadays, if the strength of the members of the Xiao organization is improved by 1 point, it is a very good thing for the Xiao organization and will be of great help to the organization. Xiao Nan did not hesitate, and immediately went to bring that member of the thunder attribute chakra to Qin Yi. Half a minute later, a boy who was relatively tall, but with a thin figure, messy hair, thin yellow muscles, and black clothes, came to Qin Yi under the leadership of Xionin. His name is Kimura Ryo. Chakra's attribute is a thunder attribute, and I will give it to you next. Let you teach him to cultivate ninjutsu. Xiao Nan spoke, his eyes full of expectation. Before Chiba could speak, this young man named Kimura Ryo showed a look of contempt, and the joking words came out. Kimura Ryo originally had some strength, some ninjutsu foundation. Although he did not reach the level of middle ninja, he definitely had the level of elite lower ninja. If Yahiko and they personally taught him ninjutsu, he would be happy to accept it. After all, Yahiko's strength was above him, and he was also the founder of the Xiao organization. However, if Chiba was allowed to teach him, he would not be happy. Kimura Ryo felt that Chiba was just a little ghost. Even if he had strength, it was just that, he was not as strong as himself, and he wanted to teach him to cultivate ninjutsu, and he was even more unqualified, so he would react like this, so he would be so disdainful. It seems that you think I am not qualified to teach you to practice ninjutsu. Chiba looked at Kimura Ryo and said calmly, not annoyed. After all, his soul is not a child, and he will not deal with a stunned young man because of such a trivial matter, which will only be difficult to live with himself. That's what I think. Do you think you're qualified to teach me? Kimura Ryo was not polite and said directly in a cold voice. Kimura Ryo, don't say this. I believe that Chiba still has strength, otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to ask for help. Seeing this, Konan became embarrassed and wanted to persuade Kimura Ryo. In your opinion, what kind of strength do you have to be qualified to teach you to cultivate ninjutsu? Chiba looked at Kimura Ryo and spoke, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, but he was a little interested. If you want to get my approval, your strength must be at least stronger than mine, otherwise how can you teach me to cultivate? Kimura snorted coldly and said, do you think you have the ability to defeat me? In his opinion, with Kinyi's strength, it was impossible to defeat him and get his approval, so he dared to say such words. It's simple and straightforward, and I like it. Kinyi nodded and said, revealing a playful smile, if you want to be honest, 10 such people are not my opponents together, I can be considered very modest. Hearing Chiba say this, Kimura Ryo was surprised, and at the same time felt that he was underestimated, and there was an anger in his heart, wanting to teach Chiba a hard lesson and let him know how powerful it was. Little ghost, I think that Xiao Nan is protecting you, so I don't dare to make a move on you? Don't be too arrogant. Kimura Ryo looked at Chiba and scolded angrily, looking very excited. He spoke so loudly that the voice echoed out, so that everyone who was cultivating not far away could hear it, and they all turned their heads to look over, wanting to know what was happening. Yahiko and Nagato came over, trying to find out what was going on. What's the matter, why are you arguing like this? Yahiko said, without reproach, just to understand the cause of the matter. Brother Yahiko, this little devil is too arrogant, it is too small to look at. I want to compete with him, and I hope you don't stop me. Kimura Ryo said, he was still more respectful to Nagato, and did not dare to make a second time. After all, it was Yahiko and Nagato who rescued him from danger from the hands of hostile forces, otherwise, he would not have been able to live here at all, and would have been killed long ago. Hearing Kimura Ryo say this, Yahiko and Nagato frowned slightly, did not immediately agree, turned to look at Chiba, and asked the latter's opinion. Yahiko and Nagato are not very clear how strong Chiba really is, but they don't think it will be very weak, otherwise, when they are outside the city, they will not easily solve the two ninjas, and there will be no injuries at all. If you want to compete with me, that's no problem, but honestly, you don't even have the qualifications to compete with me, because you are too weak, worse than a rookie. Kinyi agreed, and it was regarded as educating this stunned young man. Humph, the tone is not small, wait a minute, don't beg for mercy. Kimura Ryo said coldly, with a sense of mockery, he looked down on Chiba at all. You can compete, don't stop at the point, don't seriously injure your opponent. Yahiko spoke. In fact, he asked Chiba's subordinates to show mercy and not to severely hurt the impulsive Kimura Liang, but give Kimura a little face, lest Kimura Liang's mood become worse and his emotions collapse. Let's start, exert all your strength, and I'll let you know what it means to be powerful. Kimura Ryo said, ready to fight, and began to mobilize the chakra in his body, ready to seal and perform ninjutsu at any time. Seeing Kimura Ryo in this pose, Kinyi couldn't help but shrug his shoulders and sneer. If I want to defeat you, I don't have to use ninjutsu at all, you can't even survive one round, Kinyi said. Fart, let the horse come over if you have the ability. Kimura Ryo spoke. Since others begged him to abuse, if Chiba didn't fulfill the other party's words, he was really sorry for people, and he could only let Kimura get his wish. Chiba did not be polite with Kimura Liang, nor did he say too much, he launched the shaving, and his figure disappeared from the place, making it impossible to capture his figure. Seeing Kinyi disappear from the same place, not only Kimura Ryo was surprised, even Yahiko and the three would feel shocked, a little unsure, did not expect that Chiba's body was so strange. Just in the blink of an eye, Kinyi appeared in front of Kimura Liang, and before the other party could react, he kicked Kimura Liang out, and fell directly 6 or 7 meters away, and his body rolled several times before he stabilized. However, in just one round, Chiba defeated Kimura Ryo, which was really easy and not the slightest difficulty. Kinyi fell back to the ground and did not continue to pursue the past, with a disdainful look on his face. I already said it, with his strength, even if I don't perform ninjutsu, he can't even hold out one round, this is the gap between us. Kinyi said disapprovingly, not looking at Kimura Ryo. The 6 new members not far away, seeing Kinyi making such a move, extremely fast, could not capture the action at all, and their hearts were shocked, giving birth to a sense of admiration. Even if it is the 3 of Yahiko, in the face of such an attack from Chiba, I am afraid that it is not comfortable, and it cannot be easily encountered, and it may not be Chiba's opponent. They now understand what Chiba said before, he is stronger than them, don't just look at his age. They finally admitted that Kinyi was arrogant, that there was capital, and the strength would definitely not be weaker than theirs. Kimura Ryo was kicked out, fell to the ground, covered his abdomen and screamed, his face became extremely painful, and it was difficult to stand up. If it weren't for Chiba's subordinates, Kimura Ryo would not have suffered more than this injury, and his ribs would have been kicked and chopped a few times. He now finally realized that his strength was not at the same level as Kinyi, and if he was facing each other for life and death, he would be directly killed by Kinyi, and there was no suspense at all. Kimura Ryo looked at Chiba, and didn't know what to say. Without the confidence before, he didn't dare to look at Chiba. Kinyi, you teach me to cultivate. Teach me too, your physical skills are so strong, ninjutsu will definitely be stronger. The new members not far away walked over, without the slightest shelf, and directly asked Kinyi to teach them cultivation. The age of these people is about 15 years old, much older than Kinyi, but they dare not underestimate Kinyi, obviously recognizing their strength. They felt that if they could improve their strength, they wouldn't mind who taught them, and they wouldn't mind anything else. Seeing these new members flocking over, without the slightest politeness, directly asking Chiba to teach, the three of Yahiko laughed, thinking that this was very good. It is the most rare thing that Kinyi can be recognized and respected by everyone in such a short time. Kinyi, it's better for you to teach them to cultivate in the future, I think you can. Xiao Nan said with a smile, with a good-looking smile on his face. How can I fit? I am only 8 years old, how can I teach others to cultivate? Kinyi said embarrassedly, really unwilling to do such a laborious thing. It takes a lot of time and energy to teach these people to cultivate, and he doesn't have this leisure or such kindness. Age is not a problem, as long as you have strength and experience. Yahiko said, also with a smile on his face and an expectant look. I have little experience and a hot temper, so I am not suitable for being a teacher, or it is more appropriate for me to kill. Kinyi waved his hand and said modestly, it is rare to be humble once. Seeing that Kinyi was like this, the three of Yahiko were embarrassed to tease him anymore and let everyone continue to cultivate. In the next few days, Chiba was not in a hurry to walk in the land of rain, but asked Yahiko and the three about the current situation in the land of rain. If he has time and is in a good mood, Chiba will also guide the new members of the Xiao organization to cultivate and teach them how to improve ninjutsu. After Chiba proved his strength, these new members looked down on him and became respectful, with a status similar to Yahiko's. After finishing his cultivation, Kinyi sat on a balcony on the top of the factory building, looking at the rainy sky, and his mood became a little gloomy, which made his whole person a little unhappy. Often living in this rainy place, where it rains every day, can really make people gloomy and even depressed. There's nothing to do every day, it's really boring. Kinyi sighed and said, he really hoped to find something to do, otherwise every day like this, he would be moldy. You can't settle down every day, and you always want to find something to do. Xiao Nan came over, looked at Kinyi, and spoke. His voice was still very gentle. Life, can't you always stop, find more things to do? Kinyi turned his head, showed a sunny smile to Xiao Nan, and spoke. In the past few days, Chiba's only gain is to spend a lot of time with Xionin, narrowing the distance between them. It's not easy to find something to do, wouldn't it be good to teach new members to cultivate, but you are not happy? Xiao Nan said mockingly. I don't have the patience to teach others to cultivate, but if I teach you to cultivate, I would be a little happy. Kinyi looked at Xiao Nan and laughed hee-hee, like a big bad wolf wagging his tail, treating Xiao Nan as a little sheep. Where do you want to teach me to cultivate, and when I see that you are not serious and have bad intentions? Xiao Nan glanced at Kinyi and said coquettishly, not angry, already used to his appearance, a small ghost and a big person, although he is less than 10 years old, but he acts very sophisticatedly, that is, he usually likes to tease her. Am I going to do this? I'm a real gentleman, how can I have bad intentions? Kinyi said cheekily, beating to death will not admit the thoughts in his heart. Xionin, it's not good. At this time, Nagawa hurried over and said in a panic. What happened? Seeing Nagawa's anxiousness, Xiao Nan knew that something must have happened, and immediately opened his mouth to inquire. Yahiko, when they went out on patrol, they happened to run into the enemy, and now they are surrounded by the enemy, and they are in danger and need our support. Nagawa didn't have time to take a break and said hurriedly. He was able to rush back, and it was Yahiko's full escort that allowed him to break through the encirclement and return to the camp to find support. Usually, it is Yahiko and Nagato who lead the members out on patrol, but Nagato went to buy supplies today and couldn't go out with Yahiko, so this kind of thing happened. Hearing that Yahiko and the others were surrounded, Xiao Nan suddenly found it difficult to calm down and became nervous. Where are they trapped? Take us there immediately. Kinyi did not hesitate, and immediately spoke, with a solemn expression. In this kind of thing, you can't delay, otherwise, you will definitely cause death. Although Yahiko's strength is good, there should be no problem with self-explosion, but the strength of others is not. Once surrounded, the situation will be very bad, maybe now it has been attacked, and someone has died. Hurry up and lead the way. Konan's urge was Nagawa, not wanting to delay the slightest time. Nagawa knew the time was tight now, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately turned around and ran wildly, leading the way in front. Chiba and Xionin did not hesitate, and immediately followed, almost launching extreme speed, wanting to use the shortest time to rush to the place where Yahiko and the others were surrounded. Now that the situation is urgent, they can't care about anything else, and they walk directly through the rain, ignoring that their clothes are wet by the rain. 5 minutes later, Nakoa was exhausted and could only show Chiba and Konan, and could not take them over. After about 10 minutes, Chiba and Konan finally found the place where Yahiko and the others were besieged. The place where Yahiko and the others were besieged was an abandoned factory building, perhaps ruins, half of which had collapsed, like a wounded beast, lurking here. This abandoned factory building has been hit by wind and rain for many years, and it is already crumbling, and it is certain that it will collapse at any time, and if it is subjected to a strong impact, it is certain that it will collapse. According to the information provided by Nekanagawa, Yahiko was trapped in an abandoned factory with 4 members of the organization, and 2 members were already injured and in a very unfavorable situation. When Chiba and Konan's arrival here, they happened to see 10 ninjas in combat uniforms, surrounded by abandoned factories, narrowing their scope, approaching the factory building, intending to besiege Yahiko and kill them all. Seeing this, Kinyi and Zionin breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since these ninjas had just begun to shrink the encirclement, it proved that Yahiko had nothing to do yet, and they arrived in time. Fortunately, it was in time. Kinyi breathed a sigh of relief and was no longer so worried. As long as these ninjas haven't taken Yahiko and them, Chiba doesn't have to worry. Or, the ninjas of these hostile forces, who could not even touch Yahiko, were forcefully wiped out by Chiba. What are we going to do now? Xiao Nan said. Although she is a few years older than Chiba, there is no way to make a decision on many things, and she is not very thoughtful, and she needs to ask Chiba, feeling that the latter can help her make decisions. There is no other way, just kill it. Kinyi showed a smile and spoke, becoming excited, without the slightest nervousness. Kinyi, you look excited, isn't there pressure? Seeing Kinyi's reaction like this, Xiao Nan was surprised and asked, I'm excited, why should I be stressed? Kinyi asked, looking a little puzzled, looking at Xiao Nan beside him. According to the information given to us by Nakoa, among the ninjas on the other side, there is one upper shinobi, and there is a special shinobi. If we rush directly over, will it be their opponent? Xiao Nan groaned slightly and spoke. She always felt that Kinyi was too confident, even a little inflated, completely did not consider who the opponent was, and felt that with his strength, he could completely deal with it, so he would not be nervous and would not be pressured. Xiao Nan believes that it is a good thing that Chiba is full of confidence in himself, but if he is overconfident, he will only harm others and himself, which is not advisable. Xiao Nan wanted to rescue the Yahiko 5, thinking that Kinyi had some accident because of this time, otherwise, she would be very guilty and blamed herself. It's just that there is a Shangnin, don't be a Shangnin, I haven't killed Shangnin, even the peak shinobi has been killed, they are nothing. Kinyi said nothing, seemed very casual, and looked indifferent. Hearing Kinyi say that he had killed Shangnin, Xiao Nan was suddenly surprised, his eyes widened, his body shook slightly, and he couldn't believe it. Kinyi is only more than 8 years old now, and his strength is actually so strong that he can not only kill Shangnin, but also kill peak Shangnin. Hearing such news, Xiao Nan was really shocked and couldn't believe it, as if he had been struck by lightning. She originally thought that Yahiko and Nagato were already very powerful, and it was not an exaggeration to call them geniuses, but compared with a demon like Chiba, it was completely eclipsed, and the gap was too big, and there was no way to compare. Chiba, are you a monster? Xiao Nan was stunned for a moment, instinctively said this sentence, and did not think too much at all. You'll treat me as a monster. Kinyi shrugged and said indifferently. I really don't understand, how do you cultivate, at such an age, you have such strength, if you grow up, then you will still have it? Xiao Nan muttered, really forgetting the main thing to do now. Sister Zionin, I think we should deal with these ninjas of hostile forces first, and then discuss how I cultivate later. Chiba spoke, seeing a ninja not far away, approaching the abandoned factory where the 5 of Yahiko were. Receiving Kinyi's reminder, Xiao Nan immediately reacted, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Kinyi, did you really decide to kill it like this? Xiao Nan asked, still a little worried, not very relieved. That's nature, it's just some chickens and dogs. Kinyi nodded and said, his eyes becoming sharp. Sister Zionin, you can watch me perform, no need to shoot. When he said these words, the whole person had already rushed out, quickly approaching the ninja of the hostile force, as if a ghost was moving, so fast that people could not capture his movement trajectory. Well, if you can't handle it, I'll help again, see how good you are, you have to come on. Xiao Nan waved his fist and spoke, revealing a confident expression and becoming very expectant. She really wanted to know how strong Chiba's strength was, and whether she could easily defeat Shangnin and deal with these ninjas of hostile forces. If Kinyi is really that powerful, it is definitely a very good thing for the Xiao organization, which can help the Xiao organization grow rapidly, and there is no need to fear other strengths, and Kinyi is like the guardian saint of the Xiao organization, sheltering the members of the organization. As Konan's words spoke, Chiba was already rushing forward, constantly shaving out, and quickly approaching the ninja of the hostile forces. Originally, these 10 ninjas were about to approach the abandoned factory and take down the Yahiko 5, but suddenly heard a noise behind them, instinctively became vigilant, turned their heads, and glanced behind them. Suddenly, they saw a figure that was moving rapidly, approaching them at an extremely fast speed, making it difficult for them to see each other's appearance clearly, and even having difficulty capturing the trajectory of movement. Everyone be careful, prepare for battle. Shangnan knew that the person approaching was definitely not his own person, and his strength was good, so he immediately reminded his subordinates and let everyone pay attention. Reminded by the captain, the other ninjas did not dare to be careless, all turned around, ready to fight, some held the kunao, some made the gesture of sealing. As long as they saw the person approaching, they would attack without hesitation. There was a chapter updated earlier, there was actually no content, and there was no movement in the refresh. I don't know what the situation is, I can only repost it once. Don't subscribe to the previous chapter. See the ununderlined version of the novel please. Greet death as it comes. Qin Yi rushed over, and the cold voice floated into space, like a ghost. Hearing Chiba's voice, these ninjas all stood awe-inspiring and ready for battle. Among the 10 ninjas present, there were no more than 3 people who could see Chiba's figure, and as for the other 7, they couldn't even see Chiba's movement trajectory, let alone resist Chiba's attack. When Chiba's figure appeared, he walked with snow in his hand, like a ghost, his blade flashing, slashing through the neck of a ninja, and blood flew out. Easily killing a ninja, Qin Yi did not pause and continued to rush towards another ninja. But in the blink of an eye, the second ninja was killed, fell to the sky, and blood flew out. After killing 2 ninjas in a row, the other ninjas finally reacted and rushed towards Chiba one after another, casting ninjutsu and launching an offensive. Fire Fist. Facing the ninja who was approaching and attacking, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately launched an offensive and blasted out with a Fire Fist. Rumble. The Fire Fist burst out, blasted out the 3 ninjas who rushed over, was drowned in flames, and bombarded strongly. These ninjas originally wanted to perform ninjutsu, but they couldn't even launch ninjutsu, and they were directly killed without the slightest suspense. Shangnan, who led the team, was surprised in his heart when he saw such a situation, and he couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that a little ghost, the strength was so strong, easily kill 5 subordinates. Even if it was him, it was difficult to do. You must kill him, you can't let him go. Shangnan spoke, with anger in his heart. As he spoke, he had already moved and rushed towards Chiba, running chakra, his hands sealed. Water Dragon Technique. Shangnan ran the chakra, mobilized the surrounding water droplets, formed a water dragon, and quickly rushed towards the strong Qin Yi. Facing the rushing water dragon, Qin Yi didn't care at all, raised his left hand, launched the frozen fruit, and the violent pheasant's mouth blasted out. The huge ice bird rushed over, collided with the water dragon, and immediately emitted ice power, freezing the water dragon and defusing the attack. After blocking the attack of the upper ninja, Chiba still did not pause and continued to move around the battlefield, harvesting the actions of other ninjas. Xiao Nan did not come close to the place of the battle, just stood from a distance and watched, seeing Chiba move, constantly harvesting the ninja's life. Xiao Nan's heart was shocked, and she felt that it was absolutely not comparable to her. Qin Yi is really too powerful, the combat skills can be called terrifying, even if it is not skillful, the strength is already very strong, Xiao Nan said, feeling excited and difficult to calm down. When Shangnan rushed over and wanted to stop Chiba, Qin Yi had already solved 3 people, and only Shangnan and Special Shangnan survived. Originally, 10 ninjas besieged Chiba together, and 8 people were killed, and they didn't even have the ability to resist, and became revenants. Of course, the strength of these ninjas is not strong, not even the level of middle ninja, only the level of elite ninja, can only be regarded as followers. Shadow Doppelganger Art. After killing 3 ninjas in a row, Chiba retreated slightly, his hands sealed, and he performed the Shadow Doppelganger technique. As the Shadow Doppelganger technique was unfolded, a doppelganger exactly like Chiba appeared beside him and rushed towards Special Shinobu. Qin Yi's shadow avatar can't activate the ability of the demon fruit, and can't use various skills, so he can use ninjutsu and physical arts purely and his strength will not be too strong, but it is not a problem to deal with Special Ninja. With the shadow avatar and the special upper ninja, Chiba's Buddha figure can concentrate on fighting the upper ninja, and can solve the other party in the shortest time. Shangnan is good at water-done ninjutsu, but Qin Yi has frozen fruits, which can completely restrain Shui Dun and suppress the opponent's combat power. Moreover, Qin Yi's own strength is above the other party, and it is not a difficult thing to deal with Shangren. Qin Yi activated the surgical fruit, raised his left hand, and used the force, forming a hemispherical space, spreading out towards the surroundings, making the range reach 50 meters in diameter, completely covering this battlefield. After forming this space, Qin Yi was not in a hurry to launch the surgical fruit attack, but launched the frozen fruit, raised his right hand, mobilized the rainwater on the ground, formed more than a dozen ice spears, directly broke through the air to attack the past, and attacked the water to endure. The water-done ninjutsu that Shui Dun Shangnan is good at, if it is equivalent to an attack on ice done on the top, it will not be able to occupy the advantage at all, and if it is suppressed by Qin Yi's attack, Shui Dun ninjutsu will be frozen. Seeing more than a dozen ice spears attacking, the water ninja was very uncalm in his heart, and there was no other way but to cast water-done ninjutsu to fight against the ice spear that attacked. He mobilized chakra, pulled the surrounding water, and gathered in front of him, forming a water shield to withstand the attack of the ice spear. Boom! Fortunately, the water shield's defensive power was quite good, blocking the attack of the ice spear, and gradually froze by the ice and became an ice block. When the water shield shinobu performed the water shield ninjutsu and his hands were sealed, Kinyi was not without movement. His right hand was placed on the ground, emitting a majestic ice power, causing the ground to freeze and quickly form a layer of ice. As the ice spread, he soon came to Shinobu on the water shield and sealed his hands in ice, embedded in the ice. By the time Shangnin reacted and wanted to struggle, jump out, and dodge, it was too late, and his feet were firmly frozen in ice, making his body bound and unable to move at will. Seeing such a situation, Shui Deshang couldn't help but be shocked. He really couldn't calm down, and a trace of panic appeared in his heart. However, his reaction was swift, and he immediately made a decision. His hands were sealed, and he ran the chakra and transported it into the ice. Ice escape one-horned Moby Dick. As he transported the majestic chakra into the ice emitted a roar, and the ice vibrate, quickly forming a narwhal beluga whale and rushing towards Chiba. This unicorn beluga made of cold ice has a very huge body, more than 10 meters long, and its momentum is very rapid. If it is attacked, it is not comfortable. It's just that where will Kinyi be attacked so easily? When Chiba fights against the ninjas of hostile forces, Yahiko is also defending the abandoned factory with 4 members of the Xiao organization. Yahiko, what are we going to do? With the strength of the 5 of us, we can't compete with each other at all, and we still have 2 people injured here, and the combat strength is really very different. Kimura Ryo said, unable to control his body, trembling slightly, and looking a little afraid. Don't panic, everyone, we will wait for reinforcements, it will be fine. Yahiko spoke, trying to reassure these subordinates as much as possible so that they could continue to maintain their confidence, not to panic, not to despair. Although these new members want to be calm, but their psychological quality is not good, they still instinctively feel afraid, their hearts become panicked, and their faces become ugly. Yahiko, you can find a way, I don't want to die here. One member said with trepidation, and his voice could be heard shaking. Don't worry, even if I die, I won't let you guys have trouble. Yahiko looked at his 4 subordinates, his eyes firm, and spoke. Although he is only a 15-year-old boy, he has already shouldered the mission. No matter what difficulties he faces, he will always stand in front of him and protect the members of the Xiao organization and will not let his subordinates be harmed. At this moment, from outside the abandoned factory building, there was a roaring sound, obviously the sound of a fight, and it was still very intense. Hearing this voice, the Yahiko 5 naturally knew what was going on, and it must have been Negawa who went back to report this matter and asked Konan or Nagado to bring someone to the rescue. Our reinforcements are coming, we will be fine. Yahiko spoke, feeling excited, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If reinforcements arrive later, ninjas from hostile forces will rush into the abandoned factory and fight them. If this is the case, the Yahiko 5 will not be opponents at all, they will only be defeated, and in the end, they will either be killed or fall into the hands of the other party and be slaughtered by others. Reinforcements have finally arrived, and we don't have to die here. Some people cheered and felt very lucky. Everyone rushed out with me, joined the others, fought them together, and we could definitely get out of here alive. Yahiko spoke. Kimura Ryo 4 echoed, morale became much higher, no longer afraid, followed Yahiko, rushed out of the abandoned factory, ready to join his partners and fight a decisive battle with the hostile forces. Yahiko felt that with so many of them, even if they were not opponents of hostile ninjas, there was no problem at all in fighting a tie and retreating safely. When Yahiko rushed out of the factory with 4 companions, ready for a big battle, they were all stunned, and when they saw the scene in front of them, their eyes widened, they couldn't believe it, and they were a little shocked. Because they saw that the ninjas of those hostile forces were now able to survive, only the 2 strongest people, one upper shinobu and one special shinobi, the others had been killed and fell in a pool of blood. Moreover, there were not a few members of the Xiao organization who appeared. One was Chiba who was fighting fiercely on the water, and another was standing from a distance watching the battle, obviously no need to move. There was no one else. What's going on? Kimura Ryo said involuntarily, feeling extremely shocked, excited, and difficult to calm down. Could it be that these ninjas were all killed by Chiba, and he still has the ability to resist the upper ninja? Another member spoke. It's not that they don't believe it, but they feel really shocked, greatly impacted. How old is Kinyi? He has such strength, he can only be described as a monster. They all knew that Kinyi's strength was strong, but they didn't expect it to be so strong, completely beyond expectations and beyond cognition. A person who creates an original hostile force, kills 8 ninjas in a row, and can compete with the upper ninja, does not fall behind, and even faintly occupies the active advantage, which is all done by an 8-year-old child. If you don't see such a thing with your own eyes, you won't believe it, and it's hard to accept. Even Yahiko, who has always been calm, will make waves in his heart when he sees such a situation, and he feels that Chiba is really terrible. However, Kinyi's ability to help the Xiao organization will only be a good thing for the Xiao organization, and there will be no harm. Need our help? Yanako said, not wanting to watch Chiba fight alone. After all, they were members of the Xiao organization, and they were partners. No, just watch. Chiba responded coldly. As he spoke, the unicorn beluga whale condensed by Shui Duan Shangnan was rushing over strongly, bombarding down from above, very powerful, like a giant beast, about to crush everything. And the shuriken that Kinyi attacked out, after drawing an arc, had already approached in front of Shui Duan Shangnan, less than 2 meters away. At this time, Kinyi did not hesitate at all, seized the opportunity, activated the ability of the surgical fruit, and launched the skill, Scan. Kinyi held the demon knife in his right hand and cried, condensing the laser, and pointed at the shuriken in front of Shui Dushang. In an instant, his body disappeared from its place, swapped positions with the shuriken, and appeared in the position of the shuriken, that is, in front of the shinobu of Mizutakami. Shui Dushangnan originally held Kuwu, and was about to swing out and block the shuriken that attacked him, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly change to Kinyi, and he was horrified in his heart. He had never seen such ninjutsu. However, he had a lot of combat experience, and after seeing Kinyi appear, he did not hesitate at all, almost followed the instinctive action, exerted force under his feet, and withdrew backwards, intending to leave the distance. It's just that he wants to retreat now. It's too late, and the speed is not as much as Kinyi. Scalpel. The devil's cry on Kinyi's right hand was still condensed with lasers, flashing swordlight, and pierced straight towards the heart of Shui Yushang Shinobu. Seeing that the long knife could not touch his body, Shui Duoshangnan did not block at all, but just maintained the posture of withdrawing backwards, trying to open the distance. However, in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong, as if something was missing from his body. Shui Duan Shangnan's heart flew out from behind him, and Kinyi stretched out his left hand, activated the skill command, and let the heart that flew out, cut an arc, and fell into his hand. You've already lost. Kinyi held the heart of Shui Duan Shangnan and said coldly. He doesn't want to waste time with the other party, there is nothing to do anyway, and if he wants to threaten the other party, it may not have any effect. Therefore, as the voice fell, Kinyi held the heart of Shui Du Shangnan in his hand, and immediately launched the power to crush the heart. Before Shui Shangnan could fully react, he saw that the heart that fell into Kinyi's hands had been crushed, and blood splashed out. Ah! Shui Dushang screamed bitterly, let out a bitter scream, opened his mouth to spew out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground, completely killed, not even struggling to access. Yanako and the others couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Chiba crushing Shangnan's heart, unable to react, not knowing what was going on. They really don't understand how Kinyi took away the opponent's heart, and was able to remain active without being harmed, and wait until the back to crush the opponent's heart, which is really a strange thing. I don't know what the principle is. In short, they are now stunned in place, feeling that Kinyi's ability is really a bit mysterious, and they can't see through him at all, and they feel that he is a monster. Who the hell is Chiba? The ability turned out to be so weird. The member of the Xiao organization spoke, appearing very unsure. We completely underestimated Chiba's strength, he is definitely the strongest among us. Yahiko spoke, acknowledging the fact. After killing Shangnan, Kinyi did not hesitate, turned around and rushed towards Special Shangnan, wanting to start killing the other party, not intending to leave a living mouth. In particular, the strength of Shangnan is much worse than that of Shangnan, and Chiba wants to defeat the opponent and kill him, which is much less difficult than fighting Shangnan. Violent Pheasant Beak. Kinyi rushed towards Special Shangnan, without the slightest hesitation, launched the ability attack of the frozen fruit, and cold ice burst out from his right hand, forming a huge iceberg and bombarding Special Shangnan. In the face of such an attack, the special shinobi could not resist at all, so he could only withdraw backwards, dodge the attack, and perform ninjutsu to resist. In fact, after seeing the captain being killed, he had no confidence in his heart, and he had the heart to escape, and he didn't want to continue fighting. It's just that if he wants to escape, it is already impossible, and Kinyi will not let him succeed. Kinyi basically did not pause, like a fierce beast galloping, forcefully crashing over, approaching special patience. Flame Dragon King. Kinyi approached the past, activated the ability to burn fruits, waved it, and the flames erupted, forming a fire dragon. The fire dragon rushed out, broke through the special ninja defense, and bombarded him. As the defense of the special shinobi was broken, it was hit by the fire dragon, and it was immediately knocked away, and his body was severely damaged, spurting blood. Taking advantage of the fact that Special Shangnan was knocked out and flew out, Kinyi launched a shave, and in an instant he approached the past. A kunao appeared in his hand, slashed through the opponent's throat, and blood sprayed out, forming a bright blood flower, which looked dazzling. Special Shangran fell to the ground, stretched out his hand to cover his throat. There was no way to stop the blood from flowing out, he could only look at Kinyi neatly, unwilling to die. At this point, all 10 of these ninjas who surrounded and killed Xiao organization were killed by Kinyi and fell in a pool of blood. But Kinyi was not harmed in the slightest, but his clothes were stained with some blood. Yahiko and the others looked at Kinyi not far away, their hearts were shaken, and they were shocked, feeling that he was a monster, and they did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Qinyi, you are really powerful, much more powerful than I thought, you are really a monster. Xiao Nan came over and said with a sigh, with a smile on his face. Seeing that Yahiko and them were all safe and sound, and the ninja of the hostile forces was killed again, Xionin could finally breathe a sigh of relief, did not have to continue to worry, and was naturally in a good mood. I've already said it, my strength is very strong, and dealing with Shangnan is a trivial matter. Qinyi said confidently. At the end of the month, Ian was also not modest, and like Xiao Nan to praise himself. It's really thanks to Chiba this time, otherwise we would have wanted to evacuate safely, which would be impossible. Yahiko walked out and spoke, with a sigh. How did you get surrounded by these ninjas? Qinyi didn't say anything, and immediately opened his mouth to ask, wanting to know the specific situation. His intuition told himself that this matter was not so simple, not a simple encirclement, most likely a conspiracy. Because Nagito didn't come out on patrol with Yahiko today, only Yahiko came out with the team, and this happened. If Nagito and Yahiko had come out on patrol with their members in the past, this would never have happened. Obviously, the hostile forces knew that Nagito and Yahiko were separated and did not act together, so they designed such a trap and besieged Yahiko and the others. We just came out on patrol, and as usual, there was no difference, but we were besieged by these people. Yahiko spoke, unable to figure out a reason. Which force are these ninjas? Qinyi asked. They are the people of the Rain Eagle, the original old forces in this city, because the establishment of the Xiao organization and their interests, so they target us everywhere and want to solve us, Yahiko said, briefly talking about the specific situation of the Yueying force. Since the people of the Rain Eagle want to eradicate you, they must not only attack you, but also Nagito. Qinyi groaned slightly, and said, we will return to the base immediately, maybe Nagito will encounter this kind of thing as well. Chiba felt that the people of the Rain Eagle would inevitably attack Nagito. After all, the people led by Nagito had only 2 members, and the overall strength was weaker than Yahiko's side. If Nagito and them were attacked, their resistance would be much worse than that of the Yahiko 5, and it could be said that it would be more dangerous and face a greater crisis. Yahiko's reaction was not slow, and he quickly reacted, knowing that this was most likely a conspiracy, waiting for Yahiko and Nagito to separate from the Xiao organization, and then sending strong men to besiege the 2 of them separately, wanting to solve them. Go, we will return to the base immediately now. Yahiko made a decision immediately, worried about the safety of the 3 of Nagito. Yahiko and the others knew what was going on, and felt that something had happened to them in Nagito, and they couldn't help but worry in their hearts, and it was difficult to calm down. Qinyi did not hesitate and quickly rushed in the direction of the base, striving to return to the base as soon as possible. If something happened to them in Nagito, then they would definitely send someone back to the base as soon as possible and ask the base for support. Chiba, Konan, and Yahiko are the strongest and the fastest, so they hurried back to the base. 15 minutes later, the 3 of Chiba returned to the base, and did not see the members who followed Nagito out return to the base, nor did they see Nagito return, and they couldn't help but worry in their hearts, a little unsettled, worried about the safety of the 3 of Nagito. They can't really do something, can they? Xiao Nan muttered, worried in his heart and unable to calm down. Don't mess with yourself, I don't know what's going on yet, Qinyi said, not wanting to blindly guess without knowing the situation. Moreover, with Nagito's strength, even if he is besieged, as for how much damage he suffers, he will definitely be able to break through and return safely. Among Yahiko, Nagito, and Konan, Nagito is the strongest in Nagito, and he has the Eye of Reincarnation, and it is not a simple matter to want to kill him. You know, Nagito is not only of the Uzumaki family, but also implanted in the Eye of Reincarnation by Uchiha, which can be called an open and hanging existence, and when encountering danger, he can definitely exert unexpected power and become the devil of slaughtering gods. That's right, we have to stay calm and can't panic ourselves. With Nagito's strength, it will definitely be fine. Yahiko spoke, still confident in Nagito. Chiba, they have no way now, they don't know where Nagito is now, they can only wait for Nagito to come back, or someone can come back to deliver the news. After waiting for a while, the members who had fallen behind finally returned, still not seeing Nagito appear, making Yahiko and them even more anxious and difficult to calm down. If Nagito hasn't come back in another 10 minutes, we'll go out and find them. Yahiko spoke. Others have no opinion, they all think so. 10 minutes passed, and Chiba finally couldn't sit still, and decided to go out to find the 3 of Nagito. Just as they were about to leave the base and walk out the gate, they saw Nagito with 2 companions, rushing back from the rain curtain and appearing in their line of sight. Although the figures of the 3 Nagito are a little embarrassed, the 2 partners are injured, the speed of action is very slow, although some are injured, but there are no members sacrificed, which is the best result. Seeing that the 3 of Nagito had finally returned, Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief, no longer so worried, and quickly rushed out, welcoming them into the base. What happened? Yahiko, holding up Nagito, who was injured and a little embarrassed, asked with concern. Ryo Kimura and Nikoa rushed over and helped the other 2 partners. The injuries suffered by these two members who came back with Nagato were much more serious than Nagato's, and there was even a member who lost an arm. Blood kept flowing out, staining his clothes red, which looked dazzling. It was very difficult for this member to insist on hurrying back. The whole person was completely weak, his face became very pale, and he could fall at any time and pass out. As for the other member, there were several wounds on his body, blood also flowed out, his figure was very embarrassed, and he seemed to be affected by the power of the detonation charm, and some parts of his body were scorched black, and the overall situation was not so serious. Treat them first. Nagato spoke, worried about the two partners and not wanting them to be born. Xiao Nan helped the two wounded into the base, and when he saw the injuries on the two of them, he couldn't help frowning, showing a solemn expression, and became worried. Now, there are no medical ninjas in the Xiao organization, and if they are injured, they can only do some simple treatment, but if they are seriously injured, there is no way to solve it, and it becomes tricky and helpless. We don't have medical ninjas here, they are very badly injured, there is no way to solve it. Kimura Ryo said, looking helpless and anxious. Then what do we do now? If we don't hurry up and give Yano, it will be life-threatening. Nakoa is stopping the bleeding of Yano, who has broken his arm, but he can only stop the bleeding, and there is no way to heal his injuries, which does not have much effect. Seeing that some members were seriously injured, Yahiko and Nagato felt uncomfortable, but they were helpless, and there was no good way. They are not medical ninjas, and if they want to treat Yano, there is simply no way, they can't do it. Leave it to me, Kinyi said, stepping forward at this time. After all, he is not only powerful, but also a medical ninja, and dealing with such wounds is not a problem at all. Can you handle wounds like this and help them heal? Yahiko was a little surprised and asked. Not only have you studied with Sanshin, but I have studied with Tsunade's sister, and in general, I am also a medical ninja, Kinyi said flatly. Chiba did not hesitate and immediately walked over to Yano to check the latter's current situation. Hearing Chiba say such information, Yahiko was still surprised. He didn't expect that Chiba had studied with Tsunade, and he was still a medical ninja, which was really extremely unexpected. In general, Chiba is now an all-round ninja, not only powerful, but also a medical ninja, which is really very rare. Yano is now very weak. After being helped into the base, he has passed out, but blood still oozes from his broken arm, his face is very pale, and his life is in danger at any time. Maybe if he passes out like this, there is no way to wake up. Kinyi walked over and checked Yano's current situation, his brows frowned slightly, his expression became a lot more solemn, knowing that Yano's situation was very bad, and he had to be treated quickly. Kinyi did not hesitate, biting the tip of his index finger, oozing some blood, running chakra, making prints with both hands, and pressing to the ground. As he pressed his hands to the ground and transported chakra to the ground, intricate black formations appeared, spreading out towards the surroundings, forming a teleportation array. Psychic. Seeing Chiba perform psychic arts and summon the slug, Yahiko and the others were still shocked, and they did not expect that Chiba not only followed Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu, but even the psychic beast such as the slug. Although the three of Yahiko also studied with Jirei, they could not inherit psychic beasts, which was a gap. Chiba, is there something wrong with summoning me over? After the slugs appeared, they immediately spoke, and their attitude was still very good. There are a few wounded here, and I need your help to treat them. Kinyi did not mince words, and said directly. Okay. The slugs responded, did not hesitate, immediately split into doppelgangers, crawled towards several wounded, and used their own energy to treat the wounded. Nagato, don't hold on, let the slugs treat you, Kinyi said. Nagato did not refuse, allowing slugs to crawl on him and treat him. How is Yano doing now? Can he be rescued? Yahiko asked, concerned in his heart. There was really no way to calm down. As long as I am there, it is a difficult thing for him to die. Kinyi spoke, full of confidence in this. Chiba asked the slugs to climb onto Yano's body, emitting energy and protecting Yano's life. After protecting Yano's life, Chiba did not hesitate and began to perform his medical ninjutsu to treat the wounds on Yano's body. The wound on Yano's body was not very serious, and the bleeding was stopped after simple treatment, and there was no big problem. The wound that most affects Yano now is the wound on his severed arm, which is still bleeding and difficult to stop. Yahiko, you go to the place where we are fighting, take an arm back, I will use it on Yano, Chiba said to Yahiko. Immediately afterwards, he ran the chakra and injected it into the wound of Yano's severed arm to stop the bleeding from the wound. You're going to transplant someone else into an arm and transplant it into Yano's body. Yahiko was stunned for a moment, reacted, and asked, can't you? Otherwise, you want Yano to break his arm and become a left-hander? Kinyi said. Okay, I'll go right away. Yahiko understood, no longer hesitated, turned away from the base, and went to find an arm to come back. For him, as long as he can heal his partner's injuries and return to normal, Yahiko can do anything. Nagato and they stood next to them, their eyes fell on Chiba, although their hearts were surprised and a little waveless, and they wanted to ask Chiba a lot of questions, but they did not dare to speak, for fear of disturbing him to heal Yano's injuries. After Yano's wound stopped bleeding, Ya activated the surgical fruit ability and raised his left hand, forming a hemispherical space that enveloped the area. Immediately afterwards, he took the demon knife Devil Cry over, and seemed to be ready to target it. Seeing such a situation, Nagato and the others were surprised, their eyes widened. They didn't know what Kinyi planned to do, and they always felt that it would be very serious. Chiba, what are you going to do? Do you want to start with Yano? Xiao Nan couldn't help but ask, wanting to know the specific reason. Otherwise, it would be really a little difficult for her to watch Kinyi attack Yano. I'm going to deal with his wound, make the wound of his broken arm smoother, and wait for the transplant of the arm. It will be much more convenient. Chiba explained, feeling that this was not a thing, just a trivial matter. However, you just stopped his bleeding, and now that you are dealing with the wound on his severed arm, won't you have to shed a lot of blood again? Nagato was surprised and asked, with my abilities, don't you still believe me? I won't let his wound bleed, or I won't stop the bleeding. Kinyi said. We believe you, but we're still a little worried. Xiao Nan said. Just watch, anyway, I won't heal him. Kinyi waved his hand and said very easily, without the slightest hint of nervousness. For him, Yano did not die on the way back, so it is not easy to die now. Kinyi ignored Nagato and the others, pulled out Devil Cry, condensed the laser on the knife, activated the skill, Slaughterhouse, and swung the knife to cut towards the wound of the broken arm. Seeing Chiba's action, although Nagato did not speak, they were still a little nervous. After all, they did not understand Kinyi's ability. How could they be completely relieved? As Devil Cry cut down Yano's uneven wound on his severed arm, a section of his arm was cut off, but no blood flowed out. Yano did not feel severe pain, did not react at all, and was still in a coma. Kinyi, can you cut out a person's body like this so that the other party does not get hurt? Xiao Nan still couldn't help but ask, feeling very shocked. It was really weird that he could cut other people's bodies at will. That's nature. This is my blood succession limit. As long as it is in the hemispherical space I created, I can cut the human body at will, without causing people to be injured, bleeding, or severe pain. Kinyi spoke, revealing a confident smile. Your ability is really weird and terrifying. If it is an enemy of you, it will definitely be a nightmare, and it will not be peaceful. Nagato spoke, with a sigh. He rejoiced in his heart that Chiba was a member of the Xiao organization, and if he became a person of hostile forces, then it was definitely not a good thing for the Xiao organization, and it was estimated that with Chiba's strength, he could sweep the Xiao organization. About half an hour later, Yahiko returned to the base, holding a right arm in his hand. This right arm was cut from a ninja who is about the same age as Yano, has a similar physique, and is basically the same thickness and size of the arm. Fortunately, Yahiko didn't just find an arm and vaguely transplanted it to Yano, otherwise, there would be various problems of maladaptation. It can be seen that Yahiko is still more careful in dealing with this kind of detail, and he is more thoughtful and does not act blindly. After getting Yahiko's right arm, Chiba didn't say anything, and after a little processing, he transplanted it to Yano. After another 20 minutes of busyness, he was finally busy and treated the other wounds on Yano's body. It's over. When he wakes up, it's basically fine, and his arms can be used freely. After being busy for half an hour, Kinyi finally finished his affairs, breathed a sigh of relief, and withdrew the surgical tools. Treating Yano's wounds is still very physically exhausting and energetic, and keeping him busy like this consumes more physical strength than a battle, and his face is covered with sweat. Seeing that Kinyi was busy sweating, Xiao Nan was very knowledgeable, moved a stool over, and sat down for Kinyi to rest. Seeing that Yano was fine, out of danger to his life, and even the broken arm could be recovered, Yahiko and the others could finally relax. Each found a position to sit down, and began to rest. Nagato, didn't you go shopping for supplies today? What happened next? Yahiko sat down and immediately asked when he thought of what had happened to Nagato. We did go to buy supplies, but when we came back, we were surrounded by the people of the Rain Eagle, and in order to save everyone's lives, I could only give up the materials and rush out of the encirclement with them. Nagato spoke, thinking of this kind of thing, he couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart. His current strength is not strong enough to compete with the strong man of the Rain Eagle, otherwise, he will not be afraid at all, and will directly fight hard and kill the other party. Xiao organization's current life is already tight, not living well. After giving up that batch of materials, it will only make their life more miserable. It is estimated that in the future, even filling the stomach is a problem. After all, the Xiao organization has not been established for a long time, the overall strength is not strong, the turnover in all aspects is not perfect. It can be said that there is a lot of blood, only want to maintain the peace of the city, but do not know how to operate, make themselves balance of income and expenditure, so that members can live a good life. If this batch of materials has not been brought back, our lives will only become more difficult, and whether we can sustain it is a problem. One member spoke. Although he didn't want to say such words at such a time, he also wanted everyone to understand the situation they were facing now. How many days can we still support the food we have left? Yahiko asked. He is the leader of the Xiao organization. No matter what problems he encounters, he must be the first to stand up and find a way to solve them. and he has this responsibility and obligation. If you follow the normal expenses, you can still support 3 days, and if you save a little, you can barely last for 5 days. Xiao Nan said. Don't worry, before the materials are consumed, I will definitely think of a way to solve the problem, and I won't let everyone starve. Yahiko stood up, looked around at his partner, his eyes firm, and spoke. In fact, this matter is not as terrible as you, it is just a small matter. Kinyi took a break, recovered some of his physical strength, and spoke. Chiba, do you have anything to do? You can say it, let's measure it and see if it works. Xiao Nan said. After this incident, everyone saw Kinyi's strength and knew that he was very powerful and very powerful. Therefore, not only the new members of the Xiao organization, but also the 3 of Yahiko, became more respectful of Chiba, no longer regarded him as a little guy. If he made any decisions or had any ideas, he would discuss it with Chiba. Faintly, Kinyi's position in Xiao's organization is no weaker than Yahiko's, and he has a lot of power, and what he says carries a lot of weight. In this city, the biggest opponent of the Xiao organization is what you call the Rain Eagle. Then as long as the Rain Eagle is solved, the Xiao organization can become the strongest force in the city and rule the city, and it is not a simple matter to want any materials at that time. Kinyi spoke, as if he was talking about a small matter. There was no difficulty. Except for the comatose Yano, all the members of the Xiao organization looked at Kinyi, their eyes fell on him, and when they heard him say this, they couldn't help but be moved, their eyes widened, and it was a little difficult to calm down. They instinctively felt that when Kinyi said such words, he simply took off his pants and fart, without thinking about it, without thinking about the seriousness of the matter. If the Xiao organization could compete with the Rain Eagle and defeat the Rain Eagle, then they would not be polite at all, and would have already fought over and uprooted the Rain Eagle. However, isn't this an organization that is inferior in strength, and they want to develop stably for a period of time, and then start a war with Yuying later? With our current strength, we are not the opponent of Yuying at all, and if we really want to start a war, I am afraid that we will only have the fate of sending them to death. Nukoa spoke, saying what was in his heart. That's right, if we could defeat the Rainhawks, we would have kept them entrenched in the city and driven them away long ago. Kimura Ryo said, feeling that what Chiba said was completely nonsense, and it was not of the slightest use at all. On the contrary, the 3 of Yahiko fell silent, did not rush to express their opinions, turned their heads to look at Kinyi, and thought about many questions in their hearts. Chiba, do you think that with your strength, you can resist the leader of the Rain Eagle, Biban? Yahiko asked, his expression solemn and not joking. He now recognizes Chiba's strength, which is much stronger than himself, and can resist Shangnan, and even defeat Shangnan. If Kinyi can resist the leader of the Rain Eagle, then if the Xiao organization confronts the Rain Eagle, it is not a problem at all, and there is still a great chance to solve the Rain Eagle. Therefore, Yahiko wants to gamble to see if Chiba can have the confidence to delay the pepperfish Komodo. Yahiko, what are you talking about? Even if Chiba's strength is strong, it is not Baben's opponent, it is an elite shinobi, and the strength is very strong. Hearing Yahiko say this, before Chiba could speak, Nagato immediately spoke, feeling that this was ridiculous and impossible. Xiao Nan stood next to him, his gaze fell on Kinyi, and he did not speak, in a relatively uncertain state. After she saw Kinyi's strength today, she felt that what he showed was not all his strength, and if he burst out with all his strength, I am afraid that it would be even stronger. As for whether he can compete with Biban, it is not clear and difficult to determine, so Xiao Nan will hesitate, did not express an opinion, and waited for Kinyi to speak. Although everyone felt that with Chiba's strength, they could not compete with Biban at all, their eyes still fell on him, waiting for him to speak, give an answer, and let everyone have a psychological preparation. If the leader of the Rain Eagle is only an elite forbearance, I can still resist. Kinyi exhaled a breath and said calmly, still very calm, and there was nothing to be nervous about. Airplanes. Hearing Kinyi say such confident words, everyone present was very elite, their bodies stiffened, their eyes widened, and they showed a surprised look. They did not expect Kinyi to really dare to say this. Kinyi dared to say such words, which undoubtedly proved that he had absolute confidence and full of self-confidence. Kinyi, you really have the confidence to compete with the elite Shangnan, this is not a joke. Nagato spoke, his expression solemn, in this kind of thing, dare not have the slightest joke, must be taken seriously. Just believe me, I will easily kill a Shangnan today, and deal with the elite Shangnan, there is no problem. Kinyi nodded and said, responding very seriously, not joking. Nagato, we all saw Chiba strike today, the strength is absolutely strong, Shangnan is under his hand, he can't even go for 10 rounds, and he will be killed soon, I believe in his strength. Yahiko spoke, full of confidence in Chiba and had great expectations. Chiba, what are you going to do then? What's the plan? Nagato asked. My solution is very simple, that is, to deal with the people of the Rain Eagle, even if they don't attack directly, just make a sneak attack. Kinyi spoke, revealing a confident smile. Are you planning to lead us to attack the headquarters of the Rain Eagle? Someone asked, thinking that this behavior was crazy, but it was not enough confidence. They themselves know that there is still a big gap between their own strength and the members of the Rain Eagle. Even if they launch a sneak attack, they are not the opponent of the Rain Eagle, and if they act like this, I am afraid that they will be put in danger, and even the Xiao organization will be destroyed. You think too much. Even if you want to go to sneak attack, I won't take you with me. If you go, it's just to die," Qin Yi said disapprovingly. "What do you mean by that? Look down on us?" When someone heard Qin Yi say this, he immediately felt uncomfortable, and when he spoke, his voice became cold. "It's not that I look down on you, but you're so weak. Do you want to die?" Qin Yi said unceremoniously, disagreeing. "So what are your good plans?" Yahiko was not annoyed and asked. "Yahiko, Nagato and Konan, the three are good. They can barely act with me. If you have the guts, you can act with me. Find a good little thing." It still looks very relaxed, there is no pressure. Although he is very young, he is not the first such thing. He has already prepared his heart, and he will not be afraid of this, but a little excited and eager to try. If you are confident that you will not be easily defeated, you can try it and visit the headquarters of the Rain Eagle. Even if you can't eradicate the Rain Eagle, you can't cause them trouble, deter them, let them not be too arrogant, and converge. Yahiko spoke, making a decision, his eyes firm, not wavering in the slightest. At this moment, he showed the momentum that a leader should have, without the slightest trepidation. Since Yahiko has already decided, then I have nothing to be afraid of, so I will go to the headquarters of Yueying and give them a little impression. Nagato took a deep breath and made his decision, making up his mind. He was not afraid of this, but a little excited, and also a little expectant. "If neither of you is afraid, then I will not be afraid." Xiao Nan spoke, his eyes were also very firm. "Then it's settled. When the injuries on your body recover, we will go to the headquarters of the Rain Eagle as a guest," Qin Yi said with a smile. "Bite. The host has a new mission. Within 7 days, solve the Rain Eagle force, erase the shell, reward 40,000 points, arm the color domineering, fail the mission, and deprive the ability to burn fruit and frozen fruit." The voice of the One Piece system sounded. Hearing such a task, Qin Yi was still a little surprised, and became a little uncalm, feeling that such a punishment was too cruel. However, he has no way. Even if he questions the One Piece system now, the system will not respond, let alone make changes. "Okay, you guys hurry up and recuperate, and in 3 days, we'll go to the headquarters of Yueying," Chiba said, making a decision, not waiting for Yahiko and Nagato to finally decide. For Chiba's decision, Yahiko and Nagato had no problem and acquiesced. In the next 3 days, Qin Yi did not feel how excited he was because he was going to attack the Yueying headquarters, but he still took time out to practice as usual, and occasionally instructed new members to practice ninjutsu, and stayed with Xiao Nan when he was resting, chatting about some trivial things, talking about his dreams, sighing about life, but living a very relaxed and comfortable life. However, the three of Yahiko were a little nervous, not very relaxed, and made final and sufficient preparations for going to the headquarters of the Rain Eagle. Their so-called preparation is actually to gain time to cultivate, master more combat skills, and improve their combat ability. After all, their current strength is not very strong, only elite ninjas, close to the level of special upper ninja, to go to attack the headquarters of the Rain Eagle, but it is a very difficult thing, accompanied by great risks. If they are not extra cautious, maybe they will go to the Yueying headquarters this time, and there will be no return. Although the new members of Xiao organization were not included in the list of this operation, they were still very concerned and offered advice, hoping to help some. Of course, they also asked Yahiko and Nagato that they could participate in the operation and get Yahiko to allow them to follow, but they were refused. Although these new members have intentions, Yahiko understands their strength, and does not have much actual combat experience. If they follow the action, they will drag their feet, become a burden, and even pay the price of their lives. 3 days passed in a hurry, and it was the day when Chiba and they went to the headquarters of the Rain Eagle. Although the three of Yahiko are enthusiastic and have big dreams, they have not seen a big scene, nor have they fought with a real strong man. Thinking of going to the Yueying headquarters to sneak attack, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous, or faintly excited. "Qin Yi, aren't you a little nervous?" Before preparing to leave, Xiao Nan saw that Qin Yi was calm, his expression was as usual, and he did not change. Hua couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Although I am young, I have seen big scenes, so I will not be nervous." Qin Yi laughed proudly, looking very mature. "Then we will obey your orders this time and let you direct the operation." Yahiko looked at Chiba and spoke, and there is no reproach, but a little expectation. Although Yahiko is the leader of the Xiao organization, he is not very dignified, does not force orders to members, appears very open-minded, and will obey others' opinions. If it is good for the organization, he is willing to do many things. Even if he is a subordinate and do all kinds of small things, he will be willing. "If you are willing to follow my command, it will increase the chances of success," Qin Yi said unceremoniously, not at all modest false. "Let's go, it's almost time." Nagato spoke, the whole person looked more serious, did not want this matter. Ren, what a mistake. The four of Chiba did not stop, braved the rainy weather, left the base, rushed towards the city, and went to the headquarters of the Rain Eagle. The new members of the Xiao organization did not leave, standing in the base, watching the four of Qin Yi leave. In this matter, they could not contribute, only can silently pray, hoping that the four of Yahiko will not have an accident and can succeed. Perhaps God is helping Chiba them. The weather today is very bad, the sky is pouring rain, and it is very violent. Even if it is the country of rain is also very rare. It looks like a collapse of the sky, and the rainstorm washes down, and it hurts to hit the face. In such weather, residents will definitely not go out, and visibility will become very low. If you go to the headquarters of Rainhawk, you can let them there is a greater chance of sneaking into the headquarters of Rainhawk smoothly. An hour later, the four of Chiba entered the city and moved quickly through the city, bypassing the streets and rushing towards the headquarters of the Rain Eagle. Rainhawk's headquarters is in the central area of the city, and it is a separate building. If I look from the outside, it is a mobile home, which is 3 stories high. Under the rain curtain, like a giant beast, it will open its huge mouth at any time and devour the future offender. The headquarters of the Rain Eagle is against the background of the rain curtain, and the sky is open, perhaps because it has been washed by the rain all year round. It looks a little mottled. The meridians began to decay, as if several had been built. Because of the pouring rain, there was no sign of stopping, and the people of the Rain Eagle all retreated inside, and no one patrolled outside. It seemed a lonely building. The four of Kinyi looked at the Yueying headquarters, and were not in a hurry to enter, but walked around the headquarters to understand the terrain on this side before starting to get up. After you enter the inside of the Rain Eagle later, if you encounter danger, do not linger, and retreat immediately, no matter what the situation. Line to save your life, this is the most important thing, got it? Kinyi spoke, his expression solemn, but he didn't want to have any intentions outside. After all, the strength of the Rain Eagle is still very strong, but you can't be careless, you must be careful, otherwise, the three of Yahiko may stay here village. As for Kinyi, he has enough confidence. Even if the other party can compete with him, or even besiege him and let him fall behind, he is willing. There must be enough capacity to be able to retreat safely without fear of life being threatened. In general, Kinyi is confident that he can take advantage of such an opportunity to kill Yueying's Biban. After all, his strength is above the other party. Don't worry, we know what to do. Yahiko nodded and said, agreeing with Chiba's statement. If you deal with Biban and are in danger, what are you going to do? Xiao Nan thought about this matter and asked. Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing will not happen, but if it happens, then you should retreat and do not linger. Don't worry about me, I'm not going to die here. Kinyi groaned slightly and spoke. We try not to make mistakes, there should be no problem. 4 of us come, then 4 people should go back, not 1. Phew. Nagato spoke, looking serious, not wanting anyone to die here. Don't say this, have confidence in yourself, you try to deal with each other, you don't need to fight hard, wait until I kill Shellen. This. Some people will have no idea of fighting and will choose to surrender. Kinyi said. The 4 of them nodded, did not linger, and under the cover of the rain curtain, from the rear of the Rain Eagle headquarters, climbed over the wall and entered the villa, towards the farewell rush inside the villa. After entering the villa, the 4 of Chiba rushed towards the place where Biban was most likely to stay. In order to take care of each other, they did not separate, chose to act together, even if they encountered a strong opponent. Pay. Who are you? Seeing the stranger enter the villa, the guard immediately opened his mouth and drank, his expression solemn and very stern. Moreover, the 2 guards did not hesitate, immediately drew their swords, rushed towards the 4 of Kinyi, and launched an offensive. When the 2 guards saw the 4 people of Kinyi, their faces were still very immature and not adult, and their first feeling was that their strength was not strong. It is some thieves who have sneaked into here to steal, and without the slightest fear, they will start to take them down. In this city, Yueying is the biggest force, just like a bully. Even if he kills a few people, no one will dare to say anything. Well, not to mention some thieves, it is even more no problem. The strength of the guards of the Yueying headquarters is not very good, so it is at this level of patience, and it is already good to be able to find out the elite to endure. Seeing the 2 guards rushing over, Kinyi did not intend to talk to them, and immediately launched a shaving, and the body disappeared from the original place and appeared in the 2 in front of the guard. He walked with snow in his hand, and his right hand waved, flashing a cold knife light, and wiped it towards the guard's neck. 2 sword lights flickered, blood flew out. Kinyi rushed out 3 meters away, the 2 guards fell backwards, blood spurted out of their necks, and their eyes widened. Seeing that Chiba easily killed the 2 guards, Yahiko and the 3 were still a little surprised in their hearts, and felt that Chiba was killed from the pile of people. Light and killing the opponent with ease is not the slightest effort. If you want to practice such a method, I don't know how many people you have to kill to be able to reach such a state. Yahiko 3 are ashamed of themselves. There is a big gap between Day and Kinyi, and there are some sighs in my heart. Let's go. Kinyi didn't look at the 2 guards who fell to the ground, walked with snow in his hands, and walked towards the front. The 3 of Yahiko came back to their senses, followed Chiba, and continued to go deep into the villa. Because Chiba is only 8 years old now, his figure is not tall, and compared with the Yahiko 3, the height difference is a big difference, and the Yahiko 3 follow the 1,000 behind. It seems that he is the boss, and the picture looks a little strange. When the 3 of Yahiko rushed to the interior of the villa, they did not dare to be careless, and appeared very cautious, holding kunao, shuriken, and detonation charms in their hands, ready to fight at any time. After the 2 guards drank before, the guards in other places quickly rushed over, having heard the sounds. As soon as they passed through this passage, 4 guards arrived and stopped in front of them. Do you dare to break into this place and know what place this is? Are you impatient? When the guards appeared, they immediately started drinking. The swords are facing each other, revealing a scowl on their faces, looking very majestic, but a little aura. It is you who live impatiently, Qin Yi said coldly. He didn't talk to these guards, and when he spoke, he had already rushed out quickly, flashed in front of the other party in an instant, and cast a land foot on his feet. Swing the snow with your right hand and quickly slash over. Boom! Before a guard could react, he was kicked out by Qin Yi and hit a pillar, making a dull sound, and another sound screaming. As for the other guard, the end was even more direct. The sword in his hand was swung into the air, and the snow in Qin Yi's hand walked, flashing a cold knife light. It pierced his heart and pierced his body, leaving him without even the ability to parry, and he fell to the ground with a bang and was directly killed. Yahiko and Nagato didn't just watch Chiba move, but when they saw the guard appear, their bodies ejected, extremely fast, and unfolded fierce offensive. Although their combat skills are not as fierce as Qin Yi, their own strength is not weak, and they still do not have a guard to deal with the level of subordination question. After a few rounds, Nagato and Yahiko followed. Chiba walked forward with the snow and came to the guard who hit the pillar. I'll just say, it's you who are impatient, Qin Yi said coldly, his eyes flickering, revealing a cold murderous intent. Saying that, the blade flickered, cut in an arc, slashed through the neck of the guard, and blood sprayed out again, blooming brilliantly in the air blood flowers. After solving the 4 more guards, the 4 of Chiba did not pause and continued to rush inside the villa. Obviously, the sound of fighting here began to attract the attention of some of Yu Ying's strong people, and began to send stronger people. No longer some strength, the low guards rushed to die. After passing through a passage, the 4 of Chiba came to the hall of the Rain Eagle headquarters, where 10 ninjas had gathered and waited for their arrival. The strength of these 10 ninjas is not weak, and the lowest strength has reached the level of middle ninja, and they are no longer those guards with low strength, wearing black battles fighting uniform, holding all kinds of weapons in his hands. His eyes were fierce. Looking at the gaze of the 4 people in Qin Yi, he gradually became fierce. And in the depths of the hall, on a flight of steps, a very wide chair covered in tiger skin was sitting a middle-aged man, also dressed wearing a black combat uniform. His figure looks very burly, he has long black hair, a scar on the bridge of his nose, and his eyes are very sharp, revealing murderous intent. Falling on the 4 of Qin Yi, he showed disdain, as if he felt that the 4 of them were already dead. In the headquarters of the Rain Eagle, only the leader of the Rain Eagle, Baben, can sit in this position. Therefore, you don't need to guess to know the identity of the person sitting on the tiger skin chair. I really didn't expect it. I couldn't kill you last time, but now I took the initiative to send it to the door. Shellan sat up slightly straight, looking at the 4 of Yahiko. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a cold smile, without the slightest nervousness. Last time you designed to kill us, we had hatred in our hearts, so we personally came to take revenge and asked for your life. Yahiko spoke Tao, there is no fear at all. Before they come, they are mentally prepared for where they will be easily afraid. The tone is not small. For little ghosts, you still want to kill me. Since you are here today, don't think about leaving. Bibrin said coldly. He drank, his face was full of anger, and he looked very unhappy. If you want to take us, then let's see what you people are capable of. Nagato shrugged his shoulders and spoke, looking very good confident, as if eating a shellburn. Don't talk to them, let's take them down. Shellan shouted coldly and gave orders to his subordinates. However, that little Nizai looks like a water spirit. Don't kill her first, I still want to play, and when I get tired of playing, I'll give it to you. Let's cool off. As these subordinates acted, Shellan spoke, and with a sense of teasing, his gaze fell on Xiao Nan and became fiery. Come. Hearing Baben say such words, such a frivolous Zionin, no matter what the reason, Chiba sentenced Baben to death. No one, you can't save this guy, even if God comes. Haha, it's really a water spirit Nizai, but it will be ravaged by us tonight. Shellan's men spoke, revealing lewdness' expression. His gaze fell on Xiao Nan, with bad intentions. Rain Eagle originally included Baiban, with a total of 3 upper shinobi, 2 special upper shinobi, and 8 middle shinobi. However, 3 days ago, the team sent out by Shellan was directly wiped out by Chiba, causing the Rain Eagle to suffer heavy losses and lose 1 upper shinobi, 1 special Shang shinobi, and 1 middle shinobi, made the overall strength of Yu Ying drop a lot. Qin Yi also knew the overall strength of the Rain Eagle before, and knew the strong profile of the Rain Eagle, so he dared to bring Yahiko and the 3 to attack together now. In addition to the Rainhawk headquarters, there is only 1 upper forbearance, 1 special upper forbearance, and 8 middle ninja, which can be regarded as a high-level combat power. If they unite and deal with the 3 of Yahiko together, it will make Yahiko a little difficult to deal with, and they will be unable to resist. After all, the strength of the 3 of them is not very strong, and they will definitely be unable to cope with so many people. Come on, as for this Nizai, wait for us to ravage you well and let you fly into the sky. The members of the Rain Eagle looked at the 4 of Qin Yi and said coldly, with a sense of ridicule. Their eyes became fiery. If you have that ability, you can come over. Yahiko said solemnly, with a sense of provocation. Yahiko, cast your strongest water escape, Kinyi said. Hearing Chiba say this, although Yahiko had doubts in his heart, he did not hesitate and immediately took action, running chakra, sealing his hands and performing water ninjutsu, the art of the great waterfall. Yahiko ran the chakra, condensed it to his hands, and then pressed it to the ground, and immediately burst out a raging stream of water, like a rushing torrent, quickly rushing forward, extremely fast. The impact is amazing, and it looks very shocking. The members of the Rain Eagle were rushing over, and when they saw the violent water rushing over, they did not dare to hesitate, and they all withdrew a little distance back, looking for a place to hide. Of course, there are also people who will resist and use ninjutsu to meet the water flow, not wanting to be weaker than Yahiko. There are two Naka shinobi with poor strength, the reaction speed is not as fast as others, and when the body rushes out, it is not quickly contained, and it is hit by the current and drowned in it. Taking advantage of the raging waterfall to wash out and disrupt the formation of these ninjas, catching some people off guard, Chiba did not hesitate and also seized this opportunity to launch a strong counterattack. Kinyi activated the ability of the frozen fruit, took a step forward, stood in the flowing water, and leaned forward with both hands, submerged into the surging water. Ice Age. Kinyi's ability to launch the frozen fruit is not polite at all, it is the strongest direct attack method. Suddenly, the cold ice power spread out, like rushing flowing water, which immediately froze the flowing water, forming an ice layer that froze the opponent. If someone is attacked by the ninjutsu performed by Yahiko and their body appears in the water, they will not be able to escape at all, they will be directly frozen by the ice, and their body will be stiff and unable to move. In the originally spacious and tidy hall, with the torrent washing, it continued to rage, and ushered in the power of ice, which made the flood into ice, completely freezing the hall, making this place an ice palace, and the space became much smaller. There are 4 Naka shinobi who have not been able to avoid the cold ice, and are frozen in the ice, like ice sculptures. Even if they will not die for the time being, they have lost their combat effectiveness and have no way to continue fighting. It's just that in an instant, the 4 Zongnin lost their combat effectiveness, and the speed was really efficient, which was surprising and could not react. Shellen originally sat safely on the chair, looking very confident, without the slightest worry, but with the flood impact, and there was ice permeating, like a giant beast, wanting to devour him, so that he could not calm down, he could only dodge and leave the chair. Seeing such a situation, the Biben 7 could no longer remain calm, and they couldn't help but make waves in their hearts, feeling that the attack that Chiba and Yahiko cooperated with was really a little tricky and couldn't be careless. When the cold ice stopped spreading, the Biben 7 stood on the ice again, looking at the 4 people of Kinyi at the entrance. Their expressions became a little solemn, and they did not dare to underestimate it as before. Kinyi, you are so powerful, you instantly made 4 people lose their combat effectiveness. Seeing Kinyi launch an attack and achieve such an effect, Xiao Nan was surprised in his heart and admired at the same time. It's just to make 4 people lose their combat effectiveness, we still have to deal with 7 people, but we can't be careless, everyone should be careful. Kinyi spoke, his expression solemn, without the slightest frivolity. As he spoke, he was already running chakra, his hands sealed, and he was casting the shadow doppelganger. Boom, boom. As 2 voices sounded, 2 shadow doppelgangers appeared beside him. The overall momentum was very good, even if the strength was not very strong, but with the middle patients, especially the upper patients, there was no problem at all. Kinyi took off the snow walk and handed it to a shadow avatar, while the other shadow avatar held Kuwu and took a fighting posture to prepare for battle. Your mission is to deal with Nakanin, and if you have the opportunity, kill your opponent, but allow failure, at least delay time. Chiba gave orders to the 2 shadow doppelgangers. The reason why he did this was to lighten the burden on the 3 of Yahiko and give them a greater chance of being able to compete with the members of the Rain Eagle. Don't worry, they're just some rubbish, how can they compete with me? Watch me beat them so much that they don't know their mothers, let them know how good I am. The 2 shadow doppelgangers were unceremonious, not at all modest, completely outspoken, looking extremely arrogant, rushing towards the members of the Rain Eagle and launching a fierce attack. You guys try your best to deal with your opponents, and when I kill Shellen, I can come and help you, Kinyi said. Saying that, he did not hesitate, immediately took action, rushed towards the members of the Rain Eagle in the depths of the hall, and the target was the deepest Biben. His eyes were fierce, full of coldness, containing murderous intent. Violent pheasant beak. When he rushed over, his right hand moved, bursting out with ice power, forming ice blocks, quickly condensing into a huge ice bird, and bombarding forward. Seeing Kinyi attacking, the speed is very fast, and there is no need to seal the seal. The members of the Rain Eagle are shocked, a little can't believe it, they didn't expect a little ghost, the strength is so terrifying, it's really unexpected. We won't hold you back, don't worry. Yahiko whistled, followed suit, and pounced on the members of the Rain Eagle. The members of the Rain Eagle saw the giant ice bird attacking, knew that such an attack was strong, did not dare to approach, rushed to both sides, and avoided the attack of the ice bird. As for the leader of the Rain Eagle, Biben, when he saw the ice bird attacking, he felt that his majesty was provoked, and if he could not resist head-on, he felt that he would be looked down upon by Kinyi and pressed on the head by the other party. Thinking of this, Baben felt a sense of anger in his heart, feeling that no matter what, he had to block this ice bird. Little ghost, I want you to know how good I am. Biban stood up coldly, his expression cold, full of murderous intent. As he spoke, he was already running chakra, and his hands were quickly sealed. Water bomb cannon. In the next instant, his ZY bar opened and spewed out a water bomb condensed by chakra, with extremely strong impact and a large scale, and rushed towards the huge ice bird. Moreover, the water bombs he sprayed were not just one, but several in succession, and the more he went to the back, the larger the scale of the water bombs and the more powerful they were. Rumble. The water cannonball hit the huge iceberg and immediately produced a bombardment, causing the iceberg to pause, did not stop immediately, or rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The impact of 4 water cannonballs in a row finally made the iceberg stop, forming a pile of ice that was scattered on the ground. Target room. When Chiba rushed forward, he activated the surgical fruit, raised his left hand, and used the force to form a hemispherical space, spreading out towards the surroundings, and finally shrouding the villa inside, turning the area inside the villa into his slaughterhouse. Seeing that Kinyi used this strange ability, but did not receive a substantial attack, Biban did not think so, and did not pay attention to it. After blocking the huge iceberg, Biban did not hesitate, and immediately rushed towards Kinyi, grabbed the tie knife placed next to him, quickly approached Kinyi, and launched a fierce attack. His speed was very fast, and after 2 jumps, he approached Kinyi's side, holding the Taideo in his hand, and slashed over strongly. In his opinion, although Kinyi's ninjutsu is a little weird, but after all, it is a child, and the physical skills are definitely not strong. As long as he is allowed to get close, it is not an easy thing to defeat Kinyi, and there is no difficulty at all. Seeing Biban rushing over, the sword flashed the sword light, and directly slashed down. Kinyi did not have the slightest panic, he seemed very calm, and his expression was calm. He calmly drew his demon knife and screamed, and attacked sideways, blocking the slashed sword and blocking Baben's attack. Boom! The swords in the hands of the two collided together, making a sound of metal clashing, and sparks burst out, stalemating each other, and no one had the upper hand. When Biban saw such a situation, he did not expect that physical skills could not restrain a little ghost, and he was immediately surprised. His eyes widened, and he was a little unable to calm down. Why, I use my physical skills to compete with you, do you think you are surprised? Kinyi looked at Biban, showed a cold smile, and said playfully, "Little ghost, don't be too arrogant, it's just now, I'll let you know what it means to be powerful and make you regret it." Biban snorted coldly, and his mood became even more unpleasant. He drank and burst out a big. Kinyi forced him to withdraw, then pursued, swung the tie knife in his hand, and quickly slashed down. Although his attack is fast and fierce, but Chiba is not a vegetarian, has rich combat experience. Even if he is not a strong opponent, he can resist Biban's attack through skill, and it does not take much effort. If you really want to compete with pure strength, Kinyi is not Biban's opponent, and will be suppressed by the other party. After all, his current physique is not strong enough, there are still many gaps. However, Kinyi is not a fool, so he will not compete with his opponent like this and expose his weaknesses in front of his opponent. For him, as long as he can defeat his opponent and kill him, that is the best way. Chiba and Baben were in the hall, a fierce battle broke out, the swords collided, the sonorous sound came out, sparks burst out, constantly shifting positions, the figure kept moving, the speed was very fast, making people look dazzled, a little unable to keep up with the rhythm. Biban suppressed Kinyi for 2 minutes in a row, and he consumed a lot of physical strength, but he couldn't defeat Chiba, which made him a little annoyed, and he was even more shocked that Kinyi's strength was much stronger than he thought. Boom! Kinyi and Biban collided together again, their eyes were fierce, and they confronted each other, revealing murderous intent. How, don't you feel very tired and physically exerted a lot? Kinyi looked at Baben, who was sweating, and said playfully, with a provocative meaning. On the other hand, Kinyi sighed, although there is some sweat, but compared with Biban, it is much better, so as not to be out of breath, or a little weak. Enough to kill you. Baben drank unpleasantly. Is it? I'm looking forward to it, Kinyi said coldly. As he spoke, he no longer hesitated, and his right foot exerted force, launching the Arashi foot, like a horizontal sword, and quickly attacked Baben's abdomen. Seeing such a situation, Baben knew the strength of this blow, and his heart was awe-inspiring, and he did not dare to hesitate, and quickly withdrew back, away from Kinyi, and dodged the attack. Shellen withdrew backwards, widening the distance between him and Chiba, thinking that he could easily dodge the attack, but he underestimated Chiba. Kinyi did not chase the past, but squatted down with his body, pressed his left hand on the ice, and injected a cold ice force into the ice. In the next instant, the surface where Shellen landed immediately trembled, quickly forming dozens of ice picks and probing out of the ice. If the reaction speed is slow, it will definitely not be able to dodge, and it will be pierced through the body by the ice pick, and it will be directly terminated. After all, Baben had a lot of combat experience, and when he felt the ice under his feet trembling, he knew that something was wrong, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately jumped into the air and dodged the attack of the ice pick. Seeing Biban rushing into the air, Kinyi sneered, waiting for this opportunity. He inserted Devil Cry into the ice, shook his right hand, clenched his fist, launched the burning fruit, burst out a fire fist, and blasted out strongly. Fire fist. The fire fist burst out, like a galloping giant beast, rushing towards Biben, extremely fast and extremely powerful. Baben's body moved in the air, and he couldn't easily dodge it at all, and in the face of the attacking fire fist, there was still some pressure, and he didn't dare to underestimate it. At this moment, Biben did not panic, directly let go of the Taideo in his hand, ran the chakra, sealed his hands, and cast a water ninjutsu to meet the impacting fire fist. After all, Shui Dun has a strong restraining power against Huo Duan. Even if Shui Duan's power is not very strong, it can suppress extremely powerful Huo Dun attacks. Shelin spewed out the water attribute chakra from his mouth, forming a large water bomb and meeting the fire fist. Just defusing the attack of the fire fist, Reborn took advantage of the landing of his body, quickly sealed his hands, and cast a ninjutsu attack. If he wants to change the passive situation, he must take the initiative to attack and let Kinyi fall into passivity, so that he has more opportunities. Shelin spewed chakra from his mouth, and immediately evolved into water waves, forming a water dragon, opening its teeth and dancing its claws, and quickly attacked towards Kinyi, and the power was very powerful. In the face of this kind of water escapes attack, Kinyi will not be afraid, but he has frozen fruit, and it is not an easy thing to deal with the water dragon that attacked him. Kinyi exerted force under his feet, quickly rushed forward, launched the frozen fruit, and the violent pheasant mouth blasted out, blocking the water dragon. The attacks of the two collided together, and it seemed that they were equal, and neither of them had the upper hand. However, just after the water dragon was blocked, Biben's figure appeared in front of Kinyi, extremely fast, still holding a Taideo in his hand, stabbing straight towards Kinyi's body, straight to Kinyi's heart. Seeing this situation, Kinyi was surprised, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that Biben would actually attack like this, feeling that piercing his heart could kill him. Since Biben wanted such an opportunity, Chiba gave him such an opportunity, and he could also take advantage of such an opportunity in turn. Chiba pretended to be slow and reached out to pick up the Devil Cry inserted on the ice, trying to fend off Biben's attack. Seeing such a situation, Biben's eyes suddenly brightened, and he felt that this was a good opportunity to directly kill Chiba and end this battle. Thinking of such a situation, Biben was faintly excited and showed a cold smile. "Give me death." Biben drank up, exerted force under his feet, and the knife in his hand stabbed out at full speed. In the next instant, the tie knife in Biben's hand pierced into Chiba's heart and pierced his body without the slightest stagnation and accident. Seeing that he had hit the hand, Biben's mood immediately became very cheerful, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Little ghost, even if your strength is weird, you still have to die in my hands." Biben looked at Kinyi and sneered, revealing the intention of killing. At this time, the distance between Chiba and Biben was less than 40 centimeters, and they could see each other clearly, each other's eyes. Kinyi was pierced through his body by the Taideo. His expression was still calm, without the slightest panic, without the slightest fear. His eyes were full of disdain, and there was no sign of weakness. Seeing this, Biben felt somewhere but couldn't say it. "I originally wanted to kill you, but I had to spend a little thought and make a good game, but I didn't expect that you would send it to the door yourself." Chiba and Biben looked at each other and sneered, as if seeing an ignorant person. "What do you say? Aren't you pierced by me? Will you still survive?" Biben looked at Kinyi and said sternly, becoming uncalm and even more apprehensive. He glanced at the Taideo that clearly pierced into Kinyi's heart, but suddenly found that flames appeared in Kinyi's body, and there were flames at the wound location, as if his body had turned into flames. Seeing this situation, Biben became uneasy, and panic instantly appeared in his heart, and he was immediately submerged in it, and almost instinctively acted and quickly withdrew backwards. However, as soon as he withdrew backwards, Kinyi rushed forward, holding the demon knife in his right hand and crying, just like his previous action, piercing his body and piercing his heart. Biben can't elementalize the body like Chiba, can be immune to physical attacks, so that if the heart is pierced by Devil May Cry, it is basically not spared and will be killed. When Chiba attacked Biben, he did not have the ability to activate the surgical fruit, that is, he purely used the tie knife to pierce Biben's heart and pierce his body. Suffering such an attack, Biben was not immune and immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood and splattered towards Chiba's spray, but was mobilized by Chiba to block the blood so as not to stain his clothes. "What weird abilities do you have?" Biben looked at Kinyi and asked with difficulty. Even if he wanted to die, he wanted to figure out the situation, otherwise he would not be blind. "You don't understand it. Why do you know so much? It's better to die early." Kinyi pushed Shelin away, pulled out Devil Cry, and turned to walk towards the other battlefields. He originally thought that if he wanted to kill Biben, it would take some time and consume a lot of physical strength, but he did not expect that Biben took the initiative to send him to death, which just saved him a lot of time. The heart was pierced, and for Biben, it was a fatal injury, unable to live, and after falling to the ground, he was completely killed in a few breaths. At this point, the leader of the Rain Eagle, Biben, was wiped out by Kinyi and completely ended. After Qin turned around, his body was no longer elementalized and returned to its normal state. Chiba rushed towards the place where Nagato was fighting, because Nagato was facing a shinobi, and although he was able to maneuver, he had fallen behind, and if he went on like this, he would definitely be defeated. Your leader has been killed by me, and you will be next. Qin rushed over, waved the ghost cry in his hand, and slashed toward Shangnan. Shangnan had a special shape, a long knife with a barb, blocked Qin's blow, and his body took advantage of the momentum to withdraw backwards, and when he saw Baiban, who had fallen in the distance and had no movement, he couldn't help but be shocked and couldn't believe it. How is it possible? When Kami Shinobu saw that Shellen was dead, he couldn't calm down and roared. Nothing is impossible, if you die, you die. Qin said playfully, then it's your turn. Nagato, you went over to help Konan, and this Shangnan will be handed over to me to deal with. Chiba turned to Nagato and said. Knowing that Chiba had killed the leader of the Rain Eagle, Baben Nagato was equally horrified in his heart, setting off waves, and it was a little difficult to accept. For him, Baben is a very powerful existence, and it is definitely a very difficult thing to kill Baben. However, Qin was able to do it. It didn't take long at all, but in just a few minutes, the leader of a force was killed by a little ghost, which was really a little unbelievable. After Nagato was stunned for a moment, he quickly reacted, did not hesitate, and immediately rushed to Xionen's side and joined forces with Xionen to deal with the enemy. Now it's your turn. Qin looked at Shangnan and spoke, his eyes shining with coldness. He didn't intend to give Shangnan extra time, and after he finished speaking, he had already quickly rushed out and launched a rapid attack on Shangnan. After seeing the leader killed, Shangnan felt panic, and he didn't even have the will to fight in his heart, and he wanted to retreat from the knife and had no intention of fighting. It's just that he wants to retreat, that's an impossible thing, and Qin won't let him leave. Qin rushed over, holding the devil cry in his hand, unleashing a rapid attack, suppressing the other party with physical skills, and from time to time emitting a violent flame, bombarding Shangnan, so that Shangnan could not parry, and was bombarded to defeat and could not resist. After 10 consecutive rounds of attacks, Chiba had the absolute advantage, grabbed a good flaw, launched the ability to perform surgical fruits, cast a scalpel, deprived Shangnan's heart, and held it in his hand. After getting Shangnan's heart, Qin did not pursue, withdrew backwards, and stood a few meters away, revealing a cold smile. No need to run away anymore, your life is in my hands, no matter where you go, I can easily kill you. Qin looked at Shangnan and said. Seeing the heart held in Qin's hand, Shangren knew that it was his own heart, which flew out of his body. He was extremely surprised, he did not expect that Chiba had such a strange ability that could take away his heart, and it remained alive and still beating. How did you do that? Shangnan looked at Qin and felt incredible, a shocked look appeared on his face, and a look of trepidation appeared. If his heart falls into the hands of others, then it means that Qin can control his life and death, and as long as he crushes his heart hard, he can easily be erased. Thinking that he was going to die, how could Shangren be calm? He couldn't look away at all, and he felt panic, which was an inevitable thing. This is the embodiment of my ability, I don't need to tell you so much, anyway, it's a dying person. Qin said indifferently. The reason why he still followed the words of forbearance was to see the panicked expression on the other party's face when he was close to death, which looked very wonderful. Saying that, Qin activated the ability of the frozen fruit, freezing Shangnan's heart into ice cubes, and then crushing the heart with a little force. Click! The heart was like an ice cube, crushed by Qin, became innumerable, and was shattered. As the heart was crushed, Shangren couldn't be lucky, let out a scream, and his body fell down with a bang, completely killed. After solving another person, Shiki turned around and went to help Yahiko. Seeing that Baiban and Shangnan were killed one after another, for the rest of Yueying, it was like the collapse of the spiritual pillar, so that they did not have the slightest confidence, knowing the final result, they must be killed, and they did not dare to continue fighting, wanting to withdraw from here and save their lives. It's just that even the upper patients can't run for their lives, and with their strength alone, it's only the level of middle patients, and if you want to escape, it's impossible. As Qin rushed over and joined the battle became without the slightest suspense, and each Zongnan could not last for 3 rounds, and was killed by Chiba strongly, and could not resist at all. 3 minutes later, the 7 ninjas who appeared in the hall all lost their combat effectiveness, were killed by the 4 of Chiba, fell on the ice, lay in a pool of blood, and died tragically. Qin almost single-handedly turned the tide, showed God-killing strength, swept through the people of the Rain Eagle, and won this battle. Through this battle, the 3 of Yahiko better understand Chiba's strength, know that this guy is powerful, and the ability is strange, and he can kill the opponent in different ways, making the other party feel extremely shocked. Even if he dies, it is difficult to understand. Nagato realized that they must not go against Chiba, otherwise, it would be an eternal nightmare, and they would not even know how to die. At the same time, they were really glad that Chiba was a member of Xiao's organization. I can't believe that we were able to solve all the high level of Yueying. Xiao Nan dragged a somewhat embarrassed body, with several wounds on his body, but he was still able to stand, not very weak, looked at the hall covered in ice, and sighed. Until this moment, she still couldn't believe it, and she felt shocked in her heart and difficult to calm down. Xiao Nan thought in his heart that one day the Xiao organization would defeat Yuying and become the strongest force in this area, but he did not expect that this day would come so quickly, which was really unexpected. Yuying was defeated by us, and from now on, we know that the organization is the strongest force here. Nagato spoke, feeling a little excited, looking forward to this day. Kinyi, thanks to you, otherwise, we would not have been able to defeat the Rain Eagle. Yahiko spoke, a big smile on his face. Defeating Rain Eagle is what Yahiko has always thought about and has been working hard for it. In this region, Yuying is a vicious criminal group, burning, killing and looting, and doing all kinds of evil, which will only make this generation more chaotic, cannot bring a trace of contribution to peace, and will only make the citizens living here live in misery. If Yuying can bring a peaceful life to the citizens and make some contributions to everyone, Xiao organization will not oppose Yuying, maybe it will cooperate and make more contributions to this urban area. There are also 4 ninjas frozen in the cold. What are we going to do with them? Xiao Nan looked at the 4 ice sculpture-like ninjas, and asking for Chiba's opinion. Anyway, we have already killed a lot of people, killing 4 more is nothing, we must now establish the majesty of the organization, we must be strong and decisive, and we cannot be indecisive. Kinyi spoke, his expression calm, his eyes still so cold. He looks like a child, but the determination to do things is not like a child at all, with the calmness and decisiveness of an adult, and the temperament he shows is very terrifying and terrifying. Hearing Kinyi say this, the 3 of Yahiko were slightly startled, feeling that there was no need for this, and they seemed a little hesitant, and they couldn't get off a bit. Seeing that Chiba easily killed the 2 guards, Yahiko and the 3 were still a little surprised in their hearts, and felt that Chiba was killed from the pile of people, light, and killing the opponent with ease is not the slightest effort. If you want to practice such a method, I don't know how many people you have to kill to be able to reach such a state. Yahiko 3 are ashamed of themselves. There is a big gap between Day and Kinyi, and there are some sighs in my heart. Let's go. Kinyi didn't look at the 2 guards who fell to the ground, walked with snow in his hands, and walked towards the front. The 3 of Yahiko came back to their senses, followed Chiba, and continued to go deep into the villa. Because Chiba is only 8 years old now, his figure is not tall, and compared with the Yahiko 3, the height difference is a big difference, and the Yahiko 3 follow the 1,000 behind. It seems that he is the boss, and the picture looks a little strange. When the 3 of Yahiko rushed to the interior of the villa, they did not dare to be careless, and appeared very cautious, holding kunao, shuriken, and detonation charms in their hands, ready to fight at any time. After the 2 guards drank before, the guards in other places quickly rushed over, having heard the sounds. As soon as they passed through this passage, 4 guards arrived and stopped in front of them. Do you dare to break into this place and know what place this is? Are you impatient? When the guards appeared, they immediately started drinking. The swords are facing each other, revealing a scowl on their faces, looking very majestic, but a little aura. It is you who live impatiently, Kinyi said coldly. He didn't talk to these guards, and when he spoke, he had already rushed out quickly, flashed in front of the other party in an instant, and cast a land foot on his feet. Swing the snow with your right hand and quickly slash over. Boom! Before a guard could react, he was kicked out by Kinyi and hit a pillar, making a dull sound, and another sound screaming. As for the other guard, the end was even more direct. The sword in his hand was swung into the air, and the snow in Kinyi's hand walked, flashing a cold knife light. It pierced his heart and pierced his body, leaving him without even the ability to parry, and he fell to the ground with a bang and was directly killed. Yahiko and Nagato didn't just watch Chiba move, but when they saw the guard appear, their bodies ejected, extremely fast, and unfolded fierce offensive. Although their combat skills are not as fierce as Kinyi, their own strength is not weak, and they still do not have a guard to deal with the level of subordination question. After a few rounds, Nagato and Yahiko followed. Chiba walked forward with the snow and came to the guard who hit the pillar. I'll just say, it's you who are impatient, Kinyi said coldly, his eyes flickering, revealing a cold murderous intent. Saying that, the blade flickered, cut in an arc, slashed through the neck of the guard, and blood sprayed out again, blooming brilliantly in the air blood flowers. After salving the 4 more guards, the 4 of Chiba did not pause and continued to rush inside the villa. Obviously, the sound of fighting here began to attract the attention of some of Yuying's strong people, and began to send stronger people. No longer some strength, the low guards rushed to die. After passing through a passage, the 4 of Chiba came to the hall of the Rain Eagle headquarters, where 10 ninjas had gathered and waited for their arrival. The strength of these 10 ninjas is not weak, and the lowest strength has reached the level of middle ninja, and they are no longer those guards with low strength, wearing black battles fighting uniform, holding all kinds of weapons in his hands. His eyes were fierce. Looking at the gaze of the 4 people in Kinyi, he gradually became fierce. And in the depths of the hall, on a flight of steps, a very wide chair covered in tiger skin was sitting a middle-aged man, also dressed wearing a black combat uniform. His figure looks very burly, he has long black hair, a scar on the bridge of his nose, and his eyes are very sharp, revealing murderous intent. Falling on the 4 of Kinyi, he showed disdain, as if he felt that the 4 of them were already dead. In the headquarters of the Rain Eagle, only the leader of the Rain Eagle, Baben, can sit in this position. Therefore, you don't need to guess to know the identity of the person sitting on the tiger skin chair. I really didn't expect it. I couldn't kill you last time, but now I took the initiative to send it to the door. Shellan sat up slightly straight, looking at the four of Yahiko, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a cold smile, without the slightest nervousness. Last time you designed to kill us, we had hatred in our hearts, so we personally came to take revenge and asked for your life. Yahiko spoke Tao, there is no fear at all. Before they come, they are mentally prepared for where they will be easily afraid. The tone is not small, for little ghosts, you still want to kill me, since you are here today, don't think about leaving. Bibrin said coldly. He drank, his face was full of anger, and he looked very unhappy. If you want to take us, then let's see what you people are capable of. Nagato shrugged his shoulders and spoke, looking very good confident, as if eating a shellburn. Don't talk to them, let's take them down. Shellan shouted coldly and gave orders to his subordinates. However, that little Nizai looks like a water spirit, don't kill her first, I still want to play, and when I get tired of playing, I'll give it to you. Let's cool off. As these subordinates acted, Shellan spoke, and with a sense of teasing, his gaze fell on Xiao Nan and became fiery. Come. Hearing Baben say such words, such a frivolous Zionin, no matter what the reason, Chiba sentenced Baben to death. No one, you can't save this guy, even if God comes. Haha, it's really a water spirit Nizai, but it will be ravaged by us tonight. Shellan's men spoke, revealing lewdness' expression, his gaze fell on Xiao Nan, with bad intentions. Rain Eagle originally included Baiban, with a total of 3 upper shinobi, 2 special upper shinobi, and 8 middle shinobi. However, 3 days ago, the team sent out by Shellan was directly wiped out by Chiba, causing the Rain Eagle to suffer heavy losses and lose 1 upper shinobi, 1 special Shang shinobi, and 1 middle shinobi, made the overall strength of Yueying drop a lot. Qin also knew the overall strength of the Rain Eagle before, and knew the strong profile of the Rain Eagle, so he dared to bring Yahiko and the 3 to attack together now. In addition to the Rainhawk headquarters, there is only 1 upper forbearance, 1 special upper forbearance, and 8 middle ninja, which can be regarded as a high-level combat power. If they unite and deal with the 3 of Yahiko together, it will make Yahiko a little difficult to deal with, and they will be unable to resist. After all, the strength of the 3 of them is not very strong, and they will definitely be unable to cope with so many people. Come on, as for this Nizai, wait for us to ravage you well and let you fly into the sky. The members of the Rain Eagle looked at the 4 of Qin and said coldly, with a sense of ridicule, their eyes became fiery. If you have that ability, you can come over. Yahiko said solemnly, with a sense of provocation. Yahiko, cast your strongest water escape. Qin said. Hearing Chiba say this, although Yahiko had doubts in his heart, he did not hesitate and immediately took action, running chakra, sealing his hands and performing water ninjutsu, the art of the great waterfall. Yahiko ran the chakra, condensed it to his hands, and then pressed it to the ground, and immediately burst out a raging stream of water, like a rushing torrent, quickly rushing forward, extremely fast. The impact is amazing, and it looks very shocking. The members of the Rain Eagle were rushing over, and when they saw the violent water rushing over, they did not dare to hesitate, and they all withdrew a little distance back, looking for a place to hide. Of course, there are also people who will resist and use ninjutsu to meet the water flow, not wanting to be weaker than Yahiko. There are 2 Naka shinobi with poor strength, the reaction speed is not as fast as others, and when the body rushes out, it is not quickly contained, and it is hit by the current and drowned in it. Taking advantage of the raging waterfall to wash out and disrupt the formation of these ninjas, catching some people off guard, Chiba did not hesitate and also seized this opportunity to launch a strong counterattack. Qin activated the ability of the frozen fruit, took a step forward, stood in the flowing water, and leaned forward with both hands, submerged into the surging water. Ice Age. Qin's ability to launch the frozen fruit is not polite at all, it is the strongest direct attack method. Suddenly, the cold ice power spread out, like rushing flowing water, which immediately froze the flowing water, forming an ice layer that froze the opponent. If someone is attacked by the ninjutsu performed by Yahiko and their body appears in the water, they will not be able to escape at all, they will be directly frozen by the ice, and their body will be stiff and unable to move. In the originally spacious and tidy hall, with the torrent washing, it continued to rage, and ushered in the power of ice, which made the flood into ice, completely freezing the hall, making this place an ice palace, and the space became much smaller. There are 4 Naka shinobi who have not been able to avoid the cold ice, and are frozen in the ice, like ice sculptures. Even if they will not die for the time being, they have lost their combat effectiveness and have no way to continue fighting. It's just that in an instant, the 4 Zongnin lost their combat effectiveness, and the speed was really efficient, which was surprising and could not react. Shellan originally sat safely on the chair, looking very confident, without the slightest worry, but with the flood impact, and there was ice permeating, like a giant beast, wanting to devour him, so that he could not calm down, he could only dodge and leave the chair. Seeing such a situation, the Baiban 7 could no longer remain calm, and they couldn't help but make waves in their hearts, feeling that the attack that Chiba and Yahiko cooperated with was really a little tricky and couldn't be careless. When the cold ice stopped spreading, the Biben 7 stood on the ice again, looking at the 4 people of Kinyi at the entrance. Their expressions became a little solemn, and they did not dare to underestimate it as before. Kinyi, you are so powerful, you instantly made 4 people lose their combat effectiveness. Seeing Kinyi launch an attack and achieve such an effect, Xiao Nan was surprised in his heart and admired at the same time. It's just to make 4 people lose their combat effectiveness, we still have to deal with 7 people, but we can't be careless, everyone should be careful. Kinyi spoke, his expression solemn, without the slightest frivolity. As he spoke, he was already running chakra, his hands sealed, and he was casting the shadow doppelganger. Boom, boom. As 2 voices sounded, 2 shadow doppelgangers appeared beside him. The overall momentum was very good, even if the strength was not very strong, but with the middle patients, especially the upper patients, there was no problem at all. Kinyi took off the snow walk and handed it to a shadow avatar, while the other shadow avatar held Kuwu and took a fighting posture to prepare for battle. Your mission is to deal with Nakanin, and if you have the opportunity, kill your opponent, but allow failure, at least delay time. Chiba gave orders to the 2 shadow doppelgangers. The reason why he did this was to lighten the burden on the 3 of Yahiko and give them a greater chance of being able to compete with the members of the Rain Eagle. Don't worry, they're just some rubbish, how can they compete with me? Watch me beat them so much that they don't know their mothers, let them know how good I am. The 2 shadow doppelgangers were unceremonious, not at all modest, completely outspoken, looking extremely arrogant, rushing towards the members of the Rain Eagle and launching a fierce attack. You guys try your best to deal with your opponents, and when I kill Shellen, I can come and help you, Kinyi said. Saying that, he did not hesitate, immediately took action, rushed towards the members of the Rain Eagle in the depths of the hall, and the target was the deepest Biben. His eyes were fierce, full of coldness, containing murderous intent. Violent pheasant beak. When he rushed over, his right hand moved, bursting out with ice power, forming ice blocks, quickly condensing into a huge ice bird, and bombarding forward. Seeing Kinyi attacking, the speed is very fast, and there is no need to seal the seal. The members of the Rain Eagle are shocked, a little can't believe it, they didn't expect a little ghost, the strength is so terrifying, it's really unexpected. We won't hold you back, don't worry. Yahiko whistled, followed suit, and pounced on the members of the Rain Eagle. The members of the Rain Eagle saw the giant ice bird attacking, knew that such an attack was strong, did not dare to approach, rushed to both sides, and avoided the attack of the ice bird. As for the leader of the Rain Eagle, Baben, when he saw the ice bird attacking, he felt that his majesty was provoked, and if he could not resist head-on, he felt that he would be looked down upon by Kinyi and pressed on the head by the other party. Thinking of this, Baben felt a sense of anger in his heart, feeling that no matter what, he had to block this ice bird. Little ghost, I want you to know how good I am. Biben stood up coldly, his expression cold, full of murderous intent. As he spoke, he was already running chakra, and his hands were quickly sealed. Water bomb cannon. In the next instant, his ZY bar opened and spewed out a water bomb condensed by chakra, with extremely strong impact and a large scale, and rushed towards the huge ice bird. Moreover, the water bombs he sprayed were not just one, but several in succession, and the more he went to the back, the larger the scale of the water bombs and the more powerful they were. Rumble. The water cannonball hit the huge ice bird, and immediately produced a bombardment, causing the ice bird to pause, did not stop immediately, or rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The impact of 4 water cannonballs in a row finally made the ice bird stop, forming a pile of ice that was scattered on the ground. Target room. When Chiba rushed forward, he activated the surgical fruit, raised his left hand, and used the force to form a hemispherical space, spreading out towards the surroundings, and finally shrouding the villa inside, turning the area inside the villa into his slaughterhouse. Seeing that Kinyi used this strange ability, but did not receive a substantial attack, Biben did not think so, and did not pay attention to it. After blocking the huge ice bird, Biben did not hesitate, and immediately rushed towards Kinyi, grabbed the tie knife placed next to him, quickly approached Kinyi, and launched a fierce attack. His speed was very fast, and after 2 jumps, he approached Kinyi's side, holding the Teideo in his hand, and slashed over strongly. In his opinion, although Kinyi's ninjutsu is a little weird, but after all, it is a child, and the physical skills are definitely not strong. As long as he is allowed to get close, it is not an easy thing to defeat Kinyi, and there is no difficulty at all. Seeing Biben rushing over, the sword flashed the sword light, and directly slashed down. Kinyi did not have the slightest panic, he seemed very calm, and his expression was calm. He calmly drew his demon knife and screamed, and attacked sideways, blocking the slashed sword and blocking Baben's attack. Boom! The swords in the hands of the 2 collided together, making a sound of metal clashing, and sparks burst out, stalemating each other, and no one had the upper hand. When Biben saw such a situation, he did not expect that physical skills could not restrain a little ghost, and he was immediately surprised, his eyes widened, and he was a little unable to calm down. Why, I use my physical skills to compete with you, do you think you are surprised? Kinyi looked at Biben, showed a cold smile, and said playfully, "Little ghost, don't be too arrogant, it's just now, I'll let you know what it means to be powerful and make you regret it." Biben snorted coldly, and his mood became even more unpleasant. He drank and burst out a big. Kinyi forced him to withdraw, then pursued, swung the tie knife in his hand, and quickly slashed down. Although his attack is fast and fierce, but Chiba is not a vegetarian, has rich combat experience. Even if he is not a strong opponent, he can resist Biben's attack through skill, and it does not take much effort. If you really want to compete with pure strength, Kinyi is not Biben's opponent, and will be suppressed by the other party. After all, his current physique is not strong enough, there are still many gaps. However, Kinyi is not a fool, so he will not compete with his opponent like this and expose his weaknesses in front of his opponent. For him, as long as he can defeat his opponent and kill him, that is the best way. Chiba and Biben were in the hall, a fierce battle broke out, the swords collided, the sonorous sound came out, sparks burst out, constantly shifting positions, the figure kept moving, the speed was very fast, making people look dazzled, a little unable to keep up with the rhythm. Biben suppressed Kinyi for 2 minutes in a row, and he consumed a lot of physical strength, but he couldn't defeat Chiba, which made him a little annoyed, and he was even more shocked that Kinyi's strength was much stronger than he thought. Boom! Kinyi and Biben collided together again, their eyes were fierce, and they confronted each other, revealing murderous intent. "How, don't you feel very tired and physically exerted a lot?" Kinyi looked at Biben, who was sweating, and said playfully, with a provocative meaning. On the other hand, Kinyi sighed, although there is some sweat, but compared with Biben, it is much better, so as not to be out of breath, or a little weak. "Enough to kill you," Biben drank unpleasantly. "Is it? I'm looking forward to it," Kinyi said coldly. As he spoke, he no longer hesitated, and his right foot exerted force, launching the Arashi foot, like a horizontal sword, and quickly attacked Biben's abdomen. Seeing such a situation, Biben knew the strength of this blow, and his heart was awe-inspiring, and he did not dare to hesitate, and quickly withdrew back, away from Kinyi, and dodged the attack. Shellen withdrew backwards, widening the distance between him and Chiba, thinking that he could easily dodge the attack, but he underestimated Chiba. Kinyi did not chase the past, but squatted down with his body, pressed his left hand on the ice, and injected a cold ice force into the ice. In the next instant, the surface where Shellen landed immediately trembled, quickly forming dozens of ice picks and probing out of the ice. If the reaction speed is slow, it will definitely not be able to dodge, and it will be pierced through the body by the ice pick, and it will be directly terminated. After all, Biben had a lot of combat experience, and when he felt the ice under his feet trembling, he knew that something was wrong, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately jumped into the air and dodged the attack of the ice pick. Seeing Biben rushing into the air, Kinyi sneered, waiting for this opportunity. He inserted Devil Cry into the ice, shook his right hand, clenched his fist, launched the burning fruit, burst out a Fire Fist, and blasted out strongly. Fire Fist. The Fire Fist burst out, like a galloping giant beast, rushing towards Biben, extremely fast and extremely powerful. Biben's body moved in the air, and he couldn't easily dodge it at all, and in the face of the attacking Fire Fist, there was still some pressure, and he didn't dare to underestimate it. At this moment, Biben did not panic, directly let go of the Teideo in his hand, ran the chakra, sealed his hands, and cast a water ninjutsu to meet the impacting Fire Fist. After all, Shui Dun has a strong restraining power against Huo Duan. Even if Shui Duan's power is not very strong, it can suppress extremely powerful Huo Dun attacks. Shellen spewed out the water attribute chakra from his mouth, forming a large water bomb and meeting the Fire Fist. Just defusing the attack of the Fire Fist, Biben took advantage of the landing of his body, quickly sealed his hands, and cast a ninjutsu attack. If he wants to change the passive situation, he must take the initiative to attack and let Kinyi fall into passivity, so that he has more opportunities. Shellen spewed chakra from his mouth, and immediately evolved into water waves, forming a water dragon, opening its teeth and dancing its claws, and quickly attacked towards Kinyi, and the power was very powerful. In the face of this kind of water escapes attack, Kinyi will not be afraid, but he has frozen fruit, and it is not an easy thing to deal with the water dragon that attacked him. Kinyi exerted force under his feet, quickly rushed forward, launched the frozen fruit, and the violent pheasant mouth blasted out, blocking the water dragon. The attacks of the two collided together, and it seemed that they were equal, and neither of them had the upper hand. However, just after the water dragon was blocked, Biben's figure appeared in front of Kinyi, extremely fast, still holding a Teideo in his hand, stabbing straight towards Kinyi's body, straight to Kinyi's heart. Seeing this situation, Kinyi was surprised, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that Biben would actually attack like this, feeling that piercing his heart could kill him. Since Biben wanted such an opportunity, Chiba gave him such an opportunity, and he could also take advantage of such an opportunity in turn. Chiba pretended to be slow and reached out to pick up the Devil Cry inserted on the ice, trying to fend off Biben's attack. Seeing such a situation, Baben's eyes suddenly brightened, and he felt that this was a good opportunity to directly kill Chiba and end this battle. Thinking of such a situation, Biben was faintly excited and showed a cold smile. Give me death. Ben drank up, exerted force under his feet, and the knife in his hand stabbed out at full speed. In the next instant, the tie knife in Baben's hand pierced into Chiba's heart and pierced his body without the slightest stagnation and accident. Seeing that he had hit the hand, Baben's mood immediately became very cheerful, and he couldn't help but laugh. Little ghost, even if your strength is weird, you still have to die in my hands. Biben looked at Kinyi and sneered, revealing the intention of killing. At this time, the distance between Chiba and Biben was less than 40 centimeters, and they could see each other clearly, each other's eyes. Kinyi was pierced through his body by the taideo. His expression was still calm, without the slightest panic, without the slightest fear. His eyes were full of disdain, and there was no sign of weakness. Seeing this, Baben felt somewhere but couldn't say it. I originally wanted to kill you, but I had to spend a little thought and make a good game, but I didn't expect that you would send it to the door yourself. Chiba and Baben looked at each other and sneered, as if seeing an ignorant person. What do you say? Aren't you pierced by me? Will you still survive? Biben looked at Kinyi and said sternly, becoming uncalm and even more apprehensive. He glanced at the taideo that clearly pierced into Kinyi's heart, but suddenly found that flames appeared in Kinyi's body, and there were flames at the wound location, as if his body had turned into flames. Seeing this situation, Baben became uneasy, and panic instantly appeared in his heart, and he was immediately submerged in it, and almost instinctively acted and quickly withdrew backwards. However, as soon as he withdrew backwards, Kinyi rushed forward, holding the demon knife in his right hand and crying, just like his previous action, piercing his body and piercing his heart. Biben can't elementalize the body like Chiba, can be immune to physical attacks, so that if the heart is pierced by Devil May Cry, it is basically not spared and will be killed. When Chiba attacked Baben, he did not have the ability to activate the surgical fruit, that is, he purely used the tie knife to pierce Baben's heart and pierce his body. Suffering such an attack, Biben was not immune and immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood and splattered towards Chiba's spray, but was mobilized by Chiba to block the blood so as not to stain his clothes. What weird abilities do you have? Biben looked at Kinyi and asked with difficulty. Even if he wanted to die, he wanted to figure out the situation, otherwise he would not be blind. You don't understand it. Why do you know so much? It's better to die early. Kinyi pushed Shellen away, pulled out Devil Cry, and turned to walk towards the other battlefields. He originally thought that if he wanted to kill Baben, it would take some time and consume a lot of physical strength, but he did not expect that Baben took the initiative to send him to death, which just saved him a lot of time. The heart was pierced, and for Baben, it was a fatal injury, unable to live, and after falling to the ground, he was completely killed in a few breaths. At this point, the leader of the Rain Eagle, Biben, was wiped out by Kinyi and completely ended. After Kinyi turned around, his body was no longer elementalized and returned to its normal state. Chiba rushed towards the place where Nagato was fighting, because Nagato was facing a shinobi, and although he was able to maneuver, he had fallen behind, and if he went on like this, he would definitely be defeated. Your leader has been killed by me, and you will be next. Kinyi rushed over, waved the ghost cry in his hand, and slashed towards Shangnan. Shangnan had a special shape, a long knife with a barb, blocked Kinyi's blow, and his body took advantage of the momentum to withdraw backwards, and when he saw Biben, who had fallen in the distance and had no movement, he couldn't help but be shocked and couldn't believe it. How is it possible? When Kami Shinobu saw that Shellen was dead, he couldn't calm down and roared. Nothing is impossible. If you die, you die. Kinyi said playfully, then it's your turn. Nagato, you went over to help Konan, and this Shangnan will be handed over to me to deal with. Chiba turned to Nagato and said. Knowing that Chiba had killed the leader of the Rain Eagle, Baben Nagato was equally horrified in his heart, setting off waves, and it was a little difficult to accept. For him, Baben is a very powerful existence, and it is definitely a very difficult thing to kill Baben. However, Kinyi was able to do it. It didn't take long at all, but in just a few minutes, the leader of a force was killed by a little ghost, which was really a little unbelievable. After Nagato was stunned for a moment, he quickly reacted, did not hesitate, and immediately rushed to Zionan's side and joined forces with Zionan to deal with the enemy. Now it's your turn. Kinyi looked at Shangnan and spoke, his eyes shining with coldness. He didn't intend to give Shangnan extra time, and after he finished speaking, he had already quickly rushed out and launched a rapid attack on Shangnan. After seeing the leader killed, Shangnan felt panic, and he didn't even have the will to fight in his heart, and he wanted to retreat from the knife and had no intention of fighting. It's just that he wants to retreat, that's an impossible thing, and Kinyi won't let him leave. Kinyi rushed over, holding the Devil Cry in his hand, unleashing a rapid attack, suppressing the other party with physical skills, and from time to time emitting a violent flame, bombarding Shangnan, so that Shangnan could not parry, and was bombarded to defeat and could not resist. After 10 consecutive rounds of attacks, Chiba had the absolute advantage, grabbed a good flaw, launched the ability to perform surgical fruits, cast a scalpel, deprived Shangnan's heart, and held it in his hand. After getting Shangnan's heart, Kinyi did not pursue, withdrew backwards, and stood a few meters away, revealing a cold smile. No need to run away anymore, your life is in my hands, no matter where you go, I can easily kill you. Kinyi looked at Shangnan and said. Seeing the heart held in Kinyi's hand, Shangren knew that it was his own heart, which flew out of his body. He was extremely surprised, he did not expect that Chiba had such a strange ability that could take away his heart, and it remained alive and still beating. How did you do that? Shangnan looked at Kinyi and felt incredible, a shocked look appeared on his face, and a look of trepidation appeared. If his heart falls into the hands of others, then it means that Kinyi can control his life and death, and as long as he crushes his heart hard, he can easily be erased. Thinking that he was going to die, how could Shangren be calm? He couldn't look away at all, and he felt panic, which was an inevitable thing. This is the embodiment of my ability, I don't need to tell you so much, anyway, it's a dying person. Kinyi said indifferently. The reason why he still followed the words of forbearance was to see the panicked expression on the other party's face when he was close to death, which looked very wonderful. Saying that, Kinyi activated the ability of the frozen fruit, freezing Shangnan's heart into ice cubes, and then crushing the heart with a little force. Click! The heart was like an ice cube, crushed by Kinyi, became innumerable, and was shattered. As the heart was crushed, Shangren couldn't be lucky, let out a scream, and his body fell down with a bang, completely killed. After solving another person, Chiki turned around and went to help Yahiko. Seeing that Baiban and Shangnan were killed one after another, for the rest of Yueying, it was like the collapse of the spiritual pillar, so that they did not have the slightest confidence, knowing the final result, they must be killed, and they did not dare to continue fighting, wanting to withdraw from here and save their lives. It's just that even the upper patients can't run for their lives, and with their strength alone, it's only the level of middle patients, and if you want to escape, it's impossible. As Kinyi rushed over and joined the battle became without the slightest suspense, and each Zongnan could not last for 3 rounds, and was killed by Chiba strongly, and could not resist at all. 3 minutes later, the 7 ninjas who appeared in the hall all lost their combat effectiveness, were killed by the 4 of Chiba, fell on the ice, lay in a pool of blood, and died tragically. Kinyi almost single-handedly turned the tide, showed God-killing strength, swept through the people of the Rain Eagle, and won this battle. Through this battle, the 3 of Yahiko better understand Chiba's strength, know that this guy is powerful, and the ability is strange, and he can kill the opponent in different ways, making the other party feel extremely shocked. Even if he dies, it is difficult to understand. Nagato realized that they must not go against Chiba, otherwise, it would be an eternal nightmare, and they would not even know how to die. At the same time, they were really glad that Chiba was a member of Xiao's organization. I can't believe that we were able to solve all the high level of Yueying. Xiao Nan dragged a somewhat embarrassed body, with several wounds on his body, but he was still able to stand, not very weak, looked at the hall covered in ice, and sighed. Until this moment, she still couldn't believe it, and she felt shocked in her heart and difficult to calm down. Xiao Nan thought in his heart that one day the Xiao organization would defeat Yueying and become the strongest force in this area, but he did not expect that this day would come so quickly, which was really unexpected. Yueying was defeated by us, and from now on, we know that the organization is the strongest force here. Nagato spoke, feeling a little excited, looking forward to this day. Kinyi, thanks to you, otherwise, we would not have been able to defeat the Rain Eagle. Yahiko spoke, a big smile on his face. Defeating Rain Eagle is what Yahiko has always thought about and has been working hard for it. In this region, Yueying is a vicious criminal group, burning, killing and looting, and doing all kinds of evil, which will only make this generation more chaotic, cannot bring a trace of contribution to peace, and will only make the citizens living here live in misery. If Yueying can bring a peaceful life to the citizens and make some contributions to everyone, Xiao organization will not oppose Yueying, maybe it will cooperate and make more contributions to this urban area. There are also 4 ninjas frozen in the cold, what are we going to do with them? Xiao Nan looked at the 4 ice sculpture-like ninjas, and asking for Chiba's opinion. Anyway, we have already killed a lot of people, killing 4 more is nothing, we must now establish the majesty of the organization, we must be strong and decisive, and we cannot be indecisive. Kinyi spoke, his expression calm, his eyes still so cold. He looks like a child, but the determination to do things is not like a child at all, with the calmness and decisiveness of an adult, and the temperament he shows is very terrifying. Hearing Kinyi say this, the 3 of Yahiko were slightly startled, feeling that there was no need for this, and they seemed a little hesitant, and they couldn't get off a bit. Seeing so many Rain Ninja appearing, there were enough 20 ninjas, which was completely unexpected by Hinata, who did not expect the other party to attach so much importance to them and send so many ninjas. If it was just a squad surrounded by only 7 or 8 ninjas, Hinata Hayashi was still confident that he would be able to delay Yoshino and buy time for Sunset Red and Ibiki to escape from here. They are now surrounded by 20 ninjas, and even if Hinata Hayashi tries her best to delay Yunin, Sunset Red and Ibiki have no chance to escape from here. It seems that it is impossible to escape from here. Hinata Hayashi spoke, looking helpless. Even if we can't escape, we will fight them to the end, and we can definitely pull a cushion. Sunset Hong said and made a decision. That's right, even if we want to die, we have to pull a cushion. Ibiki spoke, her eyes becoming sharp, no longer afraid of it. It's all gotten to this point, and you still want to pull the cushion back, do you think it's feasible? Yoshinobu took the lead and said playfully, with a contemptuous look. Although he looked a little arrogant, if he acted, he would not be too reckless, and he would not immediately let his subordinates rush over and launch an attack on the three of Hinata. He ordered his subordinates to slowly approach the past, advance steadily, and when the time came to fight, they would unleash ninjutsu attacks together, and use their numerical superiority to completely defeat the three of Hinata Hayashi, so that the opponent could not resist and there would be no accidents. In general, the style of Yoshinobu taking the lead is somewhat similar to that of Hanzo of the Pepperfish, paying attention to insurance in everything to minimize accidents. Chiba shuttled through the woods at extreme speed, and after a few minutes of hurrying, he finally came to the area where the three of Hinata were trapped. Seeing that the three of them were only injured and not in danger of life, Kinyi was slightly relieved and not so worried. Since he had arrived, the three of Sunset Red would not be killed so easily. In order to deal with a few wounded, Urin really made a big move. Kinyi walked out of the woods, did not hide his figure, very upright, and spoke. His expression was very calm, without the slightest pressure, and he looked very frivolous. Hearing this, many Rain Ninja were shocked, quickly turned around, looked at the direction behind them, and saw Kinyi walking out. Many Rain Ninja were surprised, revealing an unknown look. Everyone in Yunnan really couldn't react. I don't know why a teenager appeared, and they were suddenly surprised and unable to calm down. However, they felt that Kinyi was just a teenager, his strength would not be good, he was not so nervous, and he was still very calm. Of course, this is because they have not seen Kinyi and do not know the name of Chiensura, otherwise, they will definitely be surprised and even moved. What are you? Yoshinobu took the lead to look at Kinyi, examined it, and asked, his voice a little cold. The three of them were also surprised, thinking that at this time, there were actually people appearing, and it was obviously towards them, and it seemed that they were ready to help them. They cast their gaze over and looked at Kinyi. When they saw Kinyi's face clearly, they were suddenly even more surprised, and their hearts made waves. It was difficult to calm down, they did not expect to see such an acquaintance here. Chiba, why did you appear here? Sunset Hong exclaimed, feeling very surprised. When I was in Kanaha village, Sunset Hong, Ibiki and Chiba, but the relationship between classmates, but Chiba was really a demon, graduated from the ninja school in advance, and did not see each other for several years. However, they still had a good impression of Chiba, so they quickly recognized it. I didn't hear that you were in distress, so rush to the rescue, otherwise, you will all become revenants, Kinyi said calmly, seemingly indifferent. Seeing Kinyi come to rescue them, Sunset Hong was moved in her heart and felt that it was not so desperate. I mean, how are you in the land of rain? Sunset Hong said, not so nervous. I've been cultivating in the land of rain for a while, Chiba explained. You are the Silver Shura, Kinyi of the Xiao organization? Yoshinobu took the lead to endure, slightly stunned, and finally recalled that knowing Kinyi's identity, he couldn't help but be surprised and difficult to calm down. In the past half a year, the reputation of Silver Azura has spread in the land of rain, and it has a strong deterrent power, which makes many people fearful. It seems that I am still very famous, you actually know me as a person. Seeing Yoshinobu's reaction leading the Shinobu, Kinyi couldn't help but get up and reveal a bright smile. Hearing Kinyi say this, Yoshinobu took the lead and was speechless for a while, looking at the current rain country, who else did not know the name of the Silver Shura, and was terrified by this, and was extremely reluctant to provoke. In the country of rain today, perhaps only Hanzo and a few powerful subordinates will not be afraid of Chiba and dare to confront him strongly. Since you all know my name, then give me a face today, and this matter will be settled. What do you think? Kinyi looked at everyone in the Rain Ninja and spoke, seemingly relaxed, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. It didn't matter, it was nothing. Although Yoshinobu took the lead and was a little jealous of Chiba, it was unrealistic to let him let go of the three Konoha ninjas, otherwise, he would definitely be punished by Hanzo when he went back, and maybe he would not be reused in the future. Therefore, when he heard Kinyi say this, he became melancholy, and his heart was entangled, not knowing what to do. Kinyi, your strength is very strong, but just by your words, let me release the three of them, it is impossible, the leader said solemnly, indicating his position and attitude. Since you say this, you can't let people go, you need to use strength to speak. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, even though he was alone now, confronting everyone in Yoshinobu, he was not afraid at all, and he had enough confidence in himself. Hearing the conversation between Yoshinobu and Chiba, the three of Yurihong were surprised, feeling that Chiba was just a teenager, and he actually had such a strong deterrent power that he could make Yoshinobu fearful, which was a little incredible. Kinyi, is your strength that strong? Can you make these rains fearful? Seeing this, Hinata Hayashi was a little shocked in her heart and asked, that's a natural thing, I've always been strong. Kinyi said confidently, without the slightest modesty, as if all the words of appreciation were taken for granted when applied to him. Chiba, if you want to save the Konoha ninja, pass our level first. The leader Shinobu said, ready to fight. I don't want to start a war with you Shinobu now, otherwise you think I am afraid of you Shinobu? I got rid of you a long time ago. Since you refuse to release people, let's use your strength to speak, Kinyi said coldly. Saying that, he rushed straight forward, and took the lead against Yoshinobu, that is, a swift punch, and the fire fist burst out, attacking towards Yoshinobu. Seeing Kinyi performing ninjutsu like this, there was no problem of sealing at all. Yoshinobu was shocked and frightened. He had heard the rumors of Kinyi before, knowing that the latter's strength was strange, and he didn't need to seal the seal when he cast ninjutsu, and he didn't believe it a little, but now he finally saw that it was really so, which suddenly shocked him. The fire fist bombarded it strongly, making Yun Ren endure awe-inspiring, and did not dare to underestimate it. However, he did not panic, and felt that with his own strength, he could still resist. Yun Shinobu made a seal with both hands, cast the water dragon bullet technique, and spewed chakra from his mouth, forming a water dragon, and striking towards the fire fist, colliding strongly. Water and fire blended, making strange sounds, echoing in this space, difficult to calm down. Chiba and Yun Shinobu fought each other, and the first round was tied, equal, and there was no one winner or loser. They are just probing, and they have not burst out of their full strength, which is why this is the result. Kinyi did not intend to rush directly and fight fiercely with Yoshinobu, but took advantage of the attack, cast a shaving, cooperated with the moonstep, rotated his body in the air, and leisurely fell to the three of Sunset Red. As long as you make sure that the three of Sunset Red are not harmed, there is no need to be afraid. You can let go of your hands and feet and attack strongly. How are you doing? Kinyi landed in front of the three and asked. There is a little injury on the body, but there is no problem in self-preservation. As long as you can contain the strongest combat power of the other party, we still have a chance to break out. Hinata Hayashi spoke. He didn't want to rely on Kinyi very much, after all, he was just a teenager, but now in this situation, he had no other way but to obey Kinyi's arrangement. Hey, I'm not going to run away. Since the people of the Rain Ninja are looking for trouble, then let them pay. Kinyi sneered and spoke, his eyes becoming murderous. You mean, I plan to solve all the people of Yoshinobi? She heard Kinyi's words, and couldn't help but be moved and exclaimed. Don't you think I don't have the ability? Kinyi said leisurely, with a relaxed and casual look without the slightest pressure. Kinyi, you are still as confident as ever, and you look a little weak. Seeing Kinyi like this, Shirihong couldn't help but relax a little, and a good-looking smile appeared on his pale cheeks. Because I have strength, I am confident, this is a normal thing. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and said very confidently, not polite at all. Chiba, with you alone, if you want to save the three ninjas of Konoha, it is impossible, it is too small for us to be in the rain. Shinobu said, his voice cold. Go on for me and kill them all, without leaving them alive. Taking the lead, Shang Shinobu opened his mouth and gave the order. After Yoshinobu heard the order, he did not have the slightest hesitation, did not panic, and immediately approached the past, rushed towards the four of Chiba, and launched an offensive. In the process of rushing over, they launched their shurikens and kunao and attacked the four of Chiba. If you want to use these ninja tools, it is impossible to cause damage to the four people of Kinyi. After all, their strength is not bad, and they can easily dodge or resist the ninja tools. Of course, the Rain Ninja, everyone knows this, and the ninja attack is just a means, followed by a rapid attack. After 10 Rain Shinobi rushed out a few meters, they immediately stopped, and at the same time Ren Chakra, their hands sealed, and jointly performed ninjutsu. Soon, the 10 Rain Ninja jointly performed the water ninjutsu, causing the majestic flowing water to burst out, quickly forming a raging torrent, like a galloping giant beast, sweeping towards the four of Kinyi. Seeing the tall 10 meters, very rapid torrent, rushing over, the three people of Sunset Red were shocked, opened their eyes, instantly felt the huge pressure, felt unable to resist, and even dodge difficult. What do we do now? There is no way to resist. Ibiki spoke, and her heart became terrified. The ninjutsu that Hinata Hayashi, Sunset Red and Ibiki are good at, there is no restrained water ninjutsu at all, so in the face of such a raging torrent, it is obviously a little difficult to fight and overwhelmed. Kinyi, do you have a way? Shirihong was also a little uneasy in her heart, and the only person she could rely on was Kinyi. Otherwise, if they receive this flood impact, the formation will definitely be disrupted, and they will be washed into the water, seriously affecting the exertion of combat effectiveness, and even lose it, fall into the hands of Yoshinobu, or even be killed. Don't worry, isn't there me? Kinyi said indifferently, very calmly, without panic. With that, he took a step forward, activated the ability of the frozen fruit, and reached forward with both hands. Ice Age. In the next instant, the majestic ice power quickly surged out and struck towards the rushing flood. As the ice force attacked the past, it immediately froze the flood, so that the raging water immediately turned into ice, condensed into ice, could not rush forward, and stopped completely. Seeing the 10-meter-high flood, it solidified like this, and failed to impact and cover it. The three of them were still shocked, their eyes widened, and they were surprised by Kinyi's ability. Everyone in the Rain Ninja was equally surprised. They didn't expect that 10 ninjas would join forces to attack, and they would be disintegrated by Kinyi like this, and they couldn't hurt each other at all. Seeing that Kinyi easily froze the raging flood, the three of them were surprised, and they didn't know when he was actually good at ice ninjutsu. Kinyi, weren't you good at fire attacks before? Why are you using ice stun now? Shirihong was puzzled in her heart and asked. What's in this way? My talent is powerful, learned several types of ninjutsu, that's normal, I also know thunder ninjutsu. Kinyi shrugged and said casually. The flood was frozen and became a thick layer of ice, but instead became a protective layer to block the rain that was supposed to attack. Yoshinobu can only use water escape and even fish in water, but there is nothing to do about ice escape. Their current layer of ice that is 10 meters high can be said to be helpless, and it is really difficult to easily enter and kill the 4 people of Zirion. The role of this layer of ice is good, it can be used as a protective layer, you guys are in it, you don't have to go out, Yoshinobu can be handed over to me to solve. Kinyi spoke, exerting force under his feet, rushing above the ice, as if he was in charge, waiting for Yoshinobu to attack. A few Rain Ninja jumped on the ice, stood in the distance, and confronted Kinyi, a little jealous in their hearts, and did not dare to underestimate him. If you have any skills, just let the horses come. Kinyi looked at the Rain Ninja and said unceremoniously. Yoshinobu stood on the ice, seeing Chiba's attitude, he was very unhappy in his heart, and wanted to unload the other party. At this time, there was another movement in the woods, the rustle of leaves, and it was obvious that someone rushed over, and there were still quite a few of them. After hearing the sound, everyone in Yuninja was puzzled, not knowing whether it was friend or foe, or to remain vigilant, turn their heads and determine who was coming. In less than a minute, the three of Yahiko led the Xiao organization to rush out of the woods and gather in this area. There are a total of 15 people in the Xiao organization, but the overall strength is not weaker than the Rain Ninja people. If there is a war, the Rain Ninja people are not sure, maybe they will be defeated. After all, there is also a Silver Azura here, who must be on the side of the Daxiao organization and deal with the Rain Ninja people together. Seeing Yahiko and the others coming, Kinyi couldn't help but feel a little helpless, feeling that this battle could not be fought. I said today's matter, let's stop here. Yahiko came over and spoke, not overpowering, but rather humble. In any case, the three of Yahiko are people from the Land of Rain, and although they don't treat the ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village very much, they can't unite with outsiders to deal with the ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village, which is cannibalism. Yahiko's purpose is to make the Land of Rain better and live better, not to kill each other. Therefore, Yahiko who can stop such a battle will still stand up and stop it, without causing too many casualties. Yahiko, you must know that you are also from the Land of Rain, and you actually mixed with the people of Konoha and indulged them so much, don't you feel the slightest bit guilty? Rain took the lead and looked at Yahiko, and opened his mouth to drink, with the meaning of condemnation. Of course, he also wanted to persuade Yahiko to let Xiao organize himself to intervene in this matter, and even join forces with him to take down the Konoha ninja together. You are from the Land of Rain, but what have you done for the Land of Rain? You will only fight civil war all day long, protect your own private interests, but put the people in dire straits, you can't even eat, and you want to teach us a lesson. Nagato stood up and coldly refuted that Yoshinobu took the lead in Shinobu, not polite at all. Nagato now also understands that the forces of Xiao organization and Hanzo have gradually come to a situation of opposition, and they have no good feelings for each other, and the contradictions will continue to deepen, and I am afraid that they will fight in the future, and there is no need to be polite. Hearing Nagato say this, the leader Shinobu suddenly became speechless, his face became a little ugly, and he glanced at the former angrily. You better leave with your people, if you really want to go to war, we will not stand idly by, we will help Chiba. Yahiko spoke, indicating his attitude. Seeing that everyone in the Xiao organization was here, he took the lead and knew that if he did it here, it would not be of the slightest benefit to everyone in Yoshinobu, and it would even be solved. Although he was unhappy in his heart, there was no way, and he couldn't be angry. If you go against Yoshinobu like this, you will regret it in the future, and Hanzo will definitely not let you go after he knows it. Taking the lead, Shinobu glanced at Yahiko and the others, and said coldly, if you don't want to leave, you can start a war now, I already have a little itchy hand. Kinyi opened his mouth and said, his eyes flickered, and a murderous intent appeared, he really wanted to kill people. Let's go! Taking the lead Shinobu with a cold voice, he led everyone in Yoshinobu and left here. Yahiko and the others did not stop and let the Rain Ninja leave. You don't have to come, or I can kill on a killing spree. Kinyi glanced at the three of Yahiko, and said helplessly, complaining a little. We were just worried that you would kill a lot, so we rushed over, fortunately it didn't succeed, otherwise, many people would have been killed by you. Xiao Nangwen got up and said, also relieved, and no longer worried. Both Yahiko and Nagato believed in Chiba's strength, and felt that if there was a war, then the people of Yoshinobu would definitely suffer, and maybe all of them would come and go, so they could only stay here. After all, they have been with Kinyi for half a year, and they know the latter's strength very well, knowing that although Kinyi is arrogant, he does have strong strength and will not act recklessly. Hayashi-sensei, what about them? After seeing the Yoshinobu and everyone leave, Asuma came out and asked, still very worried in her heart. "They're fine, don't worry," Kinyi said, pointing to the ice behind him. After learning that the Rain Ninja and everyone left, the three of Hinata were finally out of danger, and they could breathe a sigh of relief, relax, and come out from behind the ice one after another. Seeing that the three of Hinata were only injured and not life-threatening, Asuma was finally able to relax and not need to worry. "It's really thanks to Kinyi this time, otherwise, we would have planted it here." Hinata Hayashi sighed and said, just walking through the ghost gate before closing. "Chiba, thank you so much," Sunset Hong said, expressing her gratitude. Yahiko and the others brought the four of Hinata back to the base, and they treated the wounds to ensure that nothing was wrong. "Did you come to the Land of Rain to carry out a mission?" Kinyi sat next to the four of Sunset Red and asked. "It's already done, I was about to retreat, and I was discovered by the ninja of the Rain Ninja village, so there was something behind." Sunset Hong nodded and said, "Then when you are well injured, you will rush back to Konoha." Kinyi spoke, without too many words, he seemed very calm. "How do you say that you are also a ninja of Konoha? Have you always planned not to go and stay here?" Hinata Hayashi didn't hold back and asked, his tone still a little complaining. "Even if I'm a ninja from Konoha, do I have to go back? What am I going back to Konoha for?" Kinyi snorted coldly and said, looking very unhappy. Thinking of the cause of death of his father Kiki Shuumao, Kinyi still had a big grudge in his heart, hated Konoha, and did not have much sense of belonging to Konoha. "Chiba, even if you don't want to go to the village, you should go back and see Kakashi, he's been doing a bad time lately." Sunset Hong groaned slightly, and slowly spoke, his expression changed a little hesitant. "What happened to Kakashi, what happened?" Hearing about Kakashi, Chiba couldn't calm down and asked directly. Although he has no sense of belonging to Konoha, he still has a lot of concerns about his only relative, Kakashi, and does not want Kakashi to have an accident. He couldn't watch Kakashi have an accident and leave it alone. He went out on a mission alone last time, was seriously injured, and has not recovered until now, and after your father's affairs, his personality has changed a lot. He doesn't like to get along with others, and it is estimated that the only person who is willing to be close is you. Sunset Hong did not hide it, and told Kinyi everything she knew. "It seems that I have been away from the village for too long, and it is time to go back." Kinyi was silent for a while and spoke. He returned to the village, not intending to contribute to Konoha, but to go back and see Kakashi and make sure that he had no problems, at least not to die. Hearing that Chiba planned to meet Konoha, the four of Hinata were a little excited, and thought that this was a very good thing. After all, Kinyi's current strength is very strong, at least it has reached the level of upper shinobi, which is definitely of great benefit to the village, and can provide the village with strong combat power. On the other hand, Yahiko and the others' expressions also changed a little, and they were reluctant to let Kinyi leave. Chiba is a very important member of the Xiao organization, and has a strong deterrent power in the Land of Rain, which can help the Xiao organization thrive and improve the overall reality. However, they did understand that knowing that sooner or later Kinyi would have won, the country of open rain, even if they were reluctant in their hearts, they would not stop it. After 5 days, the injuries on Hinata's 4 people have almost recovered, no longer hindering the movement, and their strength has recovered a lot. After some thought, Chiba decided to leave the Land of Rain and return to Konoha. According to the calculation of time, after a while, the Third Ninja World War will begin. Even if Chiba doesn't like Konoha very much, but as things stand, he can't tolerate other countries attacking Konoha, and if necessary, he will still work together to serve Konoha. On this day, the country of rain rarely clears, no longer dripping rain, dark clouds shrouded in the sky, cracking a heavenly river, bright sunlight shining down, sprinkling in the city. The climate is pleasant, people are fascinated by this rare sunshine. The 3 of Yahiko stood at the exit of the city and bid farewell to the 5 of Chiba, with a reluctant look on their faces. "I'm leaving the Land of Rain and returning to Konoha, and the Xiao organization will depend on you in the future." Chiba looked at the city behind him and glanced at the 3 of Yahiko. "Rest assured, Xiao organization has now entered a period of steady development, and there will be no problems," Yahiko said confidently, a confident smile on his face. "If you have the opportunity in the future, come back and take a look. You will always be a member of the Xiao organization." Nagato spoke, not smiling, still more serious, and did not smile. "Chiba, you can miss me." Xiao Nan looked at Kinyi, and although he was reluctant, he still showed a good-looking smile. "I will. You have to take good care of yourself, and you have to be more vigilant against Hanzo. This is a very tricky strong man. No matter what negotiations he proposes with you in the future, you must not agree, you must not be seduced by him." Kinyi spoke, and before leaving, remind the 3 of Yahiko of something that needs attention. "We'll pay attention, don't worry," Yahiko nodded and said. After explaining these things, Chiba didn't have any words, beckoned to the 4 of Hinata, and walked forward, leaving the city and the Land of Rain. Yahiko watched the Chiba 5 leave until they completely disappeared from the horizon before turning around and walking back to the base. On the way back to Konoha, Chiba's mood was not high. He rarely spoke, only occasionally said a few words to Yuri Hong. As for Hinata, Sarutobi Asuma and Ibiki, he didn't bother to pay attention. For days later, Chiba returned to Konoha, which had been lost for a long time, still a little excited, and still lacked that sense of belonging. Some ninjas in Konoha were still happy to know that Chiba had returned to the village, but they would not say anything, and everyone was still busy with their own business. Chiba returned to Konoha, not with Hinata Hayashi. The four of them went to the Hokage's office. The first thing was to go home and see how Kakashi was doing now, and if he had recovered from his injuries. Since Kimo Shuumao died, the courtyard of Kimo family has become a lot deserted, looking bleak and lifeless, and there is no one to clean it. Since Chiba left Konoha, Kakashi was the only one in the Kiki family, and it seemed even more lonely and depressed. Obviously, letting Kakashi do the cleaning of the courtyard is obviously difficult for strong men. Anyway, if you live alone, you can just do it at once, and you are too lazy to tidy up so clean, so as not to look sad in vain. Kakashi, I'm back, hurry up and come out to meet me. Kinyi walked into the courtyard and roared at the top of his voice, not polite at all. Back home, the baggage in your heart can be temporarily relaxed. You don't have to think about other things, you can do whatever you want. Chiba's voice was loud and echoed through the courtyard, ensuring that Kakashi could hear it. Not long after the voice fell, a teenager who was 1 meter 4 meters tall, wearing casual clothes at home, with a handsome face, silver hair and sleepy eyes, as if he had just woken up, quickly appeared in the courtyard. The boy who rushed out of the room was Kakashi Kiki. Seeing Chiba appear in the courtyard, Kakashi's eyes immediately widened and he was completely sleepy. Kinyi, you are finally willing to come back, I thought you died outside. Kakashi glared at Chiba and said angrily. He was concerned about Kinyi in his heart, and he was worried about whether Kinyi would have an accident all day, but seeing that the latter came back safely, the worried words in his heart could not be said. It was completely a gesture of no conscience. I am blessed with a great life, how can I die easily? You underestimate me too much. Kinyi said unashamedly, revealing a heartless smile. As he spoke, he walked forward and came to Kakashi's side. The two brothers did not speak, and the fierce tiger hugged each other and was silent with each other. There are too many words in their hearts, but they can't come out of their mouths, only melt into this embrace. You guy, going out and wandering at such a young age, I am worried about death. After hugging for a long time, Kakashi let go of Chiba and punched the latter. Do I still need you to worry? You don't know my strength. Kinyi said disapprovingly. It's been almost 2 years, but I've grown a lot taller, not like a little guy. Kakashi looked at Chiba and said with a smile. Only when he saw Chiba come back safely would Kakashi have a smile on his face and feel much better than usual. I have grown taller, my strength has also improved a lot. With my current strength, you are not my opponent, Kinyi said unceremoniously. Looking at your proud look, it seems that I need to teach you a lesson and let you know how powerful I am. Kakashi spoke. If I have time, I can fight you and beat you hard. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and said very casually. Then you can let the horse come over now. Kakadu, but a little looking forward to it. What is Chiba's strength? I heard you suffered heavily some time ago. How is the situation now? Chi didn't intend to compete with Kakashi, but changed the subject. It's just some minor injuries that have been recuperated for a while, and there is no major problem, and they can all go on missions. Kakashi waved his hand and said casually. Seeing you jumping alive now, I knew I was fine, and I knew I wouldn't come back. Kinyi shrugged and said helplessly. Feelings will only come back when your eldest brother dies. Kakashi glared at Chiba and said angrily. When Chiba returned home and met Kakashi, the four of Hinata came to Hokage's office and explained the mission. The 3 generations of Hokage sat in their chair and listened to Hinata Hayashi report the content of the action and what happened to him. Are you saying that it was thanks to Chiba that I was able to complete the mission this time and return from the land of rain? Sarutobi raised his head, looked at Hinata, and asked, holding his pipe in his hand and taking a puff of smoke. That's right, he has been in the land of rain for half a year, and he is an important member of the Country of Rain organization, and his strength has improved a lot. I am afraid that he has the strength of the upper ninja level. Hinata Hayashi nodded and said, telling everything she knew about Chiba. Hearing Hinata Hayashi report on Chiba's situation, Sarutobi fell silent, his brows frowned slightly, his expression became solemn, and he seemed to be thinking about many things. The 3 people stood beside Hinata, did not speak, and remained silent. In such situations, they have no right to speak, but only listen in silence. Perhaps, they had some thoughts in their hearts that they wanted to praise Kinyi a few words, but they didn't say it. In just 2 years, this little guy has grown very fast, and he actually has such strength, and has developed into the land of rain. After a moment of silence, Ape Fari spoke, his expression constantly changing, sometimes convergence cold light, sometimes sharp. With Kimochiba's strength, if he can be used by the village, then it must be a good thing. His talent is very good, he can protect the peace and stability of the village. Hinata Hayashi spoke, saying what he thought. After the incident of Kimo Shuumao, I am afraid that this little guy of Kinyi does not have much sense of belonging to the village, otherwise, he would not have left the village 2 years ago and only returned now. Ape Fari frowned slightly and spoke, his expression became solemn, and he didn't know what to do. If we guide it well, Kinyi's heart is still towards the village, and this time he came to save us, which is the best proof. Sunset Hong still didn't hold back and spoke for Kinyi. Kinyi, this little guy is not an ordinary person, he is very precocious, don't look at his young age, but he is very mature in doing things, and he can see things in the long run, it is not easy to guide him. Sarutobi shook his head and said, there was not much hope for this. As long as you work hard, there is still a chance, and the essence of Kinyi is not bad. Asma spoke, offering her opinion. I will consider this matter, you have just returned from a mission, go back and rest first. Sarutobi waved his hand and spoke. The four of Hinata nodded in response, did not hesitate, did not say anything more, turned and walked out of the Hokage's office. After the four of Hinata left, Sarutobi fell silent, lost in thought, and thought about Chiba's affairs. For the long-term sake of the village, Kimu Kinyi hopes that you will not betray the village and contribute more to the village, otherwise, the village will not be able to keep you, don't blame me for being cruel. After a long silence, Ape Fari raised his head and muttered, his eyes became sharp, and he made a decision. In less than a moment, two members of the Dark Division wearing masks appeared from the window, entered the Hokage's office, and stood respectfully in front of Sarutobi Hinata. You guys go and investigate Kimu Kinyi, collect as many clues as possible about him, and see what he has done in the past 2 years. Sarutobi glanced at the two dark ninjas, spoke, and issued the order. For the little guy of Kinyi, Ape Flying Sun Chopper still can't rest assured, and there are some hidden worries in his heart, feeling that Kinyi's strength is strong and can help the village, but if it can't be used by the village, it will cause great harm. As the Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi must first think about Konoha, putting the interests of the village first, and must think about many things. If Kinyi will do something that endangers the village, Ape Flying Sun Slash will not be polite, and will definitely take action to wipe Kinyi out, and everything is focused on the village. Isn't Chiba a member of the Dark Ministry? Are we still going to investigate him? A female member wearing a tanuki mask spoke, not very understanding. Come to think of it, she is Uchiha Maina, she has a good impression of Chiba, and even cares about Chiba. In this case, she can't help but speak for Chiba. Although Chiba is a member of the Dark Ministry, he has been out of the Dark Department for 2 years, and it can be said that he is no longer a member of the Dark Ministry. I want to know what he has done in the 2 years since he left the village. Ape Fari said, his eyes flickered, and he did not waver, it was still his own decision. Okay, we'll go about this now. Another member of the Dark Division spoke in response. The two members of the Dark Department did not stay, and they came and went in a hurry, secretly investigating what Chiba had done in the past 2 years. After the two members of the Dark Division left, Sarutobi fell silent again, falling into deep thought, thinking about Chiba and some countermeasures in the future. After another while, another dark ninja entered Naruto's office through the window and stood in front of Sarutobi Hinata, waiting for the latter to issue the task. Kimu Kinyi returned to the village, you guys will monitor his whereabouts during this time, if there is any abnormal behavior, you will immediately come to report me. Sarutobi gave the order and assigned the task. He still believes that Kinyi cannot be fully trusted now, there are great hidden dangers for the village, and it is still necessary to supervise Kinyi to be able to rest assured. Without saying a word, the two dark ninjas answered and left Naruto's office to spy on Chiba. After returning home, Chiba rarely and Kakashi. Without bothering to bother with other things, the two of them left the house and went to the best restaurant in the village, where they wanted to eat well and eat happily. Chiba, you have lived a lot recently, and you have actually begun to enter and exit the most high-end restaurants. Seeing Chiba bring himself to a high-end restaurant, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh and marvel. Life, it's not either, you should enjoy it or enjoy it, otherwise this life will not be lived in vain. Kinyi shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, appearing very indifferent. There is no money to enjoy a fart, you have money now, but you can say such things, Kakashi said unceremoniously. Isn't it just a meal, it's just a small matter, what I have is money, you can rest assured, let go and eat, Kinyi said very boldly. Chiba and Kakashi did not hesitate, the two brothers walked into the restaurant and took the menu, not caring which is the most delicious, only caring which is the most expensive. It is completely the temperament of a local tyrant, it seems extremely willful, and spends money. They rarely reunited, there was no politeness at all, and after the dishes were served, they ate them happily without the slightest reserve. Chiba, now that you're back, report to Naruto-sama when you have time, don't let others misunderstand you and think that you are not sincere with the village. After eating half full, Kakashi slowed down, chewed slowly, raised his head, looked at Chiba beside him, and spoke. Kakashi is now 11 years old, calm and precocious, and has understood many things, knowing that Chiba has left the village for 2 years like this, which may make some high-ranking members of the village suspicious, feeling that Chiba is no longer loyal to the village. Maybe there will be some action specifically against Chiba. Do I still want to show loyalty to others? They thought as much as they liked, and they forced me to defect from the village. Kinyi nibbled on a chicken leg, shrugged his shoulders, and said indifferently, not having the slightest fear at all, not caring about other people's opinions. Now, they are in a private room, the sound insulation is very good, but they don't have to worry about others eavesdropping. Hearing Chiba say this, Kakashi was startled, his hand movements were stiff, and he looked at the former with wide eyes, a little unsure. You can't say this kind of nonsense, be careful that the wall has ears, it will cause you trouble, we are Konoha ninjas, how can we do such a thing? Kakashi said solemnly, wanting to teach Chiba not to think about such a thing as betraying the village, not even a single thought. Since Kiki Shuumao died, Kakashi must have had some complaints about the village, but he never thought about betraying the village. So when I heard Kinyi say it, I was still very surprised, and my heart made waves. We are members of the village, but others can treat us as members, maybe from tomorrow, there will be members of the dark department to spy on me. Kinyi laughed playfully and said disapprovingly. For the 3 generations of Hokage and Konoha's high level, Chiba still knows very well, for the sake of the so-called peace and interests of the village, it is completely possible to sacrifice individuals, and will not let any factors that cannot be mastered, making the village extremely unstable. Hearing Chiba say this, Kakashi was a little speechless, not knowing what to say, his expression became a little dark, knowing that what Chiba said was not wrong, otherwise, Kiki Shuumao would not have committed suicide with hatred and died. Kinyi, anyway, if you don't get that step, you can't do that kind of stupid thing, you can't betray the village. After a moment of silence, Kakashi raised his head, looked at Chiba, and said seriously, Konoha's attitude determines my attitude, if they don't believe me, then if I am not a traitor, then it is equivalent to a rebellion. Kinyi shrugged and said indifferently, after returning to Konoha, there is no need for Chiba to go to the Hokage's office and show his loyalty to Sarutobi Hinata. After leaving for 2 years, Chiba has some nostalgia for everything in the village, and wants to walk around, look everywhere, and reminisce about it. Perhaps, it will become inconvenient to come back and see these familiar environments in the future. Walking in the streets of Konoha, Chiba walked along the streets at random, and did not deliberately say where to go, which seemed a little aimless. Since Chiba left the courtyard of his home, he had a feeling of being targeted, and that feeling was looming and intermittent. After sensing this feeling, Kinyi became slightly awe-inspiring, his eyes flickered, revealing a sneer. Ape Flying Sun Chopper is really a suspicious guy, he doesn't want to miss a mistake, he wants to take everything into his hands, and the beautiful name is for the village. Kinyi muttered, a look of disdain on his face. Through seeing and hearing the domineering, Kinyi can sense that there are 2 ninjas monitoring him in the shadows, thinking that they are both ninjas from the dark part. Obviously, Kinyi is now being targeted by Ape Face Sun, and he doesn't want him to make any accidents, hoping to be able to take everything into his hands. The more Ape Flying Sun does this, the more disgusted Kinyi will be, and invisibly force Chiba to leave the village and become a rebel. Chiba ignored the dark ninja who was stalking and monitoring him. Anyway, he was in Konoha, and he would not do anything out of the ordinary, just simply take a walk and walk in familiar places in the village. Unconsciously, Chiba walked to the gate of the ninja school. He looked up and saw that it was a ninja school in front of him, and he couldn't help but be surprised, he didn't expect to come here. In addition to his home and place of cultivation, the ninja school is the place where Chiba has spent the longest time, and there will be some emotions in his heart. Today is the weekend, the ninja school is closed, and there are no students in class, so it seems very quiet, otherwise it would be very noisy at other times. Since you are here, let's go in and take a look. Anyway, this weekend, there are no students in class, Kinyi said. Saying that, he did not hesitate, walked into the ninja school, walked through the buildings in the school, looked here, looked there, and sighed from time to time, and his heart was a little waveless. 10 minutes later, Chiba walked to the ninja school's cultivation ground. In the past, he was in the cultivation field, but he beat many elementary school students, and he was completely invincible, which made him think of this kind of thing, and he couldn't help but feel funny and showed a hint of a smile. He originally thought that this side of the cultivation field would not be close, but he found that there was another person who was cultivating in the cultivation field. There are also students practicing here on weekends, which is very diligent, making Chien interested, wanting to walk over and see whose child it is. Kinyi did not hesitate, walked into the cultivation field with brisk steps, and walked towards the child who was concentrating on cultivation. After entering the cultivation field, Kinyi found that the child who was cultivating was actually a little girl, and there was a familiar feeling. Mitarashi Ajaki beans. Seeing the other party's side face clearly, Kinyi was even more surprised and exclaimed. Wearing a sportswear and focusing on cultivation, Mitarashi Red Bean, when she heard someone call her name, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, stopped moving, turned around, and looked in the direction of Kinyi. When he saw Kinyi's face clearly, Hongda couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Shiba, Red Bean exclaimed, revealing an excited look and couldn't believe it. I haven't seen each other for a long time, and the red beans have grown a lot taller. Kinyi showed a bright smile and walked forward to come to Hongdu. That's natural, how can you not grow taller? Red Bean stuck out his tongue and showed a cute smile, which looked very cute. Seeing Chiba appear, Mitarashi Red Bean was surprised in his heart, felt very happy, and was a little reserved, and his pretty face became rosy. Since the last incident, Mitere Red Bean is worried about Chiba. No matter what happens, he wants to know Chiba's situation. In other words, Kinyi has unknowingly lived in the heart of Red Beans, and has not come out since. I really didn't expect that you would still practice here on the weekend. It seems that you are still very diligent, Kinyi said, appreciating the Red Beans. No matter what the talent of a ninja is, if you want to become a great ninja, you must cultivate diligently to be able to reach that level. I want to get stronger quickly, catch up with you, and later, maybe I'm stronger than you. Mitarashi Red Bean showed a light smile and spoke. His eyes were bright. Obviously, she is not joking, but she is firm in her ideas and working towards this goal. If you want to become stronger and surpass me, then you have to work hard. I am very strong. Kinyi did not attack the other party, but was looking forward to the Red Bean becoming stronger. Anyway, no matter how hard Red Bean cultivates, if he wants to catch up with Kinyi and surpass, it is impossible. After all, there is a big gap between Red Bean and Kinyi, like a chasm, which cannot be crossed. I believe I have the strength, can become stronger, can surpass you, Mitarashi said firmly, without wavering in the slightest. Then you come on, I am optimistic about you. Kinyi nodded and said, encouraging the Red Bean. Kinyi, I still have some ninjutsu things, and I don't understand a little, can you teach me? Hundu hesitated slightly, opened his mouth and said, looking a little embarrassed to speak. Of course there is no problem, if there is anything you don't understand, just tell me and I can point you out. Kinyi nodded and said, did not refuse, and was happy to do this. I run the chakra every time and have a seal on my hand, but I can't successfully perform ninjutsu. Hundu asked his own questions and demonstrated it to Chiba. Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art. Although Red Bean was extremely serious and wanted to cast the fire ninjutsu, it was unsuccessful, only a small flame attacked out, and there was no attack power at all. So what should I do with the details of these mistakes? Hundu asked seriously, really wanting this ninjutsu cultivation to succeed. As long as she can successfully cultivate this dragon fire art, then she can use it flexibly, and if she cultivates other ninjutsu, the time required should be relatively short, and the success rate will be higher. At the same time as you seal the seal, you should start to mobilize the fire attribute chakra, run it to the throat, and when the seal is completed, spray the chakra out, and you can successfully perform ninjutsu, Kinyi said, carefully instructing the Red Beans. Hearing Kinyi say this, Red Bean was slightly silent, digested it, and slowly understood. I'll try. Red Bean spoke. Saying that, she did not hesitate, ran the chakra, and made a seal with both hands, and the seal style, Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art. As a stream of fire attribute chakra spewed out, it immediately formed a straight line flame, rapidly rushing forward, and the power was very good. Haha, finally succeeded. When Hundu saw the successful ninjutsu, a happy smile bloomed on his face, and he was very excited. You are so good, I only guide you once, and you succeeded. Seeing the success of Red Bean's ninjutsu, Chiba was happy for her. That's natural, I'm very smart. Red Bean was not modest and showed a bright smile. Kinyi and Ajiki spent an afternoon together in the cultivation field, chatting about trivial things while teaching Ajiki to practice ninjutsu. Being able to get Chiba's guidance, Hundu's face is always full of smiles, and he looks very good looking, and he looks cute and full of vitality. Until the setting sun, the Red Bean had consumed all the chakra, and there was no way to continue cultivating, and his body was very tired, and he almost collapsed on the ground. After cultivating for so long, your stomach is already hungry, I'll take you to eat Ichiraku ramen. Kinyi looked at the sweaty and tired Red Beans and spoke. Okay, it's great to be able to eat with you. Hundu smiled and looked happy. Seeing Red Bean like this, Kinyi couldn't help but think again that the girl from the Hokage world was really in love too early. Chiba and Ajiki left the ninja school's training ground and walked through 2 streets towards the Ichiraku ramen restaurant. This day is a very memorable day for Hundu. Being able to stay with Chiba is a very memorable day. It will be difficult for her to forget, and there is always a cute smile on her face. On this day, Chiba didn't do anything, just walked around the village, and then stayed with Hundu and didn't do anything special. The 2 members of the dark department monitored for a day, without the slightest result, so they could only go back empty-handed and report to the 8 Flying Sun. For several days in a row, Chiba stayed in the village, being monitored by the members of the dark department every day, and did not have the idea of seeing the 3 generations of Hokage, as if he was invisibly fighting with the Flying Sun. Kinyi is not a good bully, he will not condone the dark part to monitor him, and he also goes to subdue the 8 Flying Sun, and invisibly competes with the 8 Flying Sun. Kinyi returned to Konoha, there was nothing to do, and there was no mission, but he would not relax and delay his cultivation. Although his current strength is good, he can resist the peak of Shangren, but against the battle shadow level powerhouse, I am afraid that he only has to escape, so he still needs to work hard to cultivate, otherwise it will be a little troublesome to encounter a shadow level powerhouse. With nothing to do, Chiba came to the outskirts of the village alone and began to develop more abilities of the devil fruit. Burnt fruit and frozen fruit are both natural fruits with endless development potential. As long as Chiba can think of new moves, they can try and develop more combat skills. If you can develop more combat moves with these two devil fruit abilities, there will be many benefits for Kinyi's future battles, which can play an important role, and it is inevitable to improve combat effectiveness. Kinyi stood on a frozen lake, and the power of ice appeared around him, and a sharp cold aura was emerging, causing the surrounding air to condense into frost, rotating leisurely from the air, and his mother fell. In the next instant, Kinyi burst out with majestic ice power, slapped his hands on the ground, and input the ice power into the ice surface to launch a powerful attack. Millennium Ice Prison. As Kinyi input the majestic ice power into the ice not far ahead immediately generated a movement, rushed out of 10 icicles, towered on the ice, up to 20 meters, surrounded the city in a circle, and there was a distance between them. However, it was only an instant, and 10 thick icicles burst out with majestic ice power, quickly connected together, and the space surrounded by frozen icicles formed an ice prison. If someone is in the encirclement, they will definitely be instantly frozen and cannot escape. Although the attack move of the Millennium Ice Prison does not directly exert its powerful attack power, it can bind the opponent, make the opponent lose its combat effectiveness, and be completely trapped in the cold ice, unable to break free, only the fate of waiting to be slaughtered. Seeing the 1,000-year ice firmly formed, Kinyi exhaled and showed a bright smile, which was very satisfied with the developed moves. Sure enough, it seems that the ability of natural fruits can still be continuously developed, Kinyi said. As he spoke, he reached out and removed the snow off his back, held it in his right hand, or activated the frozen fruit ability, concentrating the ice power on the Taideo. In the next instant, he took a step forward, raised his right hand and walked with snow, and then slashed out, and the ice power burst out, like a rushing flood. Suddenly, the ice power burst out, immediately forming countless cold ice, gathered together, formed an ice dragon, carrying terrifying power, madly rushing forward, destroying and decaying, as if to destroy everything ahead. No one can stop it. The picture looks shocking. Rumble. The ice dragon rushed over and hit the 1,000-year-old ice prison, causing the huge ice prison to tremble and emit a roar, but it failed to break the ice prison. However, Kinyi verified that such an attack move is feasible, and in the future, even if it is not barehanded, the power of the natural fruit can still be unleashed through weapons, and it is more powerful and weird. Seeing the slash and releasing an ice dragon, although the power is not very strong, Kinyi is already very satisfied. After all, he is only initially exploring now. It is normal that the power is not strong enough, and when he is familiar with it, he has fully mastered the moves, and he can burst with unscrupulous power, and the power of the ice dragon will definitely be more terrifying. This trick is called Ice Dragon Absolute Sky, Kinyi muttered, giving such a move a name. Kinyi has been cultivating since he was in the morning, and now it is 10 days of sunset. He has studied and tried moves, and for 10 hours, his stomach is already very hungry, and he does not have much physical strength. Looking at such a day, Kinyi felt that it was almost time to go home, so he did not stay, packed up, and walked towards the village. As soon as he entered the village, he saw a little girl at the entrance of the village, who seemed to be waiting there, and it was also an acquaintance, Sunset Red. Although Shirihong is not yet an adult, she is still a beautiful girl, but she looks very outstanding: goose-egg cheeks, fair complexion, long hair, good figure, good development, a dusty temperament, looks very attractive. It is estimated that many people are pursuing. If it develops according to the plot, Sunset Red is a stunner-level goddess, and it will be heartwarming to watch. Since he met here by chance, if Kinyi didn't go over to say hello, it would be a little too careless, so he still walked over and said hello to Sunset Hong. Hey, who is the little beauty waiting for here? Kinyi walked over, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, like a riffraff, greeting Sunset Red, looking a little flat. Seeing Kinyi greeting like this, with a frivolous look, Shirihong couldn't help but snort lightly, giving him a white look, but it was still so good-looking. I'm waiting for you here, Sunset Hong said softly, and the voice would be very good. Hearing Shirihong say this, Kinyi was slightly stunned, a little unable to react. I don't know what happened. Sunset Red is standing here, actually waiting for himself. You're waiting for me here, what's the matter? Kinyi slightly corrected and asked seriously. Last time in the Land of Rain, thanks to your rescue, we were able to get along well, so I want to thank you well. Sunset Hong groaned slightly, and spoke, her face showing a blush. It turned out to be this thing. I thought it was something, it was too polite. Kinyi came over, shook his head slightly, looked at the red and white cheeks of the setting sun, and said disapprovingly. Being stared at by Kinyi like this, Sunset Hong became more embarrassed, bowed his head slightly, and did not dare to look at Kinyi. Or do you see that I am handsome and want to follow? Seeing Sunset Hong's expression, Kinyi said leisurely, revealing a smile. Ruined by Kinyi's words, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered, and even wanted to escape and find a place to hide. However, she was still calm, and she hesitated slightly, and then calmed down again. You may be overestimating yourself. I just want to thank you and treat you to a meal. Sunset glanced at Kinyi and said coquettishly. Seeing Shirihong's self-defeating appearance, Kinyi knew in her heart that she did not debunk her, otherwise she would really be scared away. Since you insist on inviting me to dinner and repay me well, then I am not polite, Kinyi said. Okay, then we'll talk as we go, Sunset Hong said. Kinyi did not hesitate, and walked towards the inside of the village with Shiri Hong, chatting about some trivial things in life as they walked. Half an hour later, Chiba and Ziriong entered a restaurant with a good decoration and a good atmosphere and asked for a private room. Because Shiri Hong insisted on treating, Kinyi was embarrassed to order too many and too expensive dishes, that is, ordered the specialties of 4 restaurants, and the two enjoyed a dinner for 2 together, which was a romantic time. Being able to date and have a dinner with Sunset Red is very good for Chiba, so I am in a good mood. Chiba, what do you think of the village? Do you have a sense of belonging to the village? When he was half full, Shiri Hong raised his head, looked at Kinyi beside him, and spoke. His expression became serious. Hearing Shiri Hong ask this question, Kinyi was also surprised, and he didn't understand what Shiri Hong meant by asking this question. It can be said that it was the villagers and ninjas of Konoha who forced my father to death. How much do you think I belong to the village? Kinyi disagreed, shrugged his shoulders, and spoke. Receiving such an answer from Kinyi, Sunset Hong may have thought of it, but his expression was a little gloomy. That is, one day you will betray the village? Shiri Hong hesitated slightly, but still asked. It's not that I want to betray the village, it's that the village forced me to betray. Kinyi stopped eating the dish slightly, revealing a mocking look. What do you say? Sunset Hong asked, not understanding what it meant, but felt that there was an insider. Since the day after I came back, the members of the Dark Department have been secretly monitoring me, supervising my every movement. I am like a prisoner, there is no freedom. You make me feel a sense of belonging to the village? Kinyi shrugged his shoulders, leaking a contemptuous look, and looked very unhappy. Any person who is under surveillance all day, without a little freedom of movement, is treated like a prisoner, who will be in a good mood, who can tolerate. Kinyi did not immediately go crazy, defected from the village. It is already very calm. Oh my god, how can the top of the village do this? Anyway, you are also a member of the village, and they actually sent people to spy on you. When Shiri Hong learned such news, she felt very surprised, unexpected, and difficult to accept. This is the purpose of Konoha. For the sake of the so-called peace and interests of the village, it is completely possible to sacrifice personal interests, even personal lives, Kinyi said disapprovingly, as if he had seen countless things. Sunset Hong sat on the seat, looking stunned, not knowing what to say, subverting the image of the village in his heart, and he couldn't accept it for a while. Chiba, what are you going to do then? Really planning to betray the village? Shiri Hong was silent for a while, but still plucked up the courage, raised his head, looked at Kinyi, and asked. Regarding the betrayal of the village, Shiri Hong still did not dare to imagine it, could not accept it, and made waves in her heart, and it was difficult to calm down. When the village can't stay, I'll leave. Anyway, the world is so big, I'm afraid there is no place for me, Kinyi said indifferently, not worried about this kind of thing, very open. Seeing Chiba's decision, Shiri Hong was also hesitant in her heart, and it was difficult to comment on Kinyi's right or wrong. I won't say anything about today. Sunset Hong groaned slightly and spoke. What if you tell the 3rd generation of Hokage? I won't worry. If I want to defect, no one will be able to stop me, Kinyi said calmly, revealing a cold smile. Chiba and Sunset Red ate this meal, and they were relatively happy at first, but when it came to the topic of the village, it became heavy and a little worried, which made the atmosphere dull. After eating, Chiba and Sunset Red walked a distance on the street illuminated by streetlights, sent Sunset Red home, and went home by themselves. At this time, at the base of the Root organization, Tuan Zhang listened to the report of the Root members, and his brows furrowed slightly about Kinyi's situation. After a while, Shimura Danzo's brows stretched out, revealing a cold smile. I really didn't expect that the Ape Flying Sun / actually sent members of the Dark Department to monitor Chiba, which is a good time for me to recruit Chiba, Tuan Zhang said with a smile, looking happy and sure. In his opinion, as long as Kinyi and Ape Flying Sun are at odds, then the chance of attracting Kinyi will increase a lot, and it will not be a problem to pull Kinyi into the Root organization and promise many benefits. Master Tenzo, if we want to recruit Kinyi, what preparation should we make? Yamanaka Wind, wearing a blue rune mask, opened his mouth to inquire, wanting to know the specific situation. There is no need to worry about this matter. Find a suitable opportunity. I will personally come forward and talk to Kinyi about the conditions. He will definitely be moved. Tuan Zhang waved his hand and spoke. Although he really wanted to recruit Chiba into the Root organization immediately, he still had enough patience and would not act recklessly. Another 10 days passed. The 3 generations of Hokage did not go to find Chiba, and Kinyi did not come to find the Ape Flying Sun. They were like secretly fighting, but let the ape fly the sun, there is not so much patience. These days, the members of the Dark Department have been monitoring Chiba and found that Chiba has lived very calmly, has not done anything out of the ordinary, and has lived a very leisurely life. Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi listened to the members of the Dark Department, and the report of Chiba was plain and without the slightest wave, and his face gradually became solemn, as if covered in frost, revealing a chill. Is this Kinyi fighting with me? It's been 10 years since I returned to the village. I have nothing to do every day, except for cultivation. I just wandered around, and I didn't come to report one. I just didn't put me in my eyes. Ape Fei Chop picked up his pipe, took a sharp puff of smoke, and said angrily, revealing anger. The two members of the Dark Division stood in Hokage's office, silent and did not speak. They don't have the right to comment on the right or wrong of Naruto-sama, as long as they complete the task assigned by Naruto-sama. Kinyi really feels that he has become stronger, can ignore the rules of the village, and is becoming more and more unrestrained. Ape Fei spoke, his eyes became cold, and he was thinking about many things in his heart. It seems that it is time to find something for him to do, to see if he still works for the village, and if he has the intention of betraying the village. Ape Flying Sun squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, perhaps starting to plan a plan again. Sarutobi Hinata has the title of a doctor of ninjutsu, and his IQ is definitely very high. He can plan a lot of things, and he has the ability to strategize. If Kinyi cannot be used by the village, then the Ape Flying Sun Slash will definitely kill the killer and solve Kinyi, at least not let Kinyi endanger the safety of the village. In Sarutobi Riko's view, everything he does is for the sake of the village. Even if he sacrifices a few people, it is still acceptable. You guys go down first, I'll think about something. Ape Flying Sun waved his hand and asked the two members of the Dark Division to step down. During this time, Chiba spent most of his time every day developing the ability to burn fruits and frozen fruits, striving to develop more combat moves. After his efforts during this time, he was able to achieve good results and develop several attack moves. He had just cast the burning fruit, used the snow to walk, and evolved a new attack move, Burning City Guo. He was sitting on the pothold, devastated ground resting, ready to get up and go home. At this moment, two members of the Root organization wearing black cloaks, not tall, and wearing blue rune masks walked over from not far away, obviously coming towards Kinyi. Looking at their posture, they do not intend to fight, otherwise, there will not be only two people, and more people will be dispatched. Before Kinyi could turn around, he saw someone walking over, slowly turned around, and saw that it was a member of the Root. Although the members of the Root and the Dark Part are both wearing masks, they are still easily recognizable because they are dressed differently. Seeing the appearance of the members of the Root, Chiba couldn't help but think of Shimura Danzo, and felt that there must be no good thing, and he didn't have much good impression of the Root. What did you come to me for? Could it be that Tuan Zhang wanted to invite me to tea? Kinyi looked at the two Root members and said without the slightest good feeling, if you're willing to come with us to Gen's base, that's the best. A Root member spoke, but did not directly explain the intention. Let's save it, I'm not cold to the Roots, Kinyi said coldly, without the slightest enthusiasm, and did not even bother to deal with the other party. I already knew that you would say this, and Master Tenzo personally came to invite you this time. You should always give face. The other Root member spoke, his voice a little cold. Give the group a face? I don't even give Hokage's face, and I will give the group face? Kinyi said playfully, daring to be angry and daring to speak. There was nothing to worry about.